Noah didn't reveal the specifics behind his plan. The elders of the Alliance could guess what those two opportunities were. Faith and Daniel's presence was enough to explain that. The two of them still had the divine items from Chandal's separate dimension. They could stop King Elba's offensive, giving the powerhouses enough time for a counterattack. Of course, Noah didn't dream that the powerhouses' joint offensive could pierce the defenses of King Elba's technique. Yet, that would make him deplete more higher energy, bringing him closer to exhaustion. That was the last strategy that Noah could think of. Everything else had already failed. He would order a full retreat if that plan didn't lead to anything either. Daniel and Faith couldn't step into the battlefield. They were only peak rank 5 cultivators. The simple shockwaves released during the fight among powerhouses would kill them. However, the new continent was the Hive's home. Flying Demon had built countless doors on the surface so that the weaker troops could make use of their spells without risking their lives. Faith and Daniel could do the same, even if their role were far more dangerous. They needed to appear on the battlefield right before King Elba's attacks landed on the powerhouses. Noah didn't make any motivational speech. Those in the hall knew their roles. They only had to join the fight now. There was no need for sentimental speeches either. The powerhouses had already gone through those in the separate reality, so there was nothing left to say. The group waited inside the hall for days. A large screen showed them images of the battlefield, and different emotions appeared on their expressions as they watched King Elba's destruction. The royal burned every formation that he found. His aura scorched the regions and transformed them into fuming wastelands. Almost all the central regions became nothing more than destroyed lands as that trend continued. The eastern coast suffered from the same fate before King Elba's set his eyes on the southern coast. Noah moved at that point, and the others followed right after him. They walked toward a teleportation matrix that led to the territory east of the lava lake. The group of powerhouses teleported on the surface and moved their gazes toward the battlefield. King Elba's was still destroying every inscription that he found while the copying technique and platoons assaulted him. The arrival of Noah's group on the surface claimed the royal's attention, and he stopped his precise destruction to focus on them. His smile shone together with his technique at the sight of his enemies. "You've finally decided to appear," King Elba said, and his words echoed through the new continent as they reached for the group. "It seems that your defenses don't have anything left." King Elba's flew through the regions at high speed while the weaker cultivators, hybrids, and rank 6 copies assaulted him. Their attacks barely managed to pierce his scorching aura, and a slight movement of his spear was enough to take care of the abilities that came close to him. Noah and the others didn't move. They were aware of King Elba's character, so they knew that he would come toward them without deactivating his technique. The royal was proving that he could triumph over that challenge. The group of powerhouses was nothing more than a stepping stone in his eyes. The powerhouses showed ugly expressions at the sight of King Elba's confident face. They liked that he didn't deactivate his technique, but their determination began to falter when they saw that the royal didn't show any sign of exhaustion. His skin had continued to become paler as the battle continued, but he still radiated the same power as before. Killing the ape god had even increased the intensity of his aura. Traps activated as King Elba's continued to fly. Storms of saber-shaped runes and tides of toxic liquids fell on his figure, but his robe and crown burned everything. Nothing could touch him. Noah deployed his dark world when King Elba's was about to reach him. Snore appeared behind his figure. The demonic sword flew in his palm, and night came out of the space ring to fuse with the darkness. The powerhouses let the dark matter engulf them as they wielded their weapons. The scene resembled the battle inside the separate reality, but the sides' power difference was far different now. King Elba's had never been stronger. Instead, Noah and the others lacked chasing Demon and his divine titan. The powerhouses' joint power wasn't enough to replace the divine item, but they had to try anyway. They still had a few cards to play, so they weren't ready to give up on the new continent just yet. King Elba's barged inside the dark cloud without any hesitation. The dark matter tried to suppress his fiery technique, but the intensity of his individuality blocked it. The dark matter burned as King Elba's flew toward the center of the dark world. Noah's higher energy couldn't withstand the scorching pressure released by the royal. Noah kept his cold eyes on his target. He was the only one capable of pinpointing King Elba's exact position inside the dark world, so it was his role to start the offensive. A golden halo eventually seeped out of the dark matter right in front of the group. King Elba's was about to reach them, so Noah gave the signal that the other powerhouses were waiting for. Noah raised the demonic sword above his head, and dark matter flowed inside its shape before he slashed forward. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon worked together to create a storm that followed Noah's slash. They had already tested that technique on the royal, so they didn't mind deploying it again. Great Elder Diana and True Speed launched lightning bolts enhanced with their abilities. The matriarch had her black lenses, and the half-hybrid of the Empire had his legs pushed to their limits. God's left hand unleashed a series of hurricanes, and Elder Regina created an army of beast-like puppets that flew through the dark matter to converge in King Elba's position. Elder Laura shot a series of arrows that transformed into massive azure dragons. Elder Julia wasn't on the scene, but she supported the group by deploying many copies of the Rank 6 Guardians inside the dark world. The powerhouses of the world had launched their best attacks. That offensive would be able to fend off most threats in any lower plane, but their opponent was the strongest monster in the world. Blinding golden light filled their vision before their attacks could land on King Elba's. A dangerous sensation surged inside the powerhouse's minds, and countless disposable items came out of their space rings as they tried to stop what was about to land on them. Noah knew what was about to arrive. His dark world sent every piece of information inside his mind, so he could see King Elba's bending forward to launch his spear. "He is aiming at me," Noah thought as a smirk appeared on his face. The mighty King Elba's wanted to take care of Noah first. It seemed that even the resourceful royal was worried that Noah could have other troublesome strategies. King Elba's was right, but he didn't imagine that Noah had already activated his first strategy. The royal launched his spear, but a pure white light suddenly shone under him and engulfed his figure. The attack vanished, and part of the fiery items fell apart under that divine light. King Elba's quickly tried to summon more golden flames, but the powerhouse's offensive landed on him before he could activate his technique again. A loud explosion resounded inside the dark world, but nothing came out of the black cloud. The group of cultivators didn't wait to see the outcome of their attacks. They directly launched more spells and techniques where their first blows had exploded. Daniel had appeared on the battlefield for less than an instant. He had activated his divine item and left through the same teleportation matrix before he could even see the effects of his actions. The battlefield was too dangerous for him. He would have died if he was still inside the dark world during the detonation of the powerhouse's attacks. Noah and the others launched another wave of attacks, but they didn't stop there. They continued to fill the dark world with their strongest techniques to exploit the window created by Daniel's divine item. A golden halo suddenly seeped through the dense dark matter and illuminated the entire cloud. Noah's higher energy burned as King Elba's unleashed his flames again. The darkness of Noah's world dispersed as tongues of golden flames raged inside the black cloud. King Elba's burned every trace of higher energy around him and revealed himself to the defending group. A few cuts had appeared on King Elba's face. Long wounds filled his arms and torso, and a trail of blood flowed from his left foot. Daniel's divine item had taken him by surprise. King Elba's knew that the Hive had some other cards to play, but he didn't expect something able to destroy his technique. The white light had sensed the dangerousness of King Elba's robe and crown. Part of its power went to destroy them, leaving the royal almost defenseless for an instant. Most of the item's power had gone on the spear and the attack it was about to release. If it wasn't for that, King Elba's might have ended up naked after the white light swept him. Still, King Elba's would have never let Daniel's divine item hit him if he wasn't about to launch an attack. The rank 5 expert had to catch him by surprise to obtain decent results. The golden flames surrounding King Elba's condensed and took the shape of his robe, crown, and spear again. However, a violent fire continued to burn around his figure even after he completed the technique. It seemed that King Elba's didn't want to risk getting hurt anymore. He had decided to use all the aspects of his higher energy, even if that consumed more fuel. Noah kept his eyes fixed on King Elbaz. His reptilian eyes could see his opponent's complexion becoming paler under the golden halo radiated by the flames. More blood flowed out of the royal's injuries too. It was clear that King Elbaz was pushing himself to deploy that level of power, but Noah couldn't understand how far his limits were. Without clear indicators, Noah could only hope that the royal would become exhausted soon. "Don't stop attacking," Noah said as roars mixed with his human voice. The powerhouses had stopped their offensive when King Elbaz had revealed himself to them, but Noah wanted the royal to endure as many attacks as he could. King Elbaz's smile didn't fade when the attacks landed on him. His expression had frozen for a second, but he soon found his arrogance again when he saw that he could block the offensive easily. Yet his aura appeared far tenser now. It seemed that the group had angered him with the last trap. The powerhouses resumed their offensive, and lights shone on the surface of the new continent. Platoons made of cultivators and hybrids appeared and launched their spells toward the dark world before returning inside the separate dimension. The dark matter inside the cloud created channels where the platoon's offensive could fly. Noah's ambition enhanced their power, and his dark world made them converge in King Elbaz's position. The royal's leader watched as the attacks landed on the flames surrounding his figure and burned into nothingness. Even the powerhouse's offensive couldn't do anything against his higher energy. King Elbaz appeared unbeatable in his new form. Attacks carrying rank 6 power couldn't even go past his peripheral layer of flames, and he still had his crown and robe as defenses. "It's over," King Elbaz said as he tilted his spear to point at Noah. The weapon sent waves of flames as it moved inside the dark world, and it stopped when it pointed at Noah. King Elbaz bent again to prepare his attack, but he didn't see that another rank 5 cultivator had entered inside the cloud. Noah could use the dark world to hide cultivators and suppress their auras. King Elbaz didn't notice that Faith had teleported in the cloud to join the battle. Right before King Elbaz could launch his attack, Faith threw her bracelet inside the dark world, and Noah controlled the dark matter so that the item would arrive between the group and the royal. King Elbaz suspected something. After all, Noah and the other powerhouses were still there, and their power wasn't enough to stop him. The royal knew that the best moment to deploy traps was when he was about to attack. Yet, he didn't sense anything around him. The group of powerhouses continued to attack King Elbaz, who remained in his bent position. The golden flames around him took care of their offensive as he inspected the area around him. King Elbaz didn't want Noah to trick him again, but he soon understood that he didn't have a choice in the matter. He could only attack and see what the outcome was. The royal tested the trap's efficiency first. His flames spread to cover a larger area of the dark world, and surges of power came out of his figure at random moments. He had yet to attack, but he pretended that he was about to launch his technique. King Elbaz wanted to see if he could trigger the trap without actually wasting the ACCU.mulat energy. Nothing activated, and the powerhouses continued to launch their attacks as if nothing strange was happening. They didn't react to King Elbaz's peculiar behavior at all. King Elbaz still felt that something was off, but he eventually gave up trying to understand his opponent's plans. He decided to destroy everything with his superior power. The royal launched his attack, and a golden halo filled the dark world. The spear created a trail of flames as it flew toward the powerhouses. Noah felt the incoming danger. His senses screamed in fear as the attack flew toward him at a speed that he could barely understand. However, he was calm since he knew that the divine bracelet was in the spear's trajectory. King Elbaz's smile froze when the spear stopped mid-air. It had destroyed dark matter along its way, but something had managed to block its momentum. The dark matter around Faith's bracelet burned and revealed the item, which activated at that point. The world suddenly slowed down, and even King Elbaz suffered from those effects. Noah and the others knew about the effects of Faith's bracelet. The item could enhance the wielder's consciousness or expand to give birth to a peculiar shield. King Elbaz felt slow, and the flames around his figure didn't flicker with the same intensity as before. Still, he knew that time was flowing at a normal pace for him. His spear had activated a divine item that had surrounded him and his flames in a spherical area that rendered harmless any form of energy inside it. King Elba's techniques were too powerful, so the item didn't manage to block them completely. The bracelet didn't have any wielder. There was a limit to how much of the divine realm it could express. Yet, that suppression was enough to give Noah's group another chance, who didn't hesitate to launch everything they had toward King Elba's. The powerhouses poured everything into their offensive. Their attacks took the ACCU.mulation of their life experiences and threw it at King Elba's. The divine bracelet kept the royal stuck inside that harmless world. King Elba's found himself unable to launch attacks while that aura surrounded him. However, the bracelet didn't affect the powerhouse's attacks. They seeped inside that peculiar area and crashed on the restrained flames. Countless explosions resounded inside the dark world. Noah and the others didn't limit themselves to launch only one wave of attacks. They pressed on for as long as the divine bracelet lasted. They had to make sure that King Elba's didn't survive. That was their last chance to win the battle, and they didn't dare to waste it. The golden halo radiated by King Elba's dimmed as the attacks continued to land on his defenses. The powerhouses submerged him with everything they had. The divine bracelet depleted its power after half an hour. Noah's group never stopped attacking during that period, and they didn't slow down even after the peculiar aura vanished. Noah retrieved the bracelet as he kept on slashing toward King Elba's position. The disturbances inside the dark world were too intense, so even he didn't know if their offensive was working. Still, he continued to press on. "Are you done?" An angry voice eventually resounded from the spot where the powerhouse's offensive had converged. A golden halo seeped out of the array of spells and dark matter, and tongues of flames shot outward to burn everything converging in that area. The flames continued to spread until half of the dark world burned into nothingness. The golden halo that they radiated soon dimmed after the fire stopped expanding, and the powerhouses could see King Elba's again at that point. The royal's leader's condition was poor. His technique didn't cover his body anymore, and severe wounds filled him. King Elba's was still in one piece, but a large chunk of the skin on his torso had disappeared. Noah and the others could stare directly at his churning muscles and bleeding organs. His face was a mess too. King Elba's cheeks had caved in, and most of his silver hair had disappeared. Part of the skin on his almost bald head had also vanished, and his skull was visible to everyone. Blood flowed out from large wounds on his limbs. King Elba's had lost his clothes during the assault, so the group could see the gravity of the injuries that filled his body. If their opponent were any other powerhouse, Noah and the others would consider that outcome as a victory. Yet, King Elba's was too threatening even in that condition, so they decided to press on with their offensive. King Elba's body was the fuel of his flames. With his tissues in that condition, his higher energy wouldn't have enough materials to burn. The golden flames endured the new wave of attacks for a while, but King Elba's eventually spat a few mouthfuls of blood before bending to cough. His fire started to retreat at that point. His higher energy began to lose power, and the techniques landing on it managed to destabilize its structure. The mighty flames had begun to lose ground against the powerhouse's offensive. King Elba's wasn't untouchable anymore. Hope spread among the group of powerhouses. That was their moment. The efforts of an entire world had finally managed to bring King Elba's to his limits. Smiles appeared on the powerhouse's stern expressions. They could feel their victory nearing. Sacrificing almost all of the new continent had led to that once-in-a-lifetime chance. Only Noah didn't let his emotions take control of him. Coldness came out of his figure and flowed inside his slashes. His mind couldn't think of anything but to kill that fearsome opponent. King Elba's stopped coughing and straightened himself before his eyes went on the tight array of attacks that was pushing back his flames. Part of the light radiated by his golden eyes dimmed, and a tired expression appeared on his face. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, King Elba's considered the possibility that he could lose. Part of him justified the event since his opponent was an entire world. But there was a thought inside his mind that became more intense as his defenses continued to fall. King Elba's had always been arrogant, but that feeling had many miraculous achievements as its foundation. The royal had never been delusional. His same life was proof that he truly was the best. However, he acknowledged that there were other beings as exceptional as him. King Elbaz was the best inscription master in the world, but he wasn't the first to carry that title. The world was full of monsters, and every new generation brought young talents into the cultivation journey. The 6th rank was the peak of a lower plane, but it was a crowded spot. King Elbaz's eyes went past the attacks that besieged his flames to search for a cultivator among the group of powerhouses. His mind stopped thinking about unnecessary things when he saw cold vertical pupils staring at him without radiating any superfluous emotions. Noah's focus on him was pure. It didn't carry any hatred or ambition. He didn't let anything that could affect his prowess occupy his mind. That was pure dedication toward his goal, and King Elbaz didn't fail to notice it. His eyes widened as Noah's devotion made him remember something that he had forgotten during his path toward the peak of the heroic ranks. Cultivators must be ready to sacrifice themselves to reach their goals. King Elbaz shouted as his flames fell apart. I have been so focused on being the best in this plane that I've forgotten a simple lesson. King Elbaz's words echoed through the dark world even if the attack's explosions tried to suppress them. The other sounds didn't affect them in the slightest. Noah felt a chill running down his spine when those words reached his ears, but he didn't let them affect his attacks. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to finish King Elbaz to put an end to that crisis. This is only one of many planes, King Elbaz said as a sigh escaped his mouth. Blood continued to flow out of his injuries as his defenses crumbled. The attacks had almost destroyed all the flames around him, but the royal didn't show any fear. I've been too arrogant, King Elbaz continued. I thought that being the best here meant that I had nothing else to learn from a lower plane. I was wrong. After that line, King Elbaz's flames stopped losing their ground. The powerhouses still attacked with the same intensity as before, but the fire didn't crumble anymore. A worm can teach a dragon how to crawl, King Elbaz said, and an old monster can remember a core aspect of the cultivation journey from the youngest of the demons. Noah attacked with even more fury as fear filled his mind. His black hole continued to push him beyond his limits, and his slashing speed increased as the black world resonated with his worries. Thank you, Noah Bulvin, King Elbaz said as he lifted his left arm. Thank you for reminding me what it means to sacrifice everything to reach your goal. King Elbaz's arm suddenly took fire, and those flames left his torso to fuse with the golden sea around him. The powerhouse's attacks began to burn, and tongues of flames followed the trails of energy they released until they reached the group. The experts had to cut their connection with their techniques to prevent the fire from landing on them. The golden flames around King Elbaz began to burn with even more intensity than before. The power they radiated was so intense that the dark matter in the area burned at the simple contact with their aura. The dark world dispersed, and only a small dark cloud continued to cover the group of powerhouses. The rest of the sky belonged to King Elbaz's flames. We lost, Noah thought when he saw that King Elbaz had managed to overcome his limits. The royal's decisiveness in sacrificing his left arm to generate even stronger flames made the last of Noah's plans fail. He didn't have any other strategy now. Go, Noah said as he lowered the demonic sword. The dark world will cover your retreat. Fall back into the separate dimension. The powerhouses had stopped attacking after the flames threatened to reach them, but they weren't ready to give up on the battle yet. However, Noah's orders made them realize how hopeless that situation was. Even the resourceful Noah had given up on that battle. If he had decided that there was nothing left to do, then they had no chance of coming up with something that could help them win. The demons began to retreat, and the other powerhouses followed their example. They descended through the dark matter behind Noah to reach the closest entrance to the separate dimension. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon stopped their tracks when they saw that Noah wasn't following them. Their worried gazes went on him, but Noah reassured them with a few words. I'm not sacrificing myself, Noah said. I only need to try something before leaving. Don't die, Flying Demon said as he and his lover continued to descend. King Elbaz smiled when he saw the powerhouses leaving the battlefield. Flames gathered on his palm to take the shape of his fiery spear, and he titled it to aim the weapon at his enemies. Flames came out of the spear's tip as it moved in the sky. The fire's intensity had increased so much that large pieces of the sky fell apart wherever the royal's higher energy flew. King Elbaz wouldn't let go of the powerhouses so easily. He had gained something meaningful out of that battle, but he wasn't the type to spare his enemies after they had done everything they could to kill him. There was only one way to end that battle. King Elbaz had to kill those who had opposed him and claim the entire world as his domain. King Elbaz's spear stopped moving when it pointed at God's left hand. The matriarch of the Shandal Empire was the closest to the ground, so the royal wanted to target her first. Yet, King Elbaz stopped ACCU. Energy for his attack since he saw Noah stepping forward and pointing his sword at him. "Are you following chasing demons' footsteps?" King Elbaz asked when he saw Noah's actions. Noah didn't answer. He kept his eyes on King Elbaz and let the aura that royal radiated engulf his figure. Fear filled his mind, but Noah didn't suppress it. His black hole showed its true potential when his life was in danger, so he didn't want to waste that chance for quick empowerment. King Elbaz felt surprised, but he didn't let that feeling stop his actions. He didn't want the other powerhouses to escape, so he pointed the spear at the lower part of the remaining dark world. A blinding golden light started to fill the environment. King Elbaz radiated the halo that usually preceded his terrifying attack, and Noah's instincts couldn't help but scream in fear at that sight. Noah could feel his black hole rotating faster as death began to loom around his figure. He knew that he would die if he took that attack head-on. The divine deduction technique activated on its own as the danger radiated by King Elbaz increased. Everything inside Noah told him to escape, but he forced himself to remain still in front of the retreating powerhouses. The dark world hid the powerhouses as they continued to retreat, but Noah didn't do that on purpose. His mind could only focus on his fear, giving birth to an intense desire to remain alive. Noah was relying on his survival instincts to force a breakthrough in his battle prowess. Time flowed differently in Noah's eyes. Barely a couple of instants had passed in the outside world, but Noah felt as if he had been in that dangerous position for entire days. The more power King Elbaz ACCU. The more danger he felt. That caused his mind to work even faster, and the faint trace of enlightenments eventually came out of his messy thoughts. Noah saw Sword Saint again. He immediately recognized those images since they came from important memories of his training with the divine will. Sword Saint performed his lunge and slash before focusing on performing his final attack. The third technique had kicked Noah out of the mental training area back then, but his mind replayed those images now. Noah could finally see Sword Saint's peak technique again, and his mind managed to understand part of the theory behind it. He even felt enlightened on an important aspect of the sword path, but his divine deduction technique deactivated at that point. Noah reopened his eyes only to see that King Elbaz's halo was still spreading in the environment. Not even a second had passed since he had started recalling his training, and his mind felt sore after that effort. Yet, he felt now able to test another attack, and he already had a target for that. Noah placed the demonic sword in front of his head, and let the memories of Sword Saint's final attack fill his mind. King Elbaz's halo reached the dark world at that point, and part of the dark matter burned under the scorching aura radiated by the light. Ambition flowed out of Noah's figure and pushed his centers of power beyond their limits as he focused on replicating that mighty attack. Meanwhile, King Elbaz launched his spear to destroy the lower part of the dark world. A wave of golden flames burned the entire region as it flew under Noah's group. God's left hand was about to reach the teleportation matrix when the fire burned every formation in the area. Part of the fire touched her, and her legs turned into ashes before she could even start retreating. God's left hand could only suppress a cry of pain as she flew back to the upper parts of the dark world. The group turned toward King Elbaz at that point. His golden halo had removed any hiding ability from the dark world, so they didn't have a safe path toward the surface anymore. They had even lost their closest entrance, so they were at a loss of what to do. Their eyes eventually moved on Noah, but they felt surprised when they sensed the aura he released. He appeared far stronger than before. It was as if he had suddenly crossed the halfway mark of the liquid stage in those short seconds. King Elbaz also noticed Noah's changes, but he could sense that his centers of power didn't grow. Noah's individuality had pushed them beyond their limits, which gave him power that surpassed his cultivation level for a short time. The royal felt amazed at Noah's individuality, but its effects weren't strong enough to threaten him. Still, King Elbaz decided to make Noah his new priority and pointed his spear toward him. Yet, before he could prepare any attack, Noah spoke in a solemn tone. Sharpness doesn't need any form. It cuts by existing. King Elbaz didn't understand those words, but Noah's aura surged after he finished his line. His sharpness became so intense that cracks opened in the fabric of the sky even if he didn't move. Noah still wielded the demonic sword in front of his face, and the remaining dark world flowed inside the blade as he focused on the images of Sword Saint's final slash. He needed everything he could muster to perform that technique. Sword Saint's final slash wasn't something that belonged to his path, so he used all the energy inside his centers of power to replicate it. King Elbaz could vaguely guess what was happening, but he didn't show any fear. His condition was a mess, but he had already accepted to sacrifice part of himself to win that war. The blood flowing out of his injuries burned as more flames fused with the golden sea surrounding him. Part of the new fire also merged with the spear to fuel his next attack. The group of powerhouses watched as the two monsters prepared their next offensive. Not even a second had passed since King Elbaz's last attack, but they felt as if they had remained in that state for days due to the tension accu.mulat on the battlefield. The outcome of that exchange would decide their fate, and it was too late for them to help Noah fending off the next attack. The final form of the blade has no shape, Noah thought as enlightenment dawned upon him. A slash without art. The peak of the blade is formless. It cuts because it exists. Noah's aura began to tremble at those thoughts. He loosened the grasp on the demonic sword and placed his forehead on its surface. He wouldn't perform a slash. He didn't need to. King Elbaz continued to smile, but his expression froze when a violent tremor spread through his body. The royal spewed mouthfuls of blood as some vital organs threatened to collapse, and his spear broke into a chaotic mass of flames as he lost control of his technique. Noah attacked at that point. He didn't move nor push his energies forward. He focused on the demonic sword and let his sharpness do the rest. King Elbaz was struggling to stabilize his condition when he sensed the spike in Noah's aura. Yet, he didn't see anything coming at him, and the sea of flames around his figure remained intact even after Noah's individuality quieted down. However, pain suddenly spread from his chest. King Elbaz's body was a mess filled with injuries, but he didn't fail to notice that a new wound was making its way through his tissues. A small cut opened at the center of his chest. The wound became larger until it became a black line that left a diagonal mark on his whole torso. King Elbaz couldn't believe what was happening, but he promptly deployed his flames to stop the enlarging of the cut. His whole figure took fire, and the black line slowly vanished under the effect of his higher energy. When the flames dispersed, the powerhouses could see that the superficial layers of King Elbaz's skin had disappeared. A long cut divided his torso in half, and part of his internal organs became visible through it. The powerhouses could even see King Elbaz's beating heart. If Noah were slightly stronger, the royal would have died in that short moment of weakness. A blade that needs no form nor slashes, Noah thought as a sense of weakness spread through his body. Truly the peak of the sword path. Performing Sword Saint's final technique had exhausted him. His body still had a lot of energy due to the black hole, but Noah felt tired nonetheless. It wasn't exhaustion that came from the condition of his centers of power. Noah felt as if his existence had become tired when he pushed his level above his actual rank. Sword Saint's final technique wasn't an attack that he could perform without drawbacks. Noah felt that he was about to faint, but there was still something that required his attention. King Elbaz did his best to stabilize his condition. Part of the sea of flames around him flowed inside his body and covered his wounds to stop the bleeding. The royal had decided to preserve his higher energy after entire days spent wasting it. Noah's group had brought him to his limits, and he couldn't risk suffering any more injuries. "You die now," King Elbaz announced, but Noah acted before he could even raise his hand. Noah took a space ring and squeezed it inside his palm before throwing it toward King Elbaz. The cracks on the item spread as it flew toward the royal, and it crumbled when it touched the scorching aura. Once the space ring fell apart, the items contained inside it came out into the world. King Elbaz saw hundreds of spiked spheres filling his vision before the sound of explosions reached his ears. Noah still had a few traps. They wouldn't do much against King Elbaz if he were at the peak of his power, but his current condition forced him to focus on stopping those instabilities. The dark world formed around Noah again, and the group used that chance to retreat toward the nearest teleportation matrix. The storm created by the instabilities stopped with it touched the dark matter. King Elbaz did his best to burn all the saber-shaped runes as fast as he could, but the powerhouses were already on the ground by the time he took care of the items. "See you in the immortal lands," Noah said as the teleportation matrix under them activated. The royal shot toward the powerhouses even if a blinding light began to engulf their figures. He threw a wave of flames on that spot, but his senses told him that he had been one instant too late. Noah appeared inside the separate dimension and found 37 waiting for his orders. The other powerhouses soon turned toward him too, but he had already decided on his next move. "Detonate everything," Noah said as he suppressed the dizziness trying to take control of his mind. "Don't leave anything to King Elbaz." 37 hated when cultivators destroyed inscriptions for their benefits, but King Elbaz had burned almost all the formations on the new continent. The automaton had taken King Elbaz as his lifelong enemy, so he didn't complain when Noah told him to destroy everything. King Elbaz hovered above the spot where Noah and the others had disappeared. Complex calculations happened in his mind as he tried to understand how to gain access to the separate dimension. Then, the sound of explosions reached his ears. The royal could only watch as every formation, item, or building that still had a connection with the hive detonated, and released all the breath accurat in their structure. That outcome didn't surprise King Elbaz, but he had to act now if he wanted to find his enemies. He knew that there was a formation under him, so he only had to activate it to reach Noah and the others. King Elbaz's flames came out of his figure and seeped inside the ground. A few shining lines burned due to the pressure that his higher energy radiated, but others activated under his expert control. The formation activated and began to teleport the royal. Yet, a tremor ran through the light engulfing him, and King Elbaz found himself in a room full of instabilities once the lines went dim. King Elbaz immediately understood that the hive had built traps together with the entrances of the separate dimension. Any unauthorized entry would bring the intruders in there. Large screens inside the separate dimension showed how every door, formation, and building on the surface exploded. Everything of the hive disappeared without leaving any trace, and Great Elder Diana soon gave a similar order after witnessing that spectacle. The buildings and formations of the council exploded too, and the matriarch turned toward God's left hand to see if she was willing to do the same. God's left hand could only sigh and pick her inscribed notebook to order the empire's structure's self-destruction. Noah gave a quick look at what would be his new home for a long time before he retreated in his quarters. He was in desperate need of rest after that defeat. The hive, council, and Chandal Empire's assets settled inside the separate dimension after King Elbaz defeated them. The royal had fallen into a trap after Noah and the other powerhouses retreated, but the sensors on the surface confirmed that he had survived the instability's explosions. The hive had other traps prepared for future intrusions, but King Elbaz didn't trigger any of them. The royal had won against the whole world, but he had suffered too many injuries in the process. He needed to recover, so he couldn't hunt down his enemies just yet. His higher energy had suppressed his injuries, but King Elbaz's condition was too poor. He couldn't risk triggering more traps until his wounds healed. As a peak rank 6 cultivator, King Elbaz would require more time to fix himself. Even his expertise in various inscription fields couldn't help him in that situation. King Elbaz had burned himself too much, and he had even obtained some enlightenments during the battle. Even if he still had enemies hidden in the separate dimension, his priority was reaching the higher plane. The hive had become used to managing the separate dimension since Noah and the others retrieved 37. Chasing Demon had prepared that place to be his organization's last resort, so the elders had an easy time adapting to their new lifestyle. The separate dimension didn't have problems containing many experts, but that environment wasn't ideal for their training. The issue was even worse for heroic cultivators since they required the breath inside the matter to improve. The automaton and chasing demon had taken care of that issue long ago. They had relied on entrances that took breath from the outside world and stored it inside the dimension. The hive had destroyed all the formations that led to the separate dimension when it gave up on the surface. Yet, 37 and Flying Demon could build doors capable of seizing breath from the outside world whenever the separate dimension began to show some instability. Of course, King Elbaz could notice those doors if he investigated the world thoroughly, but the royal didn't cause any problems in the years following his victory. He didn't even destroy the sensors that still filled the sky and the few intact spots on the surface. It was as if he had disappeared from the new continent. Noah and the others didn't think that he had forgotten them. Their best guess was that King Elbaz had secluded himself to treat his injuries and review the battle to push his power closer to the divine ranks. Divine Architect had hidden the separate dimension from heaven and earth since it copied their work and went against their rule, but 37 had made sure to avoid that issue. He had first set a formation that could hide the separate dimension, but he had eventually found a way to make that work without external inscriptions. Heaven and earth wanted to destroy Divine Architect's separate dimension because it tried to give birth to mortal lands and its potential was virtually limitless. However, the hive had always used it only as a method to surprise its enemies. Its separate dimension had never attempted to cover the entire plane, and it mostly was a series of tunnels that ended up in large halls. Most assets didn't like to remain inside the separate dimension for years, but the situation didn't allow them to do otherwise. King Elbaz was virtually unbeatable, and most of the new continent was in ruins. Even if the dimension's insides didn't have a great density of breath, they were still better than the surface for now. The three organizations maintained their separate political structure, but everyone knew that the hive was the overlord of their new home. The hive had given them a place safe from King Elbaz, and it didn't mind sharing it for a long time. Yet, it was the only force that knew how the dimension worked, so the council and the empire could only bow their heads in there. The cultivators took a while to become used to the life inside the dimension. Nothing grew on its yellowish ground, and there was only darkness surrounding them. Yet, that was better than certain death or slavery, so they accepted that new lifestyle. The hive had stashed food able to last for centuries, and it had even created a small ecosystem that could provide a decent number of resources every year. That wasn't enough to feed all the human cultivators in the dimension, but they had to survive with what they had. The higher-ups of the hive had to make harsh decisions to ensure the survival of the three organizations. They rationed the food and forced restrictions on the weaker population. Human cultivators had to receive a permit to give birth. The separate dimension couldn't feed too many mouths, so the hive had to make sure that the population didn't increase during their stay there. The hive prioritized the well-being of those that showed some talent in the cultivation journey. The others received less food and resources. The council and the Shandal Empire helped the hive in enforcing those restrictions and rules. They even agreed to make the punishments harsher to improve their control. The situation was far from the ideal, and the higher-ups' decisions provoked a widespread malcontent among the weaker cultivators. However, the leaders had to prioritize the survival of their forces as a whole, so they ignored those complaints. After 40 years spent inside the separate dimension, many of the sensors placed in the outside world went dark. That signaled that King Elbaz had resumed his offensive, but the hive didn't try to stop that. All the sensors eventually went dark, and the three organizations found themselves completely isolated from the outside world. King Elbaz didn't stop there. He spent the following years destroying every door that the hive used to refill the breath inside the dimension. Yet, he soon had to give up on that task. Flying Demon and the automaton could create new doors in a matter of hours. They could build many of them simultaneously and in opposite positions, so King Elbaz never managed to destroy all of them. The royal tried to make his way inside the separate dimension from time to time. Yet, he always found rooms full of instabilities waiting for him whenever he managed to get near the actual dimension. He couldn't possibly know that, but he was against an automaton created by Divine Architect. His incredible expertise had found a worthy opponent. The attacks quieted down on the 60th year of life inside the separate dimension, but the three organizations didn't dare to peek at the outside world even after King Elbaz went utterly silent. The leaders couldn't let a faint hope make them waste the years endured inside the dimension. They would start considering going out only after they obtained proof that King Elbaz had left the plane. King Elbaz began to attack again after 10 years of silence, but his offensive only lasted a few months at that time. His efforts only led him to find a series of traps anyway, so the royal grew bored of that process quite soon. The royal attacked again 10 years later, but his efforts lasted even less at that time. He went completely silent after only a week of attempts to break inside the separate dimension. King Elbaz followed that trend for a while. He attacked the separate dimension once every 10 years until he eventually remained silent for more than half a century. However, the leaders remained set on remaining hidden, and more years passed. The life inside the separate dimension wasn't easy, but many adapted faster than others. The human cultivators had it easier than most. They had to deal with their lack of freedom, but they didn't have a hard time training. After all, they only needed breath and some fights to strive for the heroic ranks. Instead, the situation wasn't easy for the heroic cultivators. Their requirements to advance were harsher, and the peaceful life inside the dimension made their growth slower. Some talents still managed to improve at a decent pace, but they also suffered due to that stale environment. The separate dimension didn't offer any incentives, so they could only rely on their willpower to keep growing. The hybrids had it worse than everyone else. They usually required a lot of food, but that was one of the most valuable resources inside the dimension. Their dantians and seas of consciousness could improve normally, but their bodies remained near their original level due to the lack of proper prey. That made many hybrids go wild. Their hunger became so intense that they started attacking their companions and invade areas of the dimension inhabited by cultivators. The higher-ups suppressed those threats and used their corpses to refill their stashes of food, but they had to implement different methods to control them at some point. The three forces wanted to survive, but they also desired to keep growing. There was a limit to how much they could improve as organizations in that environment, but they still did everything in their power to prevent negative trends. Scully took care of the situation by forcing the hybrids to hunt themselves. That would reduce their population, but it would also maintain the overall power of the stronger specimens. The other powerhouses in the separate dimension also obtained specific roles as the years passed. Great Elder Diana's control turned out to be useful for 37. She helped manage the flow of the breath through the various doors, and she also came up with ways to divide the resources more equally. Elder Julia had lost her purpose once the hive abandoned the copying technique. Still, she joined Scully in managing the hybrids to help her create a better army. The Shandal Empire's powerhouses didn't link too much with the Alliance, but they still helped whenever the population required their help. God's left hand was quite knowledgeable, so the other leaders asked her for forgotten methods that they could use to improve the separate dimension. That didn't help their situation, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, God's left hand got to play her part in the survival of the organizations. Other powerhouses spent most of their time in seclusion. Their expertise couldn't help inside the separate dimension, so they focused on improving their power. The three organizations would resurface at some point, and they needed to be ready for a clash with the new forces on the landmasses. They couldn't let themselves grow weak in that environment. Some promising peak rank 5 cultivators managed to reach the 6th rank during the years spent inside the dimension. The new lifestyle benefited Daniel's individuality. He also became a beacon of hope for the masses of weaker cultivators who couldn't endure remaining trapped in that sterile environment for too long. His existence slowly advanced until he became a rank 6 cultivator, and his popularity among the various organizations increased together with his power. Faith had become quite popular too. She had always been famous due to her beauty, but her peace made her become one of the most acclaimed higher-ups among the three organizations. The life inside the separate dimension benefited her. She became a rank 6 cultivator a few years after Daniel, and the two of them began to work together at that point. Both human and heroic cultivators liked to be in their presence, and the two new powerhouses didn't avoid to take care of those assets during those difficult times. Other peak rank 5 cultivators didn't manage to obtain the same results. Being trapped and in a dead environment crushed their determination and hindered their path toward the higher ranks. The most iconic case was June, since her individuality depended on her battle intent. The lack of enemies and battles that could satisfy her slowed her growth and made her fall behind her companions. Faith tried to help her, but the separate dimension couldn't endure battles among existences on that level. Their blows would force the area to expand, and the hive couldn't risk that. Heaven and earth were a constant threat. 37 felt quite sure of his calculations, but even he couldn't predict when they would notice the separate dimension and start sending tribulations inside it. It was better to keep the width of the separate dimension limited to the very minimum. The hive couldn't let that place end up like Divine Architect's separate dimension. June didn't find a solution to her issue, and she even became unstable at some point. Noah wanted to help her, but he couldn't go against her individuality in the process. June eventually had to ask for Flying Demon's help, and she started a trend that many heroic cultivators decided to follow. Flying Demon was one of the most important figures inside the separate dimension, since he was one of the few experts capable of creating doors that led to the outside world. His work provided breadth inside the dimension, so every cultivator respected him. Yet, as King Elba's attacks became rarer, he found himself with nothing to do. The demon didn't complain since he could spend time with his lover, but the situation changed after June asked for his help. June knew about Flying Demon's individuality. His ice had peculiar qualities that made it able to interfere with time. That was precisely what June needed. Since she couldn't cultivate properly, she would rather have the demon turning her into a block of ice until the hive managed to come out of the separate dimension. Flying Demon's individuality would also preserve the state of her centers of power, and the fact that she was still a rank 5 cultivator made the task relatively easy to accomplish. Noah couldn't say that he liked that outcome, but June's potential was at stake, so he approved that process. Once the matter became official, many rank 4 and 5 cultivators decided to ask Flying Demon to freeze them until the 3 organizations resurfaced. Flying Demon performed his task impeccably, and a large number of heroic cultivators ended up in special areas of the dimension dug to preserve their frozen bodies. The process also eased the pressure on the dimension since it required less breath, after many powerful cultivators froze themselves. For centuries have passed already, Noah thought as he sat in front of a pillar of ice. June was inside the pillar. The ice had preserved her beauty and cultivation level through the years, but Noah felt bitter when looking at it. He had to live through that period on his own. The separate dimensions environment didn't benefit him either, but Flying Demon didn't have the power to freeze him. Moreover, he was the leader of the hive. He needed to remain awake to control the situation and maintain order. It should be almost time to go out, Noah thought as he closed his eyes to meditate. King Elbaz should complete the preparations for his ascension soon. Noah's period inside the separate dimension wasn't as harsh as many others, but he had his fair share of difficulties too. As soon as the battle against King Elbaz ended, Noah's centers of power suffered from Sword Saint's final technique's downsides. Noah's life had never been in danger, but he had to rest for a while and let his centers of power recover from that strain. After all, he wasn't on a level where he could perform that type of attack. He had to rely on his ambition to express a prowess beyond his limits. After he recovered, he handled the messy situation inside the separate dimension. There were 3 organizations and countless cultivators to manage. Noah had to invent a social system that could force those assets to survive together without endangering their overall strength. That task revealed itself quite challenging, and Noah had to test different approaches before finding a system that could last for centuries. Luckily for him, he had experienced allies that advised him through that period. King Elbaz's attacks came often in the initial periods inside the separate dimension, so Noah had to work at close contact with 37 and Flying Demon to manage the traps. Noah could start to relax after King Elbaz's offensive slowed down, but that brought another problem that he had managed to ignore during those tense years. The lack of threats brought Noah back into a peaceful period when he didn't have any incentives. That forced him to spend long periods in seclusion to obtain slight improvements. Any powerhouse would have to face those same challenges, But Noah had never liked that pace. He had always taken the shortest route to power, but he didn't have any alternative approach in that situation. In the end, June decided to ask Flying Demon to freeze her, which forced Noah to spend those boring years on his own. Without his lover around, Noah could only spend his time in endless training sessions that brought little results. Of course, only Noah could consider his improvements slow. Most powerhouses couldn't even come close to his training speed even on the surface. Being in the liquid stage of the 6th rank meant that Noah had to push his existence in the realm of the laws. He didn't need to improve the quantity or the quality of his darkness anymore. The cultivation journey forced him to focus on the purity of his individuality now. The true meanings carried by the laws were pure expressions of power, and Noah had to turn his vast existence into something similar. Noah's law was an expression of his ambition. It forced his power to reach peaks that his cultivation levels had yet to see, and it pushed his prowess on leagues that were still at a few decades from his current state. The law of ambition relied on Noah's potential. Since he knew that he would reach those heights, his individuality allowed him to obtain a speck of that power for a short period. Still, that couldn't possibly be the only aspect of his individuality, especially since his existence carried various characteristics. The only problem was that Noah struggled to find them due to his slow improvements. 400 years had to pass before Noah began to consider the idea of leaving the separate dimension. King Elbaz destroyed every sensor he found, but the automaton kept sending new ones into the outer world whenever he opened a new door. That allowed the hive to gather some data before the royal took care of them again. The royal's leader even stopped destroying the sensors at some point, so the hive slowly regained vision of the situation on the surface. Most of it wasn't visible due to new formations that had appeared there, but Noah's focus had never been on that. The sensors of the hive mainly pointed at the sky. All the assets were waiting for when the heaven tribulation would arrive and bring King Elbaz to the 7th rank. Noah's last line to King Elbaz wasn't a taunt. He had meant his words back then. King Elbaz had managed to defeat an entire world, so Noah had no intention to fight him anymore. In his opinion, the royal would surely reach the immortal lands, so he didn't need to settle his grudges there. Moreover, Noah didn't manage to feel completely angry about King Elbaz. The royal had killed Chasing Demon and forced the hive to run away, but he was an existence worthy of respect. Noah couldn't think of anyone more worthy of the immortal lands than King Elbaz, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to beat him as long as he remained in the liquid stage. King Elbaz's expertise in the inscription fields alone made him a perfect candidate for the higher plane. Still, his cultivation level had always been equally impressive, so that sealed the matter for Noah. "I have today's reports," Flying Demon announced when he entered a hall filled with icy pillars that contained cultivators. "Nothing out of the ordinary. The sky is clear." Noah was in front of the pillar containing June when he heard those words, and a sigh escaped his mouth. King Elbaz was still somewhere in the lower plane. The organizations couldn't go out just yet. "There have been small troubles with the hybrids and the Shandal Empire," Flying Demon continued. "Do you want to hear about them?" Noah thought about the matter for a second, but he eventually shook his head. He didn't care about any of those issues, and he had appointed his underlings there already. Flying Demon saw that answer and sighed. His gaze remained on Noah for a few seconds before he decided to walk toward him. The demon sat next to Noah while inspected him with a curious expression. However, some surprise appeared on Noah's face when he saw Flying Demon taking out a jug of wine from his space ring. "I thought we had finished the wine 300 years ago," Noah exclaimed as a cup appeared in his hands. "I've kept this hidden until now," Flying Demon said as a laugh escaped from his mouth. "I planned to drink this after we came out of the dimension, but you seem to need it more than me." "I'm just bored," Noah replied as he stretched the hand holding the cup. Flying Demon smirked at that sight and poured some wine for him and Noah before their gaze went on the pillars filling the room. "Boredom is part of a powerhouse's life," Flying Demon said after he took a sip from his cup. "I still remember Master causing troubles whenever he met a bottleneck or completed his projects." "I think you have more experience in living inside prisons for centuries," Noah replied, and Flying Demon showed an ugly expression before exploding into a loud laugh. How much did we lose in these years? Noah asked after a while. We didn't lose, Flying Demon said as he checked the reports accu.mulat through the years. Our power has increased, but not as much as we wished. I bet the Elbas family will be far stronger than before once we come out of here. We'll fight anyway, Noah replied. Of course. Flying Demon continued as his expression became cold. I want to get rid of the rust on these old bones right away. Noah's expression became cold too at those words, and they both continued to stare at the pillars as they shared that jug of wine. In their minds, they could only think of the moment when they could finally come out in the open to reclaim what they had lost against King Elbas. Unfortunately for them, they had to wait for another 100 years before their sensors picked up signs of black clouds covering a large chunk of the sky. Clouds began to fill the sky seen by the sensors of the hive. That was the news that everyone living inside the separate dimension expected, but it only gave birth to another waiting period. The sensors fell apart after the clouds came. The hive went blind again and started to see the surface's situation only after days went by. A fissure had opened in the sky once the leaders and the other higher-ups restored their sensors. A white light came out of the crack, and a peculiar aura reached the various inscribed items that kept tracks of the situation on the surface. The hive didn't have any doubt. Someone had gone through the heaven tribulation and had gained access to the immortal lands. Everyone knew the existence behind that feat, but that signal didn't start a mass exodus just yet. The heaven tribulation was only one of 3 tests that King Elbas had to overcome. The hive waited for years. The first fissure closed after a while, but new ones didn't appear. No one believed that King Elbas had decided to ascend right away. He was the type of existence that would settle old matters before traveling toward the higher plane. Noah didn't deploy defenses nor prepared the population for war. A god was an existence that heroic cultivators couldn't face no matter how many methods they deployed. If King Elbas wanted to settle the old scores with the 3 organizations, Noah wouldn't even waste time to think about that. Time passed, but no fissure appeared in the sky. The sensors didn't catch any image worthy of the leader's attention. A tremor swept the separate dimension during that period. The traps didn't trigger, but an invader entered those hidden areas and spread his divine consciousness across the many tunnels and halls. The higher-ups didn't even need to guess the identity of their invader. There was only one existence capable of gaining access to a divine sea of consciousness in those mortal lands. King Elbas appeared inside the separate dimension and announced his arrival to the population. Short tongues of golden flames came out of his skin as his aura spread inside that fake world. The royal didn't need to make preparations anymore. He was a god now. Defenses in the heroic ranks couldn't even force him to deploy his energy. I only want Noah Bulvin, King Elbas announced after chaos spread inside the separate dimension. That line surprised the higher-ups, but they eventually tried to contact Noah with their inscribed notebooks. That effort was unnecessary since King Elbas' voice had echoed through the entirety of the dimension. Noah came out of a teleportation matrix inside the separate dimension a few minutes later. His face radiated the pure determination that filled his mind, but there was no fear in his eyes. King Elbas was a god now. Noah was a resourceful cultivator, but he didn't have methods to deal with an existence on that level. He had teleported there knowing that he couldn't escape meeting the royals even if he relied on his many strategies. Noah flew to meet King Elbas on the empty ceiling of the separate dimension. He had accepted death long ago, so the meeting didn't cause any outburst in his instincts. His mind didn't feel any danger. Noah's centers of power had tuned with his mindset and didn't trigger any survival instinct. It was as if his sea of consciousness knew that he had accepted death as a possible outcome. Noah knew that he couldn't escape that situation. He had hoped that King Elbas would leave the lower plane without minding his past grudges. But there was nothing else that he could do now. If King Elbas wanted him dead, there was nothing in the entire plane that could save him. Noah felt free when he flew toward King Elbas. For the first time in many years, he didn't feel the burden of the political environment in those mortal lands, and all his worries slowly abandoned him as he flew toward that meeting. When he reached the royal, Noah didn't feel like defying Demon or the hive leader. He was simply an existence meeting another powerful cultivator. All the restrictions and labels had gone away in a situation that could lead to his death. "I thought you would have tried to resist this," King Elbaz said when Noah reached him. "You might have gained a few years." Noah smirked, and his ambition seeped out of his figure like an unstoppable wave. He even stopped controlling his aura before replying to the royal. "What's the point of delaying certain death?" Noah replied. "Kill me if you have to. I've never wasted time in my life. I won't start now." King Elbaz smiled at those words, and his arrogance spread through the separate dimension. His consciousness carried an energy that Noah couldn't wholly understand, and the soul blowing of his mental waves expanded the edges of the area. Noah showed no fear at that show of power. He felt devoid of every emotion in front of that powerful existence. Feelings weren't something for an expert who had accepted his death. King Elbaz eventually retracted his aura when he saw that Noah didn't show any reaction. A tinge of disappointment appeared on the royal's expression before he started to speak. "You have understood your position too well," King Elbaz said as a sigh escaped his mouth. "Even a god can't make you tremble once you give up on life." King Elbaz stopped speaking to analyze Noah's expression again, but he soon continued his speech. "I'm not here to kill you," King Elbaz said. "I've spent the last years exploring every spot in these mortal lands, and I've even ventured at the center of the other world. These plains have no more secrets for me, and my interest in them has already waned." Noah remained expressionless, but part of him envied King Elbaz. The royal had reached a level of power when he could travel easily in every danger zone of the world and come back in a few years. There wasn't a higher level in the lower planes. King Elbaz had reached the very peak of that world. "I've spoken with Shandal's will," King Elbaz eventually said. "I should be outside of heaven and earth system, but I can also be their missing piece. Even that failure of a god couldn't be certain about this. I can only go to the immortal lands and find out." "Is this fear that I sense?" Noah said as his smirk widened. "Is the mighty King Elbaz afraid of the rulers of the world?" Noah didn't care that his words were offensive. He had stopped holding back since he couldn't beat King Elbaz anyway. "Yeah," King Elbaz replied, and his smile faded to make room for a pensive expression. The royal appeared bothered about that issue. "You appear to be quite against heaven and earth," King Elbaz continued. "Killing you gives me no benefit, but leaving you alive might help me one day. As much as I hate your confidence, I can only agree with your last farewell. We'll see each other again in the immortal lands." King Elbaz began to fade after he gave voice to that line, but Noah remained still as he waited for that situation to end. "I've fixed the new continent," King Elbaz said as his figure slowly dispersed among his golden halo. "Have fun conquering it. There is only boredom afterward." Then, King Elbaz vanished, and a mental message reached Noah's mental sphere. A fissure leading for the immortal lands had appeared on the sky again. "Well?" Noah shouted after King Elbaz's figure dissolved. "You heard him. Prepare for the invasion on the surface." King Elbaz didn't contain his voice during the meeting. The entire separate dimension had heard his replies to Noah, and the same went for the latest announcement. His words echoed through the many screens and items that filled that place. Needless to say, Noah's announcement gave birth to a chaotic awakening of the population inside the dimension. Many human cultivators there had never seen the surface, and those who had been lucky enough to live there longed for it since the first century spent in hiding. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana teleported where Noah was and reached him on the ceiling of the dimension after his announcement. "The crack has just appeared," Great Elder Diana said. "We should wait a few more years before starting the invasion." "I agree," God's left hand continued. "This can be a trap. I wouldn't believe King Elbaz so easily." Noah glanced at the two matriarchs and scoffed. Emotions surged inside his mind now that he knew that his cultivation journey wasn't over, and a loud laugh came out of his mouth. The matriarchs stared at Noah, who laughed without even holding back. They showed a confused expression since they couldn't understand how he could be so relaxed in that situation. Noah continued to laugh as the memories of his life resurfaced in his vision. He had been ready to throw them away just a few minutes ago, But he didn't need to give up on his individuality anymore. King Elbaz had said that Noah could attack the world without worrying about him, and Noah believed him. The royal had never relied on lame tactics when he was a heroic cultivator, so he had no reason to do that now that he was a god. "I thought you knew how a god's mind worked," Noah said once he managed to suppress his laugh. King Elbaz's eyes can't see the lower plane anymore. They are stuck on the immortal lands. He won't act even if we destroyed his entire organization right in front of him. "There's nothing wrong with being careful," Great Elder Diana said. She agreed with Noah, but the organizations had already waited for 5 centuries. A few more years wouldn't make any difference in their situation. However, Noah wasn't as patient as her. He would have gladly waited if he had something to do inside the separate dimension, but it had been a long time since he felt some incentives rousing his ambition. "Careful," Noah replied while scoffing again. "A god has just pierced our defenses and left without leaving any trace of his passage. We can't stop him even if we detonated the whole dimension. Give up and start preparing your troops. This is an order." Great Elder Diana's eyes widened at those words, and some battle intent surged inside her. Noah didn't show any awkwardness when he ordered her around, and he even appeared quite at ease when he did that. Still, she had to calm down after she analyzed the situation in her mind. Noah was right, and it was in her interest to do as he said even if she didn't acknowledge him as her leader. "You too," Noah said as he turned toward God's left hand. "I'll let the weaker troops have fun for a few weeks. I'll join the battlefield afterward." God's left hand wanted to complain, but she agreed to his orders without saying anything. The 2 matriarchs left to prepare their organizations for the incoming battle, and Noah picked his inscribed notebook to do the same. Chaos spread inside the separate dimension. Every rank 5 cultivator and powerhouse started to reassemble armies and prepare strategies as Noah's orders reached them. Noah didn't remain in the middle of that area. He teleported where the ice pillars had remained for years and waited for Flying Demon's arrival. Flying Demon reached him in less than an hour, and Dreaming Demon was with him. She had tagged along her lover to make sure that the awakening of those cultivators went well. Moreover, Noah's lover was among those frozen by Flying Demon's individuality. Dreaming Demon wanted to make sure that nothing happened to June. "Are we finally reclaiming the new continent?" Flying Demon asked as he snapped his fingers. White flowers started to appear on the pillars after his gesture. The more they grew, the more ice they took away from the structures, keeping the cultivators safe from the passage of time. "We'll claim the whole world," Noah replied. "I know I won't have anyone on my level after my next breakthrough. I want to enjoy my last war on a lower plane." "Well said." A female voice suddenly resounded inside the area, and Noah couldn't help but smile after hearing it. His arms spread as he waited for his lover to come in his embrace. June had awakened as soon as the ice began to disappear, and she couldn't help but announce her happiness when she heard Noah's line. Her battle intent spiked as the ice finished flowing inside the flowers. Her aura filled the entire hall, and black sparks appeared on her figure as she took long steps toward Noah. June jumped right inside Noah's embrace when she reached him, and the 2 of them exchanged a long hug. June had been unconscious during her period inside the ice, so she let Noah hold her as much as he needed to. She had always known that Noah would have a hard time alone inside the separate dimension, but she couldn't risk her cultivation level. Still, she didn't mind remaining in her lover's arms for a while, even if a war was about to start. June's cultivation level was unstable. She appeared half-step inside the 6th rank, but she radiated intense and violent shockwaves that carried a far superior power. She seemed about to advance, but she wouldn't let her perfect circuit improve now. She needed a battle to maximize her gains from the breakthrough. "How long until we are ready to go?" June asked while her face remained immersed in Noah's chest. "No more than a week," Noah replied. "Most of the new assets have never seen a war. They should gain some experience as soon as possible." "What about you?" June asked as she left his chest to stare deep into his vertical pupils. "I will join the war only after the first clashes," Noah replied while placing a hand on her cheek. He caressed her with his thumb while he immersed himself in the sensation that their reunion caused. "How generous of you," June smirked before leaving a kiss on Noah's lips. Then, she escaped his hug to make a few preparations for the war. The other experts frozen by Flying Demon's individuality awakened after her departure, and Dreaming Demon used her mental waves to put them up to date with the current events. Battle intent leaked from their figures as they left to prepare for the war. They had chosen to freeze themselves because the environment of the separate dimension was too peaceful for their individualities. They wouldn't back down from a battle of that size. Noah watched the experts bow to him and leave the area after they recovered. The demons kept their eyes on him for a while before they retreated to their quarters too. "I'm not generous," Noah thought as he replayed June's joke in his mind. "I simply don't think anyone can stop me if King Elbaz doesn't intervene." Noah had gone through rough periods inside the separate dimension, and his cultivation level didn't improve by much compared to his usual training speed. Yet, he had used that time to meditate. Noah couldn't test his abilities inside the separate dimension, but his journey through the last stages of the 6th rank was more than a mere slashing session. Techniques were useful to cultivators, but they had to nurture their individualities to obtain their power. King Elbaz had proved that already. He had to lose all his items and disposable weapons to complete his path. Noah had always owned various techniques that only expressed certain aspects of his individuality. Sword Saint had trained him so that he could put his entire existence into his slashes, and Noah had completed that phase when he reached the liquid stage. Still, that was only the starting point for his journey to become a law. Now that his entire existence was in one place, he had to make it grow until it obtained a true meaning. Noah had techniques that were stronger than his existence in the past. Sword Saint's final slash could overcome the attacks that made use of his dark world, which meant that Noah's individuality couldn't surpass abilities that carried sheer superior power. However, that had changed during the 500 years spent inside the separate dimension. Noah used that time to focus on his individuality, and his prowess had benefited from that. Noah knew that he was far stronger than before. He didn't know exactly how powerful he had gotten due to the lack of proper enemies in those years, but his instincts told him that he was nowhere near his previous level. The fissure leading to the Immortal lands was still open in the sky when the cultivators who had lived inside the separate dimension for more than 5 centuries came out of it. A blinding white light appeared on the western side of the new continent, and an army of cultivators replaced it when it dimmed. The 3 organizations took out all their assets except for the weaker human experts. Noah gazed at the sea for an instant before focusing on the white crack leaking out a welcoming aura. He felt a pulling force trying to bait him to enter it, but his mind cut away that influence immediately. The fact that the crack was still open meant that King Elbaz had yet to leave those mortal lands. However, Noah didn't care about that. Even if his feelings came from the simple respect toward another talented existence, he trusted the royal. Noah didn't hesitate and led the troops toward the surface. A bit of hesitation filled the 2 matriarchs and the other higher-ups, but they followed Noah without giving voice to any complaint. When the massive group of experts came out of the sea and gazed their eyes on the new continents, they couldn't help but remain speechless. King Elbaz had burned almost every region when he returned from the separate reality. Entire lands had become nothing more than charred wastelands under the effects of his higher energy. However, the scenery that welcomed the assets of the 3 organizations was the complete opposite of what they recalled about the new continent. Immense prairies and many magical plants filled their vision. The roars of magical beasts echoed through the surface, making it give off a lively atmosphere. The terrain had many large fissures, but it wasn't dead anymore. Even the central territories had completely recovered. King Elbaz had fixed the new continent in those 500 years, but he had to take the energy required for the task from somewhere. The powerhouses were the first to notice the differences from the piece of Immortal lands that they recalled. The new continent was initially brimming with breath and uninhabitable by human cultivators, but that landmass radiated a weaker power now. The breath in the air wasn't as dense as before, and even the ground contained less energy. It was as if King Elbaz had sacrificed the quality of that landmass to restore its state. The human cultivators who had come out of the separate dimension deactivated the inscribed items meant to shield them from the pressure of the breath. The new condition of the landmass allowed them to walk freely in those regions. The new continent wasn't nearly as poor as the old one in its current condition, but it was far from its previous peaks. The experts of the world had managed to ruin it in a bit more than a millennium. Of course, they wouldn't complain about that outcome. The major organizations had always known that their unrestrained growth would eventually turn the new continent in that state. It had merely happened earlier than they expected. Noah soon lost interest in the new environment and focused on searching for traces of enemies. His consciousness expanded and covered half of the western coast with his sharp mental waves. Shining lines appeared whenever Noah's consciousness flew above the regions. The entirety of the coastline appeared to be under the influence of defenses capable of bearing his innate pressure. Noah didn't trigger those formations with his pressure, but the resilience shown during his analysis confirmed that they were all defenses in the 6th rank. "I didn't say that taking the world will be easy." King Elba's voice echoed through the sky, and golden flames appeared right under the crack. The flames condensed until they took the shape of King Elba's. The royal appeared in the sky and spread his aura through the world so that everyone could feel it. It was a calm aura that hid a violent behavior. King Elba's seemed a ticking bomb ready to explode whenever the situation required it. Many weaker heroic cultivators took steps back at the sight of King Elba's hovering in the sky, but Noah had completely different feelings. There was only annoyance in his mind. "Why are you still here?" Noah asked as he shouted toward the crack. "Go to the higher plane already. Leave us ants to our games." Noah replying in that way to a divine cultivator was a sight that made many experts fear for their lives. They didn't know if defying demon had angered King Elbaz with his aloof and uncaring character. Yet, King Elbaz limited himself to show a smile at those words before turning to fly toward the insides of the crack. A couple of rank 6 cultivators came out from the center of the new continent at that point and began to shout toward King Elbaz. "Wait, father," Second Princess said as she tried to reach King Elbaz before it was too late. "Take care of this army," Third Prince said. "If you kill them, the Elbaz family will keep control of 2 worlds for millennia." King Elbaz stopped flying when he heard those words, and the experts inside Noah's army trembled when they saw him turning toward them. They initially thought that his descendants' pleads had succeeded, but they soon understood that they were wrong. The royals' leader continued to turn until he faced Second Princess and Third Prince, and he stared at them for a few seconds before giving voice to a phrase that made them show ugly expressions. "I am the Elbaz family," King Elbaz said before turning and flying through the fissure. Third Prince and Second Princess remained speechless when King Elbaz left the lower plane while giving voice to that arrogant line. Still, they didn't expect that his words alone could help them. The whole world watched his departure and the defeated organizations staring as his thinning figure knew that he had spoken the truth. King Elbaz was the foundation and the very core of his organization. King Elbaz had a mysterious past. He had lived under the suppression of the previous royal family and had managed to overcome it with his power. Then, he had brought his family to the peak of the world. The royal's accomplishments also went far beyond any other expert living in his era, and he had achieved feats that many believed to be impossible. The dimensional tunnel alone was enough to make his name immortal in that plane. Connecting 2 mortal lands was a feat that many experts had only dreamed of accomplishing. His war against the whole world sealed his position as an incredible warrior too. King Elbaz was a perfect cultivator that didn't have any weakness. He was a monster in battle, and when it came to the inscription field, King Elbaz's departure triggered the bystanders' memories, and they could only marvel when they thought about the existence who had just left the plane. The fissure's closing put an end to King Elbaz's history in the lower plane, but it gave birth to his legend. A tremor ran through Third Prince and Second Princess bodies when the fissure in the sky closed. The immense respect that the 3 organizations' assets felt toward King Elbaz improved the innate arrogance that his descendants carried. The 2 royals felt a surge of power filling their centers of power. Golden flames came out of their bodies as if they were the flares of a star, and their cultivation level rose during the process. Third Prince and Second Princess were nothing more than powerhouses near the halfway mark of the gaseous stage before that scene. Yet, their cultivation level rose till the peak of the stage after their patriarch left the world. Noah gazed at the royals, but he didn't act. He had decided that he would leave the initial stages of the invasion to his underlings, so he had no intention of charging ahead just yet. Moreover, the two royals weren't worthy of his time. He might have fun dealing with the formations covering the new continent, but defeating them wouldn't bring him any benefit. I wonder if Second Prince has come back from the separate reality, Noah thought as he gazed toward the new continent. He should still be King Elba's heir. The cultivator's gazes from the three organizations went on Noah while he wondered whether there was a worthy opponent left on the plane. The centuries spent inside the separate dimension had solidified Noah's position as the three organizations' leader. The Council and the Shandal Empire were still independent, but they knew that they needed the Hive's help to take back part of the world. Noah briefly glanced at the army behind him before pointing at the new continent. His aura surged as he spoke human words that carried low roars with them. I won't join the battlefield for a year. You want to conquer something before I step into the fray. The assets of the three organizations didn't need motivational speeches. They had developed an intense eagerness to return to the surface after surviving inside the separate dimension for 500 years. Even the cultivators who knew only the separate dimension had that eagerness. They had grown hearing the legends of a better place, and seeing it for the first time made their enthusiasm spike. Every cultivator and hybrid who had gone through the life inside the dimension could barely hold back from charging toward the new continent. Noah's words lifted their restraints and acted as a signal for the beginning of the invasion. The army around him charged ahead without even bothering to assemble into battle formations. The royals stabilized their condition and activated their defensive formations when they saw the massive number of heroic cultivators charging toward the western coastline. The three organizations didn't lose much power during those 5 centuries. They had to limit their growth due to the scarcity of resources inside the dimension. Still, the breakthroughs of some assets made up for that drawback. Faith and Daniel had reached the 6th rank during those years. The addition of 2 powerhouses to the Alliance brought its power way past that of any other organization. The Alliance had 10 powerhouses in its ranks, and 2 of them were now the strongest existences in those mortal lands since King Elba's had left. There were magical beasts hidden inside the sea that could surpass their level, but Noah and Great Elder Diana expressed the human world's current peak. That's not higher energy, Noah thought as he analyzed the royals who still released golden flames from their figures. He decided to watch the invasion from a casual spot in the sky, and he didn't miss that critical detail about the royals' power. It seemed that they only gained access to part of their father's individuality. Normal breath fueled those golden flames, and their power only appeared slightly more threatening than different types of fire. Gigantic spears formed on the coastline, and their tips rose toward the sky to point at the incoming army. An intense aura came out of their ethereal shapes, and a blinding halo began to cover their figures. The entire western coast lit up as the army marched ahead. The aura of formations with power in the middle tier of the 6th rank filled the sky, but the 3 organizations' experts didn't let it scare them. Defensive formations in the middle tier were still fine. The 9 powerhouses charging ahead of the army could handle them and open a path where the army could pass. However, there weren't only 9 existences in front of the army. A peak rank 5 cultivator was among them and released black sparks from her feet to match their speed. She must be excited. Noah sighed when he noticed June trying to keep up with the powerhouses. Her cultivation level slowly rose as she neared the coastline. June sensed the arrival of a battle, and her perfect circuit produced as much higher energy as it could to fuel her individuality. June was a battle maniac who couldn't join a fight for centuries. The only thought that she was finally about to release her power made her cultivation level grow. Spears shot out of the golden halo filling the western coastline. Each of those attacks radiated the aura of a powerhouse at the bottom of the liquid stage. Cracks filled the sky as those attacks flew toward the army. More than 30 spears were converging on the experts from the 3 organizations. That was an offensive that could push the powerhouses to their limits. Great Elder Diana and God's left hand prepared themselves to cast their best spells. They were the only powerhouses in the liquid stage, so it was in their interest to take care of those attacks. That would save the weaker powerhouses energy, and it would give their organizations more chances to seize regions before Noah stepped on the battlefield. However, black lines suddenly appeared at the center of those spears and divided them in half. No cracks spread from those new attacks, but the matriarchs stopped their charge to glance at the powerhouse who had decided to remain behind. 1 year starting now. Noah revealed a cold smile when the matriarchs fixed their eyes on him. His action reminded them who was at the peak of the chain of command. A chill ran down the royal spines when they saw the spears cut in half. Those attacks lost their power and vanished into a cloud of golden energy. Third Prince and Second Princess recalled Noah's prowess very well. They had witnessed his determination when he conquered Divine Market City, and they had heard about his feats during the battle against King Elbaz. Noah was a monster, but he had a fatal weakness. He was too young. His past battle prowess was already miraculous for someone on his level. However, his current power appeared boundless. The royals saw how Noah didn't even need to move to fend off the attacks of their defensive formation. The 500 years spent inside the separate dimension had given him what he had always lacked due to his fast growth. He had now polished his power to make it express its true potential. Great Elder Diana and God's left hand felt amazed too. They had never seen Noah in action during the past 500 years, but their instincts had always told them that he was improving at a fast pace. Yet, they didn't expect his level to be so high. The matriarchs had understood how Noah had taken care of the spears, but the event still surprised them. The matriarchs didn't stare at Noah for too long. They quickly turned back to rejoin the powerhouses who had continued to fly toward the coastline. They had a critical mission to complete in that invasion. The matriarchs had to secure as many regions as they could before Noah decided to join the battlefield. As the leader of the hive, Noah was in complete control of the strongest organization in the world. He also was one of the most powerful existences in that plane, with only Great Elder Diana being his match. The Council and the Shandal Empire couldn't oppose the hive's will even if they joined forces, so they had to re-establish themselves on the new continent before it could say anything about that. Noah was aware of that. His decision to delay his taking part in the battlefield was an honest gift to the organizations that had fought King Elbaz with him. There was another reason too. Noah's underlings needed to fight, and he didn't want to hinder their chances to gain vital battle experiences. Noah preferred to leave them on their own for a while. After all, the Elbaz family wouldn't fall in only 1 year. Its defenses alone were enough to make it last for more than a decade. The defensive formations launched another attack right before the powerhouses managed to reach the new continent's shores. Golden spears flew in their direction, but they all faced them without any fear. The demons, Elder Regina, and Elder Julia took care of most of them by deploying some of their strongest techniques. The spears could match a liquid stage powerhouse's spell at the bottom of the stage, but they had limited power and an ethereal structure. The lack of a wielder also affected their structure. Flying demons' individuality made flowers grow everywhere in the sky. They released a peculiar aura that froze the air and slowed down the advance of the spears. Dreaming Demon unfolded her consciousness and made her mental waves seep inside the structure of the golden spears. Her goal was to weaken their fabric so that even gaseous stage powerhouses could take care of them. Elder Julia and Elder Regina supported the demons with spells that had a large area of effect. Elder Julia launched a massive wave of wind slashes that crashed on the weakened and restrained spears. At the same time, Elder Regina summoned an army of puppets to shield the group from the formation's remaining power. The spears struggled to pierce those attacks, but the powerhouses had focused their structural weaknesses. Techniques that were only a mass of energy were easy to destroy if a group had access to various types of spells. As expected, Noah thought while inspecting the battlefield. They are quite cheap. Noah had initially felt surprised when he saw formations covering the entire western coast, but he couldn't believe that they could express too much power. King Elbaz was a true master in the inscriptions field, but he had to respect certain limits when building formations. One of them was the fuel that they required. The new continent had suffered a lot after the last battle, and most of the reserves of energy in the world had vanished to face King Elbaz. The royal couldn't amass a lot of fuel in those 500 years, so he had to compromise on the spear's structures to make them cheap to cast. The spears were exceptional weapons capable of carrying a lot of power, but they were relatively easy to counter by cultivators who had a lot of battle experience. Of course, that was true only if those cultivators' power was near that of the spears. June coughed blood as the four powerhouses opened a path among the array of spears. The shockwaves radiated by those attacks were enough to destabilize her organs and create internal injuries. However, more black sparks came out of her figure after she stabilized her condition. Her individuality was already in motion. Her perfect circuit was producing massive quantities of higher energy to make her power go beyond her limits. When it came to June, surpassing her limits meant improvements in her cultivation level. She had remained at the peak of the 5th rank for a long time, but her power appeared about to take the last step after she suffered those injuries. The matriarchs caught up with the group of powerhouses and surpassed them to set foot on the new continent. Their auras then spread through the coastline and began to eradicate every shining line that they found. Tempests formed on the coastline and thick lightning bolts flew high in the sky to create masses of sparks that released smaller bolts toward the surface. The other powerhouses felt forced to stop when they saw that scene. They had managed to endure the previous attack due to its flaws, but they couldn't do anything against the matriarch's spells. Only June continued to fly forward. Her face became ashen, and blood continued to flow out of her mouth as the shockwaves running wild through the environment injured her. A cloud of black sparks formed and crumbled around her. June appeared on the verge of collapsing, but she strived through the shockwaves and landed on the landmass anyway. The energy released by the matriarch spells was even more intense in that spot. Injuries opened on June's skin, and blood splashed out of those wounds under the effect of those shockwaves. Yet June remained calm. There was only determination in her expression. The matriarchs and the other powerhouses began to worry about her well-being at that point. They vaguely understood how her relationship with Noah worked, but they didn't want to see her die. She was still Noah's lover. No one knew what he would do if she died due to the matriarch spells. It didn't matter that joining that battlefield was her mistake in the first place. The matriarchs and powerhouses couldn't imagine that June had done that on purpose. Her perfect circuit produced sparks continuously, and it eventually found the structure of her higher energy unsuitable for the new level of power that it was reaching. June's centers of power slowly took the last step that divided her from the 6th rank. They began to advance right in front of everyone. Tremors swept June whenever a shockwave hit her. She coughed blood almost rhythmically as convulsions filled her figure. Still, a different type of shockwave came out of her body after her centers of power started to advance to the 6th rank. A heartbeat began to echo in the area, and her sparks expanded after every beat. The matriarchs activated their defenses when they saw that June wasn't in control of the expansion of her higher energy, but her sparks began to converge back on her right before reaching them. The black sparks returned inside June's body, and she convulsed as all that energy amassed inside her perfect circuit. An orange halo filled the area around her, and shockwaves spread whenever her heart beat. The first heartbeat shattered the few strands of grass that had survived the matriarch spells. The second heartbeat filled the ground around June with cracks. The third one affected the sky, creating small cracks that led to the void in its fabric. At the fourth heartbeat, June's aura surged, and a series of chaotic black lightning bolts shot out of her figure. June's aura became more intense, and it soon broke into the 6th rank. Her power surged, and her higher energy went wild as she unleashed the battle intent that she had felt forced to suppress. Her hair fluttered in the wind that she created by launching those thick lightning bolts. Golden lines fell apart whenever her violent attacks landed on the inscriptions in the area. Even if June didn't do that on purpose, she helped the matriarchs take care of the formation that created the golden spears. June's breakthrough created a lightning storm on a region of the western coast. Her bolts flew in every direction and without a specific target, so her companions had to fend them off whenever they found one of them aiming for them. The matriarchs summoned shields while they continued to fuel the spells they had launched toward the inscriptions, but the other powerhouses had it slightly harder. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana had access to liquid breath, but the other powerhouses were only in the gaseous stage. Their individualities were intense, but their breadth couldn't match June's higher energy. Even if her cultivation level was lower than her companions, June's higher energy was far denser and could generate far more power. A white halo began to surround Daniel's figure. The lightning bolts entering inside his defensive spell split into orange and black bolts before vanishing inside the light. Faith needed to summon a spherical water shield that engulfed her figure to protect her from the lightning bolts. Her aura helped her defensive method by making June's attacks almost harmless to her. True Speed dodged those attacks, and the other elders could rely on similar methods to either evade or stop June's attacks. The only one who had to retreat was Scully, since her mental waves were a bad match for those dense lightning bolts. June's heartbeat continued to echo through the coast, and her power surged with it. More black sparks came out of her figure, and the entire area soon became a crackling mess. "Calm down," Great Elder Diana shouted. "You are obstructing the others." Great Elder Diana didn't have any political power over June, but she seemed to listen to the matriarch's words. June's body soon stopped releasing sparks randomly, but the intensity of her aura continued to rise nonetheless. Her heartbeat stopped though. June tried to hold back. She didn't want to destroy the area with her influence. Once June called back the lightning storm, the other powerhouses managed to land on the new continent and begin their clearing operation. No one had decided or ordered that, but every powerhouse knew that they had to take care of the defensive formations first. They couldn't leave those spears in the Elbas family's hands even if their ethereal structure made them easy to counter. The powerhouses divided pieces of the western coasts among themselves. Daniel took the southern part, where a grassland had replaced the desert that filled that region. He waved his hand, and a white halo rose from the ground and condensed among the formations. In a bit less than a few seconds, Daniel destroyed those formations and cleared the area. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana continued to unleash their previous spells to deal with the formation. They took care of the central regions and covered the largest area among the group. The weaker assets relied on their strongest abilities to take care of those shining lines. They took care of the remaining regions, and they also remained in a group to avoid unforeseen negative consequences. Only the demons, Elder Julia, and Elder Regina didn't join that massive clearing operation. The formations continued to launch spears even if they aimed at the coast, so they needed to block those that targeted their companions. June took out a golden spear from her space ring. A buzzing sound came out of the long weapon, and a series of lines dug its surface to create a linear pattern. She didn't have many chances to use her living weapon because she had only been one of the many weaker assets against King Elbas. However, she could unleash its true power now. The weapon was a quasi-rank 6 item. Now that June was a powerhouse, she could push its efficiency to its limits and make use of the inscriptions that she had added on top of Noah's work. June was an expert in the formations field. The book that she had retrieved from Chandal's dimension had taught her a lot. She had even modified some of the methods recorded there. Black sparks flowed inside the spear and amassed inside the lines dug by Noah. The buzzing sound intensified at that point, but June wasn't satisfied with that amount of power. More black sparks came out of her body to flow inside her living weapon. The spear appeared unable to contain her energy at some point, but inscriptions appeared on top of it to enhance its storage capacity. June pointed the spear toward the northern side of the coastline. Those regions were still empty because the weaker powerhouses had started the clearing operation from the corner of the landmass, so she could go all out. The spear released a blinding orange halo, and June's heartbeat resumed echoing in the area. Then, at the third heartbeat, a dark, crackly wave of energy came out of her weapon and created a beam that reached far in the distance. Moreover, the attack continued to remain active as long as June had enough fuel to pour inside the weapon. She only needed to tilt the spear a few times to clear half of a region in a few minutes. The defensive formations on the coastline couldn't survive the joint assault of the powerhouses. They didn't have anyone protecting them, so they could only crumble under the might of the invaders. The invaders appeared about to conquer their first territory right after the beginning of the war. That could be a magnificent feat that would surely boost the morale of the troops who had yet to join the battlefield. However, A golden light soon rose from the coast's broken ground and began to fix the inscriptions. Even if the powerhouses continued to unleash their spells, the halo mended half of the formations. The resilience of the Elbas family's formations was something that the Hive had learnt after its many attacks on the royals' domain. They had invented inscriptions capable of fixing the shining lines, which made their defenses extremely annoying to deal with. However, the amount of power displayed by the assets that had come out of the separate dimension was immense. The two matriarchs were unstoppable. Their spells could almost cover entire regions and rip off any formations on their surface in a matter of minutes. The other powerhouses weren't weak either, but they needed more time to deal with those defenses. Faith wasn't even well-versed in offensive spells. She had average attacks for a powerhouse at her level, but her main quality was her impenetrable defense. Still, the Elbas family didn't have large reserves of energy, so it couldn't keep the healing light active for a long time. The relentless destruction of the defensive formations on the western coast consumed a lot of the energy accu.mulat in the area. Even the inscriptions on the inland regions would suffer if those reserves were to vanish. Third Prince and Second Princess could only activate more defenses in front of such a display of power. The regions near the western coast lit up, and various formations became visible on their surface. The powerhouses had to face different formations since they had decided to spread their efforts through the entire western coast. A series of golden giants rose in the region next to Great Elder Diana and began to walk in her direction. They all radiated an aura at the bottom of the middle tier and wielded long spears that spread flames around their tips. A wall made of runes came out of the territory next to God's left hand. They turned toward the matriarch and began to gather energy once all of them pointed at her. Puppets of various sizes appeared next to Faith. They marched through the sky while a trail of golden flames came out of their feet. Elder Julia had to deal with an army of enslaved hybrids, and Elder Regina found a series of red warehouse surging from a region nearby and cracking in her direction. Scully saw multiple magical plants growing around her under the effects of some inscriptions. They had green trunks and a series of thick metal-like branches that turned in her direction and began to charge at her. Massive structures came out of the ground from a region near June. They appeared as buildings with a series of runes on their sides, but their effects were unclear. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon witnessed how the ground of the region next to them surged to take the shape of a massive dark yellow monster. The creature had two vaguely humanoid arms, but its body was round, and a large crack spread at its base as if it was a giant mouth. More puppets appeared near True Speed. They were different from those that had formed in the region near Faith. Her opponents had different shapes and emitted flames, while those against him seemed to be simple armored knights. Elder Laura had to face something similar to the warehouse I.P.S against Elder Regina. She was against a series of large ballistae already pointed in her direction. Golden runes exploded in the region near Daniel, and 3 cultivators came out of the halo they had released. The trio appeared to belong to the Elbas family, but they had golden hair and green eyes, which expressed how far they were from the main bloodline. Yet, the 3 of them were powerhouses at the bottom of the 6th rank. It seemed that the Elbas family had managed to increase its number of assets on that level during the last 500 years. The royal pool has survived the battle against King Elbas, Noah thought when he saw the 3 new powerhouses on the royal side. The awful scent of the royal pool had reached his nostrils even if he was at some distance from the western coast. Noah was sure that the Elbas family had relied on that miraculous item to refill its assets. The battle broke out immediately. The powerhouses from the 3 organizations charged toward the new defenses and unleashed their cultivation levels full might to fend them off. Most of those defenses carried a power similar to powerhouses at the bottom of the liquid stage, but they shared the same weaknesses as the golden spears. It would be hard for the weaker powerhouses to deal with the new defenses, but they were confident that the Elbas family couldn't withstand a long battle. Great Elder Diana waved her hands, and her black lenses assembled behind her back. She then turned her weapons toward the giants while pointing her forefinger to the ground under her. Orange sparks accu.mulat behind the assembled lenses and released lightning bolts on their black glass. The power contained in Great Elder Diana's spell skyrocketed after her attacks came out of her weapons, and 3 massive bolts crashed on the giants before they could even react. Other lightning bolts came out of her fingers. They weren't as big as those enhanced by her inscribed weapon, but they were more than enough to deal with the formation creating the golden spears. The matriarch didn't want to stop her attack on the western coast. She had a way to maximize the depletion of energy on the enemy's side, so she used most of her power to take care of both formations. God's left hand did the same. She had understood the Elbas family's situation, so she relied on massive storms and piercing attacks to destroy the regions around her and take care of the beams that the runes had begun to launch. Gales blew from behind her and crashed on the wall of runes together with the tornadoes that she created. Some of them took the shape of large arrows when she needed to destroy those formations' cores. Many of the other powerhouses couldn't deal with the new formations and the lines creating the golden spears at the same time. They needed the entirety of their cultivation level to face the defenses in the middle tier of the 6th rank. True Speed completely ignored the western coast as yellow sparks began to run on his legs. He charged toward the puppets while leaving a trail of cracks in the sky that closed in a few seconds. One of his kicks could make a puppet crumble even if their armors partially absorbed the lightning bolts released with his attacks. His power wasn't overwhelming, but he could face that army even if his cultivation level made him unsuitable for that type of battle. Scully had also forsaken the coast, and her mental waves filled the sky as she tried to stop the metallic branches from converging on her spot. The magical plants around her continued to grow, but the powerhouse focused on increasing the number of gales condensed on the battlefield. Faith jumped right among the army charging at her and unleashed her individuality. The puppets tried to attack her, but their fiery abilities weren't a match for the azure sphere that had appeared around her figure. The shield wasn't mighty, but Faith's individuality made all the attacks change their course and disperse into energy inside her defenses. Daniel was in the same situation as the weaker powerhouses. He was already stronger than the average cultivator in the gaseous stage of the 6th rank, but his opponents were quite annoying. He was against 2 men and 1 woman at the bottom of the 6th rank. Daniel couldn't focus on the inscriptions generating the golden spears when he was busy with a battle on that level. A white halo spread from Daniel's figure and covered a large chunk of the sky as he charged toward his opponents. The 3 powerhouses took out a series of defensive items before deploying various offensive spells that converged toward Daniel. A wave of blue flames, bird-like creatures made of gray metal, and 3 massive pillars flew toward Daniel. They entered the expanding white halo and tried to converge on the cultivator at its center. However, Daniel's individuality purified those attacks and turned them into nothing more than breath. Even the auras of the royals vanished from that energy under the effects of the white halo. The white light then morphed. Its surface became unstable as flares came out of its spherical shape. The flares shot in every direction and purified everything they touched. Any inscription illuminated by Daniel's light vanished, and the powerhouse's defenses crumbled when his individuality reached them. The royals had deployed the usual defensive methods of the Elbas family. They wore golden armors, a golden halo surrounded their figures, and runes covered their skins. Their protections weren't on the princes and princess level, but they still reached the peak of the lower tier in power. Yet, Daniel's individuality turned them into nothing more than raw materials and pieces of metal. Moreover, the light that had seeped through the defenses had turned pieces of their skin into withered tissues. Cracks appeared on those spots under the stunned powerhouse's inspection, and they couldn't help but retreat when they understood how dangerous Daniel was. Daniel wasn't as impressive as Noah when it came to his battle prowess, but he had one of the rarest aptitudes too. The many events in his life and his growth inside the hive had made him capable of facing peak gaseous stage powerhouses even if he had been in the 6th rank for only a few centuries. June could take care of the coastline and the structures that had come out from the nearby region. She didn't do that on purpose, or rather, unleashing her power affected the golden spears anyway, so she didn't need to focus on them. Black sparks covered her figure and spread in the environment to give birth to a loud lightning storm. June's higher energy behaved like Noah's cloud, but it had far different effects. June's heartbeat echoed through her higher energy, and lightning bolts shot out of it at every beat. The number of attacks even increased as June kept the ability active. The golden spear was still in her grasp, and part of the black sparks flowed inside it to prepare her next attack. June only needed to point it toward the structures that had begun to move in her direction to release a black wave of energy. The runes on the structure side lit up when June's attack landed on them. A series of shining lines appeared on the buildings and activated the ability of those formations. A golden whirlpool appeared on top of the runes while June continued to keep the spear pointed at the first structure. Her higher energy continued to flow inside her weapon, but her attack didn't seem able to destroy that building. The whirlpools struggled to deal with June's higher energy. Their inscription's purpose was to absorb breath, so that denser energy wasn't something that they could dismantle easily. Yet there was more than one building. The other structures moved to assist June's target, and their inscriptions fused when they made their sides touch. The shining lines slid on the structure's surface and reassembled themselves to suit that defensive measure's new form. The buildings had previously been independent defenses, but they had turned into a tall wall that gave birth to a single massive whirlpool. June's wave of energy eventually began to crumble under the effects of the golden whirlpool. Black sparks fell from the attack structure and entered the runes on the tall wall. The golden inscriptions on its surface changed color as June's higher energy fueled those formations. They became darker, and an orange halo started to surround the massive structure. Then, a golden beam came out of the whirlpool and started to fight against June's attack. The two waves of energy pushed each other as they tried to overwhelm their opponent's offensive. Orange and dark flashes shot out from the area where the two beams fought. The ground under the tall wall crumbled as June's sparks fell on the terrain and unleashed their immense power on the environment. A series of cracks eventually formed around the area where the two beams fought. Openings toward the voids surrounded those chaotic but dense waves of energy and expanded as more power leaked into the sky. June continued to pour more energy into the spear, but she soon understood that something was off. She felt that her attack lost power during the clash with the defensive wall. The whirlpool didn't disappear after it released the golden beam. It continued to absorb the black sparks and make them part of its power. Also, there didn't seem to be an end to its capacity. June could only witness as her attack slowly lost its ground against the golden beam. The advance of the wall's ability made the whirlpool absorb more of her higher energy and continued to increase its power. The golden beam eventually overwhelmed the black energy, and June felt forced to perform an evasive maneuver. Dense light fell on the storm that surrounded her, and it slowly lost power as lightning bolts pierced its structure. Part of the storms fell apart to destroy the golden beams, but higher energy came out of June's figure and refilled those missing spots. Also, the new sparks appeared far denser and more threatening than the previous ones. June's battle intent surged as she turned toward the tall, inscribed wall. The runes on its surface had abilities similar to her individuality, and she felt excited to have found something that could endure her relentless blows. She had found an opponent that could force her to unleash even more power. That was what June had desired for the past centuries. Her heartbeat became more intense as waves of higher energy came out of her figure and fueled her abilities. Her spear started to tremble as sparks flowed endlessly inside its inscriptions, and a buzzing sound came out of its shape. The storm became more violent too. Dark clouds appeared high in the sky as a result of the influence of June's sparks. She seemed to be able to influence the behavior of the environment with her aura. Shining lines lit up on the spear. They increased the amount of energy that the weapon could store, but June had long since stopped caring about its structural limits. A quasi-rank 6 weapon was a miraculous item in the hands of rank 5 cultivators. Yet, powerhouses required stronger assets, and June had reached that point as soon as she advanced. Daniel and Faith had to improve for a few decades before Noah's living weapons couldn't help them anymore. However, June had only needed to lose one clash to reach that point. Her perfect circuit produced so much energy that the entirety of her region on the western coast became nothing more than an array of black sparks. Lightning bolts fell from that array of higher energy and destroyed the ground under them. When June saw the first crack appearing on the spear, she pointed it at the wall and launched another crackling wave of energy. She intended to go all out and see where her individuality would bring her. Elder Laura had her fair share of issues facing the defensive formations. She shot arrows against the ballistics bolts, but her attacks couldn't stop those inscribed weapons attacks completely. The ballistae were inscribed weapons in the middle tier that launched bolts with power at the peak of the lower tier. The might that they were capable of was superior to most gaseous stage powerhouses. Elder Laura had to perform evasive maneuvers multiple times to dodge all the attacks coming in her direction. She even shot her morphing arrows toward the weapons when she found an opening, but her techniques would always crumble under the power of the bolts. Even if her arrows transformed into giant magical beasts, the bolts shot by the ballistae always pierced them to converge on her position. Moreover, the golden light filling the coastline was fixing the spears, so she was about to face formations on two sides. Still, Elder Laura couldn't do anything to avoid that outcome. She could only do her best and try to find a flaw in the ballistae's array. Elder Julia didn't have any issue facing the hybrid army and dealing with the coastline at the same time. Her wind slashes filled the sky above those regions and flew through everything that shone or moved. The formations on the coast couldn't do anything against that display of power, but the hybrids opposed some resistance. The hybrid army had one poisonous giant frog in the 6th rank as its leader. The creature's centers of power were near the bottom of the 6th rank, but it had many weaker beings ready to give their lives to defend it. The creatures in the army didn't belong to their leader's species. They could only display basic battle formations, but that didn't influence their battle prowess in front of a powerhouse. The weaker hybrids had power between the 4th and 5th rank, and only a few of them had a quasi-rank 6 body. It seemed that the Elbas family didn't invest too much in raising them and solely relied on their sheer power as a form of defense. The royals only wanted an army that could protect their regions, and the chains locked on the creatures took care of that task. The Elbas family couldn't care less if all the hybrids died to complete their missions. They were disposable assets anyway. The poisonous giant frog was a threatening opponent for a cultivator. It had a strong body, but it didn't lack long-range attacks that could match human spells. The royals had also taught it a few techniques, so its battle prowess was far above the level of its centers of power. It's a bad copy of the ancestors, Noah thought when he looked at the frog. He could see how the Elbas family had tried to improve the leader's condition, but they had been quite sloppy at it. The frog's spells empowered its innate poisonous abilities, but it didn't add other attacks to its arsenal. The royals didn't even try to make the creature express its full potential. They had disregarded fundamental aspects of its innate superiority as a hybrid. Their desire to control everything has always been their greatest weakness. Noah thought as a sigh escaped his mouth. He had suffered from the same behavior when he was only a human cultivator. The royals desired to have complete control over their underlings, which affected their troops' overall power. Elder Julia made most of her wind slashes converge toward the hybrid army, and many of her hidden attacks pierced the ranks of the weaker beasts to crash on the frog. The army's leader used the creatures with a quasi-rank 6 body as its shields, but Elder Julia's attacks were hard to notice, and even its superior awareness couldn't help it in the task. It would have been different if the frog was a bit stronger, but its level was far below Elder Julia's, so it could only endure her attacks as it waited for an opening in her offensive. Elder Regina summoned an army of puppets that detonated whenever they clashed with the red warehouse I.P.S. Part of her creations was already on the ground, dealing with the inscriptions that the golden light kept on rebuilding. The warehouse I.P.S. were massive and tried to catch her with their fast attacks. But Elder Regina was in complete control of the battlefield. Her puppets moved following precise battle formations that always left an escape route open for her. The puppets detonated every time the warehouse I.P.S. crashed on them. But Elder Regina never stopped creating more beast-like creatures to refill her army's ranks. That battle style depleted her breath quickly, but she didn't care as long as she managed to inflict some damage on the red warehouse. Her goal was to make the Elbas family consume their reserves of energy, and she was doing great at that. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon were experienced fighters, so the appearance of that strange creature in the nearby region didn't worry them. Moreover, they were among the best gaseous stage powerhouses in the world, and they were fighting together. They had nothing to fear in that situation. The creature appeared made of a mixture of metal, mud, and terrain. The demons destroyed large chunks of its body with their attacks, but the region always provided more materials to fix those spots. Its arms could also stretch, and sharp spikes shot out of the 4 fingers of its vaguely humanoid hands. A dense gas came out of its large mouth too, but the demons avoided all those attacks. Flying Demon covered the entire region on the coast with his white flowers. Ice spread from them, and his influence soon reached the strange creature. Ice began to cover the monster that replaced the frozen pieces of its body with more materials. Its endurance appeared connected to the number of resources in the ground, so defeating it slowly would hurt that area's value. Dreaming Demon used Flying Demon's ice to make her consciousness seep faster in the creature's fabric. She wanted to take control of it, but she soon understood that the task wouldn't be easy. The materials in the creature's body were already under the influence of another consciousness, and the royals seemed to have placed protections against her methods. Something or someone was already controlling the ground in the entire region, so the demons had to find the existence behind that defense if they wanted to avoid ruining that land forever. "I'll open a path," Flying Demon said toward his lover. He waved his hand, and the flowers shattered to release a storm of ice shards that crashed on the monster. The creature's movements slowed down as the attacks landed on its body. Pieces of frozen ground fell from its figure as the monster tried to replace its wounded parts, but Flying Demon's offensive didn't give it enough time to heal. The monster eventually stopped moving, and ice covered its whole figure. Flying Demon joined his hands in front of his chest, and a tall flower grew on the frozen creature. Then, Flying Demon's hands separated, and cracks appeared on the tall flower's structure. A vertical fissure spread from the white plant's top and reached the creature. The crack began to spread on the frozen creature, and it soon opened a large cavity that divided its body in half. Flying Demon only had to split his hands further to open the monster and reveal its insides. Frozen terrain and mud fell from the creature's insides when Flying Demon forced it open. Dreaming Demon's consciousness shot forward to inspect it, but her mental waves had to reach deep inside the region to find the monster's core. There was a small golden sphere made of a smooth metal under the monster. Dreaming Demon shared that vision with her lover, and Flying Demon couldn't help but find similarities between that item and Noah's Beast cores. It seemed that the Elbas family had tried to create a fake sea of consciousness to give birth to that monster. They wanted to give life to the very ground of a region so that it could fight with them. The demons exchanged a cold smile at that sight, and the same idea appeared inside their minds. Chaos spread on the western coast and the inland regions as the powerhouses unleashed their abilities to fight against the defensive formations. A golden halo covered the coast and tried to repair the inscriptions, but the destruction generated in the many battles worsened their condition. Some battles gave birth to shockwaves that spread even in the nearby regions and destroyed the formations on their surface. The matriarchs were enough to clear all the central part of the coastline. The same wasn't valid for the other powerhouses, but many of them managed to take care of the inscriptions in their regions even if they had to deal with other defensive formations. Still, there were spots where the golden light managed to fix the inscriptions. The southern side of the western coast had Daniel and other cultivators who were too busy with their new opponents and couldn't take care of the formations under them. True Speed, Elder Laura, Faith, Daniel, and Scully had to neglect the coastline, and the golden halo soon fixed the inscriptions in some of their regions. Spears eventually formed and began to fly toward the intruders again. The battlefield became even messier at that point. Third Prince and Second Princess controlled the spears to focus the assets struggling against the formations. The royals ignored the troublesome opponents to focus on those that would suffer the most from those attacks. Faith and True Speed had annoying abilities that would make them fend off the spears easily, so the formations focused on the other 3 powerhouses. Elder Laura had issues against the ballistae, but she had managed to become used to their offensive. She had also come close to hit a few of them between one attack and another. However, the Golden Spear's arrival forced her to perform multiple evasive maneuvers in a row until she escaped from the formation's range. The Elder couldn't deal with both defenses and could only leave the battlefield for now. Scully was inside in an array of branches that tried to crash on her body and block every escape route. Her mental waves managed to fend off most attacks, but she had to rely on movement spells to dodge some of them. Her mental waves were dense and could stop a few branches, but there were too many of them. She could summon winds capable of destroying some attacks, but that wasn't enough to block the magical plant's offensive. Moreover, the formations around the magical plants improved their vitality and benefited their growth, which gave birth to more branches every second. Scully soon found herself overwhelmed and had to rely on a different battle style to take care of her opponents. Her mental waves began to amass and condense into a different shape. Scully gave birth to a series of wind slashes that resembled Elder Julia's attacks. Scully's slashes were quite tall and radiated an intense aura. They didn't give off any sharpness but only relied on the amount of power ACCU.mulat inside their shapes to inflict damage. The wind slashes flew toward the branches that restrained Scully's flight and cut right through them, opening a path where she could escape. Scully's felt excited to see that the new approach worked well against those magical plants, and she intended to focus their trunks after destroying every branch in her way. Yet, golden spears suddenly set off from the region behind her and converged in her position. They even dodged the branches on their path to preserve their power for the peculiar powerhouse. Scully cursed in her mind, but she promptly decided to escape from that situation. She couldn't face both defenses at the same time, so she covered her figure with the wind slashes and flew away from that entanglement. The branches fell apart as she escaped, but some spears landed on her and destroyed part of her defenses. A few of them even pierced her skin, leaving deep injuries on her body. Scully managed to escape the range of those formations at that point, but she didn't stop amassing mental energy to create more attacks. The invasion wasn't over, and she needed to be ready for when a new chance appeared. Daniel had it far harsher than his companions. His opponents were three powerhouses, and they could work together with the golden spears to maximize their opportunities. Waves of flames, bird-like puppets, and ice pillars assaulted the white halo radiated by Daniel. The royals didn't mind that their attacks couldn't cross his defenses. They only wanted to keep him in his place until the spears arrived. Daniel sensed the arrival of the spears, and his white halo became unstable again under his control. Flares came out of its uneven shape, and a few dense rays accompanied them in their offensive. The dense rays weren't chaotic attacks. Daniel aimed them directly at the royals while he flew toward their attacks to dodge the incoming spears. The white halo became thinner as Daniel's light gathered inside his beams to enhance their piercing power. The royals' attacks couldn't do anything against them, and they also had to dodge some flares as they avoided the enemy's offensive. The spears pierced Daniel's halo and flew through it for a while before dissolving into a small cloud of golden energy. They had almost defeated Daniel's protection, but he wasn't in their trajectory anymore. Daniel waved his hands at that point. His halo exploded outward and gave birth to a series of thin beams that aimed at the royals. Yet, a series of golden spears appeared in their trajectory and gave the three powerhouses enough time to escape. The royals didn't let that chance go to waste. Daniel was defenseless, so they could hope to inflict some damage if they unleashed their best attacks. The Water Aptitude Royal created a series of pillars that converged in Daniel's position. They left a trail of ice as they encircled him and tried to trap him in a cage-like structure. The Earth Aptitude Royal summoned an army of bird-like puppets that flew through the cage's bars and forced Daniel to focus on them. He couldn't unleash the white halo again with so many creatures keeping him busy. The Fire Aptitude Royal covered the entire area with blue flames that didn't affect the ice created by her companion. Daniel couldn't help but suffer injuries in that situation. The ice wasn't a problem, but the birds were annoying to deal with since their metallic structure was sturdy. Also, the blue flames didn't hurt them and affected only Daniel. A white radiance came out of Daniel's skin and stopped most attacks. The flames vanished under the effects of his individuality, but the birds pierced his skin before dissolving into energy. The flames kept coming, and there were still many bird-like puppets sieging him. Moreover, the cage began to emit strange vibrations that suppressed the expansion of Daniel's light. The three powerhouses were successfully suppressing him, and they had the time to cast more attacks while he tried to free himself. More golden spears had set off from the ground and were flying in his direction too, so he had to do something to avoid worse injuries. Daniel didn't hesitate once his consciousness noticed the threats around him. An emblem appeared in his hand, and a blinding white halo spread from his figure. The light didn't stop expanding until it engulfed the sky above the southern part of the western coast. Daniel relied on his divine item as soon as the situation became too problematic to handle with his current power. He knew that the invasion had only started, so he didn't mind using his best tool to come out of those restrictions. The white light made everything vanish. The cage, the blue flames, and the bird-like puppets disappeared without leaving any trace. The royals even retreated in front of such a display of power. The golden spears didn't release any energy when the white light engulfed them. Daniel's divine item eradicated their existence, but it didn't reach the inscriptions on the coastline. Daniel had gained some time to breathe, but his situation didn't change. The three powerhouses still targeted him, and the defensive formation had already resumed creating spears. Escaping appeared to be the best option in that situation. The invaders didn't need to conquer the entirety of the coastline in their first attack, so retreating wasn't a bad outcome. Daniel didn't make the defensive formations deplete much energy because his opponents were cultivators, but keeping them busy had allowed his companions to take care of that task. Still, he didn't want to retreat just yet. There were other cultivators in the same situation, and he could join them to exploit the flaws in the royals' defenses. The regions had different defenses, and they appeared able to affect only the lands nearby. The formations didn't have a good range, so Daniel could use that feature to his advantage once he regrouped with some of his companions. He could even choose regions near the matriarchs to have an easier fight. The two liquid stage powerhouses would take care of one side of the battlefield for him. However, when Daniel inspected the situation on the coastline, he found out that the demons had already deployed a strategy that left him and all those checking the events stunned. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon had split the monster in half and found its core, but an idea had come to their minds when they saw that the golden sphere resembled Noah's beast cores. Dreaming Demon was an expert capable of influencing the laws inside the matter with her mental waves, and she could even control other creatures with her individuality. The same went for fake seas of consciousness. They were even easier to subdue for her. When Daniel retreated in the air to gaze at the western coast as a whole, he saw the demons sitting on top of the mud monster that charged recklessly at the regions nearby. Dreaming Demon controlled the monster to invade the coastline and destroy the inscriptions that the golden light tried to restore. Their goal was to use the creature to crush the spears multiple times until the Elbas family's energy reserves vanished. That would make their task easier since the monster still relied on those resources to function. Its fake sea of consciousness was only in a mass of instincts and tasks that the royals had programmed it to do. The energy still came from the regions through a special connection between the golden sphere and the ground. The demons didn't understand how that connection worked, but they didn't need to know that to make use of the monster. Dreaming Demon's control was so subtle that it didn't even trigger the failsafe placed by the royals. The monster crossed entire regions in a matter of minutes. It became bigger as some of the ground where it crawled fused with its body. Flying Demon laughed as the monster laid waste to the formations. Its destruction was even more thorough than the powerhouses since it ripped off entire chunks of the ground and absorbed them into its shape. Scully could only reveal a smile when she saw the monster destroying the formations near the magical plants and moving toward the black storm. The demons had given her the chance to fight undisturbed for a while, and she didn't want to waste it. The monster moved toward June's battlefield, and Flying Demon stood up to take care of the matter. Dreaming Demon had to keep her focus on the golden sphere, so she couldn't help him in that situation. Flying Demon stared at the dense array of black sparks, raised his hand. He knew that asking June to hold back for a while was pointless, especially when she was in the middle of an exciting battle. It would be faster if he opened a path through the storm. Flowers grew in a straight line between Flying Demon's hand and the storm. The man's individuality surged, and his creations exploded into an array of sharp shards that crashed on June's black sparks. June's higher energy was dense, and it would typically fend off most attacks. However, her focus was on the defensive wall in the other region. The storm around her was leftover energy that her perfect circuit created. A path opened among the storm. June's sparks shattered, and ice appeared on their surface as Flying Demon's influence engulfed them. Flying Demon then snapped his fingers, and those frozen sparks shattered. A wave of ice shards fell from the sky as the monster crossed that region, and the demon gathered them to create a shield above his group. Lightning bolts fell from other sides of June's storm, but Flying Demon's shield blocked any attack coming in his direction. His group soon went out of the wave of higher energy, and the ice shield crumbled as they moved toward the matriarch's battlefield. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana weren't as focused as June. They noticed the demon's arrival and retracted their spells to let them pass without causing any trouble. The monster became bigger as it crawled through those regions, and it eradicated the formations that created the spears along the way. The Golden Halo had to rebuild entire parts of the terrain to restore those inscriptions, and that made the royal deplete even more energy. They cut the connection with its sea of consciousness, Dreaming Demon said as she closed her eyes to pour part of her energy inside the creature's core. "We are almost on the other side," Flying Demon shouted as it placed his hands on the creature's body. His breath flowed inside the monster, and Dreaming Demon redirected it toward specific areas. The royals couldn't let one of their defenses fall into their enemy's hands, but they took a while to cut the connection with the monster since they were busy managing the golden spears and other formations. Still, the demons used their breath as fuel for the creature so that they could finish their sweep of the coastline. After all, there was no better destroyer of inscriptions among their group. The creature retracted its strange arms and sealed its mouth to focus everything it had on reaching the other corner of the coast. Under Dreaming Demon's control, the monster began to roll on those regions and rip off even more terrain. Daniel and Elder Laura could only smile when they saw Flying Demon laughing on top of a line of terrain that didn't move even if the creature rolled. Dreaming Demon had created a platform that made them remain still no matter which actions the monster performed. The monster eventually reached the end of the coastline, and its structure began to crumble as it fell into the sea. The creature gave off a loud cry, but the demons didn't even glance at it as they jumped back on the continent. There was only destruction in front of them. The Golden Halo tried to restore those pieces of ripped ground, but the process was far slower than before. The group could focus on the formations inland without worrying about the spears for a while. Also, now that the demons were on the southern side, they could help with the defenses that had made their companions struggle. Daniel was aware of the demon's mindset, so he shot directly toward the royals. A white light came out of his figure and covered the area with a thick aura that seeped through every surface. The intensity of Daniel's aura increased as he neared the powerhouses, and even the sky began to suffer under the effects of his individuality. The air slowly vanished, and cracks opened in the sky as Daniel's light destabilized its structure. It seemed that he could even affect the laws in the environment when he went all out. The royals retreated while launching their spells. The three powerhouses relied on their techniques to slow down Daniel's advance, but dizziness soon invaded their mind and made them lose control of their abilities. Ice began to spread under their feet. The royals weren't aware of what was happening around them. They didn't even notice that their legs had fused with the chunk of ice under them. They were utterly defenseless, and Daniel only needed to touch them with his light to deliver a fatal blow. A wave of golden flames engulfed the royals and fended off the white light when Daniel's halo was about to touch the three powerhouses. The fire didn't hurt the royals. It acted as protection meant to give them time to retreat. Third Prince and Second Princess had launched it to save their powerful assets. Yet, the flames didn't manage to shake off the demon's influence thoroughly. They had fended off Daniel's light and gave them some clarity back, but Flying Demon's ice remained unaffected by that fire. "Not so fast," Flying Demon said as he and his lover reached Daniel's position. The trio glanced at the three powerhouses still engulfed in the golden flames before looking toward the royals in the distance. Third Prince and Second Princess could only reply with an ugly expression to their gazes. Flying Demon raised his hand, Daniel pointed his palm toward his enemies, and Dreaming Demon closed her eyes to unfold her consciousness. The Hive's trio was about to unleash their offensive on the trapped royals, but Third Prince and Second Princess acted before their attacks were ready. The three royals began to scream in pain as part of the golden flames burned them. The Hive's trio remained speechless when they saw the powerhouses leaving the ice to escape through the fire. It wasn't hard to understand how the three had pulled that off. Third Prince and Second Princess had saved their underlings by turning their legs into ashes. Flying Demon and Daniel wanted to chase after the departing royals, but Dreaming Demon gestured them to stop. Her consciousness was still inside the area, so she could see part of what waited for them ahead of that region. Surpassing the golden flames wasn't a problem. Third Prince and Second Princess had become stronger after King Elba's departure, but they were still against some of the world's best gaseous stage cultivators. Yet, Dreaming Demon sensed some danger coming from the region where the three royals were escaping. She felt that her group might not be able to cross it easily. "Let's focus on the coast," Dreaming Demon eventually announced as she opened her eyes and retracted part of her consciousness. She didn't need to explain anything to her two companions. Both of them were aware of her abilities and trusted her judgment. There had to be a good reason if she had decided to stop the chase. The trio's eyes moved north at that point. The monster's charge had helped all the battlefields, but cultivators were still struggling to defeat the defensive formations. "One each," Dreaming Demon said before flying toward True Speed's region. Flying Demon winked at Daniel before flying toward Elder Laura's battlefield, and the latter pretended not to understand his gesture when he gazed at the remaining fights. There was only Faith to help on that side of the coast, so Daniel flew toward her. Once the reinforcements arrived, the situations on those battlefields utterly changed. True Speed had continued to crush armored puppets since the beginning of the invasion. The royals had even avoided to target him with the golden spears because his movement technique was too troublesome to deal with. The expert from the Shandal Empire would escape. Using the golden spears against him was a waste of resources. True Speed didn't manage to destroy many puppets. He had to use all his physical strength to make one of them crumble, but they used battle formations that often limited how often he could attack. Moreover, the puppets had started to counter his physical strength by assembling more pieces of armor. They only needed to gather the materials from the destroyed golems to build better ones. True Speed continued to fight even in that situation. He didn't care if he now needed 2 or 3 blows to deal with a puppet. He would still remain on the battlefield because his organization needed his efforts. The Shandal Empire was the weakest among the world's forces, and it also had worse growth. Both the Hive and the Council had seen cultivators advance to powerhouses rank, even if the three of them had shared those centuries of isolation inside the separate dimension. Even the Elbas family had managed to produce more powerhouses. The royals' methods weren't orthodox, but that still didn't justify the empire's low growth. True Speed could only believe that the Shandal Empire had a flawed foundation at that point. He didn't know if Shandal's influence had something to do with it, but he needed to give his organization a home if he wanted to find and fix those flaws. That was why he couldn't leave the battlefield no matter what. He had to seize regions where the Empire could prosper and improve its mindset as an organization. The puppets suddenly stopped moving when Dreaming Demon reached True Speed's battlefield. The cultivator from the Empire wanted to complain when he sensed her, but he decided to remain silent. There was no need to discuss who would own that region if they were to work together. The priority was to capture it. Dreaming Demon glanced at him before nodding and closing her eyes. She had understood that True Speed wouldn't object to the two of them fighting together, so she decided to become sober. Her consciousness spread in the environment and seeped inside the puppet structure. Still, they were powerful enough to hinder Dreaming Demon's influence, so she focused on stripping them off their armors. The puppets' armors shattered. Metallic shards fell toward the ground and revealed the unpolished torso and legs of those golems. The royals didn't even bother to finish them since they had to wear protections all the time. True Speed didn't let go of that chance and sprinted forward. The puppets usually tried to rely on their strong defense to encircle him after enduring one of his kicks, but the situation had changed now. The puppets weren't much for him without their armors. A kick was more than enough to kill one of them. True Speed ran through the puppet army and kicked everything he found. He didn't bother to maximize his momentum anymore since they were defenseless, so he could focus on taking care of them as quickly as he could. Half of the army had fallen apart when the puppets understood that they had lost their armors. "Need a hand?" Flying Demon said as he reached the battlefield with the ballistae. Elder Laura had managed to regain some control over her battle after the monster took care of the golden spears. But her situation wasn't ideal. The ballistae were still threatening opponents for someone on her level, and she never managed to damage any of them. Flying Demon laughed when he saw that the elder didn't answer him. His hand rose in the air, and countless flowers grew in the sky between the inscribed weapons and the powerhouse. The bolts shot from the ballistae crushed the flowers, but a layer of ice covered them after the shards of Flying Demon's spell filled the area. The ice froze the bolts and spread through the sky. Flying Demon used the frozen arrow as the cores of a white net that gave birth to more flowers. The net continued to expand, and it soon reached the ballistae. Golden runes shone on their surface, and bolts materialized on their strings after their light dimmed. Those weapons reloaded automatically, and they didn't even need cultivators to control them. The royals could aim them at their opponents even if they were far away from that region. The ballistae attacked again, and the bolts pierced part of the net before remaining stuck in its cold structure. Moreover, the ice continued to expand, and the royals soon felt forced to move those weapons back. Elder Laura didn't let that chance go to waste. Her arrows were far nimbler than the bolts, so she could shoot them through Flying Demon's net. 5 blue arrows materialized on her inscribed bow and shot in the holes of the net when she released the bowstring. Her attacks transformed into long snake-like creatures that flew through Flying Demon's spell and converged on one of the retreating ballistae. The snakes crashed on the weapon without managing to inflict any damage. The ballistae weren't as fragile as the bolts. They were inscribed items in the middle tier, so a simple attack from Elder Laura's wasn't enough to destroy them. However, inscribed weapons generally had specific weaknesses, especially when it came to bows and crossbows. The snakes continued to move after they landed on the ballista. They slithered over its body until they could stab their fangs on the string. The weapon would be useless if they managed to destroy that piece. Of course, the royals had prepared defensive measures. They were aware of the weaknesses of those weapons. The fact that they didn't require cultivators to function left them open to attacks on their structure. A golden light began to come out of the ballista attacked by Elder Laura. The halo corroded the snakes wrapped around the weapon and made them vanish before they could destroy the string. The halo continued to shine even after the snakes vanished. The light repaired the damages on the string and restored it to a perfect condition in seconds. The last attack didn't lead anywhere. Elder Laura appeared unable even to destroy one of those weapons. Flying Demon's laugh continued to resound in the sky, and Elder Laura turned to shot an angry glance at him. She felt as if the demon was mocking her, but he pointed at the ballista before she could say anything. The golden halo vanished after it fixed the damages on the string, but white flowers suddenly started to grow from the spots attacked by the snakes. The flowers grew until they covered 1/3 of the weapon, and the golden halo reappeared to stop them. Yet, Flying Demon snapped his fingers and detonated his spell. The explosion destroyed the string and part of the slider before releasing a storm of ice shards shot that flew toward the ballistae nearby. Flowers began to grow where the spell hit them, and a golden halo soon started to shine from them too. Flying Demon continued to detonate his spell whenever the golden halo was about to stop his flowers. Ice shards flew in every direction and expanded his influence whenever they landed on other weapons. That cycle continued until the golden light managed to eradicate every trace of Flying Demon's individuality. Still, he had already rendered 3 ballistae harmless by that time. More light filled the area and tried to fix the damaged weapons, but the restoration was slow since they lacked essential pieces of their structure. The pressure on Flying Demon and Elder Laura diminished by a lot for the time being. Even if Flying Demon had managed to damage the ballistae and bring the invaders one step closer to victory, Elder Laura didn't feel happy about that outcome. Anger surged from inside Elder Laura as she inspected the net before turning toward Flying Demon again. "You tainted my attack," Elder Laura shouted in an angry tone, but Flying Demon limited himself to smirk at her. "We are allies," Elder Laura continued since she didn't feel satisfied with that answer. You could have just told me that you were to hide your attacks inside my arrows. There was no need to do it secretly. Flying Demon had used his net to taint Elder Laura's arrows with part of his individuality. But she didn't like the fact that he had kept that action a secret from her. I could have, Flying Demon said as a cold smile appeared on his face. But now you are aware of the difference between our power. A chill ran down Elder Laura's spine when she heard those words. Flying Demon wasn't threatening her, but his actions had a motive that went beyond alliances and enmities. Flying Demon had shown her that he could hide his attacks inside hers freely. Elder Laura didn't even notice that until he revealed what he had done. That was a proper show of force that the demon had done without any apparent reason. He only wanted Elder Laura to know that they were worlds apart in terms of battle prowess. Why? Elder Laura couldn't help but ask. She didn't believe that Flying Demon's only motivation was to show off. It was easy to follow the hive when it gave you a home. Flying Demon answered without withdrawing his coldness. I don't want anything bad to happen now that we are outside again. Understanding dawned upon Elder Laura at that point. The demon wasn't looking at the invasion. His eyes were already gazing on the future of the Alliance after it reclaimed the new continent. His demonstration was a reminder that the Hive and the Council weren't equals anymore. They were allies, but Noah's words had more importance than others. Now, Flying Demon continued after he saw that Elder Laura had understood his message. Can I use your arrows to reach the ballistae? I think working together is the best option in this situation. Flying Demon winked at Elder Laura after he finished his line, and she felt even angrier about the whole situation. Yet, she wasn't a hot-headed cultivator who would fall prey to her feelings when there were many political issues at stake. Elder Laura suppressed her anger and nodded at Flying Demon. 5 arrows appeared on the string of her bow as she drew it. She was ready to resume her offensive. As for her feelings, she couldn't vent them in front of a powerhouse far stronger than her. Faith was against puppets that released golden flames wherever they flew. They had various sizes, but the biggest one wasn't even 10 meters tall. Yet, their size indicated how many flames they released during their flight. The bigger ones left wide trails that filled the sky with the iconic fire of the Elbas family. An azure sphere covered Faith and protected her from the puppet's offensive. They could only throw punches at her and slash with their silver swords, but those attacks couldn't even pierce the external layers of Faith's defenses. Her only problem was the fire. Her influence on the environment suppressed the puppet's flames, but there were too many of them flying around her. The situation would become problematic if she lost control of the battlefield for even a second, but her casual attacks weren't enough to destroy the puppets. She eventually decided to prepare a strong spell while she kept her defenses active, but that shrunk her influence on the battlefield and let some of the flames run wild. Faith had predicted that outcome, but she didn't mind it. She wasn't scared about those puppets. She had felt more fear during some of her sparring sessions with June. A white light soon shone on the battlefield, and Daniel surpassed the encirclement of puppets to enter inside Faith's sphere. His attack destroyed the fire ACCU.mulat in the area, but it didn't manage to touch the golems since they retreated as soon as they sensed his individuality. How long do you need? Daniel asked. He had known Faith long enough to understand what she was doing. Not much, Faith replied. It should be enough to take care of most of them. Do you need help? Daniel continued. Faith wasn't the last powerhouse who had been unable to keep the golden spears in check. He would fly toward Scully if there were no need for his presence there. I don't really need it, Faith replied. But it doesn't feel bad to fight together. We can finish them quickly if you remain here. Daniel glanced at her without revealing any expression, and Faith turned toward him while wearing a similar face. None of them said anything when their eyes met. Faith continued to gather energy for her spell, and light Issisiu mulat on Daniel's palms as they remained in that position. They both wanted to add something, but they felt that there was no need for words. They had grown closer through the years, and both of their individualities had improved since they first met. Now they stood at the peak of the heroic rank, and they had both become beacons of hope for the weaker cultivators. Their roles in their organizations were similar, which made them spend a lot of time together inside the separate dimension. Faith's peace and Daniel's purity were quite suitable for each other, and they had even discovered that cultivating together brought them benefits. Daniel and Faith had never gone past their friendly relationship. It wasn't something that they could do easily. Both of them had issues in that aspect of their lives to overcome before they could even understand what they wanted. Still, they both liked spending time together, so they didn't mind using situations to their advantage. That battle was only the last of the many experiences they had decided to share after a silent understanding. Daniel joined his hands, and a long rapier made of light formed in front of him as he separated them. He then wielded the weapon and thrust it at one of the bigger puppets that flew around Faith's protection. The rapier released a flash after Daniel's sharp movement, but nothing flew through the air. Yet, the puppet flew backward and shot in the distance after he completed the attack. Daniel continued to thrust his rapier, and other puppets shot in the distance. It was as if something had managed to fling them away, but they couldn't understand the nature of that attack. The puppets flung in the distance returned in Faith's position to cover the area with their golden flames, but small marks had appeared on their torso after the last clash. The marks were as big as a thumb and released a trail of smoke. Some of them were deep enough to pierce through the other side of the puppets, while others only managed to reach the center of their bodies. The smaller puppets had suffered the worst injuries, but they didn't appear too threatening. Small holes weren't dangerous for those beings. However, Daniel kept on thrusting his rapier and launch his invisible attacks. The puppets couldn't do anything to avoid them, and holes appeared even on their flames when they tried to use them as shields. Faith didn't have to worry about the puppets at all with Daniel weakening them. She already had the advantage in that battle, but his arrival made her even more certain about her victory. The water shield began to tremble once Faith mulat enough breath. A humming sound echoed from her defensive spell, and the puppets began to slow down when those sound waves reached them. Third Prince and Second Princess could control the puppets and rearrange them into various battle formations, but those golems began to ignore their orders after Faith's spell released that sound. Some of the puppets even flew toward Faith and remained in front of her protection. It seemed that the humming sound could affect their behavior and make them attracted to her energy. Then, Faith's sphere exploded, and her water burst outward. Most of the puppets found themselves engulfed by the waves created right in the middle of the sky, but the impact was easy to endure. The puppets didn't reveal any injury after Faith's water swept them, but they had stopped releasing golden flames. They didn't even charge at the two powerhouses anymore. Faith had rendered them unable to do any harm. "They are all yours," Faith said as she lost interest on that battlefield. She could destroy those puppets herself, but Daniel had an offensive spell at hand already. Daniel thrust his rapier until all the light that it contained vanished. Then he joined his hand against to create a long spear that he threw toward a crowded area. The spear detonated when it reached its destination, and a white halo covered the area around it. Daniel's individuality began to affect that chunk of the sky, and the puppets inside it started to lose pieces of their bodies under its effects. His thrusts had opened small holes in the puppets that destabilized the puppet structure, and his light returned their bodies to their original form. Raw materials appeared in the sky as Daniel's individuality turned those defenses into nothing more than metals and other items. The puppets' army lost almost all its members in only one joint attack, and the two powerhouses wanted to pressure their opponents until all of them became nothing more than dust. Yet, the royals called their defense back and left that region unprotected. Third Prince and Second Princess knew that they were losing a lot during that invasion. The best they could do in that situation was to preserve as many assets and resources that they could. It was pointless to invest them into territories that they couldn't defend. Faith and Daniel watched the puppets leaving the battlefield and exchanged a glance. They stared at each other for a while before Daniel broke the silence with a question. "Do you want to help Scully?" "Sure," Faith replied, and the two of them set off to reach the region where Scully was fighting. The new defenses deployed by the Elbas family began to fall. One by one, the invaders managed to overcome the challenges in the regions near them. Great Elder Diana slowly destroyed the giants that tried to catch her with their spears. The healing light of the formations tried to fix their injuries, but the matriarch's offensive was relentless and never gave them time to breathe. Moreover, she was too fast for those giants. Their number didn't help them since the matriarch only viewed them as targets to destroy. God's left hand was in a similar situation. The wall of runes against her could only crumble when it faced her storms and dense gales. Each of her spells inflicted heavy damages on those inscriptions, and the golden light coming from the ground never managed to fix them entirely before the next wave of attacks arrived. Elder Julia eventually crushed the army of hybrids. The poisonous giant frog was a resilient opponent, but the powerhouses assaulted it with attacks that it couldn't even see. The other hybrids in the army tried to shield their leader from her spells, but their effort was pointless since Elder Julia always managed to make some win/slip past the blockage. Elder Julia's battle style was also flawless, and she left openings in her offensive only when she wanted to lure the hybrids into a trap. The royals felt forced to make the army retreat at some point to salvage some of their most valuable assets. Elder Regina's approach was different from her companions. Her puppets couldn't inflict heavy damages on the Red Warehouse Outcast, but they could leave many injuries on their structure. She would have to create something bigger to eradicate them, but she had chosen to opt for a different strategy. The Elbas family had limited resources and assets. The royals didn't have the power to stop the three organizations when they worked together. Still, it had the chance to preserve a few regions if the invaders committed some mistake during their attack. Ending a battle as quickly as possible was usually good since it limited the chances of suffering losses. Yet, the royal didn't have much energy stored, so depleting it would benefit even the future battles. Elder Regina's life wasn't in danger against the Red Warehouse Adaptation. She could fight slowly and force the royals to fix their defenses multiple times to maximize their energy consumption. Scully and the magical plants appeared to have reached a stalemate. The powerhouse managed to destroy branches from time to time, but she never injured the trunks of those defenses. The magical plants had it a bit worse than her. They couldn't catch her, and her innate ability made her a troublesome opponent to trap with a few branches. The best they could do was stopping her from advancing. However, Faith and Daniel soon arrived in her help, and they ignored any strategy when they joined the battle. The sheer power of the three powerhouses was more than enough to eradicate those magical plants. True Speed and Elder Laura's battles ended soon after the demons joined them. Dreaming Demon's influence on the puppets made them easy targets, and Flying Demon's abilities were quite effective against inscribed weapons. June had to struggle in her battle. The defensive wall appeared able to absorb every attack that landed on its surface, and it could turn that energy into beams slightly stronger than the original technique. The whirlpool continued to overwhelm her attacks, but that only pushed her perfect circuit to generate more energy. The energy released in her battle was so intense that the regions under her shattered whenever it leaked. June's spear was full of cracks. It had long surpassed a quasi-rank 6 weapon's structural limits, and it remained in one piece only because its quality went far beyond ordinary inscribed items. Noah had built it knowing that June would wield it, and she had reinforced it with her formations. A weapon that had gone through those two experts couldn't break easily. June cleaned her mouth with the edge of her sleeve. She had spat some blood after the last clash with the defensive wall. The beam that it had released had utterly overwhelmed her attack, and it had almost reached her. Her complexion was pale, but she radiated more energy than ever. The storm around her had covered the entire region by now. Still, it didn't expand because the shockwaves released in Matriarch's battles destroyed her higher energy when it went too far. June's battle intent filled the storm and made it release countless lightning bolts toward the ground. Her sole presence had managed to unleash destruction in a wide area, but even that amount of power wasn't enough to defeat the formation against her. There was a limit to how much she could achieve with sheer power, but June didn't believe that her individuality could lose against some inscriptions. She had to win when it came to battles of that kind. June knew that there had to be a limit to how much energy the whirlpool could absorb. However, she had yet to find it. The defensive wall had managed to reflect all her previous attacks. Still, she had a plan. Her spear wouldn't survive that tactic, but it was time to change her weapon anyway. She couldn't think of a better way to use it either. June pointed her spear at the defensive wall, and all the sparks started to fly toward her figure. The storm quickly disappeared, and black lightning bolts began to run through her body. An intense aura spread through the sky as June condensed that higher energy. She did the same for the new sparks that her perfect circuit had produced after losing against the wall before making everything flow inside her weapon. More cracks opened on the golden spear, but June traced lines around its structure as her higher energy flowed inside it. Black lines formed around the living weapon and created a formation that stopped its destruction. Third Prince and Second Princess revealed a surprised expression when they saw that. They were inscription masters with a lot of experience in multiple cultivation fields, but they had never seen someone creating formations in the 6th rank with simple movements. Formations even required specific materials, but she didn't use anything except for her higher energy. They didn't know where June had learnt to perform such inscriptions, but that level of expertise exceeded theirs. June continued to reinforce the spear until all her higher energy condensed in its structure. She decided to attack only when her perfect circuit became empty and started to produce more fuel. The tip of the spear shattered as soon as June released her wave of energy, and the rest of the shaft ended up in the same state when her attack reached the defensive wall. The whirlpool activated and began to absorb the energy contained in June's attack, but the lines that covered the wall started to flicker after a while. Small explosions happened on the inscribed structure. Some of the lines on its surface became unable to withstand that flow of power and detonated, releasing the energy they had accu.mulat in the process. That trend continued until even the rune under the whirlpool began to flicker. June only had a small part of the spear's flat end left in her hand, but she never stopped her offensive. Cracks spread from the rune, and orange light came out of them. The golden halo tried to fix those damages, but June's flow of energy was too intense for that formation. The wall tried to release some of that energy by launching a beam that could counter June's attack, but that attempt failed before even starting. The rune couldn't stabilize itself under an assault on that level. The cracks eventually spread until the wall's stability fell apart, and the whole structure blew apart, releasing thick lightning bolts that gave birth to a storm wherever they landed. The end of June's battle was the last defeat that Third Prince and Second Princess were willing to witness on that day. They deactivated the healing formation with a wave of their end, and they disappeared from the battlefield before anyone could think about chasing them. The invaders had yet to realize that, but they had already conquered the entire western coast and nearby regions. The invasion continued for a while even after Third Prince and Second Princess retreated. There were still defenses active on the regions involved in the attack, but the powerhouses didn't take long to defeat them. Without the healing light, those formations weren't as threatening as before. The powerhouses could defeat them slowly and group up whenever they needed. The royals had also recalled all the valuable assets, which made it even easier for the invaders. They had already gained the advantage in that battle, so the fights could only lead to one outcome. The invaders conquered the western coast and the regions nearby during their first attack. Not even a day had passed since they left the separate dimension, but they had already regained some footing on the new continent. Of course, they couldn't directly rebuild habitations and similar structures. The invaders had to take care of all the inscriptions hidden inside the terrain and perform a thorough inspection of the whole area. 500 years weren't a long time for heroic cultivators, but they were enough to place traps and similar protections on the whole new continent. Luckily for the invaders, the hive had an asset capable of identifying most inscriptions. Only divine formations could escape his eyes. Noah sent 37 and other powerhouses of the hive to explore all the regions conquered in the attack. He prohibited to set foot on the new continent until his underlings completed that analysis. The army could only hover above the sea while they waited for the powerhouses to complete the inspection. The experts in the heroic ranks helped the human cultivators, and all of them trembled in excitement at the scenery that filled their eyes. Those assets were eager to reach those lands, but they respected Noah's orders. Waiting a few weeks wasn't hard after 500 years spent in the barren separate dimension. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana used that time to negotiate with Noah. They knew how much he hated handling political issues, but they needed to decide a few things before their organizations started settling in those regions. The Shandal Empire should get as many regions as the Council, God's left hand argued. We might even split the coastline into 3 equal parts. I disagree, Great Elder Diana said. The Empire doesn't have the assets to defend so many territories. It would be a waste to leave these lands in your hands. We can't grow if you keep on giving us nothing but scraps, God's left hand complained. The Empire is the weakest organization only because the entire world has continued to suppress us since the Almighty's departure. God's left hand mentioned Shandal to remind the leaders that her patriarch was still in the immortal lands. The god of the Empire would return one day, and she wanted to make sure that they didn't forget that. That's exactly what the Empire has done for millennia, Great Elder Diana replied. The Council didn't forget the centuries spent fighting in the old continent. This is simply payback for those years. Noah remained silent while the 2 matriarchs discussed next to him. Both of them wanted him to pick a side, but he couldn't care less about their arguments. Also, those discussions bored him. He only wanted that invasion to be over so that he could start looking for something to do until he reached the 7th rank. We'll divide the conquered territories equally, Noah said, and his words put a smile on God's left hand's face. Yet, his following lines made her expression freeze. Noah wore a cold as he turned toward the matriarchs to continue speaking. Yet, I suggest you take what you can defend. We don't want to create tension among our organizations so soon. Right? The matriarchs understood the meaning behind Noah's words, and God's left hand couldn't help but curse in her mind when she heard them. The Empire only had 2 powerhouses in its ranks. That amount of power was nothing against the numerous assets of the Alliance. Nothing would stop the Hive and the Council from attacking the Shandal Empire once they established themselves on the new continent. God's left hand could only decide to be humble in that situation and aim for a lower number of regions. Great Elder Diana did the same. The Hive was stronger than the Council, and the matriarch wanted to convey that she accepted Noah's leadership inside the Alliance. The world would still see her and Noah on the same level, but they would know who was in charge of the Alliance. Great Elder Diana's behavior surprised Noah. He wondered how such an old monster could accept a new leader so easily, but he guessed that she was smarter than most powerhouses. The events in the past centuries had established the Hive's superiority, and Great Elder Diana wasn't willing to fight to reject that statement. She had accepted her new status and was already looking at how that could benefit her. Noah felt a bit disappointed by that outcome. Great Elder Diana was the only existence in the world who could face him in battle. Second Prince was probably still around, but Noah had never considered him his equal. Without opponents, Noah could only continue training alone. The only adventurous idea that appeared in his mind was the exploration of the other world's core, but he didn't even know if King Elbaz had left the dimensional portal open. Don't tell me that I have to remain in seclusion until I reach the divine ranks, Noah thought before suppressing his worries. He did not doubt that he would reach the immortal lands, but he didn't know how boring the journey toward the higher plane would be. The group of powerhouses and 37 spent a few weeks inspecting every inch of the territories involved in the invasion. They found a few traps and some inscriptions that had survived the battle, but they took care of them on the spot. The cultivators from the dimension could finally begin to settle on the new continent at that point. Noah gave the okay on the matter, and the army divided itself as the assets followed their respective leaders toward the appointed regions. Noah did the same with the Hive, but he limited himself to assign roles to the higher-ups before choosing a region that could work as his temporary training area. In the end, he settled in the area that had once featured the Azure Plain. King Elbaz had transformed it into a green prairie after he burned it, and Noah couldn't find anything better when it came to the density of breadth and sturdiness of the ground. The 3 organizations went silent at that point. All their higher-ups and inscription masters began to reinforce their borders and build structures that could accommodate their underlings. There was a lot to build and even more to reorganize, but they neglected the projects that would take many years to focus on creating defenses that could blow a few assaults. The experts knew that their invasion wouldn't stop there. It was pointless to create robust defenses in regions that would lose their status as edges of their domain soon. It was better to focus everything on stabilizing their situation so that they could resume the invasion without worrying about their new homes. The invasion resumed a few months after the three organizations settled in their new homes. They only built a few habitations and created many protections before venturing to the regions more inland. The Elbas family showed that it still had many defenses worthy of its fame. The royals revealed most of their arsenal in the battles that followed the first invasion. King Elbas had created many defenses during the 500 years of undisturbed rule. The number of resources available in the world had diminished after his mindless destruction of the new continent. Still, he had managed to put together a few protections that made the invaders struggle. The inscribed items in the middle tier weren't a problem for the powerhouses of the three organizations. However, Third Prince and Second Princess used them together with battle formations performed by their weaker assets. Moreover, they even revealed rank 6 inscribed weapons in the upper tier. The invaders didn't even reach the new continent's center when 5 massive puppets surged from the regions and began to face the invaders. An 8-armed titan, a massive snake, a 9-headed hydra, a phoenix, and a 3-headed dog appeared on the second line of defense of the Elbas family. The puppets represented the princes' and princesses' iconic spells. Golden flames came out of their red bodies, and they consumed the royals' blood to work. The 5 puppets expressed power that only solid-stage powerhouses could wield, but that didn't mean that they were unbeatable. They were still inscribed weapons, and the invaders could find countermeasures to their prowess. The appearance of the puppets slowed down the invasion. The troops from the three organizations had to study those weapons before approaching them. They couldn't just charge at defenses stronger than them. Noah kept his promise and stayed away from the battlefields for an entire year. It didn't matter that his underlings suffered defeats. That process was necessary for their growth. Even weaker heroic cultivators had joined the fray in that period. Large battles happened in the air every time the invaders attempted a new tactic against the puppets. During that year, the invaders focused their efforts on the 3-headed dog since it appeared to be the weakest puppet. It was on the same level of power as the other upper-tier items, but its attacks were slightly easier to predict and avoid. Still, the 3-headed dog managed to defeat its opponents even if they tried to exploit its weaknesses. The difference in their power was too great, even if the three organizations worked together to beat it. The invaders didn't lose their morale because of those defeats. Wars among heroic assets could last for decades, and they only needed to defeat the puppet once to eradicate it. The royals had even avoided using the healing light during the last battles. It seemed that their reserves of energy had already reached a critical condition in that year, so they could only rely on their defense's intrinsic power. There was another reason behind the invaders' unyielding battle intent. They had only relied on God's left hand and Great Elder Diana during that year when it came to opponents that they couldn't face. Yet, the strongest cultivator in history could finally step on the battlefield now that 1 year had passed. The matriarchs wouldn't have to be the main offensive force in their attack anymore. Noah could join them. The appearance of the puppets had ignited Noah's battle intent since he had finally found worthy opponents. He couldn't help but consider them as a gift left to make his boredom vanish. 1 year after the three organizations left the separate dimension, Noah set off from his training area and flew toward the territories that featured the fiery puppets. Those areas had been nothing more than destroyed rocky environments before the battle against King Elbas, but they featured tall mountains that showed some trace of vegetation now. The invaders' previous attacks had destroyed most of the fauna there, but some life forms still survived in a few protected zones. It seemed that even the Elbas family wanted to preserve part of the life on the new continent. Noah's arrival on the battlefield was a signal that awakened the weaker troops from the three organizations. They had kept track of the passage of time during the past attacks, so they had prepared themselves for the moment when he would join the fray. The demons, the matriarchs, and the other powerhouses rose in the sky and reached Noah, who kept on flying toward the central regions. None of them said a word as more troops gathered behind them. The rank 4 and 5 cultivators of the three organizations would typically fight the Elbas family's experts on areas far away from the existences in the 6th rank. Yet, none of them intended to join the battlefield on that day. They all wanted to witness Noah's power. None of them wanted to miss that scene. Noah felt eager too. He had studied the reports regarding the puppets, and he had observed the fights of the other powerhouses. The invaders couldn't gather many details about the three-headed dog's abilities since they had faced it only 4 times, but that was enough to identify its most threatening attacks. The puppet's flames were annoying. They had peak middle-tier power since the inscriptions around the creature enhanced the royal's cultivation level. Still, its most troublesome quality was its exceptionally strong body. King Elbaz had created the puppets by using some of the best materials in those mortal lands. The red metal that made its bodies could absorb most impacts and was virtually immune to any form of fire. Moreover, the golden flames that ran over its surface fixed the dents that the matriarchs managed to inflict. The puppets were perfect guardians, and their level made them threatening opponents since the 3 organizations didn't have a solid-stage powerhouse at hand. The dog's power wasn't enough to scare Noah away. The matriarchs had already confirmed that liquid-stage powerhouses could injure the puppets, so they only had to inflict enough damages in a single attack to defeat it. A tremor filled the central regions when Noah reached his target. A massive 3-headed dog came out from the mountain chain in the land right in front of him, and a wave of golden fire filled the sky as soon as it appeared. The heads of the puppet spewed more fire as the creature roared toward Noah. Yet, it didn't attack but remained inside the borders of its region. Noah knew that any attempt to bring the puppet outside of its region had failed. The royal had programmed it so that it would only attack anyone trying to invade its territory. Those were the real defenses of the Elbaz family. They were on a different level than the formations of the western coast. Noah didn't need to review his strategy with the matriarchs. The 3 of them would be the only ones nearing the dog, while the other weaker powerhouses would only provide long-range support with their abilities. Only the leaders of the organizations could endure the shockwaves released by the puppets. However, right before Noah could charge ahead and trigger the puppet's offensive, a golden rune appeared next to him, and a massive fireball teleported in that spot. The fireball exploded and engulfed the entire area in a wave of golden flames. The powerhouses could retreat to escape from the fire since they weren't close to Noah, but the matriarchs had to activate defensive spells to protect themselves. The power of the flames surprised the matriarchs since their defensive spells burned under their assault. The 2 liquid-stage powerhouses had to rely on talismans to stop the fire completely and escape from its range. Noah's figure became visible among the flames before his underlings could even begin to worry about his well-being. His robes were intact, and no burn had appeared on his body after that surprise attack. The powerhouses turned toward him when they saw him wearing a wide smile. He appeared happy that someone had tried to kill him off with a sneak attack. "You were indeed alive," Noah shouted once all the flames dispersed. His eyes went on a distant spot in the sky where a crowned figure had become visible. Noah didn't have any doubt about the identity of his assailant. There was only one existence who could wield such power and wasn't part of the organizations under him. The figure that appeared in the distance wore a small golden crown. He didn't show his usual smile to the invaders, but the red crystal at the center of his forehead announced his identity to the world. "He has become stronger," Noah thought as he inspected Second Prince. The royal was at the peak of the liquid stage, and golden fire surrounded his figure. He had inherited his father's flames, but there was only breath in their fabric. He didn't use higher energy, but his cultivation level was surprising. Noah didn't grow as fast as he could due to the restrictions of the separate dimension, but that rate of improvement surpassed even monsters. No one on the scene believed that Second Prince had reached that level of power due to his efforts or talent. After all, the powerhouses had lost track of him inside the separate reality. There were still some raw laws in that environment. Second Prince didn't speak, but Noah didn't wait for him to do so. He flew higher in the sky to avoid entering the range of the 3-headed dog as he neared the royal. Noah showed no fear as he flew toward Second Prince. The 2 of them were too distant from the new continent to trigger any formation so they could talk or fight freely. "No more fireballs?" Noah asked when he reached Second Prince. The royal wore a stern expression as he inspected Noah. His cultivation level was above Noah's now, but he still felt some hesitation inside his mind. Second Prince couldn't explain the reason behind that feeling. Yet, His instincts told him that he couldn't beat Noah at his current level. No more smiles, Noah asked as he revealed his usual cold smile. It's quite reckless for you to come here, Second Prince said. We might be far above the landmass, but this is still my domain. Noah sighed when he heard that answer. He didn't know if the royal wanted to fight, but there had to be a reason behind his sudden attack. I'm not good at foreplays, Noah said as his smile vanished and the demonic sword flew in his palm. Do we try to kill each other? Do we talk? I'm good either way since your father has left a few opponents for me before leaving. Second Prince kept his eyes fixed on Noah as he analyzed his behavior. He tried to see some flaws that could reveal his arrogance or worries, but Noah appeared completely relaxed in that situation. Noah didn't feel fear. His instincts told him that Second Prince was dangerous, but he had been in front of a god. A cultivator in the same stage couldn't trigger his survival instincts. What's there to talk? Second Prince asked. Let's go. I don't want to risk bringing more destruction to the new continent. Noah shrugged his shoulders, but he followed Second Prince when he turned to leave. The two left the sky above the new continent to reach an area in the middle of the sea. It is customary that the leaders of the strongest organizations in the world let their underlings dash. Second Prince began to speak. Still, Noah interrupted his line by slashing toward his spot. A black line cut Second Prince's torso diagonally, and the two pieces of his body began to separate. Yet, they both turned into flames that reattached themselves to reform the royal's figure. I see that you don't care about this, Second Prince commented, but Noah slashed again. The battle had started. Noah had no more words for his opponent at that point, and his face could express only coldness. Noah's second slash divided the royal in half again, but he didn't bleed. Golden flames came out of the cut edges, and his two pieces reattached themselves in a few seconds. You didn't even bother to check if this place had traps, Second Prince said, and 4 metallic pillars rose from the sea. The pillars encircled the two cultivators, and a golden light came out of their surface. Their halo was about to reach Noah, but he closed his eyes and placed his forehead on the demonic sword as he focused on those items. The halo suddenly stopped expanding, and a long cut appeared on the pillar's surface. Second Prince's expression became even more severe when he saw those inscribed items falling apart after enduring Noah's attack. Second Prince didn't sense Noah's attack. It was as if the pillars had crumbled under his sharpness. Noah didn't waste time and resumed to launch slashes towards Second Prince as soon as the pillars crumbled. The royal appeared immune to his attacks, and he always reattached its severed parts through the flames coming out of its injuries. Second Prince didn't appear affected by those attacks, but he didn't seem to like Noah's actions. He snapped his fingers, and golden runes came out of his skin before disappearing inside the air. Noah didn't sense anything, but a golden rune suddenly reappeared next to him and a fireball teleported in that spot. An explosion resounded in the area, and a wave of flames filled that piece of the sky. Second Prince didn't stop his offensive there. More runes appeared near Noah's position, and various attacks replaced them after their halo dimmed. Fireballs, spears, and snake heads crashed on Noah as more golden flames spread in the sky. Second Prince unleashed an array of spells that opened large cracks connected to the void. Noah felt that something was off. He never felt the need to dodge or react to those attacks because his instincts didn't sense any danger coming from them. His sturdy skin was more than enough to endure those blows, and his aura could even weaken them before they landed on his body. Why is he so weak? Noah questioned himself. Second Prince was at the peak of the liquid stage. His individuality would theoretically be only a few steps before the state of law, but the power that he was expressing wasn't even close to that level. That surprised Noah, but it led to only one explanation. Second Prince was holding back. No powerhouse could reach that level without going through the personal growth required by their individuality. Noah didn't know why Second Prince wasn't showing his real power, but he had a way to find the answer. Noah stomped on the air, and his figure disappeared. Even Second Prince lost track of him, but a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Second Prince barely had the time to understand what had charged at him. He only saw the shape of a sword before pain spread from the center of his chest. Noah reappeared behind him and slashed again. His previous attack had created a crack that led to the void right in the middle of his torso, but he wanted to put an end to the battle right away. A second crack cut the upper part of the royal's body diagonally. The flames that came out of the severed edges flowed inside the void and disappeared from that plane. Noah didn't know how that defensive spell worked, but he could open cracks in the sky easily at his level. If Second Prince didn't want to reveal his cards, he would feed him to the void. Second Prince turned his head before his entire figure became unstable. Noah felt a dangerous sensation at that point, but he also understood that it was too late to dodge the incoming attack. The royal blew himself up, and a storm of golden flames filled a large chunk of the sky. It was as if a star had appeared above the sea and had destroyed everything in its range. The sea of golden flames engulfed Noah. Cracks opened in the sky as the destructive force of Second Prince's fire spread in the area. The golden star expanded, and flares came out of its unstable surface. Yet, a fissure soon opened at its center and divided the fiery sphere into two precise halves. Noah came out of the fissure and floated outside of the star's range. The sharpness radiated by his consciousness had cut the flames, but many of them had landed on his skin. Still, he didn't suffer any significant injury. "He can hurt me then," Noah thought as he stared at a burned spot on his right arm. The flames had managed to burn a small part of his skin, but he had acted before the damage spread. Noah didn't lower his guard. Second Prince's aura still lingered in the area, but even his superior awareness couldn't pinpoint his location. Does he even have a real body? Noah wondered as his consciousness expanded to look for the royal. He had cut Second Prince many times, but he had never managed to kill him. The royal had always used fake bodies and clones that didn't reveal any difference from an actual body. Mystery surrounded Second Prince. He was different from the other main descendants. Noah had never managed to understand him, but he had never bothered to do it since he had always been stronger than him. However, the situation was different now. Second Prince's cultivation level was superior to Noah and Great Elder Diana. Noah wasn't sure about his actual battle prowess, but he knew that he had to take care of him to remove the Alliance's last hindrance. Noah waited for Second Prince to reappear, and his eyes sharpened as he saw that the golden star began to morph. His consciousness sensed multiple presences appearing around him, but all of them carried the royal's iconic aura. After the flames completed their transformation, Noah saw 5 identical Second Prince. They all radiated a cultivation level at the peak of the liquid stage, and Noah couldn't sense any difference when he inspected them. It was as if the royal had cloned himself right in front of him. Noah's instincts even began to send warning messages to his mind. The technique didn't seem to be a trick or an illusion. Can he really multiply himself? Noah wondered. He had to admit that he didn't expect Second Prince to own such a strange technique. He knew that it was possible to perform feats that defied reason through the breath, but replicating a powerhouse required an immense amount of energy. The copying technique had the same issue. Even with all its reserves of energy, the hive didn't manage to create an army of rank 6 creatures against King Elba's. Yet, there were now 5 Second Prince in front of Noah, and the royal didn't rely on any external source of energy to perform that feat. Noah didn't even sense a surge of power when that happened. "What exactly are you?" Noah asked. He never spoke once a battle started, but Second Prince was too peculiar. Noah couldn't hold back his curiosity when looking at him. "What is indeed the right word?" The 5 copies of Second Prince replied together. "I'm one of the masterpieces of the best inscription master of these mortal lands. You might have created living weapons, but my father has surpassed you even in that field." "I see," Noah thought as black smoke started to come out of his skin. "He is an inscribed human." A cloud of corrosive smoke soon filled the area. The activation of the demonic form instantly covered the sky and engulfed the 5 Second Prince. A golden halo came out of the 5 royals and fended off the corrosive properties of Noah's smoke. Not even a speck of his gas managed to land on the 5 powerhouses. Noah couldn't play around anymore in front of such prowess. His instincts told him that Second Prince wasn't on his level, but he couldn't underestimate 5 of them. Still, he didn't want to reveal everything that he was capable of. Second Prince was probably hiding more tricky techniques, and Noah didn't want to give him a complete demonstration of his power until he was sure that the royal was really there. The 5 Second Prince raised their hands to launch waves of golden flames that burned Noah's corrosive smoke. The black cloud vanished in a few instants, but a shadow appeared next to one of the copies before the last trail of gas disappeared. The copy exploded into a fiery storm that gave birth to another star. The flames engulfed the other 4 royals, but it didn't manage to reach Noah since he had begun to retreat as soon as night attacked. The pterodactyl came out of the golden star and flew back inside Noah's ring while he raised the demonic sword above his head. Dark matter flowed out of his chest and entered his blade as he prepared one of his iconic slashes. Noah's blade descended, and darkness filled the sky. Dark matter engulfed the golden star and destroyed everything in its path. Only cultivators staring at the battle from afar could see the attack in its true form. A gigantic blade had appeared after Noah's slash, and the technique had launched a storm of dark matter. The entire area became part of Noah's dark world, which enhanced the sharpness carried by the slash. The fabric of the sky managed to remain intact only because the dark matter contained the destructive power launched during the attack. Noah knew that Second Prince had survived the attack. Nothing could escape his vision inside the dark world. He had seen the slash destroying the copies and preventing the golden flames from exploding outward. The technique had removed every trace of the royal, but Noah could still sense his aura lingering around him. It was as if he existed even when he lacked a body. Does he have a core somewhere? Noah wondered. That was the only explanation he could find to define Second Prince's odd power. "You have become stronger," Second Prince's voice echoed through the dark world. "It doesn't surprise me that my father has acknowledged your power. I wonder if you can put an end to my existence." "Do you want to die?" Noah asked as he kept his weapon ready to slash. He would attack as soon as Second Prince regained a physical form. "I've never been alive in the first place," Second Prince continued, and something began to move right outside of the dark world. "Is my existence worthy of this power? Can something like me advance through the cultivation journey? Can I become a god? I don't know." Multiple pecks of golden flames appeared around the dark world's edges. They expanded until an army of Second Prince's copies formed in the sky. Noah's instincts warned him about the danger that was about to fall on him, but he didn't move. The dark world was his strongest defensive and offensive method. Flying out of it would only expose him. "Show me," Second Prince's copies spoke at the same time as they pointed their palms toward the dark world. "Show me the ambition that has made even my father acknowledge you." After they finished speaking, Second Prince's copies launched waves of golden flames that covered the dark world. "How do I even kill him?" Noah wondered as he flew through his dimension. He had chosen to rely on his movement technique to escape from the golden flames after seeing that his dark matter couldn't block Second Prince's attack. The dark world had lasted long enough to create a path through the barrage of copies, and Noah had used that chance to fly above the battlefield. Second Prince's copies turned toward him at the same time before turning into flames that flew in his direction. Noah couldn't understand how much energy the royal had gathered after his last attack, but he didn't see any reason to change his approach. The royal was still in the liquid stage. Even after he created an army of copies, his overall power never reached the solid stage. Noah felt confused about that, but he didn't have time to study his opponent's power. He couldn't divert his attention from the battle anymore. Second Prince had already proven that he was able to hurt him. The trails of flames flew toward Noah, but he slashed before they could reach him. A wave of dark matter engulfed them and recreated the dark world. But Second Prince's aura didn't vanish. Sparks appeared once again around the dark world, and the army of copies reformed. In less than an instant, the golden flames burned the dark matter and forced Noah to escape. Noah reappeared in the sky and launched another slash, but the outcome was the same as before. Second Prince's presence didn't disappear even after the dark matter destroyed all its flames, and its copies reformed around the dark world again. "This won't do," Noah thought as Second Prince forced him to escape again. Noah didn't have problems with his reserves of energy anymore, but he didn't believe that he could last more than Second Prince. The royal had already admitted that he wasn't a normal cultivator, so Noah couldn't apply his knowledge to understand his limits. Yet, Noah knew that there was a limit to how much King Elba's creations could defy logic. Even as a masterpiece, Second Prince had to follow the laws of the world. His energy had to come from somewhere. A regular liquid-stage powerhouse couldn't fuel that ability so often, and even an inscribed item couldn't escape those restrictions. There had to be drawbacks. The only problem was that Noah couldn't see them. Even his mind kept on telling him that Second Prince was cloning himself freely. I guess I had to reveal something, Noah thought. He had to give up on his initial approach if he wanted to win that fight. Noah didn't launch another attack when he reappeared in the sky. Second Prince's copies transformed into flames that flew toward him, but he waited until they were close to perform one of his new techniques. Noah's ambition surged, and arrays of laws replaced the world in his eyes. His cultivation level grew as his individuality pushed his power toward peaks that he had yet to reach. The demonic sword began to tremble as Noah's focused on the laws carried by Second Prince's flames. He saw King Elba's arrogance inside that golden fire, but there were other meanings that he couldn't recognize. However, Noah didn't need to understand his opponent's laws to cut them. Noah's sword descended. The movement appeared slow in his eyes, but Second Prince didn't even notice it. The blade had completed the slash before the trails of flames could even reach their target. Nothing seemed to happen after Noah attacked. The flames swept him and created a star in the area. Yet, countless fissures soon appeared in the fiery sphere's fabric. Countless cuts covered the star. Its flames fell apart, and Noah didn't even bother to walk out of their range as he looked at the destruction that he had caused. He didn't suffer any injury. His slash had severed the destructive properties of the flames, rendering them harmless. They weren't even warm anymore, and the sky could endure the energy they carried without shattering. Cuts continued to appear on the flames that condensed into Second Prince's shape. The royal didn't create any more copies, and he ignored Noah as he stared at his body. Noah's attack didn't end even after Second Prince reformed. Cuts opened on his body, and golden flames came out of them. The royal appeared made of fire, but that didn't slow down Noah's technique. "What have you done to me?" Second Prince asked as injuries continued to appear on him. The royal tried everything. Golden runes began to shine on his skin, and potions came out of his space rings to drop their contents on his body. Second Prince used all his knowledge and healing methods to stop Noah's technique, but nothing seemed to work. Cuts continued to open on his body even if Noah didn't attack anymore. He can survive this too, Noah thought as he inspected Second Prince. It didn't matter how many injuries the royal suffered. His flames always fixed his body. "Make it stop!" Second Prince shouted and launched a wave of flames toward Noah, but he easily dodged it with his movement technique. Second Prince chased after him, but his body continued to fall apart and slowed him down. Noah didn't even need to rely on his movement technique to retreat at that point. The royal understood that his efforts were pointless as long as cuts continued to appear on his body. Determination appeared in his eyes before he blew himself up again. Second Prince's presence disappeared for the first time since the beginning of the battle, but Noah didn't drop his guard. He knew that he had forced the royal to execute some dangerous technique, but he didn't believe that Second Prince would give up on him. As Noah had predicted, Second Prince's aura suddenly appeared in the area again, and sparks of flames formed near him before taking the royal's shape. Second Prince heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the technique had stopped, but Noah promptly slashed toward him again. The royal dodged the attack, but anger appeared in his expression when he saw that Noah had launched a simple slash at that time. The fear of the previous technique had made him perform an evasive maneuver to avoid something unable to hurt him. "This one is real," Noah said as he reappeared on top of the escaping royal and slashed toward him. Second Prince tried to understand if Noah was speaking the truth, but everything had happened too fast. His consciousness didn't have enough time to analyze the attack, and he couldn't risk suffering from that threatening technique again. The royal turned into flames to dodge the slash, but a loud curse resounded in the area when he noticed that Noah had tricked him again. His attack didn't even launch the usual black lines. Noah didn't put any energy into his blow. Second Prince was about to condense into a human form, but Noah appeared next to him again and slashed without saying anything. The royal could only perform an evasive maneuver at that point, and he didn't even bother to curse when he noticed that Noah had tricked him again. That chase continued for a while, and Noah didn't mind that trend. He was barely consuming any energy to follow the royal, but the latter had to deplete a lot of breath perform his evasive maneuvers. Noah didn't know how vast Second Prince's reserves of energy were, but that approach gave him enough time to learn about the royal's limits. Second Prince understood Noah's intentions, and he eventually decided to stop dodging. His body divided itself into various strands of flames that condensed to create his copies, but a wave of dark matter engulfed them before they could attack. The royal reformed in a different spot of the sky after the attack, and he could only show an ugly expression when he saw that cuts had started to appear on his body again. Noah's individuality focused on his ambition. His law made him overcome the limits of his cultivation level, but it also had other effects. Noah had been unable to abandon anything during his journey. His ambition had made him keep his destruction, creation, and other aspects of his existence. That path was far harsher than other journeys due to the width of the individuality, but Noah had managed to push it to his current level. Now, the ambition that had made him unable to leave anything behind allowed him to express everything simultaneously. Noah's new slash wasn't exactly a new technique. It used the basics learnt during his training with Sword Saint, and it applied them to all his attacks. Noah only had to pour his ambition into his blows to manifest its effects. The countless cuts were one of the techniques that best expressed his individuality. Noah only had to slash once to create a virtually endless number of injuries on his opponent. His slash could generate other slashes. Destruction and creation worked together to give birth to an attack that would keep going as long as Noah's ambition continued to burn. That was what Sword Saint had taught him. Noah could pour everything he had into his slashes to create an attack that knew no end. It destroyed to create more destruction in an endless cycle. Second Prince blew himself up again when he saw that Noah had hit him with that troublesome technique. His body reformed high in the sky, but Noah promptly flew after him to continue his assault. The royal couldn't regain the upper hand in the battle. He had no way to predict when Noah would activate his individuality's troublesome properties, which forced him to deplete a large amount of energy to dodge all his attacks. Noah didn't mind that type of battle. His endurance in those conditions was nearly endless, and he barely needed to perform real attacks anymore since Second Prince always performed evasive maneuvers. The two powerhouses continued to fight in those conditions for entire weeks. Noah never let the royal escape from his sight, and Second Prince could only rely on his immense reserves of energy to keep dodging. Noah and Second Prince flew above both continents as their battle continued. The other powerhouses could see them for a few days before their fight led them above the sea again. There seemed to be no end to that trend. Second Prince never had the time to react, and Noah's battle style was flawless. He never allowed him to do anything other than escaping. Where does he keep all this energy? Noah wondered as he continued to suppress Second Prince. He had forced the royal to perform evasive maneuvers more than 1,000 times, but Second Prince didn't show any sign of exhaustion. He didn't commit mistakes either, so Noah couldn't hit him with his technique anymore. Noah couldn't explain how anything in the heroic ranks could last so long. The energy consumed by Second Prince during the battle was enough to replicate 10 rank 6 beings through the copying formation, and he was still going. The relentless chase saw no changes even after 1 month. Noah and Second Prince remained locked in that situation, and none of them managed to catch their opponent off guard. Noah didn't let that situation win over his determination. He knew that if he let Second Prince go, the royal would develop countermeasures to his abilities. That was his best chance to end him. He only had to remain patient and never give a chance to react to his opponent. Second Prince began to feel the pressure of Noah's approach after the two of them spent 2 entire months in that situation. Noah noticed that change in his mindset since the royal began to test different strategies during his escape. Second Prince tried to delay the solidification of his body. He attempted to create decoys and copies through his flames, and he even took out inscribed items in the hope of gaining valuable instants. However, Noah never failed to punish him with his new technique. Second Prince could only blow himself up every time the cuts started to reappear on his body. He had no other way to stop that technique. Those attempts made Second Prince waste even more energy, but Noah had to suppress him for another month before showing signs of exhaustion. Second Prince became slower in his reactions. Noah began to land some blows on him even if he didn't test other strategies. That development in their battle made Second Prince's situation quite critical. He almost didn't believe that Noah had managed to bring him to his limits, but the royal could only blame himself. He didn't underestimate Noah, but the latter had overcome Second Prince's highest evaluations. After all, the royal could copy himself without dividing his power. He didn't believe that a powerhouse in the liquid stage could defeat that. Yet, Noah didn't only overcome that technique. He had also forced Second Prince into a situation where he could deplete all his energy. That outcome was simply unbelievable in the royal's mind, but he couldn't deny the reality of his current condition. "Curse you!" Second Prince shouted before touching the crystal at the center of his forehead. Noah used that chance to land another blow on him, but a blinding red light filled his vision afterward. The halo radiated from the crystal didn't give birth to any dangerous sensation in Noah's mind, but it cut away his connection with the outside world for an instant. Noah immediately deployed the dark world and activated the demonic form to defend himself, but no attack came in his direction. After the halo vanished and he could sense the outside world again, Noah retracted his spell and dark matter to inspect the environment. Second Prince had used that chance to disappear, but he had left behind half of his crystal. Noah felt slightly annoyed that Second Prince had managed to escape him again, especially after he had spent the last 3 months chasing him through the world. "I need to invent something new before I face him again," Noah thought as he picked that half crystal. "I didn't even manage to understand what he is." Noah could only sigh at that outcome, but the crystal soon caught his attention. His mental waves went on the item, and images tried to barge inside his mind at that point. Noah quickly cut the connection with the crystal. He wanted to be careful when it came to items that belonged to the Elbas family. They knew too much about the inscription fields for him to act recklessly. Dark matter rose from Noah's chest and entered his mind to create a few defensive layers. Part of his higher energy also reinforced his sturdy mental walls as he prepared himself to connect his consciousness with the crystal again. Once he prepared all his defenses, Noah spread his mental waves toward the crystal again, and the same flow of images began to enter his mind. The images were a messy mass of colors at the beginning, but Noah slowly reconstructed them. When he had completed that process, he saw King Elbas pouring his blood on a red crystal. Noah felt like dreaming. He had gone through similar sensations already in his life, and he could barely believe what was happening. The images that had appeared in his head gave off the same vibe as a bloodline inheritance. Yet, they were also similar to the dreams he experienced when he was still absorbing the light-devouring dragon's bloodline. Noah couldn't understand what King Elbas had created just by listening to his sensations. He had to dig deeper in the memories contained inside the crystal to discover more about that item and Second Prince. His mental waves went back inside the crystal, and more images flew toward his mind. Noah didn't want to go through many cycles of that process, so he continued to maintain the connection with the item until no more colors entered his consciousness. Noah let his mind process those pieces of information until he obtained an orderly series of images. Even some sounds began to echo inside his mental walls as those pictures started to move. "Failure!" King Elba's voice resounded inside Noah's mind. The sound wasn't clear. It was muffled, and it seemed to come from far away. The images showed King Elbas handling a series of items to inspect the red crystal that had received his blood. His mouth would move at times, but no sound came out of it. Noah guessed that those memories were incomplete. He had a vague idea about the experiment that the royal's leader was performing, but he had too many questions about the whole matter. Moreover, King Elbaz was mostly talking by himself. His mouth moved only when his considerations couldn't remain inside his mind anymore. That scene depicted King Elbaz in his natural environment. Intense curiosity brimmed in his eyes as he inspected the crystal with various inscribed items. The royal's focus was on his creation, and he didn't show any anger in front of a failure. If these are memories, Noah thought as the images became foggy for a few seconds. Who is watching him? Noah obtained the answer to his question as soon as the images became clear again. King Elbaz pinched the crystal in front of him and shattered it into pieces before turning toward the image's point of view. His muffled voice resounded once again inside Noah's mind as the royal pointed at his palm to open a wound. Second, King Elbaz murmured. I've never succeeded at the second attempts. The royal dropped his blood on the point of view. Shades of red appeared on the images as the drops flowed on top of them. The redness began to flicker, and the images became clear once again as the drops vanished. Noah could guess what had happened at that point. The second crystal had absorbed King Elbaz's blood, and a consciousness awakened. The images suddenly became messy. Noah saw darkness followed by redness. King Elbaz's figure alternated between foggy and clear in a cycle that continued for a few minutes. Then, at the peak of the image's clarity, second princes resounded inside Noah's mind. Who are you? I am your father, King Elbaz answered as he hurriedly picked his inscribed items again to inspect the crystal. His expression remained stern as the process continued, but the light coming out of his eyes became brighter as he read the results of his analysis. I did it, King Elbaz murmured. You are the first living being created through my blood. You shall be my heir. I'll award you the name of First Prince. Silence filled the room, but King Elbaz patiently waited for an answer to arrive. Yet, when the crystal spoke, the royal could only show a mix of surprise and interest. The redness became more intense as second prince's voice resounded in Noah's head. First? I'm the second. You have destroyed first. King Elbaz didn't initially understand what second prince meant, but everything became clear to him when he turned to look at the pieces of the other red crystal. Oh, King Elbaz said. You could already see before inheriting my will. Part of me must have flowed inside you when I assembled the crystal. King Elbaz performed more tests, but he eventually put everything away to speak with his creation. Fine, I'll call you second. I will teach you what I know before giving you a body. I'll probably make more of you if the experiment turns out to be a success. King Elbaz stretched his hands to take the crystal, and the images became foggy after he picked it. Noah waited for a while, but he could only see two more scenes from the memories he had obtained. The first one showed second prince running through what appeared to be a lab. The crystal in his forehead was the point of view, so Noah didn't manage to get a good look at the environment while he remained immersed in those memories. Second prince gasped for air as he climbed a stair that ended into a trapdoor. His hands managed to lift its edges and make some of the air outside it flow inside the lab before someone flung him back at the bottom of the room. King Elbaz appeared in second prince's vision, but his expression didn't carry the same excitement as the first images. There were only seriousness and a tinge of disappointment on his face. You are too free, King Elbaz said while heaving a sigh. Your potential is immense, but you carry my desires and dreams. I can't let you fulfill yourself before I leave this world. The images became foggy as soon as King Elbaz's hand stretched to cover second prince's vision. The second scene showed a place that Noah remembered well. It depicted the separate reality when Noah killed first prince and first princess. The redness in second prince's vision flickered to no end as he kept his focus on Noah. The images became more vivid as he killed the two descendants. Noah could sense his ambition in the images. It was as if his individuality had flowed inside second prince and had left a mark in his mind. Did I inspire second prince? Noah wondered as the images became foggy, and the memories ended. There were still many questions inside his mind, but Noah wasn't really interested in second prince's life. Every living being went through hard-P15, and many of them carried traumas of those events for most of their journey. Overcoming and owning them was what allowed them to reach higher peaks in their path. However, a detail in those images had caught his attention. When Second Prince lifted the trapdoor, Noah had seen part of the structure that stood on top of the lab. Noah didn't see much, but he recognized the style of the structures inside. He couldn't forget them since he had lived in similar buildings for a while. The capital in the Nation, Noah concluded in his mind. There was only one place in the entire world that had such polished buildings, and the old capital was one of the few spots that could still hide secrets from Noah. Noah didn't believe that the capital held any riches since the Elbas family had moved all its assets to the new continent and had placed the dimensional portal in that nation. Yet, there was a chance that it still hid King Elba's old lab. If that turned out to be accurate, Noah felt relatively sure that he could find some research there. The old capital had lost any importance to Noah and other thieves after the migration into the new continent. King Elbas had even placed the dimensional portal in the Nation, which decreased the value of what had once been one of the world's most advanced cities. Too much had happened back when Noah was still performing raids with the demons. That eventually led him to never think about the old academy and capital again, but seeing Second Prince's memories had ignited his curiosity. King Elbas was a monster, and he was even more impressive when it came to the inscription fields. If there was even a slight chance that his old lab contained some of his studies, Noah had to seize it. Moreover, he had the faint feeling that Second Prince still had some connections with that place. After all, King Elbas had appeared twice in the memories obtained through the red crystal. Noah browsed through his inscribed notebook before deciding to make the travel on his own. His underlings and the other organizations were still busy studying the three-headed dog, and they weren't even close to defeating it. Noah had time for a trip to the old continent. It acted like a bloodline inheritance, Noah thought as he inspected his mind. But it didn't improve my sea of consciousness. Noah felt slightly disappointed that the memories obtained through the piece of crystal didn't improve his mind. Second Prince would have instantly become more valuable if his consciousness could work as a bloodline inheritance. Yet, King Elbas didn't create Second Prince with that feature. His mind resembled a bloodline inheritance because it carried intense emotions, but his memories didn't have the same miraculous effects. Noah flew toward the Nation and stopped to inspect the area once he reached the old capital. The lands there barely had any vegetation left, and even the city's tall defensive walls had suffered from the existence of the dimensional portal. King Elbas had left the portal open before departing for the immortal lands. The consumption of energy had continued during the 5 centuries that the 3 organizations had spent inside the separate dimension. The Nation was on the path to become a desert. The only feature that had stopped its degradation was the mountain chain in the distance since it contained a lot of energy. Still, it didn't meet the standards of other habitable lands anymore. There was simply nothing valuable left in those regions. Even the weaker magical beasts and normal animals had left that nation and the ones nearby. Noah didn't feel much by staring at that desolation. He had embarked on the cultivation journey in that nation, but there wasn't anything left there. Only ruins and bitter memories could appear in his vision. The buildings inside the capital had it a bit better than the defensive walls due to some breath blessings left behind during the migration. Still, even those resources had suffered from the effects of the dimensional portal. The tall structures envied by the entire world had become nothing more than ruins. The city's luxurious streets and quarters had turned into symbols of the era before the new continent. Noah never forgot who he had been before finding the hive. He was nothing more than a human cultivator when he had started to live in the capital. His job as a hunter and the memories of his secret missions were still vivid in his mind. It felt strange returning there as the leader of the most powerful organization in the world. Noah could barely believe how weak he had been in the past. He still recalled the struggles to obtain techniques and the constant suppression that he had to overcome to reach his current status. Time had made all of that vanish, but those memories would live forever in his mind. Those memories surged inside his mind as he descended toward the streets of the capital. Only one thought kept on echoing through his mental walls as he looked at the scene. The cultivation journey is ruthless. Not even the best city in the world could survive the passage of time. The royals didn't think twice before abandoning the capital to make new homes in the new continent. Humans cultivators who couldn't even walk on the piece of immortal lands had migrated without giving the matter any second thought. They had left everything in the hope that the new world could give them a chance to reach the peak. Noah didn't linger too long in his memories. Those ruined streets and buildings made him pensive, but he had a lot to do, and he couldn't waste time. The world wouldn't wait for him. Every second lost was a chance given to his opponents to catch up with him. Noah didn't have threatening enemies in the world, but his mindset never allowed him to relax. Noah didn't need to search for traces of King Elba's old lab. He had sensed a familiar aura with his innate awareness as soon as he landed inside the capital, and he walked directly toward the source of that trace. He soon arrived in front of a crumbled building. The debris was all over the place, but he could see that someone had moved them recently. The debris crumbled into a pile of dust as soon as Noah's consciousness touched them. His mental waves blew the dirt away and revealed the same floor he had seen in Second Prince's memories. Noah wielded the demonic sword and started tapping the floor with its tip. His consciousness couldn't sense anything specific there, but he knew that the owner of that familiar aura had stopped there. His sword sensed something at some point, and Noah stabbed it on the floor before tilting it to lift the trapdoor. King Elba's old lab appeared in his vision, and Noah analyzed the insides with his consciousness before walking down the stairs. Dust, books, scrolls, and a few inscribed items appeared in his vision. Most of them were old or broken, but there was something that the passage of time didn't ruin. Still, the items didn't go past the 4th rank in terms of power. For a powerhouse like Noah, most of the stuff inside the lab was nothing more than junk. Noah couldn't focus for too long on the lab. He had noticed even before entering that place that there was someone else there, and he could place his eyes on the other powerhouse after he had descended the stairs. "You are a tough one," Second Prince said as he inspected his forehead with a series of inscribed items. "No wonder my father respected you so much." Only half of his crystal had fallen when he had performed that reckless evasive maneuver, but it seemed that it had mostly regrown during the short period after his battle against Noah. Noah looked at the royal before losing interest in him. No tension formed in the air even if the two of them were in the same room. None of them wanted to fight at the moment. "Are the other main descendants like you?" Noah asked as he picked a random item from a desk near him. His mind didn't sense any energy coming from that, so he placed it back where it was. Second Prince appeared slightly surprised by that question, but he answered anyway. "No. He has labeled me as a failure, so he has created the others through normal methods." Well, normal for his standards. Noah had many questions, but his main goal was to find studies left behind by King Elbas. Still, he would take any piece of information that Second Prince was willing to give him. "Why didn't you run?" Noah asked as he browsed through some of the scrolls on a dusty shelf. "You knew which memories the crystal you left behind contained. You knew that I would have come here." The scrolls contained studies aimed for cultivators in the 4th rank, 5th rank, but even Noah could see that the current inscription methods were more advanced than those described. King Elbas might have been a genius, but most of his knowledge had become public domain. Only his latest inventions were still a secret, and the world wasn't sure if his descendants knew all of them. "I came at you with the strength of 10 powerhouses at the peak of the liquid stage," Second Prince replied as he took a bag of blood from a drawer next to him. "But I lost anyway. What should I try next time? Should I wait until I can do the same at the solid stage? Should I take my victory if I manage to become a god before you?" Noah didn't answer that question. He had found a book that described some taming method, and he promptly stored it. The hive didn't need help in controlling the hybrids as long as Noah and Scully were there. However, Noah would eventually ascend, and being stronger than Scully were bound to appear sooner or later. Noah didn't want to leave the hive unprepared for the army of hybrids, so he stored that book to improve 37's knowledge. The automaton would take care of teaching it to the others when the time was right. "These studies don't belong to you," Second Prince said as he poured a few drops of blood on his forehead. His crystal absorbed the liquid, and a small part of its missing piece regrow after that procedure. "Didn't you just admit your eternal defeat?" Noah asked as he continued to browse through that collection. He wanted to make sure that he didn't miss anything valuable, so he inspected every item that he found. Second Prince remained speechless after Noah's reply. He had vented previously, but he didn't expect Noah to treat that lab as if it was his raiding ground. In the end, Second Prince sighed before asking Noah a question. Why didn't you kill me? Don't tell me that you have started to pity me. You are a cursed existence. Noah began to speak as he heard those words. Your father has tortured and restrained you. Isn't this how life normally goes? Noah wasn't serious, but Second Prince didn't laugh. He shook his head and continued the treatment for his crystal. Some of the shelves fell when Noah moved them to inspect certain items. The most important resource in the lab appeared to be the scrolls and books, but even those were quite old for the current era. Yet, Noah took anything that appeared remotely valuable. It would be up to 37 to sort them and evaluate their utility. Even if none of them could improve the hive's current state, it could lead the automaton to create something that could benefit his entire organization. You, Second Prince hesitated for a moment before resuming speaking. Your ambition touched me in the separate reality. I managed to awaken a part of my personality in that place. Noah didn't answer. He could feel that Second Prince's speech wasn't over. He didn't know what the royal was about to say, but he didn't have much to do. Looting a lab didn't require much attention. How can an existence like you choose to live? Second Prince asked. I've read your story, I've made my investigations, and I know about a part of your individuality. Your law of ambition burns hotter than father's flames. I didn't think it to be possible. Noah recalled his defeat against King Elbaz. The royal had overwhelmed the forces of the entire world with his golden flames, and some of the powerhouses still feared that color. The memories of such a massive battle could even affect the minds of the strongest cultivator. King Elbaz was an existence worthy of creating those traumas. Why would I even help you? Noah asked. Second Prince wasn't his ally. Part of him knew that they weren't enemies either, especially after learning how King Elbaz had manipulated him. Yet Noah couldn't find any reason to help him. I still am King Elbaz's heir, Second Prince replied. I am the best inscription master in the world now. Noah shook his head as he continued to browse through that collection of antiques. Second Prince was willing to bribe him as long as he could receive an answer to his question. What is your source of energy? Noah asked. Do you even have a dantian? Second Prince's eyes lit up when he saw that Noah had taken an interest in him. That gave him hope, but he had to answer honestly to avoid triggering another battle. My dantian is only for seen, Second Prince began to explain. It grows and absorbs laws, but it contains no breath. My energy comes from the seabed. Noah didn't need to show a curious expression to make Second Prince understand that he wanted to hear more about that method. He only turned and looked at the royal with his usual cold reptilian eyes. The new continent was powerful enough to fuel formations on its own, Second Prince explained. The seabed is quite similar. I have a formation connected to a teleportation matrix down there. The energy that it gathers flows directly into my dantian. So, Noah spoke to make sure that he couldn't gain anything from eating Second Prince. Your dantian is worthless, isn't it? Yes, Second Prince showed a smile as he replied. I'm only a consciousness that moves puppets. I wouldn't satisfy you if you were to eat me. Noah could only sigh at that discovery. Learning about Second Prince's cultivation method made him want to scan the seabed and see if he could find that formation. If the hive learnt how to harness energy from the seabed, it wouldn't have any problem activating the copying technique. You ask me how, Noah said as his inspection continued. I don't know. I'm alive, so I choose to live. There isn't anything out of it. My ambition is boundless, but I would have remained alive without it too. Do you think I can? Second Prince asked. You are the only one turning this into an issue, Noah quickly replied. Alive, dead, human, monster, who cares? You can cultivate so you can live this life. Noah's words were something that Second Prince had repeated himself many times, but they had a different way when Noah was the one to speak them. Second Prince suddenly seemed to understand something, but his mood didn't change. He remained pensive, and he didn't appear wholly convinced about Noah's point. The thing about your dantian, Noah began his speech. You are completely useless to me without it. Killing you gives me no benefits, but I have another role in mind that you can fill. Which is? Second Prince asked. Deal with my boredom, Noah replied. I'm going to grow bored of these lands quite soon if no one tries to reach the top of the world. I don't want to spend the solid stage in seclusion. What do you mean? Second Prince could vaguely understand Noah's words, but he wanted to hear him describe them. I've already lived as a slave. I won't be yours. You should feel lucky that I have no interest in killing you, Noah replied as he showed a cold smile toward the royal. A chill ran down Second Prince's spine when the reptilian pupils landed on him. He felt naked under Noah's piercing gaze. Even if the royal wasn't an actual living being, his survival instincts screamed in fear when death became a possibility in his mind. Noah could end his life in that situation. Nothing in the world could stop him, and Second Prince didn't have any secret strategy to deploy. The royal would die for sure if Noah decided to attack. Yet, Noah soon diverted his gaze to explode into a loud laugh. Second Prince gave up on understanding him after that event, and he limited himself to listen to what he had to say. You don't have to do anything too specific, Noah said after he suppressed his laugh. Live, grow, fight. Do whatever you want, but keep me as your enemy. Be a constant threat in my life. I don't want this war to be the last exciting event that I will see in the lower plane. Second Prince couldn't believe his ears. It was as if Noah was hiring an assassin to avoid living in peace for the rest of his journey through the heroic ranks. Are you crazy? Second Prince asked, but Noah shrugged his shoulders at that question as he continued to browse through the items in the old lab. The royal found that task unreasonable. No living being would choose to add danger to their lives unless that brought clear benefits. Yet Noah didn't seem to have anything to gain from that. A smile started to appear on Second Prince's face as that idea settled in his mind. He was King Elba's heir, so he only needed time to come up with threatening offensives and assassination plans. What if I manage to kill you? Second Prince asked as his smile widened. I will just die, Noah replied without stopping inspecting the lab. I should warn you though, I won't hold back during your attacks, so it will be up to you to survive. Second Prince's smile froze when he heard that answer. He did not doubt that Noah was serious about his proposal now, but he still didn't know how he had to react to it. Noah understood that the royal found it hard to accept his reasons, but he didn't want to give up on that chance. After all, he could solve one of the issues that had bothered him since King Elba's banishment. Look, Noah said before taking a short break to think about words that the royal could understand. I will let you live today as long as you promise me not to disappear from the political scene. Don't ask yourself why. Just do your best not to die the next time we see each other. Aren't you afraid I will go after the other members of your organization? Second Prince couldn't give up so soon, but Noah's answer left him dumbfounded. Where is the fun in that? Noah replied. Shouldn't you prove that you can aim for the sky? What is the point in hunting down weaklings? Noah didn't look at the royal during his answer, and he completed the inspection of the lab while Second Prince remained dumbfounded. There wasn't much in the lab. The few items and studies that Noah had taken weren't exceptional nor competitive in the current inscription fields. Still, they carried King Elba's genius. The most valuable aspects of those studies and items were the ideas that had led to their creation. Those ideas could inspire the current generation of inscription masters and open the path for the birth of new masterpieces. Noah couldn't let go of the chance to make the experts in his organization grow. Noah gave another look at the lab before moving toward the stairs. He had already said his piece. It was up to Second Prince to decide what to do. Noah wouldn't lose anything even if the royal decided to hide and never show his face again. He had nothing to gain from Second Prince anyway. He could become useful only if he became a proper enemy. Does this mean that you think I'm worthy of being your opponent? Second Prince asked before Noah could leave. Recognition won't lead you anyway, Noah replied as he lifted the trapdoor. If I were you, I would stop searching for what I am and start looking for where I want to go. Noah left the lab after that line. Second Prince remained behind, but Noah didn't look back as he set off to return to the new continent. He didn't have anything else to say. Second Prince had to make his choice now. The invasion was still in its early stages in the new continent. The 5 massive puppets had stopped the expansion of the 3 organizations, limiting them to the western coast and the regions nearby. The powerhouses among the invaders had found some weaknesses in the 3-headed dog during their assaults. Still, all the strategies proposed during their meetings had an unavoidable flaw. The puppets were rank 6 weapons in the upper tier, but the organizations only had access to liquid-stage powerhouses at best. The difference in sheer power between the defenders and the invaders was too steep to overcome without external help. Of course, the powerhouses had made those calculations without considering Noah's power. He had yet to join that battlefield, and the experts couldn't create accurate strategies without knowing how much he had grown. Noah's return put in motion strategies that had been impossible to apply without him. The invaders could now test the puppets' prowess more accurately and hope to reclaim their lost land. Great Elder Diana, God's left hand, and Noah gathered near the region containing the 3-headed dog. A month had passed since the events with Second Prince, and the leaders of the 3 organizations had finally completed the preparations for a powerful assault. The attack would feature only the 3 of them at that time. The trio's role was to test the puppet's structural limits and see if they could hope to destroy it without creating something on a similar level. "You have the highest piercing power," Great Elder Diana said while looking toward Noah. "We'll open a path through the flames. See if you can break that red metal." Noah didn't answer, but the demonic sword flew out of his space ring and landed in his hand. That gesture was enough to express his compliance with the strategy. The trio flew toward the mountain chain in the region in front of them, and a golden halo soon filled the sky as flames surged from the ground. A massive 3-headed dog came out of the mountains and began to roar toward the 3 powerhouses. Flames came out of its red skin and amassed inside its mouths. The matriarchs attacked before the puppet could gather enough energy to attack. The previous attacks had taught them how long the creature needed to launch its flames, so they didn't fear its offensive. A series of dense lightning bolts shot out of black lenses and crashed on the golden flames surrounding the dog. That attack didn't manage to destroy the fire, but it destabilized its structure. God's left hand waved her damaged inscribed fan, and a series of dense gales blew from her figure to converge on the spot damaged by Great Elder Diana. The fire in that spot crumbled, and a narrow path opened through the puppet's innate defenses. Noah's blade descended at that point. He wouldn't waste the chance created by the matriarchs. Noah could now condense his dark world inside the demonic sword and unleash it when he completed a slash. Yet that attack had multiple variants. The blow that he had shown to Second Prince aimed to cover a large area, but the situation was different now. The matriarchs had managed to uncover only a small part of the puppet's skin, so Noah had to unleash everything he had in that spot. No slash came out after Noah's sword descended, but the 3-headed dog trembled as something landed at the bottom of the tunnel dug through the flames. The puppet slid through the mountains and created cracks at their bases as it tried to maintain its position after the impact. Something had landed on its body, and the power that it carried had threatened to fling the dog away. God's left hand showed a confused expression while staring at the opening that she had created in the puppet's defense. She didn't see Noah's attack, but the reaction of the other matriarch told her that something had happened. Great Elder Diana's reaction wasn't flashy, but her aura became tense when she witnessed Noah's slash. Her cultivation level was still a bit above the hive's leader, so she had been able to see the true nature of Noah's attack. Noah's slash wasn't invisible. It was simply tiny. A minute black shard had flown out of the demonic sword and had crossed the opening in the puppet's defenses to land on its skin. The amount of energy contained in that shard was unfathomable. Noah had condensed the entirety of his dark world in that attack. When it came to sheer power, that was Noah's strongest slash. The trio watched as the golden flames filled the tunnel created by the matriarchs. They waited until they could get a good look at the red metal, and confident smiles appeared on their faces when they saw the damages inflicted by Noah's slash. The attack didn't manage to pierce the red metal, but a deep white mark had appeared where the slash had landed. That was the only proof that the leaders needed to decide their approach with the puppets. The powerhouses in the world had lost a lot inside the separate reality. Only a few of them had died, but King Elba's had burned most of their stronger items. The weapons that allowed some of them to overcome the difference of power between the stages was no more. God's left hand still had her fan, but it had suffered damages, and she was the weakest leader. The trio theoretically held enough power to deal with threats on the puppets level, but the Elbas family had built them to shine in battle. With the right allocation of energy and protections, an upper-tier item could be unbeatable with sheer strength alone. That didn't seem to be the case for the three-headed dog. Noah's slash could damage it, so the three organizations could overcome that hurdle. It was only a matter of strategy now. The golden flames slowly fixed the damage. Red metal replaced the white mark and brought the puppet back to its peak condition. Maybe if I amassed enough primary energy, Noah thought as he inspected the puppet. Noah had other attacks that could deal with the puppet's annoying abilities, but he didn't want to reveal all his assets. He had a new enemy now. The sole fact that Second Prince existed made him remember the danger that the cultivation world could bring. Moreover, the matriarchs had to play their parts. Noah didn't want to carry the weight of the war on his own. That approach would only hurt the hive since it wouldn't learn anything about the other leaders' abilities. "Shall we continue for a while?" Great Elder Diana asked before her companions could say anything. The council's matriarch had a lot of experience in the political field. She didn't even try to trick Noah and God's left hand to make them reveal everything they had, since she valued the integrity of the alliance far more than those small gains. God's left hand and Noah nodded without adding anything else, and they immediately began to assault the puppet with the same strategy they had applied before. Great Elder Diana destabilized the flame structure. God's left hand made them crumble, and Noah attacked the opening that the two matriarchs created. The only difference was that they didn't stop there at that time. The trio continued to assault the dog until it finished gathering enough flames. By focusing the same spot over and over again, they had managed to pierce the initial layers of red metal and damage the puppet's insides. Yet, the creature's counterattack forced them to stop their relentless offensive. The dog spread its mouths, and golden beams shot out of them. The attacks didn't aim for the leaders, but converged in front of the puppet to create a massive fiery sphere that radiated golden light in the sky. The invaders had already seen that attack multiple times, so Noah didn't feel any surprise at that sight. He knew that was about to come, and he placed his blade on his forehead as he focused on the environment. A rain of fireballs flew out of the fiery sphere. The golden halo dimmed as the star shrunk, but the process continued until all the flames had flowed into attacks flying toward the leaders. Noah closed his eyes and unfolded his consciousness. He could sense hundreds of fireballs converging in his direction, but he didn't move. "I exist," Noah said in his head as his ambition surged. "I can cut one of those fireballs, so I can cut all of them." His cultivation level surged and reached peaks that he had to explore, and a tremor ran through his aura as his sharpness manifested in the world. There were so many fireballs in the sky that the entire area was still golden, even if the main star had vanished. No other colors could exist in that environment, and even the air struggled to resist the pressure that those attacks radiated. As an upper-tier inscribed weapon, the three-headed dog could launch attacks that resembled a solid-stage powerhouse's spell. Its fire wasn't normal either, since it took inspiration from King Elba's higher energy. Yet, a large chunk of the array of fireballs went dark after Noah launched its attack. Fissures appeared on every fiery sphere flying toward him and divided them in half. The light that they radiated instantly dimmed after they suffered that damage, and they didn't even explode after Noah's sharpness destabilized their structure. Their flames faded in the sky. Great Elder Diana didn't have issues dealing with the attacks converging toward her either. She had created a crackling orange sphere by gathering the lightning bolts launched by her lenses while the puppet still prepared its attack. Then, small but dense bolts shot out of her attack and seeped inside the fireballs coming toward her. The fireballs initially didn't show any difference in their behavior, but they all exploded after a second passed. A flash of golden light filled her side of the sky before vanishing altogether. God's left hand had to rely on her inscribed weapon to deal with that offensive. Her fan had suffered damages, but it still was a quasi-rank 7 item. The prowess that the matriarch could express through it was immense. Her gales swept the fireballs away and made them explode in different areas of the sky. None of them could touch her, and her feat put an end to the puppet's first offensive. This is annoying, Noah thought when his eyes went on the three-headed dog after. He searched for the spot he had managed to damage, but the golden flames had fixed it while the trio was busy fending off the fireballs. The most annoying aspect of the puppet's healing properties wasn't in its fixing speed. The main issue was that the golden flames relied on a source of energy that didn't have clear limits. The golden halo capable of healing formations used breath to replace and fix inscriptions, but the puppets had only one fuel. They consumed the blood of the Elba's bloodline to activate their flames and obtain those annoying abilities. That made the battle more troublesome. Noah and the others couldn't aim to slowly exhaust the reserves of energy connected to the puppets in that situation. They didn't know how their fuel behaved. It would have been different if the hive still had access to the copying technique. The damage that the leaders could inflict with that asset would be enough to make even those powerful puppets struggle. Yet, the organizations were on their own now. The best they could do was creating inscribed weapons that countered the puppets' abilities. But they still needed to find a way to inflict consistent damages. "Can you cut it from one side to another?" Great Elder Diana asked as she neared Noah. God's left hand shook her head when she heard that, but her eyes widened when she saw that Noah was pondering about the matter. It was as if he was really considering whether he could do it or not. "Does the hive have another divine weapon stored somewhere?" God's left hand asked. Noah scratched his head as calculation happened in his mind. The puppet was sturdy, and the materials that made it were quite hard, but it was only half a stage above him when it came to sheer power. "I might be able to come close to that," Noah said as he continued to study the three-headed dog. "I need to land on it after preparing my attack for a while. Still, I think it's easier to cut the heads." With enough preparations, Noah knew that his sharpness could overcome the red metal's sturdiness. The upper tier wasn't exactly on par with the solid stage, so he felt confident of reaching that level if he pushed his ambition to its peak. Noah's answer didn't surprise Great Elder Diana. Her evaluation of the strongest cultivator in history was on point. Defying Demon was a monster among monsters. "We only need to take care of the flames then," Great Elder Diana said as she turned toward God's left hand. The Empire's matriarch had her doubts, but her role in that strategy didn't appear to be too dangerous. It didn't hurt to try that approach with those conditions. The three-headed dog charged another attack while the leaders conversed, but it lost its targets before it could create the rain of fireballs again. Noah and the two matriarchs flew out of the puppet's range as soon as the golden star formed. Noah crossed his legs and closed his eyes once the trio reached the edges of the battlefield. His consciousness expanded, and his aura became more intense as he relied on his ambition to enhance his abilities. The two matriarchs left to fly toward different teleportation matrices. They needed to take a few items from their organization's temporary headquarters to succeed in their plan. The air around Noah fell apart as his mental waves spread in the sky. Primary energy formed from the breath that his destruction shattered. The primary energy was volatile and would usually disperse in a few seconds, but Noah's consciousness kept it in its place. His mind had long since become able to affect the laws of the world, and the primary energy couldn't escape his influence. Noah's aura grew as that process continued. His cultivation level surged, and white smoke came out of his skin as the black hole in his chest spun faster. Red spots appeared on his skin. His body temperature went beyond what normal humans and magical beasts could endure as he pushed his cultivation level to its peak. When the matriarchs returned, Noah's cultivation level had reached the peak of the liquid stage, and its growth had yet to stop. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana felt that something was off in the area, and surprised expressions appeared on their faces when they studied that phenomenon. Some of the higher-ups had learnt about the secrets behind the magical beast's evolution path. As the experiments with the hybrids continued, the world's experts had become aware of the existence of the primary energy. However, they had soon discarded any project featuring the higher energy since they saw it as a weaker version of the breath. Only Noah still relied on it since it was an expression of his destruction. The matriarchs remained silent as they waited for Noah to complete his preparations. A tremor ran on their eyes when they sensed that his cultivation level stepped outside the limits of the liquid stage and began to reach the solid stage. Noah was crossing the distance between the last two stages of the heroic ranks with his individuality. "This dash," God's left hand began to comment. But Great Elder Diana shot a warning glance at her. She could make her considerations after the battle was over. Now she had to leave Noah be. Once Noah's cultivation reached the quasi-solid stage level, he opened his palm to create a small dark sphere that applied a gravitational pull on the primary energy ACCU, mulat in the sky. The sphere absorbed everything it could. The primary energy converged inside its shape, but Noah's spell also captured breath in its pulling force. The black hole spell became bigger, and its surface started to show signs of instability after the power ACCU, mulat in its structure, surpassed the liquid stage's limits. It seemed that the spell was about to explode, but Noah promptly stabbed the demonic sword in its dark surface at that point. The black hole spell shrunk as the demonic sword absorbed its power. Noah's living weapon trembled as that intense energy filled its structure, and growls came out of it as it struggled to contain that power. Noah knew that he was pushing his living weapon to its limits, but the demonic sword could endure that for a bit. He would consider his creation a failure if it couldn't keep up with his individuality. "Open the path," Noah ordered, and the matriarchs deployed their offensive methods to take care of the golden flames. Great Elder Diana took out an orange shard from her space ring, and she crushed it in her palm to release the lightning bolts that it contained. A storm began to expand in her palm, but her individuality forced that energy to remain condensed. God's left hand drew circles with her fan, and gales converged at their center. Whirlpools formed in the air as the Empire's leader created small versions of her tornadoes. Great Elder Diana launched her spell when the other matriarch nodded at her. Her storm flew toward the left head and expanded once it touched the golden flames that protected it. Lightning bolts and orange light fought the flames to open a path for Noah. The storm then detonated when it couldn't progress any further and spread sparks through the golden fire. God's left hand unleashed her spell at that point. Her tornadoes abandoned their condensed form to turn into gales that converged on the left head. The golden flames still had sparks running through their structure, and they couldn't endure the violence of the gales. God's left hand destroyed them with a single attack, and the head of the puppet finally lost its defenses at that point. The puppet wanted to roar at its opponents, but Noah appeared on top of its left neck. His demonic sword descended while carrying the momentum ACCU.mulat with his movement technique. His veins bulged as he focused that immense amount of energy into a single attack. Laws manifested in Noah's vision as the blade descended. The demonic sword felt heavy, and his slash appeared slow to his senses. Yet, the matriarch saw everything happening in less than a second. The sky broke right after Noah stepped on the puppet. A tall fissure replaced its left neck, and its severed head fell into the void. The matriarchs knew what was about to happen, but seeing that scene stunned them anyway. Noah's slash had ripped off the puppet's neck and the sky's fabric, creating a fissure so large that the giant's severed head couldn't avoid falling into the void. The fissure threatened to engulf the rest of the body too, but the dog took a few steps back to avoid that dangerous area. Its remaining head even stopped gathering flames to focus on retreating. The world lost its light for an instant when Noah spewed his flames in the insides of the puppet. He never failed to inflict more damage when he had the chance. Noah's starry sky flowed inside the puppet and burned its frilier parts, but the golden flames soon converged in his position and forced him to retreat. The puppet's natural defenses covered the empty spot and started to heal it. Yet, the damage suffered was too large for the flames to fix it in a short time. Moreover, the dog's head contained more inscriptions than the rest of the body. The flames required more time to rebuild those lines. Noah reappeared next to the stunned matriarchs. His cultivation level returned to its normal state, and he felt heavy when the drawback of his ambition hit his centers of power. Forcefully raising his cultivation level had serious drawbacks on his dantian and mind. Regular centers of power wouldn't be able to withstand that pressure. After all, the ability of Noah's individuality resembled a secret art. However, Noah was even beyond hybrids when it came to the sturdiness of his centers of power, and his black hole made sure to refill their structure with energy whenever they were about to reach a critical state. Noah could withstand drawbacks that would ruin most cultivators and hybrids. He was the only being in the world capable of wielding such ability without suffering any injury. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana could express their amazement now that Noah had completed the attack, but they didn't comment on the matter. They only noted that Noah's power could reach the solid stage if he had enough time to prepare. Tricky one, Noah thought as he stared at the puppet. He didn't mind the matriarch's curious gazes. His last action had demonstrated once and for all that he was the strongest warrior in those mortal lands. Even those who struggled to accept his superiority could only give up on their delusions after witnessing that scene. The Hive, the Council, and the Shandal Empire were allies, and that made Noah their leader. There was no need to make the matter official since all the higher-ups in the world had accepted that. Also, Noah knew that it was better to leave certain things unsaid. Forcing his hand on the Empire and Council would only cause unwanted reactions from the two matriarchs. Red metal regrew from the severed neck of the puppet, but nothing appeared in its insides. The golden flames were fixing only its external layer at the moment. They have a weakness then, Noah thought as coldness seeped out of his eyes. That trend in the healing process was a massive flaw in the puppet's power. Taking out one head had removed 1/3 of its offensive prowess. How long do you need to launch another attack with that power? Great Elder Diana asked when she noticed that weakness, but a dangerous sensation soon surged inside her mind. Great Elder Diana turned only to see that Noah had his cold reptilian eyes fixed on her. She felt him inspecting her and trying to understand what her intentions were. "Shall we stick with one every battle?" Noah asked as he smiled toward the matriarch. Great Elder Diana's eyes sharpened at those words. She had understood the reason behind Noah's coldness, and she didn't hesitate to nod. Her question probed directly into Noah's power. If Noah's answered honestly, he would reveal his current limits. "Once is more than fine," Great Elder Diana said to reaffirm her position. She didn't fear Noah, but she didn't want their relationship to grow cold. She had misspoken due to her excitement, but she wouldn't dare to let it endanger the alliance with the Hive. God's left hand remained silent during that interaction. She could only accept that she was outside of the political scene since her power didn't amount to much. Her only valuable asset was the damaged quasi-rank 7 fan, but her cultivation level couldn't grant her a spot among the world's true leaders. "Good," Noah said as his expression relaxed. "Let's see how long it can withstand our attacks." The matriarchs forgot about the previous scene after his words. The puppet became their main concern again, and spells soon shot from their figures to destroy the golden flames. The trio didn't discuss to decide a strategy, but they instinctively aimed for the damaged part of the puppet. The leaders couldn't ignore such a large opening in its sturdy skin. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana cleared the golden flames around the severed neck multiple times, and Noah never failed to sprint toward that spot to launch powerful attacks. The trio put their offensive on hold only when the dog attacked, but its abilities weren't as dangerous as before since it lacked one head. The leaders didn't even need to try their best to destroy the rain of fireballs. Noah and the others resumed their offensive after they fended off the fireballs, and the golden flames never managed to heal the massive injury since the leaders kept on focusing their attacks on that spot. The small strands of red metal that had regrown when the flames protected that spot crumbled whenever Noah landed on the puppet. His attacks destroyed every soft spot outside and inside the dog and forced it into a constant healing process. Noah didn't have the time to use the full power of his individuality in that situation. He limited himself to launch slashes that unleashed his dark world in the area. The golden flames could fend off Noah's dark matter, but the spots without them suffered damages whenever the higher energy seeped through their structure. Noah could modify the properties of the dark world freely. In that situation, he used it to enhance the innate destructiveness of one of his strongest attacks. Since his focus was on the areas without golden flames, Noah could use the same technique that had managed to corner Second Prince. His slash covered the puppet's vulnerable spots and released dark matter that carried the entirety of his individuality. Noah's sharpness continued to destroy the red metal even after the golden flames forced him to fly away from the puppet's skin. Cuts and fissures appeared both on the outside and inside of the creature, and they continued to ravage its body even after its protection reappeared. Inscriptions crumbled under the intensity of Noah's sharpness, but the red metal endured his power. That was a material in the upper tier in the end. Noah couldn't destroy it unless he brought his cultivation level to the peak of the liquid stage. The leader's assault continued for a few days. The dog never managed to heal its injuries, but the powerhouses couldn't inflict any more substantial damages. Their offensive opened cracks on its body and destroyed some of the inscriptions. Still, the golden flames always mitigated the damages that it suffered by fixing many spots during the rain of fireballs. However, the dog didn't rely on any secret attack during that exchange, and the leaders soon understood that they could take it down in that assault if they had enough firepower. The three of them only needed to exchange a few words before contacting the other powerhouses in their organizations. There was hope to destroy one of the puppets now, and they wouldn't waste it. Noah, God's left hand, and Great Elder Diana continued to attack the dog while they waited for the other powerhouses in their organizations to arrive. The trio didn't expect the puppets to have a flaw in their healing skills. Noah's slash had revealed that weakness, and they could adapt their strategy to that discovery now that they saw hope in destroying one of the defenders. Retreating and reorganizing was worth it only if they couldn't destroy the puppet during that assault. Yet, the three had managed to inflict more damages after one of its heads was out of the picture. That had opened the path for a crucial victory. It didn't matter that the leaders had discovered it just now as long as they managed to exploit it. Dreaming Demon, Flying Demon, and the other cultivators from the hive were the first to arrive on the scene. The golden flames spewed by the puppet were too dangerous for them, but they could help taking care of the protections around its body. The council's powerhouses reached the battlefield right after their allied elders, and they quickly created an offensive strategy that could ease the matriarch's role. True Speed was the last to arrive, and he joined the plan that the other powerhouses had devised. Among the powerhouses, only a few of them wielded enough power to affect the golden flames. The demons, Elder Julia, and Elder Regina could replace one of the matriarch's attacks if they worked together. June had to go through a few exchanges before she could join them, but Daniel, Faith, and the others lacked the sheer destructive power needed to affect that threatening fire. They didn't even have weapons that could enhance their power and make them surpass the limits of their cultivation level. Yet, they could deploy a strategy similar to that used against King Elbaz inside the separate reality. All kinds of flames had similar structural weaknesses, and the golden ones protecting the puppet weren't even higher energy. The group of powerhouses only had to make a few attempts before they found something that could heavily affect the fire. The demons and the other powerhouses who had already fought against King Elbaz knew which abilities they had to use, and the others adapted to their battle style. Faith condensed her individuality in the shape of a few bubbles that flew through the storm of attacks before exploding when they touched the golden flames. The bubbles released shockwaves during their explosion, and the golden flames became harmless for a few seconds when Faith's individuality swept them. Daniel imitated Faith, but he had to modify his attacks since his individuality wasn't as intense as Faith's. He unleashed his white light before condensing it into beams that landed on the flames, protecting the puppet's damaged parts. Scully couldn't do much in that situation. Her mental waves were too frail to survive among those powerful attacks, so she could only use her innate ability to support the other spells. Her mental waves made her companions' attacks faster and increased their piercing ability. She covered their spells with a few layers of condensed energy aimed to enhance some of their properties. Laura did her best with her arrows, but she was in a similar situation to Scully. Her attacks lacked the power needed to survive in that environment, so she could only use them to shield her companion's spells. As for June, her attacks became stronger every time she failed to hit the golden flames. Her lightning bolts initially crumbled due to the shockwaves released by the many spells that filled the area, but they eventually became strong enough to help with the offensive. The powerhouse's efforts were commendable, especially in a battlefield that could easily lead them to their death if they failed to dodge the puppet's offensive. However, they only managed to replace Great Elder Diana. They still needed God's left hand's help to open a path through the golden flames. Still, that was already a lot. Having more than one liquid stage powerhouse inflicting damages on the puppet made their offensive far more threatening. Noah and Great Elder Diana used every chance created by their companions to enlarge the damages on the dog. After many exchanges, its severed neck had become the origin of wide cracks that spread until the other heads. That approach was slow, and it didn't bring immediate results. Yet, it worked, and the three organizations didn't mind keeping that trend for entire days as long as they managed to destroy one of the defenders. The puppet only had to crumble once for its territory to become part of the invader's domain. One victory was all the three organizations needed against that type of defense. The dog's flames began to lose intensity after that battle, continued for an entire week. Even that inscribed weapon had limits, but the royals didn't let it die so quickly. Third prince and second princess appeared on the scene while their enemies were busy defending against the rain of fireballs created by their puppet. The royals dropped blood on the creatures' heads, and their flames returned to their initial intensity after they burned that resource. Their power also increased as the two powerhouses continued to add fuel to their puppet. That gave birth to a series of violent offensives that forced the invaders to focus on defending. The dog had managed to surpass its limits for a few hours thanks to the royals' blood, and that gave it enough time to heal part of the damage that it had accu.mulat during the previous exchanges. However, the invaders regained the upper hand in the battle after the puppet depleted that surplus of energy, and its power returned to its previous level. Noah and the others only had to last a little longer than they had predicted to defeat that defender. The shockwaves released in that battle destroyed the region and the lands nearby. There were too many powerhouses fighting at the same time, and that affected the condition of the new continent. Wars among existences on that level always led to those outcomes. Both invaders and defenders knew that they couldn't avoid causing damages to the environment unless they found a peaceful way to settle their battle. Of course, no negotiations happened. The Elbas family was the enemy of the world, and the three organizations would gladly sacrifice some regions to take a step toward reclaiming the new continent. Noah and the others would assess the condition of their domain only after they reclaimed it. They wouldn't hesitate to destroy it as long as it continued to belong to their enemies. Third prince and second princess appeared on the battlefield to give their blood 2 more times. Their gesture always made the puppet unleash a wave of power that forced the invaders to slow down their offensive, but that never managed to stop them completely. By the time the dog crumbled, only Noah, the 2 matriarchs, June, True Speed, and Scully still had enough energy to keep fighting. The others had depleted their reserves of breath to lead the puppet toward its destruction. The invaders didn't need their full force at that point. The 3 leaders were enough to conquer that land and eliminate all the inscriptions in the region. The victory against the 3-headed dog led the invasion into a new phase. The 3 organizations now knew that they had enough power to defeat the other puppets, so they only had to plan their strategies before resuming their assault. The 8-armed titan, the snake, the 9-headed hydra, and the phoenix were stronger than the 3-headed dog, but they shared the same weakness. Its healing ability rebuilt the body parts that required fewer efforts to fix before moving to the areas that had more inscriptions. That flaw allowed the invaders to suppress the puppets as soon as they inflicted severe damages. Of course, the invaders had to approach every puppet differently. Noah would push his ambition to its fullest only once in the fights, so they had to inflict as many structural damages as possible with that attack. The invaders decided to attack the phoenix after defeating their first puppet. They wanted to take care of the weaker defenders before dealing with the stronger ones. The phoenix had an erratic battle style. It didn't require long periods of accu.mutation to launch its attacks, but it couldn't cover a large area with its offensive. The creature launched giant fireballs through its wings, but it could only create 4 of them at the same time. The invaders had an easier time blocking them since they could join their forces to take care of that offensive whenever the phoenix decided to attack. Noah decided to cut away one of its wings since its offensive appeared to rely on them. His choice gave good results, and the phoenix became unable to launch more than 2 fireballs at the same time after it lost that limb. the invaders could apply the same tactic that had defeated the dog at that point. The phoenix didn't let them attack too often, but it couldn't stop them from inflicting damages to its body. As long as the large injury created by Noah's slash remained, the damage inflicted by the invaders always surpassed what the golden flames could heal. That was enough for the invaders. They only needed to keep attacking after their battle reached that situation. The puppet would eventually crumble if they continued to worsen its condition. Third prince and second princess appeared on the battlefield again while the invaders suppressed the phoenix, but Noah and Great Elder Diana had predicted their arrival. The two leaders shot toward the royals when they stepped on the battlefield, but their assault didn't lead anywhere. Noah and Great Elder Diana could only force third prince and second princess to use a few defensive items to escape. That outcome disappointed the two leaders, but their actions prevented the royals from refilling the phoenix's reserves of energy. That eventually allowed the invaders to destroy the puppet faster than the previous one. The invaders picked the giant snake as their next target once even the phoenix crumbled and 37 helped remove any lingering inscription. That puppet gave off a stronger aura than the nine-headed hydra, but Noah strongly advised against focusing on the weaker target since it represented Second Prince's technique. Noah didn't fear Second Prince's methods, but he wanted to clear as many territories as possible before being stuck into long battles. Restoring a stable foothold on the continent had to be his priority if he cared about his organization's power. The snake was different from the previous two targets. It didn't have a clear weak spot, and its body was too thick for Noah. He could sever it with the right angle and enough time to prepare, but he didn't know how freely the puppet would let him move. Having only one head gave the snake fewer spots to defend. It could focus all its flames on a magical beast's sensitive areas and made those who could come close to its power struggle to wound it. Moreover, the puppet could launch waves of flames that filled large pieces of the sky without accu.mule energy. The invaders had to prepare fire-resistant robes before the battle since the snake was too dangerous to face without inscribed defensive items. Noah attempted to cut its head a few times, but the snake always managed to dodge or avoid his attack. Golden flames would come out of its skin whenever Noah's blade became too close, and it could also perform evasive maneuvers whenever Noah managed to sprint past the fire. In the end, Noah had to settle for cutting away a large chunk of its body and leave the head intact. That slowed down the invaders' advance, but they managed to destroy the puppet anyway, even if they had to attack it 4 times and with different battle tactics. As for the royals, Third Prince and Second Princess didn't show themselves while the invaders ripped the snake into pieces. They feared what Noah and Great Elder Diana could do if they managed to capture them. The last 2 puppets were both quite annoying. The higher-ups had tested their power while Noah was still inside his year of break from the invasion, and they couldn't understand which one was stronger. The 8-armed titan wielded an incredible physical strength, and it could create massive swords with its flames. It didn't have any long-range attack, but it was a threatening foe already in its current form. The 9-headed hydra had opposite abilities. Its physical might was on par with the titan, but it could only launch long-range attacks. It was quite powerless when an enemy managed to slip past its flames. Noah would typically choose to fight the hydra since it appeared to be weak against his abilities, but he had to be wary of Second Prince. He didn't know if the puppet carried a trace of the royal's prowess. Only King Elbaz was aware of that. The matriarchs understood his concerns after Noah explained the situation to them. Second Prince was King Elbaz's heir in the end. The puppet that depicted his technique had to be different from the others. The leaders decided to put a hold on the battles against the puppets due to those doubts. Defeating the other 3 creatures had already opened the path for the conquest of half of the new continent. The invaders only had to deal with the defensive formations there to seize them. The 3 organizations expanded on the northern side of the new continent. The various powerhouses led different attacks while Noah and the matriarchs studied a viable offensive to defeat the 2 remaining puppets. Years of battles went by, and the invaders slowly reached the eastern coast as their advance continued. The defensive formations on their path could only hinder their inevitable conquest of those areas. The leaders let their organizations settle in their new domains before resuming the war. They wanted to jump back on the positive trend that they had abandoned when they escaped inside the separate dimension. They were finally back into a prosperous land filled with resources. It didn't matter that the current new continent had already suffered from many wars. It was a paradise compared to the separate dimension. As for the war, the matriarchs eventually decided to listen to Noah's instincts. They would leave the Hydra as the last puppet and move their focus on the Titan for now. The 8-armed Titan defended part of the mountain chain that covered the central part of the new continent. Its region wasn't as crucial as the landmass's resources, but it was a guardian that the invaders wanted to defeat. The three organizations wouldn't hold back anymore now that King Elbaz had left the lower plane. The Elbaz family had to leave the new continent and pay for what it had done to the world's previous overlords. The powerhouses gathered above the region defended by the Titan. All the rank 6 existences of the invaders flew there to begin a joint assault to one of the last champions of the Elbaz family. They didn't have a proper strategy since they had yet to test the limits of the puppet. However, they were ready to unleash everything they had in that battle. Noah approached that battle with a heavy mind. Part of him wanted to test himself against that puppet, but he knew he had to hide his power in front of the other organizations. His instincts told him that he couldn't face the Titan on his own. Still, he felt close to its level of power. After all, his ambition alone brought him near the solid stage in terms of battle prowess. Noah felt slightly conflicted about the whole matter, but he decided to test the puppet with the other powerhouses before choosing how to approach that battle. His biggest issue was the golden fire protecting its red skin. Noah was unsure whether he could face it when it came to its physical might. Noah and the others had gathered a lot of experience with the other puppets, so they knew how to coordinate themselves in those fights. He didn't even have to give orders to make them start the assault. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon covered the battlefield with their coordinated spells. White flowers spread everywhere in that chunk of sky, and heavy mental waves came out of the ice they generated. Daniel and Faith had learnt how to make their attacks work together with the demons. Their individualities had a wide area of influence, so they could use them to pave the way for the demon's spells. Faith's mental waves flew through Dreaming Demon's consciousness and faced the golden flames head-on. Their goal was to reduce part of its destructiveness. Daniel did something similar. His light took the shape of dense white trails that avoided the flowers to attack the flames. Faith and Daniel were only gaseous stage powerhouses, so their individualities couldn't affect the flames too much. Items in the upper tier were above their power, but their attacks managed to cause some changes in that defensive layer. The flames didn't lose much power, but they slowly shrunk under the effect of those individualities. Drops of blood appeared inside them as Daniel turned them into their true form and made them unable to fuel the puppet again. The demon's attack reached the flames only after they underwent that process. The ice melted when it neared them, but part of Dreaming Demon's mental waves managed to seep into their fabric and weaken their structure. Dreaming Demon even managed to make a few strands of fire fight among themselves. Yet, even the work of 4 gaseous stage powerhouses couldn't create a flaw in the flames. Those were only superficial damages. The puppet generated new flames continuously, so the 4 only affected part of their external layers. Elder Laura and Elder Regina had learnt to work together too. They both gave birth to various creatures with their spells, so they could create battle formations meant to counter the puppet's innate abilities when they cooperated. The 2 of them also came from the same organization. They had the time to study and prepare techniques that could damage the golden flames in that period. The tactic that led to better outcomes saw Elder Regina creating an army made of countless worm-type creatures and Elder Laura shooting snake-like beasts that ate them to apply a layer of protection around their bodies. That gave the puppets enough time to reach the flames and detonate around the Titan. When paired with their companions' attacks, their spells could fly through the fire until they were almost above the red metal. Elder Julia had gathered enough experience to make her attacks aim for the flaws that her companions created. She could condense her wind slashes into small blades that pierced the weakened spots among the flames and create long paths that led to the Titan's skin. The other gaseous stage powerhouses could only have a supportive role. Their individualities made them capable of powerful attacks, but that was a useless feature against flames that could surpass them in their raw form. The best attack of a gaseous stage powerhouse couldn't even come near a casual spell launched by a being in the solid stage. The same went for the weaker experts. They could only cast techniques that worsened the flaws created by their companions. The efforts of the gaseous stage powerhouses made them able to replace one of the leaders, but the Titan was different from the other puppets. It wielded long swords that forced one of the experts in the liquid stage to block the shockwaves that they created. The powerhouses fought outside of the fiery sword's range, but they had to remain inside the reach of their shockwaves if they wanted their influence to maintain its power. That forced Great Elder Diana to focus her offensive on destroying any harmful shockwave that aimed for the weaker powerhouses. She could launch attacks toward the puppet even with that role, but she didn't manage to inflict significant damages when she split her attention. God's left hand helped the other matriarchs with her new role, but her main job was to clear the weakened golden flames and create an opening that Noah could exploit. The invaders had to use part of their power to defend. It was up to Noah to make up for that loss of firepower. Noah didn't join that battle immediately. He remained at the battlefield's edges as his companions became used to the Titan's fighting style. His ambition had already brought his aura to the quasi-solid stage level, but he waited before making his move. He had to see if the puppet gave them hope to win that battle before deciding how to act. The Titan was relentless. It slashed with its swords and tried to hit the powerhouses at the edges of the battlefield, but it could only reach them with the shockwaves generated with its attacks. The leaders blocked those shockwaves, so the invaders and the Titan remained in a situation where they were unable to hurt each other. Noah activated the divine deduction technique to evaluate his options, but he soon understood that he had already grasped all the aspects of that battle. His only option was to fly through the slashes and reach the Titan to exploit the openings created by his companions. However, charging inside the puppet's range would give it the chance to inflict some damage with its technique. He had to risk something to obtain benefits. Noah never hesitated to do that when it benefited him, but that battle would only help the organization's political influence. He didn't need to conquer those regions, but his battle intent became more intense as he kept watching the Titan. His instincts told him that he could defeat it if the other powerhouses kept on weakening the golden flames. Noah glanced at the two matriarchs before heaving a silent sigh. King Elbaz had already proven that a single cultivator could defeat an entire world, so it was pointless to hold back when he desired to test himself. "Don't stop attacking," Noah said as he broke his stance to sprint inside the Titan's range. "I'm going to try something different." Noah heard some protests reaching his ears, but he ignored them as he sprinted toward the 8-armed Titan. Its swords immediately flew toward him when he entered its range, but a black cloud appeared in that area before they could converge on him. The dark world expanded and slowed down the swords for an instant. The Titan's weapons soon pierced Noah's dark matter and destroyed the cloud, but they only found a human-shaped crack when they reached the center of the technique. Another cloud appeared where the powerhouse's attacks converged. The dark world unfolded again, but a layer of corrosive smoke covered its edges and enlarged the path through the golden fire created by Noah's companions. Noah could change the shape of the dark world as he liked. He could even modify some of its features according to his needs. His dark matter created tunnels where the corrosive smoke of his demonic form flew freely. That allowed his spell to damage the flames even if the dark world surrounded his figure. The Titan's flames had endured the assault of the other powerhouses for a while by then. The experts from the 3 organizations had created an opening above the puppet's chest, and Noah's had sprinted to unleash his dark world and corrosive smoke there. The demonic form spell finished to destroy the weakened flames and uncovered the Titan's chest. Noah now had the defenseless red metal right in front of him, and his cultivation level had already reached the point where he could launch a slash capable of ripping off a large chunk of the puppet. However, launching his strongest slash would exhaust all the power that he had gathered through his ambition. Noah knew that his group couldn't defeat the Titan in the same way as the other puppets. He and his companions couldn't exploit the damage created with one slash since the fiery swords blocked most of the attacks that entered their range. One large wound wasn't enough to force the Titan into a passive position. Noah had to do far more if he wanted to have a chance to defeat that opponent. Noah's black hole rotated faster as he decided to remain there. He was fast enough to dodge the blades, and being a bait could make his companions more useful in the battle. The Titan spread its arms before pointing its swords toward the center of the new cloud and thrusting them. The fire that made those weapons fused and created a dense mass of flames when they converged on the same spot. But they only hit a human-shaped crack again. Noah reappeared on top of the Titan. The dark world had taken the shape of a dense defensive layer that covered his fuming armor when he came out of his dimension. His companions could see the air around Noah bending under the pressure that his figure applied on the sky. His quasi-solid stage cultivation level was enough to open cracks. But the condensed dark world made him too heavy for that area. It was as if the sky couldn't withstand the amount of energy he had condensed into a small area. Even the sunlight couldn't overcome the gravitational pull that surrounded him. Noah had transformed into a black hole that had the shape of the demonic form. The pressure that affected the sky weighed on his body, but it also gave him immense power. There was a limit to the number of attacks that he could perform when the dark world took that shape, but Noah had chosen to use that technique because he had a clear strategy in mind. The golden flames in that spot were intact, but Noah's technique allowed him to remain among them without suffering any injury for a few seconds. The Titan swung its swords upward, but Noah delivered a punch to the puppet's head before they could reach him. His fist dug into the red metal and arrived in the empty insides filled with inscriptions. The puppet lost its balance after that attack. Noah's punch created a shockwave that made the Titan bend backward, and its swords missed him by a few meters due to the impact. The powerhouses didn't let that chance to waste. Noah had chosen to charge in a spot full of golden flames, leaving the cleared area unused. The Titan's chest didn't have fire protecting it, and its swords didn't launch shockwaves toward the other assets anymore. The path was clear. The powerhouses launched everything they had at the Titan's chest, and deep cracks appeared on the red metal in that spot. Their joint attack allowed them to create some decent damage. Noah sprinted away to reappear on the Titan's chest. He couldn't survive for long among the golden flames, and that area was the only spot without fire that allowed him to continue unleashing the power of his individuality. Noah delivered another punch, and he tried to use the cracks opened by his companions to increase the amount of damage he could inflict. Another shockwave ran through the Titan, and it made it miss its attack again. Meanwhile, a large chunk of its chest fell, and Noah flew directly inside it. The powerhouses remained speechless when they saw Noah entering the Titan, but they could only trust him in that situation. They resumed their destruction of the flames, and they aimed at the damaged spots to slow down the healing properties of the creature. Noah's defensive layer had recovered during his previous attack, so it could face the golden flames again. The puppet's insides were full of fire, but his protection could survive for a couple of seconds in that environment. The world of laws appeared in Noah's vision as he inspected the inscriptions inside the puppet. His expertise in that field was poor, but he could vaguely understand which lines were more important. Not yet, Noah thought as he sprinted upward to pierce the Titan's head from the spot he had previously damaged. Noah continued to fly until he escaped from the range of the flames, and his aura became more intense as he saw the Titan restoring its balance and aiming its swords at him again. The empowerment given by his ambition was about to end. Noah couldn't match solid-stage powerhouses for too long. He could only launch 2 more weaker attacks before the effects of his law vanished. The fact that he had been in that superior state for 3 exchanges prevented him from launching his strongest slash, but Noah had already expected that. He planned to force the Titan's attention on him since he could continue to damage it and expose flaws in its battle style at the same time. That allowed his companions to use offensive spells against the red metal. They didn't need to limit themselves to defending and destroying the flames anymore since Noah took care of part of that already. The gaseous stage powerhouses couldn't do much, but his approach gave Great Elder Diana the chance to attack multiple times. Also, the whole group could aim directly for the red metal after they removed the flames. Noah's strategy multiplied the offensive prowess of the group. While he acted as bait, Great Elder Diana could always attack the puppet, and her companions had the time for a direct blow once every 2 exchanges. The powerhouses couldn't even begin to express how amazing damaging the puppet as a united group felt. They had fought and defeated 3 puppets already, but only Noah and Great Elder Diana had managed to inflict blows directly on the red metal in the previous fights. However, the situation had entirely changed due to Noah's strategy. He had limited himself to reveal part of what the dark world could do when he used it together with his ambition, but the Titan had immediately lost the upper hand in the battle. The puppet focused its efforts on catching Noah, but he was too fast, and he damaged the red metal whenever he dodged. Moreover, his actions gave his companions all the time in the world to establish a second offensive. The Titan suffered immense damages during those long seconds. Noah had created a large hole on its chest and head, and the other powerhouses had open cracks connected to the first spot. It would typically take half a day for the group to reach the same results. Yet, they had only fought for less than a minute. Of course, it would have been better to exploit Noah's strongest slash, but the Titan's defense was too tight for that. The cover to the fiendish armor worked better against that opponent. Noah sprinted again to dodge the 8 fiery swords trying to catch him. He returned inside the Titan from the hole in its head and threw a punch in an area filled with golden lines. Most of those inscriptions went dark after the shockwave generated by Noah's attack spread on that area of the puppet. Noah had aimed to destroy the inscriptions during that attack. His punch didn't manage to pierce the red metal, but he could gain far more benefits from that type of attack. His eyes remained fixed on the dimming lines during his stay inside the Titan. Some functions and failsafe of the puppet stopped working after that blow, but something even more peculiar happened as those inscriptions crumbled. The lower part of the Titan became unable to create golden flames. Its legs and low waist became defenseless after Noah destroyed the inscriptions connected to that function. Found them. Noah's eyes lit up before he sprinted outside of the Titan. Noah only had one attack left. His power would return to its actual level after that, but he had already decided his target. The Titan was an inscribed weapon. Its abilities came from formations and other types of lines. King Elbaz had placed them inside its body since it was its safest spot, but they were the perfect target for anyone capable of reaching them. The puppet could function only because of those lines. Destroying them would stop some of its abilities until the golden flames fixed the damaged inscriptions. When it came to the Titan's inscriptions, Noah had made sure to understand which lines gave it the ability to produce flames. His inspection didn't grant him a complete overview of that array of inscriptions, but he had figured half of it at least. That was enough to give his group an important advantage that could last even after the empowerment from his ambition ended. Noah saw the swords reaching for him once again, but he sprinted toward the Titan's chest at that point. Great Elder Diana and the others had changed their target when they saw the flames on the puppet's legs disappear, so no attacks were flying in that spot. The demonic sword had returned inside the special space ring while Noah fought in that new form, but it flew back in his palm when he returned in front of the golden lines. Part of the armor of dark matter morphed to envelop the blade to protect it from the flames. Noah pointed the tip of the demonic sword toward the center of those inscriptions, and the dark matter around him began to flow inside his blade as he prepared a powerful attack. The real fiendish armor finally appeared in the open, but the corrosive smoke soon burned under the golden flame's power. Noah's defenses instantly crumbled when he redirected his dark world toward his weapon. Pain reached Noah's head when his skin began to burn. His incredible body managed to fend off the flames for 3 whole seconds before its external tissues crumbled under the fire's might. Noah's quasi-solid stage cultivation level was only a fake created with his ambition. His centers of power didn't become stronger during that empowerment. Only the energy that he exuded surpassed his current limits. The demonic sword absorbed all the dark matter, and it didn't spare the higher energy protecting its shape. Cracks started to appear on the living weapon as the flames landed on its body, but Noah didn't interrupt the preparations for his attack. He only had one last blow left. He would have to rejoin the group afterward, so he couldn't waste it. The world of laws appeared in Noah's vision, and his hand trembled when he found his targets. The demonic sword's tip touched one of the lines, and countless black dots flowed inside that golden line. The dots destroyed the inscription and spread on those nearby to continue their destruction. Noah had chosen a spot with many lines intertwined with each other so that his attack could affect more of them. Also, he had targeted those that could generate the flames. If he managed to remove them, the Titan would almost become a punching bag for the group of powerhouses. Noah couldn't admire the result of his efforts since his cultivation level began to fall as soon as he launched that attack. His condition was even awful since he had remained inside the flames without protection for a few seconds already. A human-shaped crack replaced his body, and Noah reappeared next to the matriarchs. The two leaders could only glance at his fuming figure for a second since a breathtaking view soon caught their attention. Noah's attack continued to destroy the inscriptions inside the puppet. Cut began to open on the red metal whenever the sharpness couldn't find other lines to target. All the inscriptions near the Titan's chest disappeared in less than a second, and massive changes happened to the puppet's battle prowess. The golden flames disappeared, but light promptly came out of the mountain chain and started to rebuild the inscriptions lost during the assault. The Titan's legs stopped functioning, and it fell on its knees. 3 of its arms went on the mountains to support its massive body and prevent it from landing entirely on the ground. 5 fiery swords disappeared, but 3 of them remained intact. Noah didn't manage to destroy the inscriptions connected to them in his last assault, so the puppet didn't lose those abilities. The Titan's movements became slower once it stabilized its new position. It tried to stand up again, but all his gestures appeared clunky, and it didn't seem able to perform certain actions anymore. Noah's had destroyed its defenses and rendered it virtually harmless when he had crushed the golden lines. He had managed to inflict more structural damages against the other puppets, but his achievements in that battle were more than enough to open a path toward victory. The group now only had to damage the Titan as much as possible before the golden light fixed its annoying abilities. The battle against the 8-armed Titan continued, but the powerhouses destroyed most of it before the golden light managed to fix its inscriptions. The puppet lost all its arms and legs before the golden flames began to burn on its skin again. Yet, the battle had already ended by then. That fire alone couldn't stop the powerhouses. The Titan crumbled, and the leaders inspected the region to remove any inscriptions still lingering in the area. In less than a week, troops from their organizations started to settle and build encampments to reclaim that land properly. The organizations resumed their expansion after the Titan fell. They had defeated almost all the guardians of the Elbas family, so they could conquer most of the new continent before having to gaze at the regions that still had powerful protections. The Elbas family had reinforced most of the regions in its domain, but there were a few lands that had special protections. The last part of the mountain chain at the center of the new continent had the 9-headed Hydra, and the southern part of the eastern coast had piles of formations that could replicate the might of a solid-stage powerhouse when working together. That disposition of the defenses revealed that the royals had never planned to control the entirety of the new continent for long. They knew exactly how strong they were, so they had reinforced only a few crucial regions. Third Prince and Second Princess didn't expect King Elbas to leave without even bothering to deal with their enemies, but that had only accelerated the inevitable invasion. The 3 organizations had still part of the new continent's southern area to reclaim, but they had to face the threatening Hydra before they could advance further. The problem with the last puppet was that its range was far wider than the Titan. The waves of flames that the 9 heads launched could fill the sky above multiple regions while maintaining their upper-tier power. Reaching it was pointless. Noah could use the armor made of dark matter to cross the Hydra's barrage of attacks, but he wouldn't have any support inside it. Moreover, he could guess that the royal would modify some of the puppet's defenses to stop him from destroying the inscriptions. If Noah went inside the Hydra and something went wrong, he would remain stuck among the golden flames. The invasion had to stop for a few years. 37, Noah, and other inscription masters had to build a series of specific weapons to counter the Hydra's annoying abilities. The 3 organizations finally had access to many resources again. It didn't matter that the new continent had lost a lot of power since it first fell. It still contained materials that could help them out. The experts created robes, barriers, formations, and talismans. Noah even built a few living weapons that could fend off the flames a few times. The main issue against the Hydra was its level, but the invaders could use many inscribed items to make up for that difference in power. Truth be told, Noah believed that he could create something stronger than the golden flames. He didn't know if he could build a proper weapon in the upper tier, but reaching that level of power with disposable items was more than possible with his current expertise. However, he didn't want to start a long series of experiments, and he would rather preserve the world's resources. Wasting valuable materials in a battle that they could win through other methods risked to leave him without the items required by his projects. Also, he wanted the other organizations to do their share of work. They would start to take advantage of the hive if it kept on solving every issue. The attack on the 9-headed Hydra started 10 years after that break. The powerhouses revealed a long series of defensive items in the lower and middle tier that could block the golden flames when they worked together. The invaders had to perform a few tests against the puppet before they felt confident that their methods worked, but they launched massive attacks once they polished their battle strategy. Their offensive progressed slowly, but that was the best that they could do in that situation. The powerhouses had to use most of their energy to fuel the defensive items and arrive on a spot where their spells could reach the Hydra. Then they had to damage the puppet. Noah didn't dare to expose himself after he had revealed his techniques and limited himself to launch slashes that could leave long cuts on the Hydra's heads. The assault had to progress slowly because the invaders couldn't remain inside the Hydra's range for too long. They had to inflict as much damage as possible before retreating and refill their reserves of energy. That wasn't always possible, but the invaders slowly polished their battle style against the Hydra and began to cut multiple heads during each assault. That gave the group the time to recover before the entire puppet could fix all its damages. The invaders had to dismantle it little by little and could only win if they managed to remain constant in their results. There didn't seem to be any problem in that aspect of the assaults. The invaders always managed to inflict significant damages in each battle, so the destruction of the Hydra became only a matter of time in their minds. However, something strange happened while the group continued to attack the puppet. 7 heads of the Hydra never managed to regrow, and the invaders wanted to increase that number soon, but Noah's instincts suddenly felt an immense danger. There didn't seem to be anything different from the usual in the area. The Hydra spat fire that the powerhouses blocked with their defensive items. The experts then moved the protections forward to make the puppet enter the range of their abilities. Noah couldn't explain the reason behind his sensation. He initially thought about Second Prince, but the danger he felt was too intense for it to come from the royal. What is even happening? Noah shouted in his mind as he looked around him. His companions were too busy dealing with the flames to notice his odd behavior, but they sensed his mental waves expanding recklessly in the sky. Part of Noah's mental waves burned when they crossed the defensive items and entered in the flames, but he didn't mind that loss. All his focus was on finding the cause behind that danger. The feeling never waned. It only increased in intensity, and Noah eventually acted. His instincts had never misjudged a threat, so he trusted them enough to call a retreat. "Fall back," Noah shouted before sprinting outside of that region. His companions remained speechless when they noticed his sudden action, but that wouldn't be Noah's first time predicting or sensing a dangerous event before them. Moreover, they all trusted his judgment. He had to have a good reason to interrupt the assault and let the Hydra heal. Noah continued to retreat until the dangerous feeling began to disperse. He had to reach the center of the region nearby before he felt safe to stop. The other powerhouses did the same and grouped around him to question him about the issue, but Noah didn't even glance at them. He was too busy searching for the cause of his sensation to mind his companions. "What is this?" Noah asked himself when he saw that nothing happened. He was almost about to think that his instincts had failed for the first time. Yet, a giant lightning bolt fell from the sky at that point. It crashed on the Hydra and pierced its golden flames before shattering its body. Noah almost couldn't believe his consciousness. The lightning bolt carried an energy superior to the heaven tribulation faced by God's right hand. His eyes went on the sky, where he saw that a large hole had appeared in its fabric. A pure white light came out of that fissure, and some smoke still lingered on its edges. Noah looked at the ground at that point, and his surprise could only increase at that scene. He saw a cultivator covered in trails of white smoke holding a large egg with both his arms. "Almighty!" God's left hand shouted while the group silently recognized that cultivator. Noah couldn't fail to recognize the god of the Shandal Empire, especially after meeting his will. Also, The aura that he radiated carried the unmistakable trace of a divine being. Almighty! God's left hand shouted again before kowtowing on the air. Tears fell from her eyes, and her aura became stronger as she expressed her utmost respect toward her leader. It was as if Chandal's return in the lower plane had stirred her individuality to improve. The other powerhouses showed different reactions at that scene. Concern appeared on most of them, but those who had been in Chandal's separate dimension didn't feel any fear. The reappearance of the god of the empire would give a new life to that organization. His sole presence was enough to make it become the strongest force in the world, and his guidance would make its growth spike again. It was normal for the powerhouses from other organizations to fear Chandal. His return would make them lose some of the benefits they experienced while he was in the immortal lands. Instead, the powerhouses who had been in Chandal's dimension knew that he didn't mean any harm. The god wouldn't influence the political environment. He only cared about sending more cultivators to the immortal lands. As for Noah, he could barely focus in that situation since his instincts were screaming like crazy. They had gone silent after the lightning bolt fell, but they had soon started to warn him again. Noah wanted to focus on Chandal, but his mind didn't allow him to do it. His eyes moved between the egg and the crack in the sky on their own. They didn't even give him the time to look at the divine cultivator. The egg made Noah feel the most intense hunger that he had ever felt in his life. It was as if he had gone back to when he was a hybrid. It took all his concentration to remain sane in that condition. The hole in the sky made him feel danger. Noah sensed a massive menace whenever he looked at white light leaking from that connection to the immortal lands. That dangerous feeling helped to keep in check his hunger, but Noah felt conflicted anyway. He didn't know what to think in that situation. Too much was happening at the same time, and his mind acted as an enemy due to all the sensations that filled it. Noah's black hole rotated and sent a large amount of energy toward his mind. His condition slowly stabilized, but his instincts continued to run wild through his mental sea. The black hole had only made Noah able to endure those sensations. It didn't make them disappear. Once Noah stabilized, he could finally inspect the god. Chandal was gasping for air while sitting cross-legged on the ground. The debris created after the lightning bolt destroyed the hydra surrounded him, but he had eyes only for the egg between his arms. Noah's attention went on the egg. It was green, and it was as big as a man's chest. Its surface appeared quite sturdy, but Chandal still held it as if it was the frailest item in the world. What surprised Noah the most was the aura exuded by the egg. That was a proper rank 7 item, and the energy that it spread in the environment made every magical beast and hybrid hungry for it. Can a creature be born directly as a divine being? Noah wondered as he continued to inspect the egg. His senses weren't reliable when it came to the divine realm since he was still too weak to grasp it. Noah didn't manage to pinpoint the actual cause of that divine aura. Both the material that made the egg and the creature inside it could be the source. This hunger isn't natural, Noah thought. Divine creatures shouldn't cause these reactions inside me. Noah had already been in the same room with divine items and resources, but his hunger had never reached that level of intensity. The only explanation was that the egg had some unique features. That would also explain this flashy return, Noah thought as his eyes went on the sky. The danger that he felt coming from the crack was peculiar too. It was different from the lightning bolt that had fallen in the lower plane. It appeared almost alive when Noah tried to analyze it. However, the crack began to close as the seconds passed. The hole shrunk as the structure of the sky enlarged to block that passage for the immortal lands. Almighty! God's left hand shouted again without raising her head. Chandal heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the crack had started to close itself. His attention could finally go on the group of powerhouses staring at him while wearing stunned expressions. I didn't plan to return so soon, Chandal announced as he stood up. But I couldn't escape in any other way. I had to make heaven and earth notice me to open this shortcut. Nothing cuts through plains better than a tribulation. Chandal appeared to be in a happy mood. He began to laugh on his own, and he didn't even care that his hair and beard were a mess. Only one braid had survived. The lightning bolt had destroyed the others. His aura seeped through the environment and affected the matter that made it. Xianxia was a failed divine cultivator, but he carried some features of a true god. God's left hand couldn't contain her excitement anymore after she heard her leader speak. She straightened her position and flew toward Xianxia to welcome him back to the lower plane properly. Gales formed in the air after she passed. Her individuality made her a calamity that served only Xianxia, so the Patriarch's return made her power grow. The other powerhouses relaxed when they saw God's left hand's actions, and some felt intrigued about the whole situation. They didn't know how valuable the egg was, but they mostly wanted to talk with an actual god anyway. "Don't move," Noah said in a low tone after True Speed left the group to follow his matriarch. Noah had purposely waited for the powerhouses of the Empire to leave the group before giving his warnings. The hole in the sky had yet to close, and he still felt danger coming from it. It was better to wait until the fissure disappeared before moving right under it. True Speed and God's left hand didn't manage to reach Xianxia since a growl came out of the fissure and echoed through the whole lower plane. The air in the sky shattered, and cracks opened when that sound passed. None of the powerhouses had doubts when it came to evaluating Xianxia's enemy. Everyone knew that only a creature in the divine ranks could give birth to such an intense sound. Noah had to condense his consciousness inside his mental sphere to endure the vibrations caused by the growl. His mind could understand the meaning behind that cry. "Human thief," the creature on the other side of the fissure said. Noah felt curious about the matter, but he couldn't step forward and ask for the details of Xianxia's journey. He had to organize a specific meeting for that topic. Still, the surprises weren't over yet. Noah was about to evaluate whether to greet Xianxia when a curved green claw pierced the fissure in the sky and enlarged its edges. "Human thief!" The growl resounded again and spread through the entire world. "Human thief!" The sky trembled when the claw surpassed the edges of the hole and appeared in the lower plane. A divine aura spread from it, and the world's fabric found itself unable to bear it. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as the divine aura spread. A lower plane was too frail to endure that creature's aura, but the divine being in the immortal land didn't seem to care. It continued to growl and stab its claw deeper into that world. The powerhouses couldn't do anything in that situation. They didn't even move. There was nowhere to hide when divine beings became involved. King Elbaz had already proven that. The sky will collapse if that guy tries to cross the barriers between planes, Noah thought as he studied the claw. Noah could learn many pieces of information from a single body part, but he didn't know how useful his expertise was in that situation. Even discovering the creature species wouldn't help him at all unless it had severe flaws. Yet, even serious flaws wouldn't help him. There was a simple but insurmountable problem in that situation. Noah couldn't damage a divine being. Surviving in its presence was already a remarkable feat. A tremor suddenly ran through the claw, and a few sparks came out of it before dispersing in the sky. An angry roar followed that event, but the body part began to retreat nonetheless. The claw disappeared among the white light, but the hole didn't show signs of closing. It was as if something was keeping it open, but that action happened on the other side. Noah and the others couldn't forcefully block it since the culprits were then in the immortal lands. A series of low roars began to echo through the hole again. The meaning that they carried was different, but Noah understood most of it. "World too frail," the creature growled. "Kill human. Take egg. Make them fear us." "What did you even lead here?" Noah asked without moving his eyes from the crack. Xianxia knew that the question was for him. He didn't know how Noah could be so relaxed in his presence, but he didn't feel angry about his gesture. Instead, Xianxia looked above him before heaving a sign and replying to those who were listening. "This is my fault. I might have led the eternal snake species into a lower plane." All the powerhouses turned toward Xianxia when they heard his words. The name of that species was quite peculiar, and it didn't seem like a good sign. "What will happen now?" Noah asked without minding that he was speaking with an actual god. His survival instincts made him completely disregard respect and politeness. "I'm in the same situation, young man," Xianxia answered. "We can only believe in heaven and earth's restrictions now. Having faith in heaven and earth wasn't something that Noah could do. His ambition surged while he waited for the eternal snake on the other side of the hole to do something. His cultivation level increased too. Noah couldn't gather much power, but he almost reached the peak of the liquid stage. His eyes had already reopened when something happened in the crack. Layers of ice and silver reinforced the edges of the passage and forced it to remain open. That method completely stopped the natural healing of the sky. Shadows appeared through the white light, but some of them released an angry roar when the heaven tribulation on the other side punished them. Their crime against heaven and earth was that they had tried to fly into the lower plane while being in the divine ranks. The world couldn't allow that. Xianxia was a peculiar existence, so heaven and earth never bothered to punish him. They tried to hit him only when he went in the immortal lands. A series of growls echoed through the sky again, and Noah could hear that they were only complaints aimed at the fragility of the world. There was a chance that those creatures had never lived in a lower plane, so their surprise was understandable. It shouldn't be too smart, Noah thought as he inspected what he could in that situation. The eternal snake didn't appear to be as smart as other creatures. Night could talk freely, but that species of beasts had many difficulties in reaching that level of expertise with words. After that failed attempt, the creatures on the other side of the crack sent something into the lower world. 10 giant boulders fell from the sky and crashed on various spots of the world. The new continent saw the highest number of those meteors falling on its surface. Some of them ended up in the sea, while one even landed in the old landmass. The crash of those boulders created intense shockwaves that threatened to wipe out the living beings in entire regions, but Xianxia intervened at that point. His consciousness unfolded and covered the world, and his divine breath moved to perform a spell that only a few experts noticed. His individuality made him freeze the shockwaves that remained on their spot until they depleted all the energy that they contained. Xianxia's individuality affected the boulders, but it was only a matter of time before the creatures inside them freed themselves of that cover. They had used it exclusively to preserve their health in the end. Each boulder radiated a peak rank 6 aura, and they remained in that shape and spots for a long time. A twitch soon appeared on Xianxia's face, who recalled his consciousness and stood up. He couldn't use his divine power for a long time, and refilling it was even more troublesome. It was better to save it now that he knew that he couldn't avoid that threat anymore. More roars echoed from the hole in the sky. The creatures on the other side cried the same lines again, but only Noah could hear their meaning. Still, the other powerhouses could vaguely understand their purpose. As the growls echoed through the sky, the 10 boulders began to tremble. The white smoke coming out due to the burns suffered during the fall vanished, and a few cracks opened on their figures. The boulders started to move as those orders reached them. They soon revealed to the world what they were. They had taken that oval form to pass through the hole in the sky and get the surface, but they were nothing more than massive snakes coiled to take that shape. The 10 snakes roared at the sky when they stretched. Noah could immediately understand that those weren't simple snake-like creatures, since their cries made them sound like dragons. Still, he didn't feel fear. Instead, he was excited that such powerful creatures had fallen from the sky. It was as if the immortal lands wanted to ensure that the world had enough nutrients to reach the divine ranks. Moreover, that was the struggle that he had searched for in the last period. Xianxia's return had given birth to a battle that would force Noah to overcome his limits, and he didn't desire anything else. The world was about to undergo a peculiar crisis, and Noah couldn't wait to jump right into it. The world fell into chaos as the roars echoed through the sky. The 10 snakes that had awakened in the lower plane and the leaders in the immortal lands chanted war cries that affected every living being. An invasion had begun. 10 peak rank 6 creatures had fallen into the world. Their power was enough to alter the division of power between humans and magical beasts, but that wasn't the end. The creatures above had reinforced the crack in the sky. The passage toward the immortal lands was still open, and it didn't show any sign of closing. No one knew for how long the divine creatures would be able to keep the fissure open. Heaven and earth would surely punish them for that, but the experts in the lower plane couldn't predict when the eternal snakes would become tired. That allowed the divine creatures to send reinforcements. The experts in the heroic ranks didn't know how powerful the pack in the Immortal lands was, but they could guess that it didn't have a shortage of peak rank 6 specimens. The crack was a continuous threat that hung over the world. The organizations had to take care of it before a horde of powerful beasts fell into the lower plane. However, Shandal was the only one that could deal with that issue. The ice and silver that had covered the crack's edges came from the divine beings in the Immortal lands. Even the efforts of the whole world would be useless against those materials. Shandal was the only one capable of expressing power in the divine rank. He had to remove those restrictions and make sure that the crack closed. Still, it was unsure whether he could deal with the issue. Everyone knew that he wasn't a proper god, so there was a chance that he couldn't destroy those abilities. It soon became clear that the experts had to cooperate with Shandal, but that meant negotiating with a divine being. The heroic cultivators hesitated to plan a strategy after they understood that they had to fly toward him. That hesitation appeared even in the experts that had been in the separate dimension under the Audiobook. Meeting a will was different from talking with an actual divine being. Noah would typically have no worries in those situations, but he had a lot to lose now. The peak rank 6 snakes were the best nourishment that he could find in a lower plane, and he wouldn't dare to approach negotiations that involved them unprepared. He probably doesn't know about our conversation, Noah thought as he glanced at Flying Demon, who sensed his stare and turned to nod at him. Flying Demon had inherited part of Shandal's individuality. He was the perfect powerhouse to bring in that meeting. Shandal heaved a sigh when he saw what he had brought to the world. He expanded his consciousness again to establish a connection with his separate dimension, and an ethereal figure soon set off from the old continent to fly toward him. The group of powerhouses saw Shandal's will fusing with his figure. The memories of his will flowed inside his mind instantly, and the god showed a different expression when he reopened his eyes to look at the experts. "I see," Shandal said as his eyes moved among the powerhouses of the hive. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, and he started to play with his long beard as he inspected those who had met his will. Noah and the others felt naked under his intense gaze. "You have grown quite well," Shandal said. "Especially you, man of TW-. I want to discuss something with you." Noah interrupted Shandal before he could speak about his transmigration again. "I believe you want to help us deal with this crisis, but I want to know what role you will play first. I'm interested in some of the creatures that have fallen." Noah's hesitation didn't last long. As soon as he saw Shandal's will fusing to the main body, he knew that he could act freely. After all, he was quite crucial to existences that went against heaven and earth. Shandal smiled when he heard those words, and he nodded before sitting on the ground. The experts understood the meaning behind that gesture. That same ground would hold their negotiation. Noah flew forward, and Flying Demon followed him. Great Elder Diana did the same while bringing Elder Regina with her. God's left hand appeared different from before now that her leader had returned. She radiated intense confidence in her abilities, and her individuality leaked from her figure to affect the environment. Wild winds formed wherever her influence reached, but they were too weak to hinder the path of her fellow powerhouses. Noah and the others went to the Empire's higher-ups and sat in front of the waiting god. God's left hand and true speed didn't sit. They moved behind Shandal's back and remained there as if they were his protectors. Sternness also appeared on their expression when they took those spots. "You said that you were interested in the snakes," Shandal said to start the negotiations. "I thought that a creature like you would be more interested in this." Shandal moved his arms to reveal the egg, and Noah's pupils shrunk at that sight. His instincts suggested reckless plans to his mind, but he limited himself to suppress them. "The eternal snakes are famous for their longevity and endurance," Shandal said before giving voice to a short laugh. "I don't have the strength to defeat one of them, but this egg will directly give birth to a divine specimen. I want to use its energy to see if I can improve my cultivation level." Shandal's statement made Noah give up on the egg. The god of the Empire would use everything he had to fix his condition, so he wasn't willing to put that resource for sale. "Can living beings be born directly as gods?" Noah asked as curiosity filled his mind. He had only managed to gather small pieces of information about the immortal lands, and none of them talked about the fauna in that place. Even night was useless in that field since it had lost many memories. Shandal scratched his beard before replying. It's rare, but it can happen. There are many divine beings in the immortal lands, and some have laws capable of affecting the world. You will find many peculiar things up there. A tremor ran through God's left hand's face when she heard those words. Her patriarch had confirmed that Noah would reach the immortal lands. She couldn't believe that even Shandal had acknowledged his talent. The same went for the powerhouses from the council. Great Elder Diana and Elder Regina didn't look at Noah, but seeing Shandal being so confident about his statement made them respect Noah even more. As for Noah, he didn't care about those words. He had only one goal in his mind. He had to secure the powerful specimens that had fallen into the world. Only you can take care of the crack, Noah said without commenting on the previous matter. I'll deal with the energy that is forcing the sky to remain in that state, Shandal replied. I won't touch the magical beasts. His line reassured Noah, but it worried the other experts. Great Elder Diana even spoke to express her fears. They are creatures at the peak of the 6th rank. I'm not sure we can take care of them with our current forces. So, Shandal said while standing up, this is your challenge to overcome. Good luck. Great Elder Diana wanted to say something else, but Shandal disappeared before she could make any sound. He had decided that the negotiations were over, so the powerhouses could only accept that outcome. Noah was satisfied with that result. Shandal wouldn't affect the battles against the peak rank 6 eternal snakes, so he could use his influence to assign more hunts to the hive. The egg was tempting, and its aura still lingered inside his mind. Yet, that was the resource of a divine cultivator, so he couldn't hope to seize it. Noah would be lying if he said that he didn't think about stealing the egg. Still, he knew his limits, so that idea never managed to go past the back of his head. Noah had even obtained a new piece of information concerning the immortal lands. He now knew that divine beings could give birth to other creatures in the divine ranks. That changed everything in his idea of the fauna up there. He had already guessed that there wouldn't be any creature in the human ranks up there. Still, he was now sure that there would be far more divine beings than he had predicted in the immortal lands. As for the crack, the group could only trust Shandal. The survival of human society depended on his task. Noah stood up too after Shandal left. Great Elder Diana and God's left hand shot confused gazes at him. But he had other pressing matters in his mind. The leaders wanted to organize a plan to deal with the 10 peak rank 6 beasts, but Noah had his instincts to satisfy before. He also felt a battle intent surging from the bottom of his mind. Noah didn't want to work together with the other organizations just yet. Opponents that could endure his strength had appeared, and he couldn't wait to test himself. The battles against Second Prince and the puppets had forced Noah to reveal part of his power, but he had never felt fully satisfied there. The royal was weaker than him, and he relied on its peculiar existence and superior expertise in the inscription field to last against Noah. The puppets weren't living beings. They were defenses created to be annoying and hard to deal with. Noah didn't have the time and space to express his prowess in those battles. Noah desired to fight an opponent that could force him to go all out, and a few contenders had just fallen from the sky. He couldn't contain himself anymore. He had to seize that chance. Let's see how the situation evolves, Noah said. The beasts will follow the aura of the egg, so they will probably search the entirety of the new continent to retrieve it. Our organizations didn't build much. We can let these creatures hurt the Elbas family for us. Noah's words made sense. The 3 organizations had returned to the surface less than 20 years ago. All their buildings and defenses were only temporary structures created to last while the invasion continued. Abandoning wasn't a problem, and they could exploit the destruction created by the snakes to damage the Elbas family and its domain. Noah was sure that the snakes would converge in the new continent. The trace left by the egg had disappeared together with Shandal, so the beasts would think that their target would be in the landmass. God's left hand quickly agreed with Noah's idea, and even Great Elder Diana felt inclined to study the situation for a while before deciding on an approach. However, The leaders couldn't help but question Noah when they saw him setting off in the direction of one of the eternal snakes. "We didn't decide any plan," Noah said as he shrugged his shoulders. "You can behave as you wish. I'll do the same." After those words, Noah ignored any other complaint and flew toward the nearest eternal snake. He didn't even inform his companions about his destination. There was only the imminent battle in his mind. Shandal had returned while the group was fighting with the Hydra, and Noah had barely used any energy. He was virtually at his peak. Noah flew through the sky. His aura became sharper as he sensed the mighty opponent in the distance. His cultivation level also surged as his ambitions pushed his centers of power beyond their normal limits. A creature at the peak of the 6th rank was stronger than him. Noah wasn't so delusional to think that he could defeat existences at the heroic rank's apex. However, the eternal snakes were magical beasts, the weakest type of creatures in the world. They stood under humans and hybrids, but Noah surpassed all three of them when it came to sheer potential. With his ambition leading him to the quasi-solid stage, Noah believed that he could put up a fight against those snakes. He even guessed that he could land a few blows if he could exploit the species' flaws. Noah flew higher in the air when he sensed that his opponent was nearby. His vertical pupils shrunk when he laid his eyes on the massive snake that had fallen from the immortal lands, and his instincts began to scream again. The eternal snake was immense. It was longer than Snore, and it had dark green scales that appeared indestructible. The creature had 4 arms with 3 giant claws each. A pair grew near the head, while the other was at the center of its body. The limbs were quite short compared to its size, but they appeared quite threatening nonetheless. Noah didn't feel only danger when he looked at the creature. His hunger had also surged again, and he soon understood why his instincts had acted in that way. Creatures on that level wouldn't normally give birth to those reactions inside him. It was as if anything coming from the immortal lands could awaken his most profound and most primal instincts. Noah soon understood the reason behind his intense sensations. The eternal snake didn't seem different from any other magical beast initially, but some of its peculiarities became obvious as the analysis continued. The scales of snake-like and dragon-like creatures would always gain metallic properties after the specimens became strong enough. It was a simple matter of evolution. The skin of a beast became sturdier as its power increased. However, the eternal snake's skin appeared even sturdier than what Noah had predicted. He had never thought that materials in the heroic ranks could give off such a powerful aura, but he found the reason behind that feature immediately. That magical beast lived in the immortal lands. Its meals consisted of other creatures and breath coming from the higher plane. With such top-tier nutrients, the body of the snake had reached the peak. The creature was the best possible version of a specimen at the peak of the 6th rank. Even species with better innate gifts would be inferior to that beast unless they grew in the same environment. It is bordering the quasi-rank 7 in terms of power, Noah evaluated, and his ambition became even more intense at that site. Seeing the higher world's effects on a simple magical beast made him desire to ascend even more. He desired that environment since it was the best training area in all the planes as far as he knew. The desire to make the immortal lands his territory increased, and his ambition continued to make his cultivation level grow under that wave of greed and impatience. It didn't take much before Noah's ambition made him break through the solid stage. Noah's breakthrough was the result of his law. His ambition had empowered his cultivation level so much that he had advanced to the solid stage. Of course, that was only a temporary boost. Noah would suffer a backlash when the effect of his ambition ended, but he was ready to endure it. He only wanted to have the power to face the eternal snake head-on. The creature slithered right above the ground. Its skin didn't touch the terrain, but cracks opened anyway at its passage. The pressure generated by its aura and its quick movements were something that even the new continent couldn't endure. The snake didn't manage to sense Noah in the sky when he was still in the quasi-solid stage, but his complete breakthrough made his aura impossible to miss. Moreover, the snake sensed that Noah aimed at it. Any other magical beast would normally stop and face its opponent at that point, but the creature from the immortal lands continued to fly toward the trace of the egg's aura. Noah felt strange at that sight. The eternal snake was at the peak of the 6th rank and had the best body for a creature at its level. Very few beasts in the entire lower plane could be its opponents, but it wasn't free to follow its instincts. The mission given by the leaders in the Immortal Lands was too important. The snake would ignore everything and everyone to complete it. A mighty magical beast was nothing more than an underling in the Immortal Lands. Noah felt his ambition surge again at that sight, but he didn't have the time to remain immersed in his thoughts. A human-shaped crack replaced his figure, and Noah reappeared on the escaping snake with the demonic sword already in his hands. Noah didn't want to use all the power accumulated with his ambition, so he didn't pour all his energy into the slash that followed his reappearance. Yet, he launched an attack that no creature in the upper tier could block completely. His dark world flowed into his blade, and the demonic sword launched it when Noah slashed with all his strength. A massive fissure appeared on that spot, and the dark matter released in the attack expanded to give birth to a large cloud. The dark world made its appearance and covered part of the beast's body. There was a limit to how much Noah's technique could affect beings that didn't rely on laws, but he didn't dare to face the snake without his dark matter. The snake roared in pain, but it didn't stop to face its opponent. It continued to fly, but it launched attacks that didn't make him lose any time. Noah saw a layer of ice covering the edges of the dark world. His dark matter tried to fend it off, but there seemed to be more than just water in that technique. Silver drops floated among the ice and gave it metallic properties. They also radiated a peculiar aura that made them hard to inspect. Noah had never seen anything like that, but that wasn't the time to analyze the materials that made his opponent's abilities. He had yet to make the snake stop in the end. "Am I not even worthy of your attention?" Noah thought as a tinge of anger appeared in his mind. Snore formed among the dark world, and night came out of his space ring. He planned to go all out now, but he had to use his companions to preserve the boost given by his ambition. The ice continued to cover the dark world, but night took care of it. Its figure became one with the dark matter and destroyed the innate ability of the snake. The dark world improved both night and snore. The two of them also had a connection with Noah, so they benefited from his ambition. Shards of ice fell toward the ground, but the eternal snake didn't stop. Noah's last slash had only managed to break a few scales, but that didn't even count as an injury. Noah saw the body of the snake moving through the dark world and closed his eyes. Both his hands went on the demonic sword as he pointed its tip toward the flying creature. He could see everything inside the dark world, and its analysis surpassed most inscribed items meant for that purpose when Noah used it together with his consciousness. Noah studied the structure of the snake. He soon understood that the beast wasn't flying. Its claws gave birth to a thin layer of silver ice that allowed it to slither above the ground. His destruction made him understand the weak structural points in the creature's body. Noah wasn't sure about that evaluation since it was mostly a faint feeling, but it didn't hurt to trust his individuality. The dark world began to shrink as large quantities of dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword. Noah left enough higher energy to cover snore and night, but he poured everything else in his living weapon. Noah performed a downward lunge at that point. An immense piercing force shot from his figure and flew toward the bottom of the snake's body. Snore joined the assault too. Its wings unfolded and began to absorb primary energy, while it launched its elemental attacks in the spot focused by Noah. Night was also going to support Noah, but it waited to see the outcome of his lunge before deciding where to attack. Noah reappeared on top of the snake's tail. He had left the dark world and had followed the trajectory of his lunge and increased its power by adding the momentum generated during the sprint. The demonic sword pierced the dark green scales and dug through the muscles as Noah's physical strength pushed the tail downward. Snore's attacks also arrived, and they helped to destabilize the innate defenses of the beast. The layer of silver ice crumbled under that pressure, and Noah could push the snake's tail toward the ground at that point. The energy carried by his lunge continued to pierce the beast's tissues, and green blood rained out of that injury. Noah's attack still had energy left. The demonic sword stretched as it pierced the tail from the other side and began to dig the terrain. The snake didn't even bother to look at the cause of the pain it felt, but it soon became unable to move. Something was blocking it. no matter how much it pushed. The snake couldn't move, and it only felt more pain whenever it tried to force itself free. The creature had to turn at that point. Its massive head pointed at its tail, and its reptilian eyes found a similar gaze inspecting it. Noah had finally managed to stop the eternal snake's charge. His weapon was more than 50 meters long now, and part of it had reached terrain hard enough to keep the creature still. Noah's grasp remained on the demonic sword as it looked at the snake. The creature was finally looking at him. It seemed that he had succeeded in becoming more important than its current mission. The snake opened its mouth, and silver drops fell from its fangs. Noah could guess that it had multiple innate abilities, but he soon had to suppress his curiosity to focus on the battle. Snore coiled itself around the snake's head and forced it to remain closed. Yet, the creature was stronger than the blood companion, so it slowly torn the tissues made of dark matter as it opened its mouth again. The eternal snake began to prepare its attack again, but a series of cuts suddenly appeared near Noah, and the peculiar figure of the pterodactyl appeared under the sunlight. Chunks of flesh fell from the snake's body, and more green blood splat on Noah's figure. That didn't faze him, and he promptly stored every scale and piece of flesh in his space ring. A roar of pain came out from the restrained creature's mouth after Night severed chunks of its tail. The eternal snake's attention was entirely on Noah now. It had eventually understood that it had to deal with that opponent if it wanted to continue its mission. "You finally noticed me," Noah thought as his aura continued to surge. He could now feel what June went through during her battles. Facing an opponent above his level forced his individuality to push his centers of power. In Noah's case, the empowerment didn't come due to the production of more energy. His centers of power went beyond their stage because his ambition made them reach levels that Noah would eventually achieve. Noah's individuality worked as a secret art when it came to battles. His true meaning covered multiple aspects of the cultivation journey, but that was its real application during fights. The snake suppressed its sensations to stare at its opponent in anger. Snore had already reformed and was restraining its mouth, but the creature didn't care about that annoying puppet. The magical beast disregarded everything else to stare at Noah with the intensity that only a peak rank 6 existence could exert. Noah felt a heavy pressure landing on his mind. He could sense part of his instincts pressing him to bow his head in front of such a mighty creature. However, he wasn't a mere magical beast. His existence had long surpassed the limits of those species. His pride surged and filled his aura. His sharp mental waves raged around his figure and radiated the entirety of his existence. Noah's consciousness destroyed the breath around him and slowed down the eternal snake's healing properties. Tinges of his sharpness formed inside cuts on the tail and opened more wounds as his aura flowed. It was as if Noah's existence was on fire. All the aspects of his individuality strived for their peak as his ambition fueled them. There didn't seem to be a limit to the level that he could reach when he expressed its true meaning. Noah couldn't help but release a roar while the eternal snake stared at him. A peak rank 6 being was trying to suppress him, but the sheer power released by his existence was enough to fend that pressure off. He had the peak of the heroic ranks in front of him. That was the very top of the world, but his power allowed him to damage it. Nothing else in the world could bring Noah more ecstasy than that. He could finally wield power to injure the strongest beings in the world after a life spent enduring their suppression. Becoming a powerhouse had freed him from many annoying aspects of a lower plane, but now he could claim to have true freedom. He had touched the peak that many sought to reach. The snake didn't seem a mindless beast. There was some intelligence in its reptilian eyes, and it looked at Noah as if it was studying what kind of existence had dared to oppose it. Noah didn't miss that detail, even when that wave of feelings was engulfing his mind. Anything coming from the immortal lands interested him a lot, and he couldn't help but compare the magical beasts living in the lower plane with the eternal snake. Living there doesn't only affect the body, Noah thought as his roar echoed in the sky. It's not a proper intelligent beast, but it comes close to it. The benefits given by the immortal lands went far beyond better nutrients. The calm that Noah could see in the creature's eyes was something that he had never seen in another magical beast. It made sense that the immortal land's white sky would affect even the magical beasts, but Noah had never understood how deeply it could change their behavior. "Ant can't win me," the snake growled, and Noah understood the meaning behind those cries. A tinge of scorn appeared on the snake's expression. It didn't care that Noah still had its blade stabbed in its tail and Snore was restraining its mouth. It didn't appear concerned at all. "Ant," Noah said using roars instead of human words. "I am a monster." The world lost its light for an instant as Noah spewed black flames on the beast's head. Snore pointed its wings toward that spot too, and a series of saber-shaped runes shot out of them. The snake didn't expect the flames, and it didn't imagine that Snore could attack while restraining its mouth. The properties of the dark matter surprised the creature from the immortal lands and gave it no time to react. Noah didn't stay still while the attacks crashed on the beast's head. Part of the demonic sword melted, and a second blade formed in his hands as he walked toward the edges of the wounds. The other part of the demonic sword still kept the creature locked on the ground. It wouldn't last for long without Noah holding it, but it gave him enough time to launch another attack while the fire and Snore assaulted the head. Night appeared next to Noah, and dark matter came out of his chest. The dark world formed in a second, but it soon flowed inside the demonic sword. More cuts opened on the snake's tail. Night had exploited that instant when the dark world covered the environment to use its innate ability to its fullest and inflict as much damage as it could. The world of laws appeared in Noah's eyes as green blood splat out of the new injuries. He walked among those splashes and let his individuality guide his mind. The black hole rotated at full speed as Noah's destruction studied the structure of the wounded tail and found weak spots in it. He soon knew where he had to hit to inflict more damage. Night continued to ravage the snake's skin while Noah raised his blade. The sky shattered whenever the weapon moved, but he couldn't even sense the changes around him in that state. An angry roar soon resounded in the area, but Noah's blade descended at that point. A large fissure replaced a chunk of the snake's body, and the rest of the tail twisted as it remained stuck on the ground by the other demonic sword. Noah had to use his movement technique to escape from the pulling force of the void, and he reappeared on top of the other demonic sword to look at the result of his attacks. The last slash had severed the eternal snake's tail. His attack had managed to cut a peak rank 6 beast's body from side to side. The tail was the thinnest part of the creature's body after its arms. But Noah wouldn't be humble with his achievements. His prowess was worthy of respect, especially when he considered his actual cultivation level. Noah was a liquid stage powerhouse, but his blows could inflict serious injuries to a peak rank 6 creature. Only King Elbaz could match that achievement with his many inscribed items. The severed tail disappeared as Noah stored it inside his space ring. The 2 pieces of the demonic sword also fused to reform his living weapon. Another roar followed the previous one, and silver drops rained on the sky as the snake freed itself from the starry sky that covered its head. Trails of ice formed wherever the liquid flew, and even the flames couldn't escape those effects. Snore suffered from that attack too. Its enormous body froze together with the black flames that had surrounded the eternal snake's head. The snake tilted its head, and the ice around it shattered. Noah could see the effects of his previous offensive, but the result left him slightly disappointed. Even if his individuality had improved Snore's power, the blood companion remained connected to his black hole. Noah's ambition couldn't empower it as it did with his centers of power. It required better dark matter to cross the limits of its tier. Yet, it still managed to wound the creature. The skin on the left side of the snake's head had become a mess of cuts and torn tissues after it endured the storm of saber-shaped runes. That attack had damaged the thick muscles under the skin, but it didn't manage to reach the skull. The snake's eyelid had also protected its left eye, but the creature had to sacrifice it during the process. Green blood flowed out of those injuries, but the shards of ice that had fallen on the ground soon floated toward the snake's face and covered the wounds. Part of the also ice flew toward the tail to cover the various injuries and large cut. It didn't take much before blood stopped flowing out of them. Noah could use that chance to attack, but he wanted to inspect that innate ability. According to Shandal, the eternal snakes had an incredible vitality, but that only explained part of what they could do. Also, Noah knew that his current prowess had a time limit. He had already launched many attacks and fueled his puppets with his ambition. His individuality couldn't do miracles. Its effects had to end at some point. Still, he couldn't help but show a wide smile when he stared at how he had damaged the snake. The invasion wouldn't crush the lower plane as long as he wielded that power. The ice slowly changed color. It previously was mostly silver, but it gradually turned dark green to match the shade of the snake's scales. It also changed shape. The ice transformed into actual pieces of skin that fixed the injuries. Noah remained speechless at that sight. The new tissues were no different from the actual skin of the beast. It seemed that the vitality of that species didn't apply only to the amount of energy that its specimens carried. This is the evolution process of the magical beasts, Noah exclaimed in his mind when he understood the basics behind that ability. The ice that had fixed those injuries had come from Noah's frozen abilities. The snake had taken control of the energy that they contained and used it to patch its skin. Noah's mind became silent for an instant before a tide of ideas surged inside it. His creation consumed his mental energy to give birth to a series of designs that attempted to replicate that innate ability. It wasn't his first time meeting similar abilities, and he had even wielded a similar one in the past. Yet, he had never seen something so immediate and in line with the qualities of the magical beasts. The eternal snakes could use the energy that they captured to fix their injuries in seconds. That went far beyond the normal absorption process of the magical beasts. Destroy others to recreate yourself. Noah's expression became solemn as he thought that, but his instincts soon forced him to put those ideas in the back of his mind to focus on his opponent. The snake was livid. It inspected its tail and released angry roars when it saw that its ice didn't make the severed piece regrow. The creature spilled more ice in the surrounding area to create more materials for its ability, but no number of shards was enough to regrow its tail. Their color didn't even change when they touched that body part. I can't play around much longer, Noah thought as corrosive smoke started to come out of his skin. The snake turned to look at Noah once it gave up on regrowing its tail. Its eyes radiated intense anger, and silver liquid fell from its open mouth. The growls that came out of it didn't make any sense when they reached Noah's ears. The snake was simply expressing its anger with cries that had no meaning in human words. The fiendish armor formed around Noah, and a corrosive cloud immediately appeared around him. Dark matter also came out of his chest and recreated the dark world. Snore reappeared behind him, and night hid inside the darkness to wait for a chance to attack. Noah was ready to have his last exchange with the snake, and he didn't care that his remaining power might not be enough to kill it. Noah raised his sword, but his survival instincts suddenly began to scream and forced him to perform an evasive maneuver. He entered his dimension and sprinted upward, but a shockwave hit him before he could reach his destination. A dense pressure interrupted Noah's technique and flung him in the distance. His bones released screeching noises as he did his best to oppose that force and stop himself. Noah didn't even know what had hit him. His dark world didn't sense anything, but an attack had almost landed on him. The shockwave that it had released had even been enough to interrupt his movement technique. Noah managed to stop himself after he flew for a few kilometers, and the scene that appeared in his eyes made his mind grow cold. A large chunk of the terrain in front of the snake had disappeared. Part of the sky right above it had turned into a wide fissure that led to the void. A long crack had opened in the region too. The fissure started from the snake and continued until the land nearby. As an expert in the magical beasts field, Noah could identify what had caused that change in the environment. He could see the maimed tail of the snake pointing at him, but he found it hard to believe that it had been capable of that destruction. Moreover, that attack didn't cause the usual mindless destruction that most magical beasts would create. It had focused the spot where Noah had been just an instant before, and that had given the blow far more power. Don't tell me that they can use techniques, Noah thought as he recreated the dark world. The demonic form had survived the shockwave, so corrosive smoke had already started covering his figure. The black hole spun faster as Noah focused on the snake. His fourth center of power worked together with his desire to see the attack, and a large amount of energy flowed in his eyes, while they remained fixed on his opponent's body. The snake didn't hesitate and leaped toward Noah. The terrain under it crumbled under the physical strength that it released to jump, and its massive figure became hard to follow after it left the ground. Noah could see everything with the empowerment caused by his black hole. The snake used its flexible body to act as a whip and surpass its limits during its offensive. Its head shot forward when it was about to reach Noah. The momentum that it carried created cracks wherever it passed. Noah had to sprint again to dodge that attack, but the same pressure forced him outside of his dimension. When he could focus on his opponent again, he found that his dark world had fallen in the void connected to the crack opened by the snake's bite, and that a layer of ice had spread from its mouth. Then, he noticed that his feet had fallen prey to that innate ability. The eternal snake had shattered the sky with both its leap and bite, and the last attack had spread its silver liquid. The air had turned into a thick layer of ice, and Noah wasn't fast enough to escape that ability. Noah found himself stuck inside the ice. Cracks appeared on its surface as he tried to pull his feet off of it, but the ability managed to delay him for one instant. The snake exploited that chance to leap toward Noah again. The creature was above him before he could even decide what to launch to escape from that situation. Noah could only let his vast experience guide him in that situation. His blade rose to meet the insides of the snake's head, and dark matter flowed inside his weapon to create one of his strongest slashes. The demonic sword became bigger before clashing with the snake's mouth. When the two touched, Noah felt an unstoppable force flowing through the weapon and reaching his arms. His connection with the demonic sword made him aware that the blade couldn't take that force head-on. The snake's physical strength could shatter his living weapon and his body at the same time. However, Noah had never planned to challenge the beast with his physical strength. He had always known to be inferior to that creature. Only his superior techniques could make him triumph in that battle. The ice covering his feet shattered as Noah endured the pressure that landed on his body. His veins bulged and exploded as he gave his everything to stop that charge for a second. Cracks appeared on the surface of the demonic sword during the clash. The blade suffered structural damages even if the dark matter made its fabric almost indestructible. Still, Noah's attack managed to hurt the creature. His blade stabbed the insides of its mouth and dug deep in its skin. It even reached the skull after crossing its muscles. Noah's body sunk in the layer of ice. He used the physical strength of the snake to escape from the other side of that prison. Once his feet touched the air again, he recalled the demonic sword inside his space ring and let the momentum created in the clash fling him downward. The snake didn't let him go. It shattered the ice and charged after him while the shards gathered inside its mouth. The injury that Noah had created healed before the beast reached him. The eternal snake opened its mouth to prepare its bite, but Noah sprinted away before it could finish its attack. A shockwave came out when its maw closed, but it didn't manage to reach its opponent at that time. Noah had become used to the battle rhythm by then. Even with its immense strength and troublesome innate ability, the snake was still a magical beast, and that made its fighting style limited. The creature used the flexibility and might of its body to the fullest, and it also exploited that physical strength to make its slow innate ability threatening. However, that was everything it could do. The magical beast's weaknesses were still there even if the eternal snake expressed the absolute peak of the 6th rank. Even the inhabitants of the immortal lands couldn't escape the limits of their species. Noah never stopped sprinting. He knew that he couldn't let the snake retake the upper hand, but he didn't use that chance to escape. He could launch one last attack before the effects of his ambition faded. The drawbacks would also be quite harsh at that time, so he aimed to deliver a killing blow. That was his last chance to get something out of the battle. The next ones would go better since he had already gathered enough data about that species, so he could target other benefits now. The snake appeared unable to pinpoint his location. It had managed to follow him previously because the shockwaves forced him out of his dimension, but he was untouchable as long as he remained outside of its range. The creature roared in anger, and the claws on its arms began to shine with a silver color. Waves of its liquid shot out of its limbs whenever it waved them, but those attacks were slower than its previous ones. The liquid is threatening only when it follows the charges, Noah thought as he dodged the silver waves flying through the sky. He would love to find out how such a species had developed their battle style, but he couldn't waste time in that situation. He could only guess that divine beings' guidance and the immortal land's pressure had made their understanding about their abilities evolve. Ice appeared in every direction. The entire area froze as the snake continued to unleash its anger on the sky. Couldn't forgive the ant that had cut its tail. Noah continued to sprint around the snake until an opening arrived. The creature had stopped and had turned toward the center of the continent after a while. It seemed that its mission had resumed being a priority in its mind once it lost its opponent. At that point, Noah sprinted toward its head and reached it in less than an instant. The snake appeared happy to see him, but Noah didn't bother to notice those details in that situation. Dark matter flowed inside his demonic sword as his blade descended. The cracks on the weapon spread as Noah pushed its structure over its limits. He had to go beyond what the demonic sword could endure in that state if he wanted to kill the snake. Noah slashed, and a fissure appeared on top of the snake. A long cut appeared on the creature's head, and the blood that spurted out of it fell into the void. The cut was deep, but Noah didn't manage to make it go all the way down to the other side of its head. The slash didn't have the same piercing ability as the lunge, but his assault didn't end there. More blood came of the injury when night flew across it. The pterodactyl dug through its muscles to open a path for its brain. Everything would be over if Noah managed to destroy that vital organ. Snore also appeared under the fissure and launched its elemental attacks inside the wound. Its fire, gales, and ice opened the path for its lightning bolts and eventually managed to crack the snake's skull. Night flew back inside the injury at that point. It seeped inside the cracked skull and cut everything it could, but the snake leaped toward the ground at that point. Noah, Night, and Snore gathered in the sky and watched the snake crash on the ground. His cultivation level began to decrease as the effects of his ambition waned, but he didn't retreat just yet. He had to know if the damage he had dealt in the last exchange was enough to bring the creature to the death's door. The eternal snake was at the bottom of a pit created after its charge, but it didn't move. It barely showed any sign of being alive. However, the ice that had accumulated on the battlefield shattered and converged toward the creature's head. Noah could only sigh when he saw the shards filling the injury and beginning to change color. Growls also began to come out of its motionless mouth. It was only a matter of seconds before the snake healed and resumed to charge at Noah. "I'm close," Noah thought as he shot one last glance at the snake before leaving the area. He had confirmed that his current power allowed him to survive a battle on that level for a few minutes. Noah didn't regroup with the other powerhouses after the battle against the Eternal Snake. The drawbacks of his ambition had started to affect his centers of power, so he preferred to recover in a safe place. The world was currently a mess. The 10 peak rank 6 creatures had stopped at nothing to converge at the center of the new continent, but they didn't encounter many hindrances. The 3 organizations had been on the new continent for less than 20 years. The few protections that they had managed to deploy couldn't stop those creatures, especially when no cultivator worked together with them. The leaders had decided to let the snakes roam freely for now. Struggling to defend their domains would only ruin the condition of the new continent, and they didn't mind leaving the Elbas family as the only resident of that landmass. A small loss could bring many benefits. They had no reason to defend lands that they could barely claim as their own. God's Left Hand and the other troops of the Shandal Empire returned to the old continent to occupy their old domain. King Elbas had destroyed the Blue Dome during the 500 years of his undisputed rule, but he didn't bother to attack the structures that it contained. Those buildings and cities were in ruins since many magical beasts had chosen to place their lairs there. Yet, the Empire only needed a few years to clear those lands and start reconstructing its ancestral home. God's Left Hand also showed her goodwill toward the Council by abandoning the Empire's claims on the Papal Nation. Great Elder Diana could move her troops there, while the situation on the new continent remained unstable. Only the Hive found it hard to settle. The demons and the other higher-ups wanted to use the Coral Archipelago as their temporary home. Still, most of the exoskeleton of the purple coral had disappeared after those 500 years. They could only guess that King Elbaz had some interest in that material, but that didn't change the condition of their ancestral home. The purple halo didn't fill that area of the sea anymore, and many islands had sunk after they lost their foundation. As for chasing Demon's statue, the Hive had brought it inside the separate dimension after losing against King Elbaz. It was still there, waiting for the organization to find a new home. The higher-ups of the Hive divided themselves into different regions and separated their underlings into crowded platoons. Some occupied the Nation, others settled in the remaining islands of the archipelago, and many returned in the separate dimension. The dimensional portal was still open, and no one bothered to defend it. The other mortal lands had flourished in those years since no wars happened there. The Elbaz family had captured many specimens there, and it still controlled a large part of that landmass. Yet, only weaker cultivators inhabited it since the stronger ones preferred to live in the peace of immortal lands. The three organizations could decide to move to the other world until the situation in the new continent stabilized, but they didn't want to lose their chance to reconquer the world. Shandal had yet to make his move, so they didn't know when the crack in the sky would close. Not even God's left hand was aware of the intentions of her patriarch. The lack of buildings meant to inspect the nearby regions prevented many heroic cultivators from watching Noah's battle. Still, some powerhouses used inscribed items to look at it from far away, and they didn't hesitate to let the world know about his prowess. Most of the weaker powerhouses couldn't even imagine how a liquid-stage cultivator had managed to reduce a peak rank 6 magical beast in that state. Some aspects of that story were even more absurd. After all, they saw a powerhouse forcefully bringing his power to the next stage and facing that creature on even ground. Noah wielded a secret art that didn't cause grave repercussions on his centers of power. Moreover, his individuality didn't seem to have limits to how much it could increase his might. That made Noah's power hard to evaluate, and it also created an eerie halo around his figure. Ranks and stages didn't matter against him, and he always had more techniques in store. Noah didn't cut ties with the Hive while he focused on his recovery, but he let the other powerhouses handle the weaker troops. He had settled in a cave on the seabed near the new continent, and he had slowly created a good training area while he let his centers of power rest. The strain that his mind and Danteon suffered when he pushed his power to the solid stage was immense, so he had to spend a few months without training them to disperse the accumulated stress. That wasn't a problem in that situation since he had a lot to think about. The battle against the Eternal Snake had inspired him, but it had also shown flaws in his prowess. Night was fine. The pterodactyl became stronger after every fight, and its innate ability surprised even Noah at times. That creature was the perfect defensive tool, and Noah had even removed its limitations after he built a body with the royal metal. Night was also excited about its new potential, and it couldn't wait to return to its previous peak to see how strong it would become. The demonic sword wasn't an issue either. Noah had a weapon that could absorb the entirety of his individuality and grow with him. He couldn't ask for anything better when it came to blades. The dark world was strong too. Noah didn't have the time to list all its passive benefits. It was a pity that it worked better against cultivators due to its ability to suppress laws, but Noah only had vague ideas on how to improve it for now. Noah couldn't complain about his sword arts. His slashes were among the strongest attacks in the entire world. He could only aim to create more techniques that fused spells with his physical might when it came to that field. Snore was the only real flaw in his battle prowess. The blood companion wasn't even close to being weak, but it couldn't keep up with Noah's monstrous might. The dark world empowered its abilities, and the dark matter made its body extremely hard to deal with. Still, its elemental attacks didn't manage to do much. Only the saber-shaped runes attached to its wings were threatening, but that was true for all the weapons relying on the primary energy. Snore needed to improve, and Noah didn't want to wait for his dark matter to reach a superior stage. He was the maker, so he could turn his blood companion into a deadly weapon without needing to rely on external factors. Noah could begin to modify Snore right away, but another project occupied his mind and didn't let him think about anything else. Countless ideas had started to fill his mind after witnessing the innate ability of the Eternal Snake. Thinking that he could use what he destroyed to heal himself left no room for other projects. Noah knew that succeeding in replicating the snake's healing ability would make him unstoppable. His individuality was a perfect match for that skill, and he needed that tool to express the power of his incredible body to its fullest. Yet, he had enough experience in the creations of abilities to know that it was almost impossible to replicate them. Only the body inscription spell could directly seize them, but he needed something more invasive in that case. Noah didn't want a blood companion that could heal him with its abilities. He wanted that skill to depend on his destruction. He desired to obtain it and make it part of his bloodline. Needless to say, Noah began to use the divine deduction technique nonstop after his mind had recovered. He had set his eyes on that power, and he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Noah had seized many pieces of the eternal snake's body during the battle. He would normally eat those resources to improve his body, but he had a better use for them now. He had to learn how those tissues functioned to replicate that ability. The divine deduction technique never stopped consuming his mental sea in that period to bring him closer to a solution. All his ideas eventually converged toward an unavoidable decision. He had to involve the body inscription spell in the process. The only problem was that he had yet to invent the procedure. Noah needed to embody the innate ability of the eternal snake. Translating it into a spell or technique would make it depend on his darkness and mental energy, and it would also fail to express its real power. Instead, Noah wanted to add that ability to his bloodline, which meant that he had to modify his body to succeed in that task. The situation in the new continent continued to decline while Noah remained in seclusion. The 10-peak rank 6 eternal snakes grouped at the center of the landmass, but they decided to scatter when they didn't find their target. The egg wasn't there, but their mission wouldn't be over until they found it. The snakes initially began to follow the vague traces of the egg's aura, but they couldn't imagine that Xianxia had already brought it to a place that they couldn't reach. The god of the empire had even suppressed the egg's aura when he left the new continent. Nothing could lead the magical beasts to the Nation. Moreover, they couldn't enter the separate dimension even if they examined the old continent. The snakes were only magical beasts, while Xianxia was a divine being. The Elbas family eventually had to face the eternal snakes. The royals and their troops were the only inhabitants of the new continent, and the invaders would stop at nothing to inspect every inch of that landmass. The three organizations rejoiced at that outcome. The few remaining lands in the hands of the Elbas family would be the last part of their invasion, and they could only enjoy seeing them wasting resources to stop the snakes. Months went by, and all the snakes eventually gathered on the southeastern side of the landmass to assault the lands under the protection of the Elbas family. Noah received weekly reports about the situation on the new continent while he was in seclusion. The Elbas family had managed to stall the snake's assault and defend its domain, so there was nothing worthy of his attention in those messages. His session of meditation had led to a breakthrough when it came to his project. Noah now knew what he had to do to absorb the eternal snake's healing ability, but he had to review the details of that procedure with a great expert in the inscription field. Flying Demon visited Noah and created a door for the separate dimension in his cave. Noah needed to resume his training with the 7th Xianxia rune, but his main priority was to discuss his project with 37. "Do you really want to do this to your body?" 37 commented after he learnt about Noah's project. "The success rate of a second forging isn't high, and the final product is usually disappointing." Noah and the automaton were reviewing the procedure in a building inside the separate dimension. That place still contained the cities that the three organizations had built during the 500 years of hiding, but they all belonged to the Hive now. There was no reason for the Council and the Xianxia Empire to return inside the separate dimension. The Hive wouldn't be benevolent now that the outside world didn't place any threat in front of them. "I am not even sure that your mind can endure this pressure," 37 continued. "Those beasts of yours should bring it near its limits already." "The pressure will be only temporary," Noah replied. "I won't actually create a new blood companion. I need the creature's consciousness only to trigger the transformation. I will suppress it once the procedure succeeds." 37 nodded, but he didn't appear convinced about the whole idea. Noah's body was already beyond the fairness decided by heaven and earth. Increasing its power again was an unnecessary risk in his eyes. However, Noah couldn't give up on that healing ability. His ambition affected his mindset in that field, but he had already made sure that his individuality wasn't tricking him. The procedure wasn't complicated, and the risks connected to eventual failures weren't deadly. Yet, Noah had built it while considering that his body could overcome most limits due to his fourth center of power. The black hole was a miraculous tool, but 37 didn't like to bet on organs that didn't have a specific function. The automaton preferred actual data over reliable beliefs. Still, he couldn't stop Noah from approaching that procedure, so he did his best to study it thoroughly. Noah would give him samples of the silver liquid produced by the snakes in exchange, so he gave his everything in polishing that process. Noah had to make multiple modifications and go back in seclusion to complete the polishing of his procedure. It took him and the automaton half a year to finish, but the outcome of those meetings didn't lead to the desired results. Part of the procedure had to remain dependent on the abilities of Noah's body. It would succeed if the black hole helped in the matter. Yet that was enough for Noah. He didn't reveal all his secrets to the automaton, so only he knew that he had good reasons to feel confident about the procedure. "You still need to test this beforehand," 37 said when Noah was about to leave. "There are only 10 specimens in the world that carry those organs. With your expertise, you should be ready with 2 or 3 tests, which means that you have to kill 3 to 4 eternal snakes." Noah nodded at that evaluation. He had reached the same conclusion, and he was confident that the divine deduction technique could reduce that number. However, the automaton had misunderstood Noah's intentions for what concerned the 10 peak rank 6 creatures. "Don't worry," Noah said as he began to walk toward the teleportation matrix in the room. "I plan to take all of them." The automaton's eyes lit up when he heard that. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the silver liquid, and he became so excited that he didn't notice the light of the teleportation matrix shining on his ethereal face. Noah teleported in a secret location inside the separate dimension. June, Daniel, and Scully were there, but neither of them spoke when he arrived. Their focus was on the piece of fur placed at the center of that dark hall. A few inscribed candles illuminated the 7th Xianxia rune and allowed those experts to observe the best training tool for the seas of consciousness. Noah didn't say anything either and sat next to June to join that training session. His ambition leaked out of his figure as he began to stare at the rune, but he made it flow upward to leave the others unaffected. He had to become stronger to defeat the eternal snakes. A hunt was waiting for him, but he had to make sure that his centers of power could endure the stress generated during those battles. After all, he would go all out the next time he faced those beasts. Noah couldn't obtain significant improvements in a short time, but he still trained until he felt that his centers of power had grown a bit. The breakthroughs were still far away, and his existence was slowly harmonizing now that he was striving for the peak of the heroic ranks. Only his mind continued to remain above his other centers of power. Those years' training wasn't different from that done while the 3 organizations were inside the separate dimension. Yet, Noah had something to strive for now, and that quickened the pace of his growth. Moreover, he was in the outside world. 37 and the other experts had done an excellent job making sure that the separate dimension always had breadth, but nothing could compare with the new continent. Noah had decided to place his training area near that landmass on purpose. He wouldn't choose a worse place just because it was safer. The other powerhouses had imitated him. Many caves appeared on the seabed around the new continent as the world's experts resumed to prioritize their power. Only God's left hand and true speed didn't leave the old continent. The Empire had regained their source of enlightenment now that Shandal had returned. Shandal had yet to make his move, but Noah's plan didn't involve him. He couldn't care less about the world now that he had such an exciting project at hand. Noah stopped his intensive training after 5 years. He found no reason to delay his hunts any longer since his centers of power had already grown a bit. Also, the battle on the southeastern side of the continent was about to reach a critical state in that period. The Elbas family had stalled as long as it could, but the eternal snakes had finally managed to break through the peripheral defenses of those regions. It was time to decide which side would win that fight, but Noah didn't want that to happen. He felt no mercy for the royals, but he would rather have the snakes exhausting their resources than forcing them to escape. Noah wanted that stall to continue. Forcing the royals to go all out could only lead to two disappointing outcomes. The first saw the Elbaz family escaping while preserving most of its resources, which was not ideal. The other was even worse. It viewed the royals killing all the snakes and keeping their corpses for themselves. Noah had to stop that from happening, but there was only one thing that could prevent those situations. He had to help the Elbaz family, even if only indirectly. I wonder if they will send some more creatures, Noah thought as he flew toward the southeastern regions while looking at the crack in the sky. Nothing had changed around the crack. That opening didn't even leak any superior energy, so it only acted as a constant reminder that there was something better in the world. The cries of the divine beings resounded from time to time, but they didn't pressure the underlings in the lower plane. The leaders in the immortal lands didn't seem impatient. Noah guessed that a few years barely counted as time for divine beings. The crack had remained open for less than 10 years in the end. Even he could sleep for far more. The new continent had returned to its wrecked state after the 10-peak rank 6 snakes explored it. The beasts even affected the energy contained in the ground, but their destruction wasn't too concerning. The ground was simply in pieces, but it was still capable of accommodating magical beasts and plants. It wasn't as broken as when they hid inside the separate dimension. Noah reached the southeastern part of the new continent and stopped to inspect the battles in those regions. The snakes didn't work together to destroy the defenses they met, so the royals had an easier time keeping them busy. The experts of the other organizations had already learnt a lot about the defenses in those areas. They had started to analyze those formations as soon as the battle with the snakes began, so Noah could ignore the shining lines that appeared in his vision. Yet, he couldn't help but remain stunned when he saw the snakes in action. According to the reports of the experts, those beasts rarely stopped attacking. They had only taken a few short breaks during those years, but they still assaulted the formations with all their strength. Their stamina was incredible, and they could also heal themselves by destroying the enemy's attacks. Noah could only think that they truly deserved the title Eternal. "It's time to begin," Noah thought as he diverted his gaze from the battlefields and inspected the regions around him. That was a hunt, which meant that Noah could prepare for the battle. He felt confident that he could lure one of the snakes out, so he didn't need baits for that fight. Noah had retrieved the remaining instabilities situated in the traps connected to the separate dimension, but he didn't know if he could use them efficiently against the Eternal Snake. His main offensive had to come from his techniques, spells, and individuality. Noah unfolded his aura once he found an area that was quite distant from the battlefields. Primary energy formed and accumulated in the sky while he filled the ground with instabilities. His ambition surged at some point. His cultivation level grew slowly, and spells appeared around his figure as the process continued. A sea of saber-shaped runes and the black hole spell appeared around Noah and began to absorb the primary energy that was accumulating in the area. Snore also appeared, and his wings unfolded to absorb part of that primary energy. The 3 abilities that required that process grew stronger as Noah let his ambition bring his cultivation level to the solid stage. Noah's level continued to grow even after it surpassed the limits of his real rank. It went slightly deeper into the solid stage before stopping completely. That was the limit of his ambition. Noah needed to get closer to the solid stage with his real cultivation level if he wanted his individuality to produce stronger effects. Noah let his aura run wild at that point, and a roar came out of his mouth. His cry requested a challenge to one of his old opponents. The Eternal Snakes would normally prioritize their leader's orders, but one of them had suffered a lot because of Noah. When the beast sensed his aura and heard that roar, it couldn't help but abandon its assault to charge toward his position. Another roar soon echoed through the sky. The snake replied to Noah's challenge as it charged toward him. Less than a day had to pass before the creature reached its opponent. Noah revealed a cold smile when he saw the condition of the beast. Its tail didn't regrow in those years, and a long scar tainted its smooth head. The snake still carried the signs of the injuries suffered during its battle against Noah. The same went for its anger. The only reason why Noah didn't need a bait was that the beast was still livid about that fight. Black smoke began to come out of Noah's skin. The fiendish armor soon covered his body, but 3 copies of his spell suddenly appeared next to him. The dark matter came out of his chest at that point. A second defensive layer formed on top of the 4 fiendish armors, but that didn't stop the generation of corrosive smoke. Then, Noah controlled the black hole spell to move in front of him. The black sphere had become an unstable giant star that released violent flares after absorbing a massive amount of primary energy. Snore and the saber-shaped runes were in the same state. The feathers, the sea of blades, and the black hole spell had reached the solid stage in terms of power. The eternal snake didn't stop its charge even when it saw all the techniques that its opponent had prepared beforehand, but Noah had no intention to face it head-on. Noah waved his clawed hand, and the 3 copies of his fiendish armor flew inside the black hole spell. When they came out of it, they had become 50 meters tall giants. The eternal snake didn't fear Noah's display of power. His cultivation level was strange to evaluate, and he didn't come close to the peak of the 6th rank anyway. However, the creature still had survival instincts. A chill ran down its spine when it saw the 3 fuming giants coming out of the black hole spell. The beast could sense that those fiendish copies were dangerous. Noah's ambition couldn't fill the gap between him and the snake. Still, he was against a magical beast, so he could use his superior arts to make up for that lack of sheer power. The snake could use its body perfectly. Some of its attacks even resembled martial arts due to how efficient they were. Yet, it still couldn't compare to an actual cultivator when it came to how much it could empower its basic strength. The creature had only created a battle style that made it use the full potential of its body and innate abilities. Noah didn't deploy the Dark World in that battle. He preferred to keep it as a second armor that empowered his physical prowess and defense rather than wasting it to create his domain. The snake could make the Dark World disperse with a simple attack. It would be a waste to use it in a vain attempt to suppress the creature. The cloud of corrosive smoke seeping out of Noah's figure soon engulfed the black hole spell, Snore, and the sea of saber-shaped runes in its shape. It even hid the giant fiendish copies in its darkness. The eternal snake didn't care about that, and the fear that it felt toward the fiendish copies wasn't intense enough to stop its offensive. The creature charged toward the black while opening cracks in the sky due to its violent momentum. However, as soon as it pierced the external layer of corrosive smoke, its body stopped, and a wave of silver liquid accompanied the cry that it released. The silver rain froze part of the dark cloud and sky. A layer of ice spread in that area, and the snake promptly cracked its maimed tail to shatter it. A storm of ice shards shot in the area and a crack opened in the sky. Half of the corrosive cloud also dispersed, revealing the beings that had managed to stop the beast's charge. The 3 giant fiendish figures had their claws against the snake's mouth. Some of their sharp fingers even fused with those of the other copies when they overlapped. Noah was among the copies too. His demonic sword had become 50 meters large to join giant figures and stop the snake. Trails of green blood fell from the point where the claws and the demonic sword converged. Noah had used the creature's momentum to his advantage and had managed to inflict a deep wound on that spot. One of the copies had lost its lower body after the tail attacked, but the corrosive smoke around it soon converged toward its figure and recreated the missing parts. The ice shards did the same. They stopped dispersing and flew toward the injury on the snake's head to fix that damage while the creature spat more silver liquid. Noah closed his eyes as ice shards crossed him, and the area in front of him began to freeze. His consciousness unfolded and inspected the spot where his demonic sword had dug the snake's flesh. The sharpness carried by his aura became more intense. The 2 defensive layers covering his face opened to let him place his forehead on the demonic sword. The ice spreading in the area shattered at that gesture. The snake felt forced to retract its head due to the pain that it felt. Countless cuts had suddenly appeared between Noah and the beast, and most of them had focused the insides of the wound on its mouth. The giant fiendish figures charged ahead at that point. Their physical might had become acceptable due to the empowerment of the dark matter around them, so they could avoid to blow themselves up at the first clash. Their claws tried to slash at the injury, but the snake convulsed too intensely to give them a clear shot. Their attacks mostly landed on the intact dark green scales, and only a few of them managed to worsen the wound on the creature's head. Cuts continued to open in the sky. The ice shards became nothing more than a silver powder under the effects of Noah's sharpness. The same happened inside the injury on the beast's head. Noah's slashes had never stopped cutting after he released his attack. Noah waved his hand, and the sea of saber-shaped runes moved forward. The blades created an orderly array that converged toward the snake. The slashes of the fiendish copies created white marks when they hit the scales. Other wounds opened only after many attacks had converged in the same spot. The arrival of the sabers helped the copies. The runes disregarded the serious injury to aid the fiendish giants in their offensive. The sea of blades divided itself into multiple rotating arrays of saber-shaped runes that crashed on the white marks created by the giant copies. Multiple wounds opened while the snake remained busy fighting the fiendish armors and enduring the pain caused by the cuts opening inside his deepest wound. Silver liquid continued to come out of its mouth, but Noah controlled part of the sabers and the giant copies to take care of it. He was doing his best to limit the creature's healing ability, and his corrosive smoke did a fantastic job at that. Noah's spells and techniques were suppressing the eternal snake, but he knew that the positive trend wouldn't last. More sabers came out of his hands, and another fiendish copy began to form near his figure. His mind felt heavy during that process. Controlling so many spells applied a lot of pressure to his mental sphere. The empowerment that they obtained after absorbing the primary energy in the environment made that situation even worse. Traces of a headache began to appear in Noah's mind, but he didn't care as long as his mental walls remained stable. Luckily for him, training for more than 500 years with the 7th Xianxia rune had made his sea of consciousness extremely resilient. Heavy repercussions are nothing as long as there are no injuries, Noah calmly thought as he proceeded to create another fiendish copy. The new saber-shaped runes had already begun to absorb primary energy, and his fiendish copies entered inside the black hole spell to obtain part of its power. The first wave of sabers exhausted their power soon, but they succeeded in inflicting multiple injuries in the most damaged spots of the snake's head. Noah's sharpness was still creating cuts in the environment, but he felt that it was time to act. He couldn't let the snake become used to that fighting rhythm. He had to keep it suppressed until it exhaled its last breath. The second wave of saber-shaped runes flew forward, and the two giant fiendish armors came out of the black hole spell to join the offensive. Noah even covered their figures with dark matter to turn them into threatening tools. The demonic sword shrunk in his hands, and Noah immersed it inside the black hole spell. Dark matter also flowed inside the blade to push its power beyond its limits. Noah's living weapon had healed while he planned his new project. Its structure didn't have any damage, so it could absorb a massive amount of energy in its current condition. The pressure inside Noah's mind increased even more, but he suppressed every unwanted sensation to activate one of the runes inside his mental sea. Then he slashed at the sky and sprinted through the crack that had appeared. The saber-shaped runes and the giant fiendish copies became less accurate after Noah entered his dimension. Controlling his spells from inside that dark environment was hard, and the eternal snake didn't overlook that detail. The beast was against multiple enemies, and cuts continued to appear inside his most profound injury, but it didn't lose its cool for too long. Noah's offensive had surprised it, but there was no fear in its eyes. The creature knew how resilient it was. It didn't like to suffer, but it wouldn't hesitate to injure its body to escape from a difficult situation. It was aware that its healing abilities were off the scale. Weaker beasts would usually ignore how strong their innate skills were, but that didn't apply to the eternal snakes. The beast couldn't create ice in that situation. The 5 copies and the sea of blades took care of its silver liquid as soon as it escaped its mouth. Yet, there was something that they couldn't suppress. The snake began to fall when the corrosive smoke destroyed even the ice that acted as its foothold. Noah's spells chased the creature until it crashed on the ground. Their offensive never stopped, but the beast began to counterattack now that it could exploit its body's flexibility again. One of the giant fiendish copies exploded when the tail cracked on its figure. Violent gales made of corrosive smoke shot everywhere in the environment, and the energy contained by the fuming armor caused an explosion in the area. The snake roared in pain when that wave of energy hit its injuries. Its condition worsened, and the blades exploited that situation to inflict even more damage. The beast didn't even try to dodge those attacks. Its head remained still as it let Noah's abilities ravage its skin and muscles until it became nothing more than a maimed mass of flesh. Only its skulls continued to give it a reptilian shape. The snake's tail continued to crack while that offensive continued. Every attack destroyed part of Noah's abilities, and it didn't mind trading pieces of its skin to take care of them. The awareness of its nigh immortality allowed the beast to fight recklessly without suffering too much. After all, it could always regenerate through its innate ability. A black line appeared next to the snake's neck and widened to create a portal. Noah came out of it while his demonic sword was already aiming to slash at the creature. The snake felt an immense danger at that point. Noah had charged the demonic sword with the black hole spell and the dark matter, and his ambition had also brought his cultivation level to an insane power. That attack could sever its neck. The blade felt heavy as it descended toward the dark green scales. The pressure accumulated around its sharp shape ripped the sky's structure and twisted the light that reached that area. The snake didn't have a defensive method at hand. Its scales would usually suffice against other beasts. Yet, it knew that it could die if it let that attack land on its neck. Without defensive methods at hand, the snake could only resort to the opposite approach. It would attack Noah before his technique landed. Noah saw how the tail twisted and made a sharp turn to fly toward him. Determination appeared in his eyes as snore formed in the trajectory of that attack. He wouldn't dodge. He couldn't lose that opportunity. It wasn't a case that Noah had chosen to use the warp spell in that situation. He knew that the copies and blades couldn't win on their own. Only the demonic sword could inflict deadly injuries. Noah had waited until the snake exposed itself before attacking. He had sacrificed most of his spells to create that opportunity. He had reappeared only when the tail destroyed the third giant fiendish copy. However, the snake's flexibility had surpassed his expectation. The creature had managed to change the direction of its tail in an instant. Noah's mind had made the math as soon as he noticed that attack. He wouldn't manage to cut the entire head before the tail landed on his defenses. Yet, the snake wasn't the only existence that liked to fight recklessly. The demonic sword landed on the dark green scales and cut them as if they were air. The blade continued to dig through the snake's body without meeting any hindrance until it crossed half of its width. The living weapon hadn't become bigger after absorbing that massive amount of energy. However, its range went far beyond its actual shape. Only half of the demonic sword was inside the beast, but the damage that it caused reached even the opposite side of the creature's neck. Yet, when Noah was halfway through his slash, the snake's tail arrived. Its momentum made it pierce the dark matter that made Snore's body, but the blood companion released its feathers at that point. Snore had finished preparing its strongest attack before Noah launched his spells, but he had chosen to preserve it for critical situations. The danger that he felt coming from the tail was enough to decide to use that tool. The feathers fell on the dark scales and slowly ripped apart the snake's tissues. The tail continued to pierce dark matter as it flew through that barrage of attacks, and pieces of skin fell on the ground as it reached for Noah. The tail became nothing more than a messy and bloody mass of tissues connected to bones. But that wasn't enough to stop its attack. The tail eventually pierced Snore and landed on Noah while he was still finishing his attack. The blood companion had managed to delay the snake's offensive for less than an instant, and Noah couldn't complete his slash in that time. Noah felt an immense force landing on the left side of his torso. His 2 layers of armor tried to stop that attack, but the tail pierced them even if it was badly injured. That flung Noah away and made him crash on the ground where he dug a long underground tunnel. The terrain shattered while he tried to use the soil to stop himself from going even further away. An explosion resounded in the area when Noah shot out of the ground to resume his battle. However, he couldn't help but curse when he saw the condition of his opponent. Noah had lost less than 5 seconds inside the ground, but the snake had been able to destroy all the giant fiendish copies in that period. When Noah reached the creature again, Countless ice shards were already converging on the injuries that filled its head. Some of them were already healing the beast too. Noah didn't waste time. His eyes went on the massive cut on its neck where most ice shards were gathering. There was only a chunk of the snake's tissues keeping its head and body together. He still had the chance to stop the healing process. His armors had reformed during his flight back to the battlefield, and his demonic sword had never left his hands. However, the snake didn't hesitate to send its still maimed tail toward its opponent again. Determination appeared once again in Noah's eyes. His left side hurt, but he couldn't stop now. The tail landed at the center of his torso after Snore appeared on its trajectory to absorb its power. Another unstoppable force engulfed Noah, but he promptly stabbed the demonic sword in one of the few spots on the tail that still had flesh. He didn't pour any energy inside the weapon, so he could use the sturdiness of the snake's tissues to his advantage. The blow didn't manage to fling him away at that time. He had managed to remain in the snake's range by using the demonic sword as a handhold. Blood flowed through Noah's throat and reached his mouth. His defenses had barely blocked the snake's attack, but he had still suffered a lot of damage in the process. Yet, he only cared about the fact that the creature was still in his range. His corrosive smoke had already resumed filling the area, and the ice shards accumulated on the snake couldn't heal it quickly with that hindrance. The ice shards had yet to heal the snake completely. Blood still flowed from 2 serious injuries, and the corrosive smoke didn't hesitate to fill those spots. Cuts had never stopped appearing in the injury at the center of the creature's mouth. Noah's technique wasn't easy to counter, and a magical beast didn't have access to abilities that could suppress it. The wound on its neck remained the deepest one. Part of the tissues that kept its body and head attached had regrown, but the injury still went beyond the snake's spine. "Your turn," Noah thought as he used his free hand to grab the tail. "I'll deal with the less serious one." A shadow came out of Noah's space ring and fused with the corrosive smoke after those thoughts. Meanwhile, Noah retracted his blade and stabbed a more central spot of the snake's tail. Noah had removed half of the snake's dangerousness by restraining its tail. He wouldn't give up on that advantage anytime soon. His consciousness spread and a devilish smirk appeared on his fuming armor as he continued to pull and thrust his demonic sword to advance on the snake's body. Dark matter also flowed inside his blade as he prepared a powerful attack. The snake didn't remain still. It found the corrosive smoke annoying because it slowed down its recovery, but it knew that the cause behind those abilities was the small figure clutched at its tail. The creature tried to get rid of that presence by slamming its tail on the ground multiple times. Massive cracks opened on the terrain and entire chunks of that region pulverized under its physical might. However, Noah remained attached to its body even after it thrashed him around. The snake didn't hesitate to attack with its head at that point. It didn't care that its tail would suffer some damage in the process. It could recover almost to its peak as long as it killed its opponent. Noah saw the massive reptilian head charging at him, but it slashed at the tail before the attack could reach him. Then, he left behind a human-shaped crack as he entered his dimension. His attack severed the tail and made the snake roar in anger when its mouth bit empty air. The creature spewed more silver liquid to use that free moment to recover, but pain suddenly spread from its head. Noah had reappeared on the creature's head and had stabbed his blade on the deep injury on its mouth. The demonic sword joined the other cuts in destroying those tissues, and it dug deeper into them as dark matter flowed inside its shape. The snake swung its tail at Noah, but it had yet to become used to its missing piece, so the attack missed him. Noah could continue to stab the demonic sword deeper in the injury without even bothering to dodge. Cuts suddenly appeared in the injury on the creature's neck too. A shadow severed chunks of flesh whenever it entered that wound, and the healing of the ice shards soon stopped being enough to counter that offensive. The snake crashed its head on the ground in a desperate attempt to shake Noah off, but his foothold remained steady while he continued to dig through the creature's flesh. The rocks and terrain landing on his armor couldn't even make him flinch. The beast's survival instincts stepped forward at that point. The snake spread its mouth toward the sky and released a torrent of silver liquid. A column formed in the air before silver rain fell everywhere on the battlefield. Ice covered the area in an instant. Noah had never seen the snake releasing so much silver liquid at the same time, and the effects that it had on the environment were incredible. The silver rain reached every inch of that area and turned them into ice that shattered to converge toward the snake. Long trails of ice shards began to fly to fix the injuries suffered by the beast. Noah's corrosive smoke suffered from a similar fate. The passive ability of the demonic form couldn't stop that skill. The silver liquid was more resistant than the ice shards and could freeze even that threatening gas. The poison carried by the demonic form couldn't affect the snake either. The black mark couldn't hurt such a powerful body because Noah was far weaker than the creature when it came to his actual cultivation level. Noah saw ice spreading everywhere around him, but he didn't panic. He had one last surprise for the snake, and his consciousness told him that it had finally arrived. The snake rejoiced when it felt its injuries closing, but a black mass suddenly filled its vision. The black hole spell had remained in the sky after the battle had moved on the ground. Noah had called it now to deal with the last struggles of the beast. The black hole spell had never stopped absorbing primary energy. The power in that unstable mass scared even Noah, but he knew that he couldn't avoid that blast. The massive dark sphere exploded when the snake launched an angry roar. All the ice shards converging toward the creature vanished under the wave of energy released during the detonation, and even the silver liquid stopped falling. Noah's armors blocked part of that shockwave. The black hole spell transformed the energy that it absorbed, but it still used the demonic form's smoke to increase its damage. That couldn't hurt Noah, so he only had to block the rest of the energy. The armor of dark matter collapsed and reformed during that shockwave. The wild energy rushing on Noah's body destroyed even the demonic from at some point, which left him to endure part of the explosion with his bare skin. The area became so messy that Knight had to escape from the injury on the snake's neck in that situation. The explosion of the black hole spell was too dangerous. Noah used all his strength to remain attached to the snake's head during that shockwave. His ambition almost reached its limits when he relied on his individuality to endure the explosion. The shockwave eventually ended. Noah didn't even need to check to know that his body was full of injuries, but he had other important matters handled now. His ambition surged one last time as dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword still stabbed in the snake's head. His veins bulged as he tried to make up for the lack of power with his physical strength. The blade began to move while the snake continued to struggle. Noah dragged the demonic sword through the snake's head as he tried to reach its brain. The demonic sword became longer while inside the snake's flesh. More cries echoed through the sky during that process, but Noah couldn't spare even an instant to inspect the outside world. Night resumed its offensive too, and Snore reformed to restrain the heavily injured Eternal Snake. The puppets began to work together to end that exhausting battle. The demonic form and dark matter covered Noah's figure to empower his physical strength. He was using everything he had to kill that resilient beast. A roar came out of Noah's mouth as the demonic sword cut the snake's head until it reached the injury on the neck. Noah took a while to notice that he had actually severed the upper part of the creature's skull in half. Another roar resounded from behind Noah. The Eternal Snake's head fell as Night finished cutting the last tissues that kept it attached to the rest of the body and announced its victory. The massive creatures fell lifelessly on the ground, but Noah kept his abilities active even if his cultivation level was plummeting. His eyes remained fixed on the Eternal Snake, but his superior awareness soon confirmed that the beast was dead. Excitement and exhaustion mixed inside Noah as he stared at his prey's corpse. He had successfully killed a peak rank 6 magical beast, but he had paid a hefty price to achieve that. His body hurt in multiple spots, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth due to his many internal injuries. Noah had yet to examine his condition thoroughly, but he knew that the situation wasn't good. He had gone all out against the Eternal Snakes. Different opponents would have required other approaches, but that was the best that Noah could express right now. He had used his new spells, his ambition, and all his assets. His centers of power needed to grow if he wanted to improve his battle prowess. The Eternal Snake's corpse and all the pieces of its flesh disappeared when Noah stored them inside his space ring. He didn't need the entire body for his experiments, so he could eat most of the creature while he recovered. Noah spat mouthfuls of blood as he set off to fly back to his cave. The drawbacks of his ambition made him feel extremely weak, but he ignored the pain coming from his body to leave the area. His consciousness remained wary of other possible threats. He was at his weakest now, and that would be the perfect moment to ambush him. This is why I left Second Prince alive. Noah smirked as he thought that. Noah knew where the other eternal snakes were, so he wouldn't feel any danger in that situation had he not asked Second Prince to remain a threat for him. Instead, the sole fact that the royal was out there made Noah remain focused on the environment. His black hole even poured more energy than usual into his injuries to stabilize them and keep him ready to fight. That was what Noah desired. He wanted his mind to feel in constant danger to force his growth to continue. Peace was his enemy, and only endless hindrances could polish his individuality. Something strange happened while Noah flew back to his cave. The death of the eternal snake didn't go unnoticed. The leaders in the immortal lands had their eyes on the lower plane, and they didn't fail to notice that one of their underlings had disappeared. A roar came out of the crack in the sky when the divine beings noticed that. More cries followed that, and their echoes spread till the bottom of the sea. The 9-peak rank 6 snakes interrupted their assault on the regions ruled by the Elbas family to regroup and roar at the sky. Noah was still nearby when that happened, so he heard everything. Those cries didn't have any specific meaning in human words. They only aimed to force an answer from the underlings so that their leaders could understand if one of them had died. They can't see everything, Noah thought as he added that piece of information to the back of his mind. He didn't know if the divine beings had a clear view of the lower world or could only communicate through cries, but that event partially solved his doubt. Noah guessed that the leaders could hear everything perfectly, but they couldn't inspect every inch of the mortal lands from their viewpoint. Noah had already guessed something similar since the leaders didn't react when Shandal hid the egg in his separate dimension. There might even be delays to the images seen in the immortal lands due to the distance between the planes. That event confirmed his hypothesis and added more data to his knowledge about the immortal lands. Still, it also made him understand that the leaders wouldn't remain silent while he hunted their underlings. Noah accelerated while the roars continued to echo through the sky. He didn't know what would happen once the leaders confirmed one of their underlings' death, but he was too weak to face any outcome. The roars coming from the crack became louder, but the underlings could only keep on releasing their cries. That situation had to continue for an entire hour before the divine beings gave up on finding their missing pawn. Silence fell in the world at that point. Noah continued to fly at full speed toward his cave, but his instincts told him that something was coming. The experts in the world began to observe the crack lingering above their heads. The layers of silver ice that covered its edges slowly melted and a few drops fell on the new continent. Those drops came from the eternal snake's innate ability, but they were far more powerful than those faced by Noah. When they touched the ground, ice spread until it covered entire regions. Noah saw that happening right in front of his eyes. The drops had fallen near the center of the new continent, and he had yet to cross that area when the regions in his vision became an icy silver land. The mere leftovers of a divine being's innate ability had been enough to turn a quarter of the new continent into a frozen land. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine what amount of destruction one of the leaders could unleash. Noah quickly changed direction. He dived in the sea near the eastern coast to continue his journey back home underwater. Meanwhile, the world around him changed as the divine leaders took the events in the lower plane more seriously. A green claw pierced the crack again, and the sky threatened to shatter under the might released by the divine beast. A second claw slowly joined the first one and enlarged the fissure that connected the lower and higher plane. Large fissures connected to the void opened in the sky as the pressure in the lower plane increased. Even the ground began to shake when the aura of that creature spread through the world. The powerhouses could only feel desperation when they watched that scene. They couldn't hide from that threat unless they decided to migrate to the other world. More fissures opened in the sky. The situation reached the point when the gravitational pull of the void began to affect some flying magical beasts in the distance. That scene depicted a world on the verge of falling apart, and Noah didn't hesitate to turn toward the dimensional portal when he saw that the divine being didn't stop. However, A loud cry of pain suddenly echoed in the sky. Orange sparks ran through the green claws, and cracks appeared on their structure. The few green shards that fell from the claws burned into ashes under the effects of the sparks. It seemed that heaven and earth wouldn't allow that creature to destroy a lower plane. Noah changed direction again when he saw that, but his instincts continued to scream even after the divine beast retracted its claws and covered the edges of the crack with silver ice. The tribulation couldn't suppress the anger of the leader. Noah could sense that something else was about to come. Just as his instincts had predicted, many dark green boulders began to fall from the crack. They resembled meteorites that crashed on different areas of the lower plane and created shockwaves capable of terminating the life of all the weaker creatures in the world. A divine consciousness spread through the world and suppressed those shockwaves. Xianxia saved the inhabitants of the lower plane again, but he didn't make his appearance. He even masked the origin of his aura. Countless roars resounded in the world when the eternal snakes that had just fallen into the world awakened. The second wave of invaders had arrived before Noah and the others could even gain the upper hand against the first. The powerhouses learnt what it meant to hold absolute power after Noah killed one of the peak rank 6 eternal snakes. The sheer might that one of the leaders wielded was enough to put the entire world's integrity at risk. Is that even a rank 7 magical beast? Noah wondered as he returned to his cave. He had ignored everything happening in the outside world as he swam at the bottom of the sea to return to his training area. Roars echoed nonstop above him and reached his position even if he was underwater. But he didn't stop his journey to inspect them. Still, Noah began to have doubts about the actual power of the leaders in the immortal land. He had seen gods in action in his life, but those creatures appeared to be on a completely different level. Noah didn't dare to think that the leaders were in the 8th rank. After all, Xianxia had managed to steal an egg from them. A fake god like him would have died against creatures on that level unless he had the help of something with a similar might. Countless mental messages arrived on his inscribed notebook. The hive's higher-ups and the other leaders wanted to know what had happened to cause such an uproar. Noah didn't answer them until he reached his cave, and he only replied to the demons' worried messages, since they were enough to spread the news to the other powerhouses. Everyone soon learned about Noah's achievement. They didn't inspect the entirety of his battle since their eyes were on the territories of the Elbas family. Also, they thought that Noah only wanted to test himself as usual. They didn't expect him to aim for the kill. However, when they learnt that he had killed one of the 10 peak rank 6 creatures, many of them began to give voice to loud complaints. "You can't do whatever you want during this crisis," Great Elder Diana said while her anger took control of her usual calm. "Why didn't you wait for the Almighty's directives?" God's left hand said with a newfound arrogant tone. Noah ignored those mental messages to focus on his recovery. He had finally inspected his body after returning to his cave, and his condition made him wear a grim expression. The eternal snake had landed direct hits on him only twice, but those blows had damaged Noah's skin and insides badly. The creature had also thrashed him around, but those attacks didn't injure him seriously. 2 large black patches had appeared on Noah's left side and chest. The snake's maimed tail didn't manage to pierce his skin, but it had damaged it together with the tissues under them. Even his organs didn't escape that attack. Noah rested while the world adapted to the arrival of the new magical beasts. He ignored every report and complaint that reached his inscribed notebook to focus on his recovery. His centers of power had accumulated a lot of stress during the last battle, and he could only eat pieces of his powerful prey to quicken his recovery. The peak rank 6 creature's flesh mostly helped his body, but the black hole redirected part of that energy to his centers of power to restore them. Once his centers of power recovered, Noah activated one of the spells that he had reconstructed during his peaceful periods. Darkness came out of Noah's dantian and created a solid form around his figure. That shape resembled a large blade that contained him in an environment capable of benefiting his healing process. Dark matter aided the process too. The black hole seemed to work together with that environment to help Noah's recover faster. That was the dark womb spell that Noah had never been able to use in its previous form. It expended a large amount of darkness, mental energy, and dark matter while it remained active, but it allowed him to recover far quicker than usual. A day inside the dark womb was equal to a week of normal recovery. That was an advantage that he didn't dare to ignore, especially now that he was getting closer to the immortal lands. His body had only one weakness. It required a massive amount of energy and many months to heal. Noah couldn't avoid that since the high quality of his tissues caused it. Still, he had a spell that could ease that issue now. Of course, the dark womb spell put more stress on his centers of power, so he wanted to use it only when his dantian, mind, and black hole were in good conditions. Activating it when the drawbacks of his ambitions still affected them could worsen their state rather than heal them. Even with the dark womb spell, Noah's body still took almost 9 months to heal completely. He had to stop his technique to recover his energy from time to time. Yet, he had spent most of that period inside the large blade, and he had still required that long to heal. His body would have taken years to heal without his spell, and that showed how hard his battle against the eternal snake had been. What is even happening in the world? Noah thought when he finally decided to inspect his inscribed notebook. He had returned to his peak, so he had to learn what he had missed by ignoring every report. All the powerhouses had kept their eyes on the world during those months. According to Elder Julia and the demons, the divine beings had sent more rank 6 creatures to search for the egg, but they weren't at the peak of the rank. Most of the new snakes were in the lower tier, with only a few in the middle tier. Still, their numbers were a big problem. The divine beings had sent 40 creatures in the 6th rank to help the other underlings. Such a sheer number of powerful creatures finished destroying the fauna and flora of the world. They ravaged every inch of the world and even explored the sea. Fights among the remaining rank 6 marine magical beasts and the eternal snakes happened. The hunting zones of those overlords of the sea meant nothing for the creatures coming from the immortal lands. Even the Elbas family had to give up on its domain after the eternal snakes received reinforcements. The magical beasts had gathered on the southeastern part of the new continent right after they landed, and their offensive wasn't something that the royals could stop. The attack of 49 rank 6 creatures was something unheard of in a lower plane. No force in the world had ever managed to wield such power, and the 4 organizations didn't even come close to that number when they were at their peak. No lower plane could survive that threat. The might of one pack from the immortal land was enough to conquer everything. The powerhouses had already planned to migrate to the other mortal lands and destroy the portal while Noah focused on his recovery. The world was too dangerous for them, but they had the chance to start anew. However, they didn't move since Shandal had yet to act. The powerhouses didn't know what would happen when he joined that battlefield, and they would give up on the piece of immortal lands only after all their hopes failed. They knew that no other lower plane had such a valuable environment, so they didn't want to abandon it unless they had no other choice. Noah couldn't stop smiling while he read those reports. The world had entered a wild state, and rank 6 magical beasts had become a common sight. That was his ideal environment. He wouldn't have to worry about his body's growth if he managed to exploit that chance properly. This is why the forces of the 3 organizations are waiting for Shandal to make his move. Dreaming Demon's voice resounded in Noah's mind as he listened to the last mental message from the hive. We have no contacts with the Elbas family, but the separate dimension doesn't have room for them anyway. I agree, Noah replied to that message through his inscribed notebook. You should wait for Shandal. Still, be ready to evacuate the world. I'm going out. Noah's inscribed notebook rang to no end after Dreaming Demon received that message, but he didn't care. The other powerhouses wanted to evacuate the world because it had become too dangerous, but Noah found the new environment perfect for his needs. There were 49 new rank 6 creatures in the world, and all of them could help Noah's body reach the peak of the heroic ranks. He couldn't give up on that chance to skip years of boring absorption of energy from the environment. Noah had gained 1 corpse, but he needed 3 to 4 more to feel confident in his project. Now he had weaker specimens at hand, but the hunts had become far more difficult according to the reports of his underlings. The eternal snakes always moved in groups. Finding one alone was impossible, and they didn't even fight themselves for the ownership of certain regions. The beasts appeared utterly dedicated to their mission. They searched the landmasses and the sea without stopping at the hindrances that they found on their path. The snakes even explored the underground world of both continents. The beasts excavated large tunnels and destroyed entire regions to inspect every inch of the lower plane. Some groups had also moved to the seabed. Their great power wasn't enough to dig tunnels that reached the Red Sea in a short time, but they didn't mind putting effort into that task every day. Noah wondered if the creatures would go as far as enter the separate reality if they couldn't find the egg. He didn't know if they could reach the Yellow Sea without any help, but he didn't linger on that thought for too long. The scariest aspect of that invasion was that Shandal would never let those creatures obtain the egg. The snakes would never find the separate dimension unless he desired otherwise. That was the greatest issue in the matter. The powerhouses didn't know what the divine beings would do to the lower plane if their underlings were to fail. Noah found it pointless to spend time thinking about those possibilities. Matters that involved divine beings were outside of his reach, so he could only prepare for the worst while making the best out of that situation. It was precisely for that reason that he didn't want to wait for Shandal to act. Gods were too different from heroic cultivators, so he wouldn't rely on Shandal's whims when it came to that crisis. His goal was to kill and seize as many eternal snakes as he could now. He didn't care if the divine beings in the immortal lands destroyed the world because of his actions. He would escape through the dimensional portal if the situation reached that point. That was the expression of his determination. He was willing to sacrifice the world to reach the immortal lands. Only his power mattered, while almost everything else was expendable. Noah had already isolated the organ that produced the silver liquid during his time inside the cave. Those creatures had large glands in the bottom side of their mouths, so he could limit himself to sever that part if he met specimens that he couldn't kill. Of course, Noah would rather take the whole beast and use it as a nutrient for his body, but he had to prepare for the worst, and his new ability had the priority. Noah came out of his cave and flew high in the sky to inspect the two continents with his eyes. The reports couldn't give him the details that only an expert in the magical beasts field could notice. He had to see those beasts for himself and decide if he had to resort to unique baits to isolate them. Also, he wanted to test how thorough the control of the divine beings was. His first prey had abandoned its mission to fight him. The event showed that the snakes could ignore their orders and follow their instincts in certain situations. Anger is fine, Noah thought as he decided to inspect the old continent first. I wonder if I can use something safer to obtain similar results. The old continent had less eternal snakes, and those creatures had even lost interest in exploring it. Most of its regions had crumbled during their inspection. In their minds, such a frail land couldn't possibly hide their target. They couldn't even begin to imagine that Shandal's dimension had been there all along. Still, it wasn't their fault. Their limits as magical beasts in the heroic ranks prevented them from sensing that place. Noah flew at high speed through the sky, but two existences soon appeared inside the range of his consciousness. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana appeared in front of Noah, and he stopped to greet them. Yet, a cold smile broke on his face. The two leaders couldn't hide the reason behind their visit from him. Defying demon, God's left hand greeted Noah. May I know where you headed? Noah's smile widened, but his reptilian eyes radiated only coldness. An emotionless voice also came out of his mouth when he replied to the leader. There are many valuable creatures in the world. I plan to take a few of them. The leader's expressions darkened when they heard those words. Noah didn't even try to hide his intentions. His behavior made the powerhouses aware that he didn't consider them capable of stopping him. You must put this hunger of yours on hold, Great Elder Diana said with the politest words that she could find. The very fate of the world is at stake. Why would you hunt now? You can wait for the god of the Shandal Empire to ensure our safety first. Noah scoffed and shook his head. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with Great Elder Diana either, but he wouldn't slow down his growth to preserve alliances. Everyone was aware that Noah was the strongest heroic cultivator in the lower plane, and he knew the benefits that came with that title. The fact that no one could defeat him meant that he could do as he wished in every situation. I misjudged you, Great Elder Diana, Noah said as his smile vanished. I never thought that you would place your safety in the hands of a god who has abandoned his organization countless times. Great Elder Diana lowered her head at that point. Noah was right. The historical record had already proven that Shandal wasn't reliable. The invasion of the Empire had been a success for that exact reason. God's left hand opened her mouth to complain, but Noah spoke before she could say anything. I do not doubt that Shandal will close the crack, Noah said. Still, that can happen tomorrow or 1,000 years from now. Gods are whimsical, and I won't live my life according to their plans. We know your weakness, God's left hand said after she wore an ugly expression. You need time to prepare your individuality. You are at our level now. Battle intent began to fill God's left hand's aura after she spoke. Her intentions were clear. She would stop Noah even if she had to fight him. Your level, Noah replied as he waved his hand. The sheer physical strength contained in his arm allowed him to open cracks in the sky with that gesture. 5 slashes also came out of his fingers and flew in the distance while opening fissures too. God's left hand could only remain silent at that display of power. She knew that Noah was strong, but she wasn't alone. Noah didn't feel like discussing any further. He had a goal, and he wanted to reach it before something forced him to leave that world. His aura surged, but his cultivation level remained the same. Noah didn't rely on his ambition at that time. He planned to face the powerhouses with his real power. I have something better than your dantions at stake, Noah said as the demonic sword came out of his space ring and landed on his hand. But I'll take them if you try to stop me. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana couldn't help but shake when they felt Noah's aura focusing on them. That was their first time having Noah as a proper opponent, and the fear that he generated in their minds surpassed their expectations. No label could describe Noah's power. He was a liquid stage cultivator capable of expressing peak stage prowess without ambition, and peak rank power when his individuality fueled his existence. He had various attacks in his arsenal, but his main offensive featured slashes that could match spells. His puppets also made up for any flaw in his battle style, and his body was capable of miracles. Noah was the most fearsome opponent in the entire world. He was wicked and competent, and no one could ever claim to know the entirety of his prowess. The entire world knew tales about his achievements. His adventures had already entered the historical records. His name carried the weight of all the hindrances that he had overcome through his life. Thinking of facing him was foolish, but God's left hand and Great Elder Diana acted in good faith. The world was at stake in that period, and stopping Noah was the only thing that could delay its destruction. God's left hand had lost most of her restraint after Shandal returned to the lower plane. In her mind, the Empire had become the strongest organization in the world again, so she wouldn't restrain herself during political matters. Great Elder Diana was different. She could understand both Noah and God's left hand, and her intentions were merely practical. Relying on Shandal was the safest bet in that situation, while letting Noah free to act would force her organization to migrate to the other world. She didn't feel any hatred toward Noah, but she had to fight him to ensure a better future for her underlings and herself. Noah wanted to avoid that battle too. He wouldn't have even discussed with the leaders when the world was still in its previous condition, but the appearance of so many powerful creatures had turned his priorities upside down. He needed the eternal snakes for his project and body, but he also desired to have a valuable army at hand if the world's situation was too hard to handle on his own. His ambition made him desire everything, and that included the power held by the 2 allied organizations. Still, he wouldn't hesitate now that God's left hand had expressed her stance. He waited to attack only because Great Elder Diana had yet to unfold her aura. Her actions would decide whether that fight had to happen. Great Elder Diana glanced at the matriarch before moving her gaze on Noah. A tinge of regret appeared on her expression as her aura surged, and crackling spheres formed around her figure. The various emotions on the matriarch's expression vanished as determination replaced them. They were in the same mess together now. They had to survive the fury of the strongest cultivator in history. A human-shaped crack replaced Noah's figure as soon as Great Elder Diana unleashed her aura. The matriarchs placed their backs against each other and prepared for his attack. The whole world knew about Noah's abilities. The experts had failed to see part of the battle against the Eternal Snake, but they had observed him for a long time. Nothing Noah did could surprise them. Both God's left hand and Great Elder Diana had prepared countermeasures to his iconic abilities, and they had items that could hinder his usual fighting style. Black lines appeared around the matriarchs who didn't leave their defensive stance. Those attacks widened to create portals that released hundreds of slashes, but Noah didn't reappear in the open. God's left hand wielded her quasi-rank 7 fan and waved it toward the slashes coming in her direction. Dense gales formed in front of her and clashed against Noah's attack. Great Elder Diana took out her black lenses, and her crackling spheres released lighting bolts through them to enhance their power. Her attacks also clashed with the slashes, but they created an array of sparks when they exploded. The matriarchs weren't weak. Their attacks fended off Noah's slashes, but black smoke slowly seeped out of the portals and created a wide corrosive cloud that enveloped the two powerhouses. Small lightning bolts appeared on Great Elder Diana's figure and acted as a second skin as they run over her body to destroy the corrosive smoke. God's left hand had a technique to counter the demonic form too. A small but fast whirlpool formed above specific areas of her body and gathered the corrosive smoke around there to release it back into the environment. The demonic form had become too famous. Every powerhouse in the world had developed countermeasures to its threatening features. Even Noah's allies had to create spells that could counter its corrosion. The matriarchs didn't dare to move. They were safe as long as they looked out for each other, and charging through the cloud would only force them to rely on their improvised collaboration. They would be weaker in that situation, and Noah would surely exploit that flaw in their battle style. Their best option was to remain precisely in their position and react to everything Noah threw at them. Shadows moved through the cloud. Humanoid and peculiar shapes appeared for less than an instant in the matriarch's gazes and forced them to remain alert. A denser smoke also spread through the cloud while they remained in that situation. It didn't take much before the dark world formed around a thick layer of corrosive smoke that continued to assault the matriarchs. Noah came out of his dimension at that point. He could feel the matriarch's laws struggling to overcome the suppression of his dark world. But only Great Elder Diana could achieve some little success. The dark world was Noah's domain. He decided what could exist inside it. However, that was also the weakness of that technique since he had to wield enough power to suppress the laws coming from his enemies. Cultivators needed sheer and superior power to break free of the dark world. Every other approach would only suffer from the restrictions that Noah had decided. Noah raised his blade and pointed it in a specific spot of the dark cloud. His demonic sword began to vibrate, and more dark matter flowed inside its shape to empower his offensive. God's left hand suddenly felt danger in her mind, and her instincts told her to perform an evasive maneuver. However, she had underestimated how fast Noah's attacks could travel. A painful sensation suddenly spread on her left shoulder. She lowered her head only to see that a fist-sized hole had appeared in that spot. The lunge had spared her arm, but God's left hand knew that his failure in delivering a deadly attack wasn't his fault. The whirlpool around her body had prevented his blow from hitting her head. Noah had aimed for the kill at his first attack. He wasn't playing around either. Multiple dangerous sensations appeared on the matriarchs' minds at that point. They both glanced at their ally to evaluate that situation, and they didn't hesitate to convey that they shared the same threats. Waves of smoke flowed through the cloud, and many attacks appeared in the matriarch's vision while they deployed their defenses. Noah had launched a dozen lunges toward them, and they had to stop them before they became nothing more than corpses. Noah wasn't holding back, but he didn't use all his techniques right away. He limited himself to use the warp spell and his sword arts because he didn't know what the matriarchs had in store for him. Cultivators were different from magical beasts. They had tricks, strategies, and inscribed items that could turn a certain victory into an overwhelming defeat instantly. Noah was stronger than the two powerhouses, but he had to be wary of their experience and preparation. He wouldn't be surprised if they prepared items to defeat him even before the situation reached that point. The lunges flew through the dark world without any obstruction. Noah's ability would even make them stronger if they weren't so fast. The matriarchs only had an instant to react, but they didn't fail to deploy spells that could stop Noah's offensive. Great Elder Diana's crackling second skin expanded and created a spherical defensive net that destroyed anything trying to cross among its holes. A massive amount of her breath went inside the net and fueled the many lighting bolts that converged on the lunges when they crossed her protection. Those powerful attacks couldn't do anything against her spell. God's left hand waved her fan vertically a few times before violent gales shot out to clash with the lunges. Noah didn't think much of that spell initially, but he had to reevaluate it when he saw his attacks falling apart. The winds that she had created through that gesture appeared dense enough to stop his sword arts. Noah believed that the matriarch of the empire would struggle a bit more to deal with his attacks, but it seemed that Chandle's return had made her power improve more than he expected. A large cut suddenly opened on God's left hand's back. The matriarchs showed a surprised expression, but she soon redirected more breath toward her whirlpools to increase their rotation speed. Noah knew through his mental connection that Night missed God's left hand's neck because the whirlpool on her back had accelerated on its own. The defensive ability had noticed the arrival of a threat and had acted before the matriarch contemplated the issue. Night was one of Noah's aces. Even the Elbas family had been unable to obtain its power, and its body had gone far beyond the limits of its species after Noah used the royal metal with it. There was a chance that something capable of countering Night couldn't exist in a lower plane. The existences facing the creature could only rely on wide defensive methods to hinder its silent attacks. The two matriarchs had done that. The crackling sphere and those whirlpools created a defensive array that could block attacks coming from any direction. Noah had to break them if he wanted to inflict serious damage on the two powerhouses. They won't reveal anything at this pace, Noah thought when he understood that he couldn't defeat them with only casual attacks. Noah entered the dark world, and smoke started to come out of his skin. The demonic armor covered his figure instantly, and 3 fiendish copies appeared near him in the next second. A small sphere appeared in his palm, but Noah immediately threw it outside of the dark world. The black hole spell was frail, so he needed to keep it away from the battlefield to rely on its power. Snore formed inside the dark world before it surrounded the matriarchs with its huge body. Lightning bolts, gales, and fire shot out from its head as it blocked some of the powerhouse's escape routes. The dark world empowered Snore's elemental attacks while its suppression intensified. The matriarch's defensive spells lost some of their effectiveness when the Blood Companion's abilities swept them. The two powerhouses couldn't ignore the dark world for too long. Their level didn't allow them to keep control of their abilities inside that environment. God's left-hand destructiveness lost intensity, and Great Elder Diana's failed to properly control her lightning bolts when the dark world affected their defenses. The elemental attacks destroyed them to envelop the matriarchs in a tight wave. Noah didn't stop there. He was inside the dark world now, so he could charge his demonic sword with dark matter more quickly. His higher energy flowed inside the blade and transformed it into a 400 meters long sword that fell on the spot where the elemental attacks were suppressing the powerhouses. Night also remained in the area to prevent anyone from escaping that offensive. Shockwaves spread through the dark world. Noah's domain trembled under the might that he had unleashed, but no happiness appeared on his face. He knew what had happened to the matriarchs through the dark matter around them, and he didn't like what he sensed. Violent lightning bolts shot out of the raging waves of dark matter that surrounded the matriarchs. Dense winds also rotated around the area and created a massive tornado with the matriarchs as its center. They are far more prepared than I expected, Noah thought as the dark matter in front of him dispersed to reveal the two powerhouses. Both Great Elder Diana and God's left hand held 2 long unfolded scrolls high above their heads. Countless lines covered the yellow surfaces of those items, and some of them shone brighter than others. Those items were similar to talismans, but they didn't have a limit on the spells that they contained. Experts had to inscribe the scroll to engrave a series of spells on their surface to activate them at a lower cost. Of course, the scrolls would express their true power when they contained the best spells that the cultivators wielded. The matriarchs had engraved some of their most powerful abilities on those items, so they could cast them as soon as their breath filled those lines. Moreover, the spells used by the matriarchs to defeat Noah's offensive were slightly different from their usual attacks. They didn't carry the powerhouse's individualities. so the dark world couldn't suppress them on the spot. That was a weakness of the dark world. Noah could prevent the matriarchs from using their laws whenever he saw fit, but he had to know which meanings he had to suppress beforehand. Noah couldn't even imagine how long the matriarchs had needed to inscribe spells that didn't even suit their individuality. But he soon suppressed those thoughts when his opponents began to speak. It's hard to keep track of all the eyes studying you once you reach a certain status, God's left hand said. The entire world has created countermeasures for you since the battle against King Elbaz. We have our pride too, Great Elder Diana said. You were nothing more than a bastard back then, but I was a powerhouse already. I took orders from you because you were stronger, but that doesn't mean that I am weak. Great Elder Diana's aura surged as another set of spells lit up on the scroll that she held. Her lightning bolts began to transform into an army of crackling wolves that charged toward Noah. I won't remain passive anymore, Great Elder Diana continued. You have chosen your path, so don't blame me if I aim to kill you now. May the best of us win. Great Elder Diana jumped on one of the wolves at that point and used it to fly out of the dark world. God's left hand did the same, and Noah couldn't stop them because the dense tornado that slowly rotated at the center of his technique had begun to move toward him. The two attacks made him feel danger. He couldn't ignore them. Noah launched the fiendish copies toward the army of wolves and gathered dark matter inside his blade to deal with the tornado. He had initially thought that God's left hand's spell matched her individuality, but the dense gales that made it didn't carry her destructiveness. The tornado rotated slowly, and it acted as a massive club rather than as a calamity. It had an orderly structure while God's left hand typically used violent winds. The fiendish copies fought against the army of wolves before exploding into a dense wave of corrosive smoke. Some of those creatures survived that offensive, but the dark matter that fell on them afterward finished destroying them. Noah slashed at the tornado. His massive blade cut that rotating figure in half and dispersed its winds through the dark world. It filled the empty spot that the matriarchs had created with their abilities, but that was useless now. God's left hand reappeared above Noah, outside of the dark world. She was still riding the wolf, and a series of spheres made of raging winds hovered in their palms. The spheres fell toward the dark gas, and storms appeared in those spots. The raging winds expanded until they became a series of small tornadoes that tried to disperse the dark matter. Great Elder Diana appeared under Noah, outside of the dark word. Thousands of minute lighting bolts had appeared above her. They resembled small arrows when they shot toward the dense cloud to disperse the dark matter. The dark world suppressed the matriarch's abilities when they entered inside its range, but Noah let them destroy it. His opponents weren't interested in remaining inside his technique anymore. It was better to use it in a different form at the moment. More dark matter came out of his chest, and a second layer of armor appeared on top of his fiendish figure. Some of the higher energy around him also fused with his protection, and 3 more copies appeared next to him to go through the same process. Noah called the black hole spell at that point. The small sphere had become quite big during those few exchanges, but it still needed to grow to express its overwhelming power. Yet, that didn't stop Noah from making the copies go through the spell to turn them into giants. The same went for his demonic sword since he immersed it inside the black hole spell. Snore reappeared behind his figure. The blood companion couldn't stop the matriarchs since they had suddenly unleashed far more power than usual, but it didn't suffer any damage in the process. The matriarchs moved again. They didn't dare to remain in the same position for fear of having to face one of Noah's threatening attacks. God's left hand dismounted from her wolf and launched it at Noah while she created a series of gales that began to blow around him. Great Elder Diana threw a series of crackling spheres that surrounded Noah and worked together with the gales to create a special aura around him. Noah felt the sky's structure becoming frail under the effect of those spells. They want to suppress me by using the void, Noah thought. He couldn't fail to recognize the tactic that defeated King Elbaz the first time. The matriarch spells made the sky too frail for his physical might. Anything beyond human standards would turn the entire area into a massive fissure. Noah waved his hand, and a black line appeared in front of him. A portal opened, but the sky's structure crumbled, and the fissure that came after that engulfed the warp spell. The matriarchs didn't stop their offensive. Great Elder Diana followed her attacks by launching other crackling spheres that surrounded the entire frail area. God's left hand waved her fan to create violent gales that circled the frail area and created a barrier that prevented others from crossing it. The matriarchs wanted to trap Noah before delivering their final attack. He wouldn't have any escape at that point. Noah closed his fist, and that simple gesture opened many small cracks around his hand. The sky was too frail, but he quickly found a way to escape from that situation. His leg bent as Noah crouched in the area. Other cracks appeared around him because of that gesture, but Noah had eyes only for the area with fewer crackling spheres. The matriarchs tried to launch more spells, but Noah charged and made the whole area crumbled as he tried to enter his dimension to overcome the hindrances on his path. The whole area became a massive crack connected to the void that applied a strong gravitational pull on Noah. That suction force was so intense that he couldn't even gather darkness under his feet to sprint away again. Meanwhile, the matriarchs had launched more spells. 3 giant lightning bolts with the shape of arrows and a wide dense gale surpassed the area's edges and converged toward Noah. The void was annoying, but the incoming attack worsened his situation. Noah used part of the dark matter inside Snore to create platforms under him and sprint away. As for the enemy spells, he let his copies face them. Noah disappeared after the spells exploded. A cloud of gray smoke appeared on its spot, but the void absorbed it in an instant. The matriarchs couldn't see Noah anywhere. They didn't think that he had fallen into the void, but they didn't know how he could hide his presence so well. The two tried to gather again, but Noah reappeared behind God's left hand and slashed at the same spot damaged by night. A second skin made of dense air appeared on top of her figure and blocked the attack, but the crack that it opened sucked away most of that energy. Noah punched using his free hand at that point, but he saw no fear inside God's left hand's eyes. She felt confident in that situation, which meant that she was still hiding something. A long cut appeared on God's left hand's face as Noah began to retreat. Night took the powerhouse's right eye away with its attack. God's left hand broke a talisman at that point, and a wild series of tornadoes formed around her figure and began to fly in every direction. Those tornadoes also appeared different. It wasn't gray as usual. Its color was closer to a proper black that gave off a dangerous aura. That wasn't the average wind. Its aura was eerie, but he could sense the danger coming from inside it. Noah continued to retreat, but an array of lightning bolts blocked his path by creating a tight net that released attacks. He had ended up encircled again, but he didn't mind that situation. God's left hand had suffered a bit, while Great Elder Diana felt her pride as a powerhouse plummeting whenever Noah survived one of those attacks. Instead, Noah had yet to suffer any damage. He was even in perfect condition since he didn't use his ambition at all. Noah wasn't in control of the battlefield, but he still had the upper hand. The matriarchs were attempting to take him out with a few grand moves, but he preferred to slowly and safely wound them. Snore charged toward the black winds while Noah sprinted upward. He had no reason to face Great Elder Diana's spell, so he dodged it to disappear from the battlefield again. The black winds destroyed Snore and crushed even the dark matter that made its body. The Blood Companion couldn't do anything against them, which was why Noah had decided to improve it after completing the other task. Noah reappeared behind God's left hand again while the black winds ravaged its body. His demonic sword lunged at her throat, and Night aimed to sever her torso. The tip of the blade pierced her skin before she exploded into a wave of scorching gales that reformed near Great Elder Diana. A trail of blood still fell from her throat, but she didn't bother to clean it. The matriarchs didn't expect anything less from Noah. He had claimed the title of strongest heroic cultivator for a reason, and his battle style made it clear that no one on his level was his match. It didn't matter that the matriarchs had prepared for that battle. Noah had various abilities, and the powerhouses couldn't counter all of them. Some of his techniques didn't even have actual countermeasures. Noah didn't have a time limit in that situation. The power that he wielded in the battle didn't come from his ambition, so he could fight the matriarchs without having to put his life on the line. He could rely on his superior battle prowess to exhaust them. That would eventually expose some flaws in their fighting style, and he wouldn't hesitate to exploit them. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana understood that they couldn't defeat Noah with normal methods. He could overcome all their plans and even injure them at the same time. Great Elder Diana glanced at her companion. A few injuries had appeared on God's left hand's body, and she had lost her right eye during the last exchange. Each of Noah's attacks could be deadly. The two of them wouldn't even have survived for so long if they hadn't studied all his abilities. 2 layers of armor still protected Noah. Instead, the matriarchs had already shown their tricks. Their traps had also failed, which left them with nothing but injuries. The sky slowly reformed as Noah and the matriarchs studied each other. Neither of them appeared willing to make the first move, but Noah soon decided that he had enough of waiting. A sea of saber-shaped runes came out of his figure and surrounded him. Snore reformed and unfolded its wings, and the black hole spell floated toward him. Copies of his fiendish armor also formed among the sea of blades. They immersed themselves in the black hole spell as soon as they appeared in the open, and 5 giants came out of the dark sphere once the empowerment ended. The sheer power in Noah's techniques was able to twist the sky structure and bend the sunlight. That area had become nothing more than a black patch capable of altering the very fabric of the world. It was as if Noah's abilities were cancer that spread through heaven and earth's world and tainted it with his existence. His dark world and corrosive cloud would often hide his arsenal, but the matriarchs could witness it in its spectacular might in that situation. Noah lifted his free hand at that point. He pointed at God's left hand with 2 fingers and focused on the sharpness carried by his existence. God's left hand didn't feel anything initially, but a dangerous sensation soon built up inside her mind. She felt that something was about to arrive, but she couldn't understand the nature of that threat. Great Elder Diana's eyes suddenly widened as she inspected that scene. Her hand shot in front of her companion and lightning bolts exploded in the area. The Empire's leader was about to question her, but she soon noticed that traces of Noah's sharpness came out of her companion's technique. Great Elder Diana had prevented the casting of a spell, and a chill ran down God's left-hand spine when she saw that the attack had aimed at her forehead. She couldn't lower her guard for even a second against Noah. She couldn't allow herself to show any flaw against that opponent. When the duo glanced at Noah again, they noticed that he had disappeared from the center of his abilities. They couldn't sense his presence anymore either, but they couldn't focus on that since the techniques in the distance began to fly toward them. The 5 giants moved, surrounded by the tight array of blades. Snore also flew with them and used the dark matter around the fiendish copies to remain intact even if it had lost its connection with Noah. God's left hand waved her fan to create a series of dense gales that resembled snake-like creatures as they flew through the sky to reach Noah's attacks. Great Elder Diana used her black lenses to generate a barrage of thick lightning bolts that filled the sky with an orange radiance. The matriarchs prepared themselves for a loud explosion and intense shockwaves, but their consciousnesses suddenly sensed a presence nearby, and the world around them became dark. The powerhouses began to retreat as soon as they understood the nature of the darkness that had surrounded them. Noah's dark matter was easy to recognize, so they knew what was about to happen. The dark world suppressed the matriarch spells, and Noah's attacks destroyed them after entering his domain. The dark matter even improved their power as it enhanced their effects. Snore became bigger. The saber-shaped runes accelerated as they turned into smoke. The claws of the giant copies grew as dark matter flowed inside them. Flashes of orange and gray light shone on the matriarch's back and forced them to stop their retreat. Night had attacked them, but their defensive spells had blocked it. The array of attacks drew closer, and the dark world suppressed any foreign law in the area. The matriarchs felt cornered, and they could only take out their inscribed scrolls again to rely on the domain's weakness. All the lines on their scrolls lit up right before Noah's attacks crashed on the duo. The area became a mess of explosions, tornadoes, and lightning storms, but Noah remained nearby, ready to take the life of whoever managed to survive that clash. Even if he was inside the dark world, Noah didn't understand what was happening in the impact area. The clashes among the many abilities made that zone chaotic, and dark matter often crumbled as shockwaves came out of it. Noah waited a few seconds before he charged his demonic sword with dark matter. His blade grew until it was more than 400 meters tall, and he slashed at the area that still featured multiple clashes. The massive blade descended, and the dark world tuned with the sharpness that it carried to enhance its abilities. That blow contained so much power that even the dark matter opened to let it pass. Before the slash swept the area, black winds appeared inside the dark world and expanded to create a massive tornado. An array of dense lightning bolts also shot out of the spell, and sparks began to run through those raging gales. The tornado clashed with the giant blade. The demonic sword pierced the spell while losing part of its power, but the lightning bolts that shot out of the tornado prevented Noah's weapon from damaging them any further. The lightning bolts landed on the giant blade's structural flaws and dispersed most of the dark matter that the demonic sword had accumulated. The massive weapon soon became an unstable mess that the tornado could sweep away easily. The tornado didn't stop expanding. The dark world crumbled under that spell and the lightning bolts that it released. Dark matter also fell apart when it touched the sparks running through the winds. Noah's technique was about to lose against those spells, but he wouldn't let the matriarchs regain the upper hand in the battle. He charged right through the storm and used his movement technique to pierce the tornado. Sparks landed on his body and shattered his robe as cracks opened on his skin. Noah had eventually chosen to suffer some damage in that battle, but that was only part of his regular fighting style. He often decided to sacrifice something to put his opponents in an even worse situation. The dark winds ripped off the armor made of dark matter, but they lost their power after completing that feat. A large opening appeared on the black tornado, but the sparks that ran through it soon filled that spot. Noah only had the demonic form at that point. The sparks generated lightning bolts that destroyed his fiendish armor and landed on his skin. However, the damage that they inflicted wasn't even worthy of consideration for someone like Noah. His skin cracked, and many cuts appeared on his body. Yet, his resilience went beyond both magical beasts and hybrids. Those injuries didn't even manage to slow him down. Noah crossed that barrage of spells and entered inside the maimed tornado. Calm filled the area, but two figures soon appeared in his vision. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana were both injured. The last array of attacks had crushed their defenses and threatened to kill them on the spot. The complete activation of their inscribed scrolls had saved them from certain death. The tornado and the countless sparks that filled its surface were the best spells that those items could generate. God's left hand had already suffered some light injuries during the previous exchanges, but the last clash left her maimed. Her left arm had disappeared, and part of her torso had become a bloody mess. The injuries even spread to her legs. Her entire left side was about to fall apart, and only her mental energy kept it together. Great Elder Diana was a bit better off, but she had also suffered her share of damage. Her right hand had lost a few fingers, and patches of broken skin filled her legs. A few cuts had appeared on her torso and face too. Yet, those were still light injuries for an expert on that level. The matriarchs had to endure attacks that were on the same level as those launched by them. The difference in the injuries came from the innate defenses of their bodies. The toughness of Noah's skin could match the power of a couple of defensive spells, while the matriarchs' bodies were far below the magical beast's level. The duo couldn't surpass him when it came to resilience, even if they were 2 against 1. Noah sprinted toward the matriarchs, but they both snapped their fingers when they saw him. Their individualities also surged while they prepared new attacks. The dark world suppression couldn't reach the empty area at the center of the tornado. The tornado and the sparks caved in. They began to fill the area with pieces of attacks that flew for a while before converging toward Noah. Meanwhile, Great Elder Diana and God's left hand unleashed techniques that carried their intense individualities. God's left hand was a calamity. Her winds existed to destroy and fly unbound through both land and sky. Countless gales came out of her figure and began to twist around her as if they were giant snake-like creatures. They even rotated to create a series of attacks that converged toward Noah. Great Elder Diana had perfect control over her wild element. Sparks accumulated around her and gave birth to countless minute arrows, with each of them carrying the power of her lightning bolts. Those spells joined the collapse of the previous ones in their flight toward Noah. He sensed threats from every direction, but he had every intention to continue moving forward. Dark matter came out of his chest as he deployed the dark world again. The spells that carried the matriarch's individualities lost power as the higher energy banished those laws from Noah's domain. Noah could charge through them without worrying about his safety once the dark world suppressed those spells. He waved his hand to launch slashes that tore through the violent gales, and his body destroyed the arrows when they crashed on him. The arrows only managed to leave small dots on his skin. Those weren't even worthy of being injuries for his standards, but he could understand how dangerous it would have been to face those attacks without the dark world. Both God's left hand and Great Elder Diana could injure him if he ignored their attacks. The matriarchs were worthy of his respect even if they relied on their numerical advantage to deal with his techniques. Noah quickly made his way through the spells and arrived in front of the matriarchs. His sword cut through the fabric of the sky as it slashed toward them. Both matriarchs activated a talisman to deal with that attack. Black winds raged out of God's left hand's palm, and a giant bird-like creature made of lightning bolts came out of Great Elder Diana's figure. Part of those spells fell into the crack created by Noah's slash, but the rest of them swept Noah and pushed him away. However, he managed to wave his hand and demonic sword again before returning inside the area with crumbling sparks and winds. Noah's hand released 5 casual slashes that landed on God's left hand. She didn't have any protection in that situation, so the attack chopped her remaining arm and created 5 long marks on her torso. Those injuries were even quite deep. God's left hand's life might have been at risk if it wasn't for the array of spells flinging Noah away. The demonic sword released a thick black line that bent the air around it. Great Elder Diana was also defenseless, and the attack severed her lower body, transforming her into nothing more than a floating torso. Noah suffered injuries too. The winds ravaged his body and rotated as they tried to pierce his skin. The matriarchs had given up on inflicting new injuries and focused on enlarging those suffered during the previous exchanges. Noah's chest was their favorite target since it was full of small holes due to Great Elder Diana's arrows. The black winds crashed on Noah, and the bird-like creature engulfed him before trapping him inside its body. Lightning bolts ran through its figure and landed on him while trying to stop his momentum and escape from that situation. The spells had slowly managed to create large wounds on his body, but dark matter promptly came out of them to protect him and prevent further damage. It had also started to heal those injuries. The winds and lightning bolts appeared indestructible even when he relied on his physical strength. But he soon placed the demonic sword on his forehead and focused on his individuality. His sharpness surged. Countless cuts appeared on the bird's body and made it crumble into a rain of raging sparks. The same went for the gales that still tried to hit him. They became nothing more than shattered air after his slashes finished destroying them. Noah's sharpness didn't affect only the spells around him. His consciousness reached even the matriarchs who saw a series of cuts appearing on their maimed bodies out of nowhere. God's left hand coughed blood as her defensive spells tried to stop that technique. She couldn't stop Noah's cuts at all, and they continued to ravage her body no matter how injured she was. Great Elder Diana had already lost a lot, and those cuts didn't help her. However, her individuality could deal with the attack more easily. She would directly burn the injury's edges as soon as they appeared. The victory was near for Noah. Both God's left hand and Great Elder Diana had suffered grave injuries. Instead, he was still at his peak when it came to his battle prowess. The external layer of his body was also a mess, but he was an existence that surpassed the hybrid's realm. That damage didn't affect his movements nor abilities. It only hurt. Cuts continued to open on the matriarchs' bodies. Blood spilled everywhere in the area, and Noah soon aimed at his next target after he managed to stop. Great Elder Diana's Danteon was basically in the open since the demonic sword had severed her lower body in the last clash. Noah could charge at her and decide to suffer a few more injuries to retrieve that organ. The battle would be over once the council's leader lost her Danteon. God's left hand alone couldn't even come close to Noah's level of power. She had managed to survive for so long only because of the numerical advantage. The pieces of the black tornado and sparks still converged toward Noah, But he reactivated the demonic form and covered his fiendish armor in a layer of dark matter to fend them off. His 2 armors had already been enough to fend the 2 spells off when they were complete. They didn't even budge now that those abilities were in pieces. Noah bent his legs as he prepared himself to sprint, but the matriarchs acted before him. Their consciousness expanded, and the environment churned as they called upon their individualities to gather the remains of their spells. Trails of energy gathered in the sky. Breath of the lightning and wind element converged toward the matriarchs in the form of sparks and dense winds. It was as if they were preparing a final attack, but Noah still had night waiting nearby. There wouldn't be any last spell if the matriarchs died before casting it. While the cuts still filled the matriarchs' bodies, Noah launched a series of slashes in their direction. He didn't use only the demonic sword to generate those attacks. Even his free hand and mind helped to create a threatening array of powerful blows. Night attacked too. It could charge at the leaders through the dark world and increase Noah's offensive power by cutting away one escape route. The powerhouses didn't lose their inscribed scrolls. God's left hand had lost both her arms, but she had seized her space ring with her mental waves before it fell toward the surface. The scrolls appeared in front of them and lit up completely. The black tornado reappeared, and orange sparks crackled on its surface. The slashes launched by Noah crashed on those spells, but they couldn't do anything against them. They even pushed the dark world back since they didn't carry the leader's laws. Night had to retreat too. It could cut through those powerful spells, but it would remain in the open afterward. Completing an attack wouldn't cost its life, but it was a risky move, especially now that the matriarchs gathered all the breath that carried their aura. Noah stepped back when he saw that spectacle. The black tornado expanded and blew more of his dark matter away, and the matriarchs gained valuable time to create powerful spells. Running inside the spells again wasn't doable anymore due to the dangerousness of the abilities prepared there. Noah didn't want to remain stuck in a tornado with an unavoidable attack. His sharpness was still affecting the matriarchs, so Noah knew that it was only a matter of time before the duo gave up on fighting or died. There was no actual counter to his endless cuts. A powerhouse would need to suppress his individuality to put an end to that technique. Noah recalled the dark world as he continued to retreat. He eventually stopped escaping, and he pointed 2 fingers toward the faint trace of the 2 powerhouses. His sharpness surged again as his consciousness expanded. Noah focused on establishing a connection with the other side of the tornado to launch the improved dark ray spell that he never had the chance to use due to his frenetic battle style. However, a sudden event claimed his attention and made him put aside the idea of launching that attack now. A divine aura spread in the world, but that didn't come from the beings in the immortal lands. A human figure was flying in the sky, and every powerhouse in the world knew who he was. Xianxia had made his appearance in the world after years of silence. His return gave birth to a wave of cheers from the weaker cultivators and other higher-ups. Even the matriarchs stopped their offensive to observe him. Of course, neither of them lowered their guard in that situation. Noah could very well decide to attack even if Xianxia was respecting his side of the deal. After all, they didn't expect the god to interfere with matters that concerned heroic cultivators. Xianxia flew slowly toward the crack. He remained at the same height as the opening to prevent the divine beings in the immortal lands from noticing him. Once he reached the crack, Xianxia took out one of the divine items from his inventory and pointed it at the layers of silver ice that prevented that hole from closing. Time appeared to slow down for the rest of the world. Xianxia moved normally, but Noah and the others felt that they couldn't control their bodies properly after the god unleashed his aura. The pressure that spread in the world was immense. That weight didn't faze Noah, but many weaker cultivators couldn't withstand being under the aura of a divine being. They had to retreat to the separate dimension or stop looking at inscribed items that transmitted images of that event. The item that Xianxia had taken out was a red rune that shone as if it was an inscribed crystal. Its flickering light affected the silver ice every time it illuminated it. The ice slowly melted under the effects of Xianxia's rune, and the sky began to reform as soon as part of the crack's edges became free again. Xianxia had studied the situation thoroughly. The eternal snakes and the divine beings were too far away to notice something. They would only see the crack closing when it was too late to do anything about it. That was Chandal's goal. He had to avoid angering the divine beings until the crack closed. His calculations told him that it was possible to succeed without any negative consequences, but those matters were complex when it came to creatures in the divine ranks. The ice continued to melt under the influence of the red rune. Chandal's individuality accelerated that process for him while slowing down the world. The crack eventually reached a critical state since most of the ice around its edges had disappeared. Chandal needed only a few more minutes to complete the procedure. The divine beings noticed what was happening with the crack at that point. Closing the passage would force them to give up on the egg forever, and it would also make them lose all the weaker specimens deployed in that mission. Chandal continued to remove the last bits of ice to let the sky heal. The process was almost over, but the divine beings wouldn't suffer that loss without fighting. Angry roars echoed from the closing crack. They spread through the entire lower plane and claimed the attention of all the rank 6 eternal snakes searching for the egg. Noah couldn't believe his ears. He could understand how many divine beings conveyed their anger from the immortal lands, and that number left him speechless. 9. Noah concluded in his mind as the loud cries continued to echo through the sky. A single pack of magical beasts in the immortal lands had 9 divine beings, and Noah wasn't even sure that they were all the divine assets in that group of creatures. The amount of power contained in the immortal lands surpassed his expectations. He had always known that there were many divine entities there, but even his generous evaluation had been wrong. Noah would be alone once he ascended, and he didn't plan on taking Chandal's offer. He didn't want a guide, and he wasn't interested in joining any organization before learning more about the environment in the immortal lands. Yet, he didn't know if his power alone would be enough to make him survive up there. Noah trusted his instincts and battle prowess, but the task appeared far harsher than he had predicted. I need to become far stronger, Noah thought as those angry roars filled his ears. Surviving isn't enough. Being strong among heroic cultivators isn't enough. I need to be a monster even among gods. His ambition seeped out of his figure and filled his consciousness as he stared at the crack. He didn't want to behave like a scared beast after the ascension, but he needed far more power than he had predicted for that. The black hole in his chest began to rotate faster as his ambition pushed his 4th center of power to its limits. The divine deduction technique even activated on its own. Countless ideas on how to become stronger surged in his mind. Most of them were unrealistic and impossible to actuate in his current situation, but there was something that he could complete before his ascension. The lower plane had its limits, but Noah planned to stretch them as far as he could before ascending. It might be impossible for him to be a monster when he reached the immortal lands, but he wanted to be as complete as possible by that time. The rank 6 eternal snakes scattered through the world raised their heads and began to roar toward their leaders. The latter replied with cries that carried a simple order, and all the creatures in the lower plane set off for the crack when they heard them. 49 rank 6 magical beasts began to slither toward Chandal on platforms made of ice. The leaders had asked them to keep the connection between the planes open, and they didn't hesitate to charge toward the god of the empire. Silver liquid came out of their mouths and created long trails made of ice as they converged toward the crack. It was as if a series of slim icy pillars had started to grow from the surface. The leaders didn't stay still after giving that order. A massive green claw passed through the crack again, but only its tip managed to reach the lower world. The sky had already healed a big part of that fissure. The world didn't even tremble when that piece of divine body crossed its edges. It seemed able to contain that amount of divine power. The divine creature tried to dig the claw deeper into the crack, but orange sparks soon ran through it and began to destabilize its structure. Cries of pain also resounded from the passage, and the divine power spread through the world lost part of its intensity during the process. The heaven tribulation was attacking the pack of eternal snakes again. Its power appeared even superior to the previous ones since it managed to shatter bigger chunks of the creature's claw. It seemed that heaven and earth had grown tired of that invasion on the lower plane. They wanted to punish the eternal snakes once and for all. The claw started to retreat even before the rank 6 creatures reached Shandal. Yet, silver light began to shine on the crack's edges as the snake's innate ability covered those spots. Shandal's red rune melted the ice that formed inside that silver halo in no time, but the divine beasts never stopped spewing silver liquid on the crack's edges. The sky continued to fix the crack, but the ice slowed down that process and forced Shandal to remain. The weaker snakes reached him at that point, and they immediately spewed bullets made of silver liquid toward their target. Noah could see how the rank 6 eternal snakes didn't show any fear. Magical beasts would usually be frightened against opponents far stronger than them even if they had precise orders. However, those creatures appeared quite confident during their assault. Are they used to fight against divine beings? Noah wondered when he saw that odd behavior. Magical beasts could ignore some of their instincts when powerful leaders ruled over them, but they couldn't suppress what they felt during those moments. The lack of fear in the snake's eyes told Noah even more about the immortal lands. That was his first time seeing magical beasts so confident about a battle they couldn't hope to win. Shandal didn't even bother to glance at the incoming attacks. His free hand rose in the sky, and an azure light began to shine on his palm. One word also came out of his mouth as that halo covered the entire area. "Stop," Shandal said, and everything illuminated by his light suddenly stopped moving. The silver bullets flying toward him stopped mid-air. The air stopped moving, and the gales didn't blow through the sky anymore. Even the snakes remained immobilized after Shandal's word, and traces of panic appeared on their expressions. Shandal kept the azure halo active while he continued to remove the ice. The rune melted the silver reinforcements only to see the crack's edges freezing again. However, the crack continued to close even if the leaders were doing their best to hinder Shandal. The healing process also became quicker. It seemed that the world didn't want that passage to exist anymore. The eternal snakes in the immortal lands didn't know what to do. Shandal didn't give them much time, and they couldn't focus on the crack with the heaven tribulation punishing them. They didn't have paths that led to victory anymore. Still, that pushed them to do their best to make that lower world regret its decision. Another series of cries resounded in the world, but nothing moved when the roars spread through the lower plane. Those orders weren't for the weaker snakes frozen in time. They were for the beings in the immortal lands. Before the crack could close, countless boulders fell through the opening and landed on the surface. Shandal's consciousness expanded to suppress the shockwaves that they created, but he didn't do anything to stop the process that followed that event. Different cries added themselves to the noise filling the sky. The third wave of eternal snakes woke up, and one of them carried a quasi-divine aura. The third batch of powerful eternal snakes had descended in the lower plane, but Shandal stopped caring about them as soon as the shockwaves vanished. He didn't even pay attention to the quasi-rank 7 creature that had joined those reinforcements. Shandal kept his focus on the crack and ignored everything else. He didn't move even after the third wave of invaders rose in the sky to join their companions' offensive. The azure light radiated by Shandal's palm froze them in time as soon as the halo landed on them. Only the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake struggled a bit before joining the other motionless creatures. Shandal was in a different league. His power alone was enough to stop the whole invasion, but he didn't have any interest in that. He would close the crack because that mess was his fault, and he was the only existence in the world capable of succeeding in that task. Moreover, there were many valuable existences in the lower plane that deserved a chance to reach the immortal lands. The crack continued to close while the area around it remained frozen in time. Only the leaders' roars continued to echo, but they soon stopped shouting when they realized that their underlings wouldn't manage to stop Shandal. A series of low growls followed that realization. Noah's eyes widened when he understood the contents of that discussion, and he began to think of ways to help Shandal due to that sudden turn of events. Still, he soon accepted that he couldn't be of any use in that battle. The army of beasts was enough to kill him even if he relied on all his methods. Shandal was alone in that task. The leaders suddenly went silent. No sound echoed throughout the world. Only the faint noise made by the melting silver ice spread in the area. A tremor ran through Shandal's eyes when his instincts warned him about the imminent danger. His mind wasn't the only one to sense that threat. Even the powerhouses in different parts of the world felt the same sensations. Noah wasn't an exception. He felt that danger with more intensity than everyone else, and he didn't hesitate to take a few steps toward the surface since he was aware of the snake's plan. The silence continued until a loud thud echoed through the world. The sky trembled after that sound and cracks opened on its fabric. The new cracks led to the void. The leaders were doing something on the other side of the passage, and their actions managed to create repercussions on the lower plane. A second thud echoed. More tremors filled the sky, and a new series of cracks opened on its structure. The other powerhouses understood what the leaders were trying to do at that point. Their underlings couldn't defeat Xianxia, and they couldn't enter the lower world without destroying it, so they had only one option left. The leaders abandoned the idea of retrieving the egg since they couldn't stop the closing of the crack. But they didn't give up on their anger. The best way to vent it was to destroy the world where the thief had hidden. Those were the contents of the discussion among the divine snakes. They had briefly reviewed their options to decide that it was better to destroy that lower plane once and for all. As for the heaven tribulation, they would deal with it afterward. A third thud echoed, and cracks leading to the void opened even near the passage for the immortal lands. The black and white doors intertwined, but the latter was denser, so it overcame the former, leaving only a few open areas that led to the darkness. Silence fell in the world again, and no more thuds followed at that time. It almost seemed that the divine eternal snakes had given up on their plan, but a claw pierced the opening again and began to apply pressure to reach the lower world. The claw didn't manage to go too deep due to Xianxia's efforts with the crack, but that small part of a divine body was enough to destabilize the world's structure now that it had suffered a lot of damage. The world began to tremble as the creature tried to enlarge the crack to push its claw deeper into the lower plane. Heaven and earth attempted to end its efforts through the tribulation, but the divine being didn't care about the destruction of its talon. Cracks opened on the green claw, and chunks fell toward the lower world. However, the orange sparks always pulverized them and ensured that the mortal lands didn't obtain such valuable materials. The snake pushed its claw deeper into the lower world, and the structure of the sky soon reached its limits. All the fissures leading to the void expanded and created connections with each other. A net formed in the sky and only a few parts remained intact. The cracks covered most of it. Heaven and earth continued to unleash their anger toward the divine creature. But the snake didn't care. It continued to push its claw downward even if it had reached a critical state after many lightning bolts. The net became thicker as the cracks enlarged. Both the landmasses and the seabed began to tremble as the stability of the sky was about to crumble and engulf everything in the void. That was an apocalyptic view. The world was ending, and the strongest cultivators in the world could only watch as the god of the empire fixed the situation. The heaven tribulation eventually triumphed over the claw. The cracks on its surface became too deep, making it crumble into a series of green chunks that the orange sparks pulverized. The passage to the immortal lands began to close at full speed again. The many cracks that filled the sky didn't seem to affect that procedure, and no silver liquid appeared to delay it any further. That opening closed in the following seconds. The passage for the immortal lands vanished without leaving any trace, and the leaders on the other side didn't even have the time to release the last roar. The threat of the immortal land had finally vanished, but an issue soon became evident. The cracks connected to the void didn't close, and it didn't take an expert to notice abnormalities in the behavior of the sky. The sky continued to remain unstable. The fissures didn't show signs of closing even if there was plenty of breath in the environment. That phenomenon was bizarre and went against the common knowledge of the world. The sky had never behaved like that. The delay in its healing didn't even come from its lack of energy. Noah and the others didn't know what to think about in that situation, but Xianxia had the answers that they needed. Xianxia snapped his fingers, and the ice under the frozen eternal snakes around him shattered. He also released the creatures from their restrictions, and they fell toward the surface as they tried to regain control of their bodies. The snakes scattered through the world, and roars soon came out of their mouths as they tried to contact their leaders. However, no answer came from them. Shandal descended toward Noah at that point, and his confused gaze made the god explain the current situation. The sky is injured, and the world is unstable, Shandal said as he inspected the world. This world is too packed with powerful existences to begin the healing. What do you mean with too crowded? Noah shouted to question the god of the empire. He could feel his instincts screaming when he inspected the sky. The dangerous sensation that such scenery caused inside him surpassed all the threats that he had faced throughout his life. His instincts told him to escape, to run away as fast as he could, and never look back. It was as if they had decided that the world was beyond saving. The number of powerful beings surpasses what the world can take in its current state, Shandal explained, and his words spread through the sky to inform every powerhouse willing to listen. The internal pressure caused by all of us is too much for this damaged plane. Shandal's words left everyone speechless. According to him, the last attack of the divine eternal snakes had managed to bring the world on the verge of destruction. The net of fissures connected to the void didn't remain still. It slowly enlarged as time passed, and that made Shandal's words easier to believe. The higher-ups had yet to count how many specimens had reached the lower plane after the third wave of reinforcements. Still, it was clear that rank 6 creatures filled both the surface and the seabed now. Even a perfectly intact lower plane would find it hard to withstand the internal pressure that those creatures caused. It wasn't a surprise that the world couldn't endure them now that it was in that state. Almighty! God's left hand shouted as she kowtowed in the middle of the sky. How do we solve this? Shandal glanced at her underling before shaking his head. That gesture already answered her question, but he decided to give more details to inform those unable to see him. You don't, Shandal replied. The world can't start healing until it stops using its energy to contain its population. Shandal began to leave at that point, but Noah couldn't accept that outcome easily. He had great plans for the myriad of eternal snakes that had invaded the world, and he wasn't willing to give up on them so soon. Where are you going? Noah asked. You have the power to save the world. You are the solution to this problem. Heroic cultivators have their hindrances to overcome, Shandal replied after heaving a sigh. I have mine. I would help you if my actions were to lead to your doom, but you have another world available. You can survive this event without my help, so I won't do anything. Shandal then teleported above the old continent and waved his hand. The land under him shook, and the terrain opened as a huge landmass rose in the sky. The landmass wasn't wholly material, and it wasn't only a wide chunk of terrain. It had a white sky and storms above its surface. Noah and other powerhouses of the hive could immediately recognize that land. That was Shandal's separate dimension. The god had taken it out in the open without even bothering to hide it from the other cultivators. The separate dimension shrunk after Shandal performed a sigil with his hand. That land became nothing more than a small white sphere that the god stored inside one of its devices. It was clear that Shandal had every intention to abandon that world. The powerhouses didn't need any other proof to understand how far gone their world was. Noah's inscribed notebook rang to no end, but he ignored those messages. A strange idea had formed in his mind, but he knew too little about planes to decide if it was feasible. I have one last question, Noah shouted, knowing that Shandal would hear him even if his voice didn't reach his position. I wish to go over it privately. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana heard him, but they didn't understand why he thought that Shandal would grant him that meeting. However, an azure flash soon shone near Noah, and that halo engulfed his figure. The azure light threatened to blind Noah, but he didn't show any fear and let the halo create an isolated area. Shandal soon appeared in front of him, and Noah could only sigh as he prepared his question. A lot would change depending on how Shandal answered. Noah was ready to put his life at stake. Thinking of something foolish? Shandal asked as a faint smile appeared on his face. Noah didn't bother to nod as he asked his question. How many existences need to leave for the world to stabilize? Shandal's smile widened. The god had to admit that Noah was even more reckless than he thought. Hundreds for it to be able to heal again, Shandal replied. I'm not talking about rank 4 creatures. Noah fell silent as calculations filled his mind. He had understood what Xianxia meant. The migration alone wouldn't be enough to save the world. "You are about to leave," Noah said at some point. "3 organizations will do the same. They have hundreds of heroic cultivators and a dozen powerhouses. This should be enough to slow the destruction of the world. Am I right?" "Yes," Xianxia replied. "I'd say the world will gain half a millennium worthy of time with that migration. My departure alone will delay its destruction for 3 centuries at least. 500 years. Noah thought as the calculations continued in his mind. That would generally be a short period for a rank 6 existence, but Noah didn't intend to spend that time cultivating. With his dark womb spell, he could kill 1 eternal snake and recover in less than a year. Noah knew that it would be harder to find isolated eternal snakes now, but time was on his side. Even if his instincts begged him to leave, his ambition kept making him consider all the benefits he could obtain in that ruined world. "The dimensional portal can't withstand your pressure," Noah commented after he reached a conclusion about that issue. Xianxia snorted before answering. "I'm a god. I will travel through the void to reach the other world. I will use the dimensional portal only to keep track of the path." Noah nodded and performed a sincere bow. Xianxia had never tried to suppress him, even if he had the power to do so. The god had even helped him without asking anything in return, and he was now answering every question. Xianxia had even given Noah the best gift for an existence like him. The god didn't do that on purpose, but Noah felt that a polite gesture was the proper way to show his gratitude. "This is a goodbye then," Xianxia said as his smile widened. "Don't die. I've already mentioned you to them. It would be a pity if your peculiar existence didn't manage to reach the immortal lands." Noah shrugged his shoulders and floated outside of the azure aura while waving his hand. His mind felt heavy whenever he thought about his decision. The azure area vanished as Noah walked away from it. Xianxia's presence had also disappeared after that, but a similar light shone inside a crack above the Utrination. Xianxia had left the world, but he had warned his underlings before beginning his journey through the void. God's left hand had already left the area and was preparing her organization for the migration. Noah sighed when he saw that Great Elder Diana left the area too. He picked his inscribed notebook and informed the demons about the situation. He also gave a few orders. The hive had to migrate to the other world and never come back. There was a chance that the dimensional portal would crumble once the lower plane worsened, so they had to hurry. Then, he contacted someone that deserved a personal message. "June," Noah said to inform his lover about his decision. "We need to talk. We have always known that our paths will eventually diverge," June said before heaving a sigh. "The only place where we can be truly together is the top." Noah and June were in an isolated room inside the separate dimension. He had flown there and explained his plan to his lover, but her answer made him feel bitter. Cultivators had long lives, and that gave them many chances to create deep relationships. However, their journeys forced them to remain alone. Their individualities weren't something that they could nurture with others. Some called it a curse, but only those willing to give up on everything could hope to reach the higher ranks. There were very few cases in which couples managed to spend their lives together without neglecting their training. Noah couldn't help but think about Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon. They were among the few exceptions in the world, but they had to survive through steep hindrances to reach their current situation. They had yet to survive the immortal lands, but Noah believed that they wouldn't separate even on that occasion. They had already proven that they could overcome the harshest hurdles. Noah and June had a different type of relationship. Their cultivation journey was too important to let feelings get in their paths. Their priority remained their journey even if they loved each other. The couple had managed to be together for a long time because their individualities shared a few fields, but they sought different things, which often made them separate. The current situation in the world wasn't any different. Noah knew June better than anyone else, and he was aware that magical beasts would soon bore her. The army of eternal snakes could partially provide her with the endless battlefield that she had dreamed of, but she would eventually grow tired of having to face the same enemies. The reason why Noah had managed to kill a creature far stronger than him was what made the army of snakes inconvenient for June. She didn't want to be a hunter capable of exploiting her opponent's weaknesses. She aimed to become the best warrior. "It sure is a pity," June said as she sat on the ground of the floor. "I didn't think this moment would come so soon. I suppose we can't even take a month off for our goodbyes." Noah's inscribed notebook rang to no end even after he gave the order to migrate. He had yet to inform his underlings that he wouldn't follow them in the other world. But the chaos had already spread among the three organizations. That gave him an idea of how little time he had with June. After all, the fissures in the sky had never stopped expanding. It was in his interest to relieve the world of some internal pressure as soon as possible. The more the organizations delayed their migration, the less time Noah would have to save the world and himself. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon should complete the preparations in a couple of days, Noah said as he sat behind June. "I would need to kick you all out if you take more than that." June laid her back on Noah's chest and closed her eyes. Her lover began to caress her messy hair, and the two of them remained silent as they enjoyed the feeling of being together. "The immortal lands are big," June said as she straightened her position to sit on Noah's lap. "We only have to remain alive to meet again," Noah replied as he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. Noah placed his chin on her shoulder, and the two of them remained silent as they stared at the wall of the room. Countless thoughts rose in their minds, but they ultimately led to the same conclusion. They had to make the best out of the time that they had left. Still, Noah and June weren't a young couple driven by their need to feel closer. They were far beyond the phase when they had to spend intimate moments that lasted months. The soul being in each other's arms was enough to make them at peace. They didn't want anything else other than remaining in that position until they had to separate. "The world will become boring without you," June said at some point. Neither of them knew how long they had been in that position, but they never grew tired of being so close to each other. "The political environment will change again after your departure," Noah replied. "The Empire will try to expand again now that Shandal has returned. The Council will want an even closer relationship with the Hive to fend that threat off. Great Elder Diana might even try to fuse our organizations. I guess I won't lack wars," June said as a smile appeared on her face. The sole thought of those battles lifted her morale a bit. Noah could almost see all the events that would follow the migration. He had learnt to know the political environment quite well, even if that field had never interested him. It wasn't hard for him to predict what would happen. "Hey," June said at some point, "we will be apart for a very long time." She then turned to face Noah while sitting on his lap. He could see the desire in her eyes trying to overcome the other emotions that their imminent separation caused inside her. "We should make a good memory," Noah replied as a warm smile appeared on his face. The couple didn't need to speak anymore. Noah and June knew each other too well to understand how they wanted to use the little time that they had left. 2 days later, the entire hive gathered in front of the dimensional portal to begin the migration. The eternal snakes had regressed to a state of wild beasts after losing the connection with their leaders, which made them ignore the Nation. The dimensional portal had turned those prosperous lands into dry terrains. The eternal snakes had even destroyed them during their mission. The Nation had become nothing more than a pile of debris. Many experts were even surprised that it was still in one piece after what it went through. Noah was high in the sky as he stared at the troops under him. The powerhouses floated slightly under him, and the rank 5 elders managed the various factions inside the hive. The human cultivators crossed the portal without any hesitation. Noah looked at them disappearing in the dark vortex, but he didn't feel anything at that sight. "I guess I'm an awful leader," Noah thought as he held back his words. He had yet to reveal to his troops that he wouldn't follow them in the other world. Noah wanted to inform only the powerhouses to avoid the celebrations that his announcement would cause. The portal flickered whenever the net of cracks expanded. The destabilization of the world affected its correct functioning, but the situation wasn't critical yet. It would take a while before that item stopped working. 37 had already made his calculations, and he had predicted that the portal would last another year. The rank 4 elders began to cross the portal after all the human cultivators had completed the migration. The experts in the 5th rank followed them. Noah and the powerhouses soon remained alone in the sky. The powerhouses turned toward Noah, and the memories that he shared with all of them resurfaced in his mind when he looked at them. Noah still recalled that Elder Julia and Elder Austin were the first-rank 5 elders to join the new continent's colonization. Those secret missions had laid the foundation of the current power of the Hive. Elder Austin had died during Ravaging Demon's sudden attack, but Elder Julia had continued to improve until she became one of the Hive pillars. She was chasing Demon's true heir. He had taught her how to control the copying technique, and she had been in charge of managing the Hive ever since his sacrifice. Scully was nothing more than a consciousness and a pile of bones when Noah first met her. The Xianxia apes had taken control of the hidden world, and she was in charge of the rebellious faction. Noah had prolonged her lifespan by fusing her with a Xianxia ape, and he had freed her underlings when he destroyed the hidden world. Upon returning to the Hive, Scully had decided to manage the hybrid armies. Those troops had flourished under her rule, and only a few of them lost control of their mental capabilities during those years. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon were lifelong friends. Noah had found them in Divine Architect's separate dimension and saved them from certain death. That event started a long series of adventures that saw the trio spreading chaos throughout the world. The raids on the Nation and the many tunnels in the separate dimension also came from their collaboration. The demons had even helped Noah getting his revenge against his family. They had been on the front lines in every war or battle after they revealed themselves to the world. They also carried Divine Demon's original mindset. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon were existences that truly embodied the will of the defeated demon sex. The memories with Daniel went way back in the past. Noah didn't care about him when he was in the Royal Academy, but he didn't forget the events in the Bear Dungeon. Daniel was nothing more than a promising noble back then, but his life turned upside down after meeting Noah. The events with the cause and the migration of the Yudi family ultimately led him to become another pillar of the Hive. In the end, Noah looked at June, and countless memories surged inside his mind. Noah had met June on the airship leading to the Royal Academy, and they had fought on that same vehicle. That signed the beginning of a relationship that didn't fade through the years. The battles inside the royal inheritance had strengthened their friendship and led them to live together for a while. The gift of Eccentric Thunder's inheritance had created a bond that they couldn't ignore even when they belonged to different organizations. Then, the reunion during the Winged Beasts crisis signed the beginning of their relationship. Their feelings had survived the many separations and the constant hindrance placed by the world around them. Noah didn't know what to say when the powerhouses looked at him. He couldn't help but recall countless memories featuring them. Yet, he felt at peace when he thought about that separation. I have shared many lives with them, Noah thought as he recalled what kind of man he was before his transmigration. To think that my life would be so full. The man who saw no value in life had ended up experiencing far more than the average cultivator. Noah had survived where many would have fallen, and he didn't neglect his desires along the way. Why isn't he just sending us off? Flying Demon pretended to whisper as he turned toward her lover. We won't see him until we reach the Immortal lands. Dreaming Demon replied in a normal tone. It's normal to go through your life's experiences after such a big separation. I actually have to ask him something before going away, Daniel said as he joined that conversation. A patriarch should have a say in these political matters. As if faith cares about the politics. June replied while shooting an angry look toward Daniel. The whole world knows about you too. We have been inside a separate dimension for 500 years. You can't hide anything in that environment. It's still a matter of political relevance, Daniel said. The patriarch must approve. I'm sure Chasing Demon has done the same with the two of you. Silence, Elder Julia shouted. You can wait until I become the matriarch and ask me if you are scared of his judgment. I think I'm the only one who has no hope to see him again, Scully said as she joined that conversation. I should have more time with him to express my gratitude properly. I don't think he cares about that, Flying Demon replied. He surely doesn't care about that, June added. I bet that we are nothing more than pawns who apply pressure on the world at this point. You should never underestimate how addicted he is to his training. You are right, Dreaming Demon said. We should leave soon. We are consuming precious time. Noah didn't completely understand what was happening at first. The powerhouses spoke as if they were aware that he would remain in the main world. However, he had revealed his intentions only to June. He didn't believe that she had spread that news to the powerhouses, but he couldn't find other possible explanations. His questioning gaze went on June, but she shook her head before opening her mouth to speak. Don't look at me. They figured it out on their own. I guess they know you quite well. Noah's eyes widened, and he moved his questioning gaze to the other powerhouses. Yet they all nodded while wearing smiles. I even wondered whether I had to make a speech, Noah said before heaving a sigh. Well, there is no point since all of you are aware of my intentions. Noah stopped speaking to look the powerhouses in their eyes again. Then he resumed. I won't be leaving with you. The current state of the world is too beneficial to my cultivation method to give up on it so easily. Don't worry about us, Dreaming Demon said. The Hive will remain one of the stronger organizations in the world. Even without you. You have raised it well. We will be fine, Flying Demon continued. I was growing bored of being the strongest organization anyway. Some struggles can only benefit us. Scully flew toward Noah at that point, and she kowtowed in front of him before he could say anything. She remained in that position for a while before standing up and heading for the dimensional portal. Her figure disappeared as soon as she crossed that vortex. Noah couldn't help but think that he would never see Scully again. He didn't manage to make her a Danteon in the end, but she would continue to fulfill the promises made with Danielle and the ape god. The hybrids would grow strong and without mental instabilities due to the training method polished through the years. 37 could create replicas of Noah's spherical runes, so the future of those creatures would be bright. The Kezier apes would also be free to thrive among the other creatures in the Hive's ranks. The ape god would obtain what it had always wanted. Its species won't see another slaughter as long as the Hive remained in power. Daniel stepped forward after Scully left. He neared Noah and lowered his head to speak. However, Noah gave him an answer before he could say anything. I don't care whether your relationship with Faith has political value or not. Chasing Demon has supported June and me even if our feelings could start a war. I don't see why I should be against you too. Daniel remained speechless for a second before nodding. He then raised his head to focus on Noah's reptilian pupils, and memories also began to rise inside his mind. Noah had been an unreachable rival for most of his life, but Daniel had started to bloom as a cultivator only after he had given up on that rivalry. Still, Noah had been crucial in Daniel's growth. He had shown him how limited his mindset was, and his many achievements had worked as an inspiration. Daniel couldn't express how grateful he was for all the chances that the Hive had given him. He was nothing more than a noble without a nation after the Elbas family forced everyone to migrate, but he had found a new home that he wished to protect with his life. The Hive had given him far more than a home. Daniel could grow both as a person and a cultivator among the elders. Nothing similar would have happened without Noah. Their adventure in the Bear Dungeon when they were only human cultivators had been the start of his real journey. Let's meet again in the Immortal lands, Daniel eventually said as he suppressed his memories. I'm sure Faith won't get over the fact that you didn't say goodbye to her otherwise. Noah nodded, and Daniel turned to leave. He flew directly inside the dimensional portal and disappeared from the world. Elder Julia flew toward Noah at that point, and she bowed before he could say anything. However, she began to peek at him when she saw that he remained silent. I don't think there is an elder who loves the Hive more than you, Noah eventually said. Only you can be my successor. I'm sure you will be a great matriarch. Elder Julia smiled, and she straightened herself before bowing again. She felt delighted that Noah had acknowledged her value, but there was something else that she wanted to settle before leaving. I need a second in command in case something happens to me, Elder Julia said after she straightened herself again. That is up to you, Noah replied. You are the leader of the Hive now. That line wasn't enough to satisfy Elder Julia, who continued to give voice to her request. That won't do it. I want you to take part in this decision. This is an order. Noah's eyebrows arched at those words, but a smile appeared on his face when he saw Elder Julia's serious expression. A few names appeared in his mind, but he soon made a decision. Daniel Udy, Noah said. He is the best candidate for that role. Elder Julia smiled too at that point, and she bowed one last time before turning to fly toward the dimensional portal. Her figure disappeared in a blink. Imagine how awkward these goodbyes would have been if the Elbas family didn't improve the portal. Flying Demon commented as he looked toward the vortex. We would have to wait for the powerhouse to reach the other world before sending the rest. It's quite convenient now. I think I will miss these jokes, Noah said as he shook his head. Be sure not to remain trapped in a separate dimension this time around. I won't be there to save you. Don't worry, Flying Demon replied as he flew toward Noah. I will wait until I reach the immortal lands to fall into some trap. You should be able to save me at that point. Maybe you can even use that spectacular technique. Flying Demon pretended to wield something extremely heavy and swing it around. It was clear that he wanted to recall the battles when Noah had used magical beasts' corpses as weapons. If only we had more time, Noah said as he sighed when the demon reached him. What do you mean? Flying Demon asked. We still have the immortal lands. I'm sure we will find the time to drink some good wine between Millennium and the other. This isn't even worthy of being a separation. He is right, Dreaming Demon said as she reached Noah and her lover. Our destination is the same. We will simply meet up there. Making grand promises among us is useless. Continue being the backbone of the hive, Tisha, Noah said as he smiled toward Dreaming Demon. It will get quite messy pretty soon. Let them come, Dreaming Demon said before releasing a loud snort. I can't wait to see which organization will be foolish enough to attack us. I leave the hive in your hands then, Noah concluded. See you in the immortal lands. The demons wore broad smiles while they nodded at those words, but they soon turned to fly to the dimensional portal. Their figures disappeared as soon as they crossed the vortex. Now only June and Noah remained in the sky. June flew toward Noah, and the latter opened his mouth to speak, but she promptly placed a finger on his lips. She even shook her head to convey a message that only her lover could understand. They had already said their goodbyes privately. They didn't need words anymore at that point. They only had to separate and found each other again in the immortal lands now. Noah revealed a warm smile as he took June's hand to free his mouth. The two of them then exchanged a deep kiss, but June soon turned to leave too. When her figure disappeared inside the dimensional portal, Noah flew toward that dark vortex and stared at the passage. There was a lofty life in front of him. Noah was the strongest existence among the three organizations, and his last battle against God's left hand and Great Elder Diana had revealed that he belonged to a superior league. He could even aim to conquer the world if he abandoned the old one. Virtually no one could oppose him there. He could even unite the three organizations into a massive force with the power that he wielded. However, Noah had never desired a throne nor underlings to command. Being a leader was a burden that he didn't want to endure. Noah liked freedom. He desired to have no limitations during his pursuit of power. His goals had always been the stars high in the sky, and it had never changed until that moment. Heaven in front of me, Noah thought as he turned to stare at the main world. Hell behind my back. The cries of the eternal snakes filled the sky. Noah could sense some powerful specimens in the distance, near the mountain chain that had previously acted as a danger zone. His smile slowly vanished as an expressionless face replaced it. A dense coldness came out of his reptilian eyes when he thought about the many specimens he had to kill to save the world. The dimensional portal was still active, but it would lose its power in 1 year. Noah could always change idea, but he moved before even considering migrating. Noah flew back to his cave on the seabed. Countless hunts waited for him, but he had to prepare one last asset before he could feel confident in approaching the many packs that had formed in the world. It was time to improve Snore. The Hive, the Council, and the Shandal Empire left the world on the same day. Great Elder Diana and God's left hand led their underlings away before the hive as a sign of respect toward the strongest organization in the world. No one knew what the Elbas family was up to, but the royals didn't visit the dimensional portal before the other organization left, and Noah went in seclusion right afterward. Noah needed to keep his mind focused on his project, so he couldn't pay attention to the Elbas family. He would learn whether the royals had left the plane only after he came out of his cave. The three organizations' departure relieved the world of some internal pressure, but that didn't fix its condition. There were still too many rank 6 existences in the lower plane, so the net of cracks continued to enlarge. The world had a time limit, and Noah knew that far too well. It was as if he had a death sentence hanging above his head, which fueled his unwavering concentration during his project. Noah knew that the dimensional portal would remain stable for only 1 year, but he had long chosen to stay in the main world. He even lost track of the passage of time once he started modifying Snore, and his only hope to leave that world vanished without him even noticing it. The projects of cultivators near the peak of the heroic ranks would often take a while, and Noah used his first year of seclusion just to set the foundation of Snore's new power. Snore was a being made of dark matter through a variant of the body inscription spell. It was different from Night. It required a connection with Noah since it was a proper blood companion. That made it limited in certain aspects of its power, but it gave Noah more freedom regarding what he could modify. Night didn't give up on its species. It could express so much power because Noah had built a body capable of an improved version of its innate abilities. Instead, Snore was a consciousness placed inside a powerful weapon. Noah had created life by fusing the consciousness of an albino snake and a body capable of wonders. In theory, its potential grew alongside Noah's expertise. Since his abilities had always been stronger than his copied elements, Noah had equipped Snore with those attacks to create a puppet capable of facing any enemy. However, Noah had gone beyond the simple elements after creating the Dark World. Those attacks ended up becoming lacking as he continued to surpass his previous limits, especially when he used his ambition. Night could keep up with him because its innate ability was incredible, and it carried the knowledge of a divine magical beast. Its new body had also removed the restrictions on its species, which gave it the chance to improve even more. Instead, Snore could only improve the abilities that Noah had built for it. Its growth also depended on the Dark World, but its superior affinity with that technique didn't make up for the difference in power with Night's innate gifts. Noah had started to plan Snore's modifications as soon as he tested his battle prowess, but the various events that had fallen upon the world had kept him busy. Still, he could now focus on his project, and some of the ideas that he planned to implement in the Blood Companion's body surprised even him. Snore had dark matter as its fabric and used elemental attacks as its abilities. The saber-shaped runes placed on its wings were weapons that copied Noah's spell, but they were disposable items that didn't even suit the Blood Companion's overall structure. Noah knew that it was time to give a direction to Snore's evolution. The world's perilous condition gave the push that his mind needed to invent an innate ability worthy of belonging to his Blood Companion. In theory, Snore could launch the Dark World since its body could create abilities made of 6 elements, but Noah found no point in turning that into an actual attack. His black hole already spread dark matter quickly, so he had no reason to build a copy of his technique. It was pointless to give Snore abilities that he could already use. They would always be stronger when Noah cast them, which would only make him ignore his Blood Companion when it came to battles. Snore needed something unique that only its status as Blood Companion allowed it to use. Moreover, Noah needed to be able to rely on that ability during battles. Years slowly passed as Noah took away, modified, and rebuilt Snore inch by inch. Its foundation was solid and only needed a few additions, but its arms, wings, and head required thorough analysis and changes. First of all, Noah cut away the arms. He had planned to make Snore able to launch slashes when he first created it, but that idea had turned out to be a failure. Noah's slashes were attacks that only he could launch. No other existence in the world could replicate them, and even Sword Saints had failed in copying their power. Snore had no chance to succeed in that feat. The wings were useful, but Noah could achieve the same result by creating a sea of saber-shaped runes. The feathers usually had a higher starting power, But Noah didn't want to have too many abilities reliant on the primary energy. That would only lower the amount of primary energy in the environment faster. Noah would feel forced to use fewer abilities to optimize the charging of his strongest spells. It was better not to have weak skills at all at that point. Noah cut away those vast, feathered wings and replaced them with 3 pairs of smaller wings. The new ones didn't have any weapon attached to their structure. He had created them with the sole purpose of increasing Snor's speed and agility. Snor's skin became sturdier as Noah reinforced its structure with more layers of dark matter. He wasn't applying any special method to improve the quality of its body. He was piling more materials on each other. At last, Noah began to work on Snor's head. Noah didn't want to deprive Snor of its ability to launch different elemental attacks. They could reveal themselves useful against tricky opponents, and it couldn't hurt to have some variety in its fighting style. Yet, he wanted them to be only one of its basic abilities, something on which he could build something stronger. Noah had eliminated the dark world from the pool of possible techniques, but his mind remained fixed on the idea that he had to use all his copied elements for Snor's final ability. Creation leads to destruction, Noah thought when enlightenment dawned upon him. The dark world was only one of the applications of the copied elements. Noah used them to cast that technique because his higher energy was an expression of his creation, but he could turn them into an ability that Snor could operate more efficiently. The dark world was a fusion of 6 elements copied through the dark matter. They worked together to create a place that responded only to Noah's will and acted as his domain. However, Noah could make them have the opposite effect. He could force instabilities in their fusion to release destructive energy capable of eradicating the very matter of the world. Noah left the cave in the seabed for the first time after 15 years spent in seclusion. The cracks in the sky had widened in that period, but their size was in line with Chandal's predictions. Less than 500 years, Noah thought as he glanced at the sky before setting off for the western side of the new continent. Noah flew slowly and let his superior awareness learn as much as possible about the new environment of the world. Various packs of eternal snakes appeared in his path, but he avoided all of them. It wasn't time to fight them yet. Noah wanted to train for a while before starting his massive hunt. The environment had already started to change in those years. The magical beasts released auras capable of changing the territories around them into lands that suited their species. It usually took centuries for a single pack of magical beasts to modify an environment. Still, the world had already begun to show changes due to the numerous eternal snakes in the 6th rank. The temperature had dropped, and ice covered vast areas. Even part of the sea couldn't escape that change. Noah guessed that the world would soon contain only one species of magical beasts. It wouldn't take much before eternal snakes in the 1st rank started to appear either. Nothing could stop that trend. Noah couldn't perform a clearing operation on the entire world just yet, so both landmasses and sea would soon turn into the perfect breeding ground of the eternal snakes. A layer of thick ice covered a location in the sea west of the new continent, and Noah dived right through it to reach his destination. The seabed soon appeared in his eyes, and Noah expanded his consciousness to find traces of formations in the area. His mental waves eventually found dormant inscriptions, and he didn't hesitate to swim toward them. Those lines lit up when Noah touched them, and light engulfed his figure. He soon found himself in the familiar environment's separate dimension, which appeared far larger now that no one occupied it. Noah used a few teleportation matrices powered by formations that gathered breath from the outside world. A city eventually appeared in his eyes, and he quickly moved toward its center. The city's central building was the tallest structure in the area, but Noah only cared about what it contained. A secret room on the last floor hid a teleportation matrix that led him to a separate location that confined a large piece of black fur. The hive couldn't carry the 7th Xianxia rune through the dimensional portal. That was a proper divine item coming from a divine magical beast. That tunnel through the void would have never endured the pressure that it released. 37 and his disciples had planned to make copies of the 7th Xianxia rune as soon as Noah brought it back from the hidden world. Yet, the project was quite ambitious, and it had taken them centuries only to come close to a decent imitation. Xianxia runes wouldn't carry all their miraculous power in their copies, so it was always more beneficial to train with the original. Still, even the imitations were quite valuable since they were more efficient than other training methods for the Sea of Consciousness. The hive mainly wanted to use the copies as insurance in case of invasions, but it could also trade them for items with equal value. It wasn't a surprise that 37 had something ready before the attack of the Eternal Snakes. I wonder if I should bring this in the Immortal lands, Noah thought as he looked at the rune. I don't have a proper use for it after I become a rank 7 mage. Noah was still wondering whether he would build his inheritance. He rarely did things for others, especially those that he had never met. However, most cultivators abided by that tradition. Inheritances didn't only express the dreams of their creators. They were a mark of the existence of the cultivators. Noah's allies had already left the world, so he couldn't gift his teachings to anyone close to him. Yet, Divine Demon had created his inheritance without giving it to the demon sex, so Noah could take him as an example. I guess I have to save the world first before thinking about leaving something behind, Noah thought as he suppressed those ideas. His mind focused entirely on the 7th Xianxia rune at that point, and a long training session began. Noah didn't only expand his mind in that period. He also ate and cultivated as if the world wasn't about to end. Years quickly passed as Noah focused on improving his centers of power. His battle against the Eternal Snake had proven that he could face peak rank 6 magical beasts, but he wouldn't find a solitary creature in the current environment. He had to become stronger before he could approach the hunts. That would be his second-last long seclusion before he started to focus only on the snakes. He would enter the last one once he obtained enough materials to resume his experiments with the creature's innate ability. Noah tried his best to keep track of the passage of time at that time. He couldn't let 500 years slip by while he focused on improving his centers of power. Still, a whole century went by before he snapped out of his constant training. His Dantian had to show signs of an imminent breakthrough for him to understand that he had spent too long in seclusion. Time to hunt, Noah thought as he left the separate dimension. Noah flew through the world and inspected the various lairs that the Eternal Snakes had built. A large part of the landmasses had turned into blocks of ice in those years, but the number of rank 6 specimens appeared lower than before. That was within Noah's predictions. Many rank 6 magical beasts couldn't cohabitate for a long time without a leader who suppressed their innate aggression. The net of cracks had enlarged a lot in those years. He could still see the sky, but it was clear that the world was going toward its end. The quasi-rank 7 Eternal Snake had created the largest pack and had settled at the center of the new continent, where the silver liquid of the divine beasts had fallen. The peripheral areas of that landmass and the old continent accommodated smaller packs, but the 9 peak rank 6 snakes led most of them. The only place that contained even smaller packs and weaker Eternal Snakes was the sea, but that was enough to give Noah an idea of how he had to approach the hunt. Noah flew toward the most distant area from the continents and dived into the sea. His consciousness expanded at that point, and he searched for any trace of life that was worthy of his time. It didn't take him much to find a few Eternal Snakes that wandered outside of every pack. Even the magical beasts world had exiled specimens, and they were the first creatures that Noah had decided to hunt. I should kill them quickly, Noah thought when he looked at the 3 rank 6 snakes in the distance, and dark matter came out of his chest. The dark matter spread at the bottom of the sea. The Eternal Snakes in the distance could immediately sense the danger coming from that spot, but they charged toward it without any hesitation. Magical beasts with such a high rank wouldn't escape in front of a threat. They knew that they stood near the peak of the world, so they treated anything dangerous as potential food. Snore quickly formed as more dark matter came out of Noah's chest. He wouldn't rely on the dark world in that battle. He had already confirmed that the Eternal Snakes wouldn't give it time to express its power. The Blood Companion's appearance had changed. Its overall size was still the same, but it didn't have its arms anymore. 3 pairs of scaled wings had also replaced its previous ones, and its face was far different than before. Snore's head was still similar to a snake, but it had features that made it resemble a dragon now. Its nose wasn't flat anymore, and its mouth had become sharper. Moreover, the 6 horns that came out from behind its eyes gave the creature a fiendish appearance. They made a sharp turn to point forward and cover its head. They resembled a piece of armor rather than crucial body parts required for Snor's new ability. Noah's ambition filled his aura and made his cultivation level grow. That empowerment partially affected Snor, who pointed its horns toward the three creatures and began to prepare its new ability. Attack the strongest one, Noah thought, and his orders reached the blood companion through the connection in his mind. The eternal snakes were still at some distance from Noah, so Snor had the time to prepare its ability. His horns began to tremble. Sparks, fire, ice, rocks, wind, and dark matter started to come out of them. Each horn appeared capable of replicating only one element, but that was only the initial phase of the ability. Ice spread in the area as the eternal snakes spewed silver liquid during their charge. Water froze and shattered, but Noah limited himself to watch them as his ambition continued to push his cultivation level upward. The elements kept accumulating inside Snor's horns before that energy flowed in its throat. The blood companion adjusted its aim and opened its mouth to release a dark beam that made the eternal snakes halt in fear. The energy launched by the beam was so violent that pieces of Snor's mouth crumbled during the attack. Part of its throat fell apart. The blood companion injured itself to cast its innate ability. The eternal snakes tried to leap away from that attack, but the dark beam was too fast. The upper-tier specimen couldn't dodge it, and it could only spit large quantities of silver liquid in the hope that it could block part of the offensive's destructive might. Then, something unusual happened, and the eternal snake remained dumbfounded at that sight. The dark beam pierced the layers of ice and came into contact with the silver liquid without freezing. It appeared immune to that ability. The beam landed on the snake's body and continued forward. It pierced the creature and spread in the sea behind it, disintegrating the very fabric of the water that happened to cross. Snor closed what remained of its mouth after its attack touched the upper-tier specimen. The energy contained in the beam had destroyed its lower maw and most of its throat, but dark matter soon flowed out of Noah's chest to fix that injury. The upper-tier snake didn't feel pain initially, and that continued even after Snor closed its mouth. However, when it looked at the spot where the beam had landed, it noticed that a large circular hole had appeared on its body. Snor's attack had pierced the snake from side to side, and it had even ignored the defenses in its way. Noah had created a weapon capable of destroying everything down to the very fabric of the matter. That was the alternative application of the 6 elements in his possession. Fusing them into an orderly array gave birth to the dark world. Instead, forcing them to condense into a violent mass of energy and releasing them at the same time created a beam capable of destroying the matter itself. Noah nodded when he confirmed that his technique worked as he had planned. The dark beam left behind a tunnel devoid of any particle or laws. It was the ultimate weapon of destruction. The beam was a technique capable of annihilating matter. The silver liquid couldn't freeze it because the wild energy would destroy it before its effects could spread. The energy created in that unstable manner also couldn't survive for too long in the open. It would spread and destroy as long as it had the power to do it. Noah didn't know what he had created during his experiments. He vaguely recalled hearing of energy with similar behavior in his previous life, but he knew that his product was completely different. The breath affected the laws of the world too much to use his past knowledge to identify specific types of energy of matter. Noah only knew that he had invented a destructive version of the dark world, and its power was immense. The power carried by the beam was so violent that even the caster suffered some damage when it launched that attack. However, blood companions had terrific healing capabilities, so Snor was the perfect creature for that ability. The upper-tier eternal snakes slammed its head on the ice around that had survived the beam to create shards capable of healing the huge hole that had appeared on its body. Still, no number of shards could ever fix that injury. The ice tried to stop the bleeding, but it couldn't close that huge hole. The upper-tier eternal snakes released a roar that echoed through the water, and its underlings soon gathered in front of it. The 2 middle-tier creatures acted as a meat shield as the trio resumed their charge toward Noah. Again, Noah thought as his ambition pushed his power toward the limits of the liquid stage. Snor didn't hesitate to execute his orders. A dark light began to shine on his horns again, and the elements reappeared on their surface. The energy they accumulated then flowed in Snor's throat, and the blood companion opened its mouth to release it. The three eternal snakes were in a straight line as they swam toward Noah. They spat their silver liquid to create multiple layers of ice and accumulate enough shards to heal themselves. But the beam destroyed everything in its path. The attack landed on the first snake's head and pierced it from side to side before continuing toward the silver liquid behind it. That innate ability couldn't do anything, so the wild energy reached the second creature's head and made a hole in it. The beam continued even after that. It reached the layer of ice protecting the upper-tier creature and destroyed it. Yet, the snake had disappeared by the time the attack crossed that defense. Noah almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the upper-tier eternal snake swimming in the distance. The creature had decided to escape when it saw that its two underlings had died in one attack. The upper-tier eternal snake wasn't the only one surprised by the might of the dark beam. Noah was also in awe of the attack's power. He knew how strong Snor had become, but he could barely believe that it could make holes in magical beasts in the last tier of the 6th rank so easily. Snor had finally become able to wield the real power of the dark matter after the modifications. The base level of Noah's 4th center of power didn't limit its prowess anymore. The blood companion had obtained an ability on par with its master's slashes. "I can go wild." Noah revealed a cold smile as he thought that. A human-shaped crack replaced his figure as he entered his dimension. Eternal snakes were nimble once in combat, but their maximum speed couldn't compare to Noah's movement technique. The upper-tier magical beast tried its best to run away, but a shadow soon appeared above its head and released a thick slash that flung the creature into the seabed. The snake straightened its position and filled the area with the silver liquid, freezing the water and creating a defensive layer. Still, Snor had reformed by then, and it didn't hesitate to launch another threatening beam. The attack pierced the ice and landed on the eternal snake's body, creating a large hole right below the other. Silver shards soon converged in that spot to close the injury, but Noah wouldn't give the creature time to heal. Noah reappeared next to the first hole. His cultivation level had broken through the solid stage with his ambition, and the dark world had flowed inside the demonic sword to push its power beyond its structural limits. The eternal snake opened its mouth to spit its silver liquid toward Noah, but the latter had already raised its weapon. The slash that followed that gesture opened a fissure that finished severing the creature's body. Noah severed the eternal snake's body, and its head fell on the seabed. A dense trail of silver liquid accompanied its fall, and ice shards soon tried to patch its injuries. However, Noah had attacked the hole near the snake's head. The creature had lost most of its body in that exchange. The upper-tier eternal snake was nothing more than a head connected to a few strands of maimed flesh. Couldn't even move properly in that condition. Noah could land on it and press his blade on the injury created by his first slash. The pleading cries of the snakes couldn't shake Noah's mind. He filled the demonic sword with dark matter again and began to pierce the creature's skull. Using Snor's beam would kill the creature more quickly, but Noah wanted to preserve the eternal snake's glands. His blood companion had already ruined the 2 middle-tier specimens, so he had to be careful when collecting his prey. The eternal snake managed to endure the initial lunges, but the light in its eyes eventually vanished and put an end to Noah's first hunt. His kill count amounted to 3 rank 6 specimens already, but he could use only one of them for his main project. Noah knew that the world only had less than 400 years left, but he wouldn't postpone a project that could improve his species. Becoming stronger would make him hunt faster, so he didn't mind investing time in the testing phase. Noah collected the corpses in his space ring. He had taken a few more storage devices before the hive's departure, so he could store the creatures freely for the time being. He didn't want to dispose them inside the separate dimension just yet. His ambition was still pushing his centers of power above their real level so he could keep hunting. The area that he had chosen for his first hunt held only small packs of weaker snakes. The strongest ones were in the new continent, so he could enjoy his battles without worrying too much about his strategy. Noah could go wild. The strongest specimens in the area were in the upper tier, but Snor could carve holes through their bodies with its new ability. Those threatening creatures couldn't oppose him anymore now that all his assets had reached a satisfying level. The only drawback of Snor's new ability was its high consumption of dark matter due to the constant regeneration and the violent energy condensed in the form of a beam. Yet, the black hole in Noah's chest didn't seem to have limits. Noah even wondered if he would witness his fourth center of power reaching its limits in those hunts. But the black hole continued to work normally even after he spent a whole day hunting eternal snakes. It was easier to prolong the effects of his ambition if he didn't push his centers of power too much. Remaining at the bottom of the solid stage was enough to kill all the creatures in the area and maintain the empowerment for an entire day. Noah's hunts had played exactly like the first one. The eternal snakes would initially try to face him due to their innate aggression, but Snor suppressed them every time. The blood companion also became used to its new ability as it continued to fight. Its aim improved, and it soon managed to hit the snake's neck with extreme precision. Noah didn't have to worry about losing valuable materials anymore by the end of the day. It took him only one hunt to seize all the body parts that he needed for his project, and he had also obtained a large amount of nutrient flesh in the process. The cave dug in the seabed had become too small for his needs at that point, but Noah didn't mind investing some time to enlarge it. He wanted to return to the separate dimension only when he needed to cultivate. I knew it would be easier now that Snor has become useful, Noah thought as he inspected his loot. But I didn't expect to meet the requirements for the testing phase so soon. Noah sat in front of 7 maimed reptilian heads. They all had a series of holes at their center due to the many lunges used to kill them. Most of them were at the peak of the lower tier, and only one of them was in the upper tier. The leader of the area was in the first group of creatures, so Noah could find only weaker specimens during the rest of the hunt. He had more corpses in his space rings. The rest of the bodies of those 7 creatures and 4 more snakes had remained inside his storage devices because he had ruined their glands during the battle. Noah could only use them as resources for his body, but that result didn't disappoint him. After all, he had already gathered more than enough resources for his project. I should start immediately, Noah thought as he began to dissect the heads to seize the organs that he needed. Completing this phase will bring me one step closer to improving my bloodline. Creating a complete prototype wasn't the end of Noah's project. He needed to fuse his product with his body, which meant that he required something on a similar level. Still, his body didn't follow standard labels when it came to describing its power. Even a specimen in the upper tier couldn't match the energy contained in its tissues. Noah was sure that he would need the glands of a peak rank 6 specimen to complete his project and obtain that incredible ability. Noah knew the flaws of the elemental forging method better than anyone else. He had long since surpassed the previous experts in that field. He was a pioneer when it came to that inscription method. One of the most significant flaws in the elemental forging method was that inscribing the same item multiple times would lead to a weaker structure. The final product wouldn't carry the intended power either. Noah had fused his body with a light-devouring dragon when he was only a human cultivator. In theory, he had already used the first round of forging. That was the reason why he had held back from improving his bloodline. He had managed to link the 4th center of power to his heart, but that wasn't a proper forging. His body had taken care of fusing the 2 organs for him. Yet, Noah's body had gone through many changes since the fusion with the magical beast. It had evolved to express his individuality, and it had also entirely changed after attuning with the Black Star. Noah's confidence came from that event. His body had evolved past the initial forging and had broken through the limits of the 3 major types of beings. Many experts still viewed him as a hybrid, but Noah knew that he had become something far superior. Since the evolution had modified every fiber of his body, Noah felt confident that it didn't carry any trace of the previous forging. Moreover, the dark matter improved his tissues constantly, so he didn't believe that they still counted as inscribed items. Noah couldn't test that because any trace of his forging had vanished after the many evolutions. 37's hesitation came from that issue. The automaton wouldn't advise undergoing a forging in those conditions. However, Noah had already made his mind, and he had also chosen the organs that he had to fuse. A failure in the procedure wouldn't kill him if he limited the forging to a few parts of his body. The organs that he had decided to modify were his lungs. The light-devouring dragon's innate ability was powerful when it came to the magical beast's world, but it fell short compared to Noah's prowess. A strong ability wasn't enough for him anymore. Noah needed the best of the best at his current level. He would ignore any skill weaker than his slashes otherwise. The light-devouring dragon's flames had unlimited potential, but Noah's growth had outclassed even that ability. His fast improvements didn't give time to his innate ability to catch up. Noah's flames were by no means weak. They were stronger than any innate ability cast by magical beasts in the middle tier. Yet, his battle prowess had already reached the peak of the upper tier, which made them useless when he went all out. The ability that heaven and earth had deemed as unfair wasn't even worthy of its casting time in Noah's eyes. His power barely made any sense anymore, especially with his ambition removing the limits of his centers of power. Noah didn't want to give up on his flames, and he wouldn't just ignore them as he strived for the higher ranks. Improving an ability was easier than creating a new one in the end. He preferred to invest time in that project rather than spend years meditating to invent something. Of course, Noah invested time in that project because he believed that the finished product would bring his battle prowess to a superior level. He could already imagine his flames obtaining the same capabilities as the Eternal Snake's silver liquid. There was another aspect of his body that made him confident in the success of the procedure. The black hole automatically helped in any struggle that Noah faced. He didn't even need to control it to obtain its support. His fourth center of power would surely help during the fusion. Noah didn't fear anything with the dark matter by his side. The main problem in that project was the modification of the Eternal Snake's glands. Those creatures had a water aptitude, and the nature of their innate ability didn't work well with flames, even if they were of the darkness element. That was a structural issue that Noah had to solve to approach the last stage of the project. He also had to modify the glands to match his lungs in terms of raw power and fabric. The experience gathered while creating living weapons helped Noah with those issues. 37 had also reviewed the project, so Noah already had a series of concrete ideas for the testing phase. The glands didn't share the same sturdiness of the Eternal Snake's skin. They were softer and had an innate immunity to the freezing properties of the silver liquid. Noah's lungs were the same, even if their immunity worked on his flames. His first step consisted in making the two organs compatible while modifying only the glands. It would have been easier to modify both organs and make them reach a common ground. Still, Noah couldn't change his body due to the flaws of his inscription method. Each Eternal Snake had two glands, and Noah approached the testing phase one organ at the time. He even experimented more wildly since he had gathered many corpses. He could ignore losing a few materials if that helped him create the strongest possible version of his final product. Noah had to come out of his cave from time to search for crucial materials. The hive had emptied the inventories in the separate dimension, so he had to gather resources by himself. That ended up being relatively easy. The higher-ups of the three organizations had completed a thorough inspection of the world after they came out of the separate dimension, so Noah knew where to find the materials that he needed. The Eternal Snake's invasion couldn't affect those spots too much because they contained rank 6 materials. Noah mostly needed sturdy metals that could change the gland's nature, so there was a limit to the damage that those creatures could cause in those areas. The only obstacles in the gathering of materials were the creatures that inhabited those areas. Yet, that only increased the number of corpses in Noah's possession. His kill count went from 11 to 16 in the weeks that followed his first hunt. Noah's initial tests turned out to be complete failures, but he expected as much. Changing an organ's nature wasn't an easy feat, especially when he had to make it as powerful as his lungs. Noah could test more than 10 different metals on each gland since he only aimed to change their nature in that phase. His approach was similar to when he had modified the demonic form spell. He would cut the organ into pieces and test different fusions to see what worked. Noah had to come out of his cave to gather materials multiple times during that phase. He even had to find another opening for the Red Sea to search for creatures and materials that could bring the nature of the glands close to his needs. In the end, he completed that phase by involving the will-consuming runes in the procedure. His greed, ambition, and dark matter managed to change the nature of the glands after sealing them together with a combination of different metals retrieved in the sea of magma. Noah felt excited at that initial success. That was the biggest hurdle to overcome before the actual fusion, and it had taken him only a couple of years to complete it. The following phases were easier. Noah only had to apply those modifications to a complete gland without ruining its intrinsic properties. Then, he needed to hunt a peak upper-tier eternal snake without damaging its organs. Noah had already killed a creature on that level, but he had ruined its glands when he dissected it. Still, he knew that the battle wouldn't be as harsh as the previous one. The second phase of the project wasn't as troublesome as the first, but Noah had to approach it slowly because a failure would ruin a whole gland. Still, his many successful hunts gave him a large number of core materials. Noah could take more risks and fix every flaw instead of focusing on creating a product that his dark matter had to improve. The world barely noticed the death of those eternal snakes. Noah had hunted only scattered packs in peripheral areas, so the landmass's situation didn't change in the slightest. The same went for the sea. Noah didn't have the time to search for the remains of the previous fauna. The vast dark depths hid some creatures that had survived the invasion, but he had no interest in them. The net of cracks had continued to expand in that period. Noah's hunts couldn't help the world's condition just yet, but he didn't feel anxious. He didn't know how many rank 6 creatures he had to kill before the world could start to heal, but he had no reason to hurry. Each hunt slowed down the cracks' expansion, and the eternal snakes helped in the matter. The invasion had destroyed the previous fauna, which left the eternal snakes without any food. They could only resort to cannibalism to appease their hunger, and that helped the world. It would be a problem if more snakes were to reach the upper tier or the quasi-rank 7 stage, but magical beasts needed a massive amount of energy for each breakthrough. They even had to survive long periods of hibernation. 500 years wouldn't be enough to complete those breakthroughs. A few peak lower tier snakes could reach the middle tier, but they weren't an issue for the world. Still, the world structure would suffer if too many battles were to happen at the same time, especially if they involved powerful creatures. Noah knew that he couldn't approach the strongest specimens until he relieved the world of some pressure. It was safer to clear the entire sea before moving his focus on the landmasses. He even planned to leave a few corpses in the sea of magma. The eternal snakes would find it hard to reach them there, so the bodies released their breath in the environment rather than passing most of it to other creatures. Noah completed the second stage of the testing phase in 5 years. He had taken his time to remove any instability, and the final product ended up surpassing his initial prediction. Noah had planned to rely on his dark matter when there were only 9 eternal snakes in the world. His project saw a relatively stable organ as core material. Instead, he could now create perfectly stable and improved glands since he had gained access to multiple eternal snakes. The project could enter its final phase now. Noah only had to clear all the areas that wouldn't cause harsh battles before approaching the actual fusion. Noah's kill count had reached 22 specimens after his various travels to gather materials. Still, only 2 of them were in the upper tier. The creatures in the lower tier were always more numerous. Of the 22 corpses, Noah decided to keep only 12 of them. The creatures in the middle tier and above were useful for his body, and the demonic sword didn't mind eating some of the weaker ones. As for the others, Noah threw them in the Red Sea to disperse their energy in the world. It would take a while for the magma to disperse all the breath they contained, but Noah couldn't do any better. He had even tried to hide them from the fauna down there. He could only be more thorough once he fixed the main issue. A lower plane would typically have 10 to 15 existences in the 6th rank at best. That number changed according to the species and actual power of those beings, but that was enough to give Noah a vague idea of how many snakes he had to kill. His world was also different due to the fall of the piece of immortal lands. That lower plane could contain far more powerful existences than average because of the energy that the new continent had brought to the environment. The planes could also stretch those limits by redirecting part of their energy to suppress the internal pressure. But Noah's world was too damaged. He guessed that meeting the standards calculated in normal conditions wouldn't be enough for his situation. Noah had completed the testing phase, and he had disposed of the corpses that he didn't need. He needed a peak rank 6 specimen to complete his project, and that required some preparation. The 9 peak rank 6 creatures all lived on the landmasses and had large packs under their control. Some even shared a few regions peacefully, making their overall power too much for Noah to handle. Some of those peak rank 6 snakes also worked as underlings of the quasi-rank 7 specimen, making entire areas of the new continent unapproachable. Noah had to rely on his experience as a hunter if he wanted to safely face those magical beasts. Noah didn't waste time. He had to clear the sea first, and he didn't hesitate to begin his long march across the seabed. The third wave of invaders had brought the number of rank 6 specimens in the world above 100, but almost 40 of them lived in the sea. Noah had already killed 22 of them, so he only had to complete that part of his worldwide clearing operation. The eternal snakes living in the sea couldn't do anything against Noah. Their innate abilities couldn't do anything against his destructive might. Snor's dark beam was a deadly weapon that they couldn't block even after piling countless layers of ice. The wounds that it inflicted also made it impossible for the shards to fix them properly. Night was a constant threat. It could appear out of nowhere and inflict precise wounds that could reach even their bones. Still, it rarely needed to make an appearance in that phase of the hunt. Noah was relentless. His desire to complete his project made him hungry for more battles. His demonic sword also never failed to pierce the snake's defenses, and his spells could help him ending the hunts more quickly. Finding and killing all the specimens in the sea took a while. That environment was too vast even for an existence like Noah. Still, his innate awareness always allowed him to find traces of his targets. Noah killed 20 rank 6 specimens in the years that followed the beginning of his clearing operation. That number increased whenever one of the eternal snakes living on the landmass decided to migrate. The world didn't reward his efforts. The net of cracks continued to expand even after he had taken care of so many powerful creatures. But Noah didn't mind that. The new valuable corpses allowed him to improve both his body and his demonic sword, while the weaker ones ended up in the Red Sea where the magma took care of giving breath back to the world. Only the eternal snakes in the human ranks that had appeared after the environment's modifications continued to occupy the sea. The other creatures in hiding were still too scared of the invaders to come out in the open. Noah didn't relax after clearing the sea. Those battles were nothing more than hunts devoid of any danger. But he was about to approach a battlefield that could cause him some trouble. It was finally time to attack the landmasses and complete his project. Noah's only real target was the old continent. The new one was unapproachable due to the presence of the quasi-rank 7 specimen, and most packs there could work together without creating too many internal conflicts. One attack on those lands would cause a massive mobilization of reinforcements. Noah would find himself against hordes of rank 6 magical beasts in no time. Attacking the old continent was safer, and it required less planning. Noah didn't even need a strategy there. He could take his time and slowly kill all the eternal snakes in those regions. Noah didn't need to aim for the peak rank 6 specimens right away. He could slowly clear the area with hit-and-run tactics. It didn't matter if he happened to lose a corpse or two in the process. Moreover, he didn't even need to salvage the snake's glands unless he met a peak rank 6 specimen. He could pursue the quickest approach and ignore the damage that he inflicted on those creatures. Noah flew above the old continent a few times to perform a simple inspection of its fauna. 3 peak rank 6 eternal snakes occupied those lands, and they had 30 weaker specimens under their rule. Those creatures had created 3 large packs that ruled over different sides of the continent. Ironically, they had divided the landmass according to the old areas of influence. The mystical fog and the mountain chain were natural borders, so Noah didn't feel surprised when he saw that arrangement. He had also expected that the eternal snakes would consider the Papal Nation more valuable due to its distance from the inactive dimensional portal. The ground in the Wuxia Nation was too frail. It could barely accommodate the 8 rank 6 specimens that had chosen it as their home. The continent's central regions were in a similar state, but they could withstand the pressure coming from its 9 powerful creatures. Instead, the Papal Nation could easily accommodate its 16 rank 6 specimens. The main issue there was the lack of food, which would eventually lead to internal clashes in the future. Noah picked the Nation as the starting point of the clearing operation on the Old Continent. As he flew closer to those regions, he could see that the ground was trying to recover now that the dimensional portal had stopped working. However, the presence of the powerful pack of snakes made those efforts vain. The energy in the environment converged toward those creatures due to their innate absorption of breath. 4 in the lower tier, 3 in the middle tier, and the leader, Noah summarized in his mind after completing another analysis. I might be able to face them together, but I don't know if the world can endure that kind of battle. The world was still unstable, so Noah had to avoid long battles, especially when they saw him going all out. Part of him wanted to test the limits of his current prowess, but the hunter inside him knew that it was too early for that. Noah approached the southern coast of the Old Continent and threw some leftovers of his previous hunts in the sea before hiding inside the sea. Dark matter came out of his chest once he reached a suitable spot for his ambush. The dark world unfolded around him and hid his presence. Snore also materialized and prepared its deadly beam. Noah wasn't sure if that bait would work. Magical beasts had sharp instincts, and he couldn't cover the aura of the dark world. He could hide inside it, but he couldn't suppress the radiations of his technique. Still, Noah knew that the magical beasts had an instinct that often suppressed their ability to think straight. He was aware of how intense their hunger could become. Those eternal snakes had never learnt what it meant to live in a poor environment. Their passive absorption could satisfy them in the immortal lands, but it wasn't enough in the lower plane. Their lingering sense of belonging to the same pack led by divine beings made them resort to cannibalism only when they couldn't endure their hunger anymore. Yet, that was only a temporary solution that didn't solve their core issue. The snakes were in a weaker world that couldn't come close to the immortal lands in terms of density of breath. Their invasion had also killed the few preys that they could hunt. Those who managed to adapt to the change of environment would remain calm and probably survive the imminent struggles. The others would start inevitable internal battles that would lead to a few survivors. Noah had to wait for weeks before the area above him showed any sign of life. A massive reptilian head stuck out of the coastline and observed the bait in the distance. Its forked tongue analyzed that part of the sea and warned the creature about the danger hiding in the depths. Still, the snake waited a bit before retreating into the landmass. The snake reappeared a few weeks later. It still performed its careful analysis of the area before disappearing again. It seemed that the creature didn't trust Noah's bait, but it was clear that it could barely hold back its hunger. It wouldn't have come to inspect the leftovers otherwise. The eternal snake took only a week to reappear for the third time. Noah could see that a trace of determination had emerged on the creature's face, so he prepared Snore for the attack. However, the beast retreated again after its usual round of inspection. Noah had to wait until its fourth visit in the area to see platforms made of ice forming above the sea. The eternal snakes moved quickly. It didn't want to remain among that dangerous sensation for too long. Its idea was to fill its mouth with leftovers and return to the safety of the landmass. Still, a ray of violent dark matter carved a hole in its head and killed the creature on the spot. The beast couldn't even hope to dodge since it could sense the attack only after it left the dark world. His first prey on the landmass ended up being a middle-tier specimen. Those in the lower rank were aware of their weakness, so they didn't explore past their patrol areas. Noah quickly seized the corpse and took a part of its flesh for himself. The rest of its body went with the bait to improve its appeal in the eyes of those beasts. His tactic worked since another middle-tier snake soon jumped off the coastline and began to fly toward the bait. Still, it shared the same fate as the last creature. A dark beam pierced its head and killed it on the spot. Noah took the entirety of the corpse at that time since he didn't want to risk luring out the peak rank 6 specimen. He would directly face the leader once he removed its underlings. The third middle-tier creature appeared on the coastline and followed the example of its predecessors. Its death happened in the same way too. One beam was enough to kill that massive snake and seize a large amount of valuable flesh. Noah left the bait in place to see if any of the lower-tier specimens would arrive. Yet, they didn't move from their territories even if they had lost their pack's higher-ups. Noah threw more resources in his bait to lure out the peak rank 6 specimen, but the creature didn't leave its lands. The lower-tier specimens were the same, and that left him out of options. That was the limit of the safe approach. Noah had only managed to kill 3 specimens before the real battle. Noah didn't know if the world could withstand it, but he would do his best to avoid any unnecessary attack. The weaker creatures will surely jump into the battle once I start fighting their leader, Noah thought as he resurfaced and stored his bait. I can only take care of them first if I want to avoid useless shockwaves. The lower-tier creatures didn't even modify their patrol after the death of the middle-tier snakes. Noah knew where they were, which allowed him to create a strategy that could limit the damages on the world. Noah flew above the southern coast before stopping and bending his knees. He had already planned the route in his mind. He only needed to be as precise as possible now. The peak rank 6 eternal snake lived near the mountain chain because it was the only land in that part of the old continent that could withstand its pressure. The other creatures occupied the friendliest regions, and Noah could meet them before his real target if he made the right turns. Coldness came out of Noah's figure as he focused on his task. A map of that side of the old continent appeared in his mind, and a route quickly formed on it. Then, a human-shaped crack replaced his figure, and Noah disappeared inside his dimension. The dark scenery seen from inside the personal dimension didn't give Noah many details about the old continent's actual environment. Yet, he had already memorized the snake's position, and he could predict their reactions due to his vast knowledge in the magical beast's field. Noah followed the western coastline until he abruptly stopped and wielded the demonic sword. A lower-tier eternal snake had appeared in the lands under him, and the creature released a surprised roar when it noticed his figure. Dark matter quickly flowed inside the demonic sword before Noah slashed at the beast. A massive mass of blackness in the form of a blade flew out of his figure and crashed on the surprised creatures before it could even release its silver liquid. Noah's ambition had begun to build up during his sprint. His cultivation level had reached the quasi-solid stage by the time he met his first opponent. The snake in the lower tier couldn't defend against that attack. That was one of Noah's strongest slashes launched after his ambition had boosted his power. The storm of dark matter engulfed the creature and ripped its flesh into pieces. The slash carried Noah's sharpness even in that massive form, and the snake's innate defenses couldn't hope to stop it. Noah charged toward the storm and waved his hand when he found the maimed corpse of the eternal snake. The slash had destroyed most of its flesh and lowered its value, but he didn't mind that loss. His body was in the middle tier, and it required far more energy than any other creature on the same level to improve. Noah had reached the point when he couldn't consider magical beasts in the lower tier as a proper meal. The maimed corpse disappeared as a human-shaped crack replaced Noah's figure. He sprinted toward the eastern coast at that time. The opposite side of the continent accommodated another weaker creature. Noah's innate awareness sensed that something had changed in that environment after the first prey released its roar. His consciousness could only feel that for a fraction of a second since he immediately sprinted again, but that was enough to make him aware of what was happening. The pack had learnt about the presence of an invader. The 4 remaining creatures on that side of the old continent would now converge toward Noah's first victim. Noah still had an advantage, so his second hunt went smoothly. He reached the eastern coast, found the lower-tier specimen, and ripped its flesh apart with a slash that unleashed a storm of dark matter. His neat and precise attacks couldn't prevent his second prey from releasing a cry. The remains of the pack learnt about Noah's new position. After storing the maimed corpse, Noah sprinted again. He flew alongside the eastern coast at that time, and he left his dimension when he saw a powerful trace of life in that dark scenery. That supposedly was the spot occupied by another lower-tier specimen, but Noah found 2 pairs of reptilian eyes turning in his direction after he reappeared in the sky. The peak rank 6 eternal snake had reached its underling, and it didn't hesitate to fill the area with silver liquid during Noah's slight hesitation. Not yet, Noah thought before a human-shaped crack replaced his figure. The peak rank 6 specimen could wait. Noah had to take care of the weaker creatures before fighting his real target. Noah sprinted toward the western coast to intercept the last lower-tier snake on that side of the continent. His innate awareness flickered when it sensed that a powerful creature was nearby, and Noah came out of his dimension to launch another sharp storm of dark matter. The eternal snake appeared in his vision for only an instant. The storm of dark matter immediately engulfed its figure and destroyed its flesh. Almost there, Noah thought as he unfolded his dark world. The two remaining specimens in those lands quickly reached Noah's position after hearing the cry of his third prey. The sight of the dense dark cloud didn't scare them, and they charged toward it without even stopping to analyze the threat. However, a straight black line came out of the dark world and pierced the lower-tier snake's head. Noah had his fingers pointed toward that creature, and he curved them upward to finish off the beast. The black line followed the movement of his fingers. It continued to cut its flesh and bones until it came out from the upper side of the snake's body. Even the peak rank 6 specimen stopped to watch the effects of Noah's spell. It was still alive, but its instincts gave it different sensations. It was as if they already considered it a corpse. The weaker snake suddenly opened into 2 parts. Noah's spell had almost severed the creature in half. It had missed only a small amount of flesh. The creature was still in one piece, but its injury didn't even give him the time to launch its silver liquid. The snake died without understanding who had killed it. The peak rank 6 eternal snake turned toward the cloud while wearing a wary expression. The dark world collapsed under its eyes, and the dark matter caved in to take the shape of a humanoid armor around Noah. Noah wouldn't use his demonic form now that he was in front of his real target. The end of his project was finally in his reach, and the excitement that he felt made his ambition push his centers of power into the solid stage. Dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword and turned it into a 400 meters long blade, and snore formed behind his back. A shadow also came out of his ring before vanishing in the environment. Noah wouldn't hold back when facing an opponent at the peak of the heroic ranks. Noah's previous attacks had spread destruction through the world. His storms of dark matter had created large fissures in the fabric of the sky, and even his spell had opened a few cracks. The frail ground of the old continent had crumbled under his attacks, but that was nothing compared to what was about to happen. Noah had restrained himself before, but he couldn't do the same against his last opponent. The peak rank 6 eternal snake filled the area with silver liquid that created multiple layers of ice. It had seen how deadly Noah's abilities were, so it wouldn't take risks when facing him. On the other hand, Noah was quite at ease. He had already beaten a similar creature in the past. The effort had left him badly injured, but he was far stronger than before now. His centers of power were still on a similar level, but he had added a powerful weapon to his arsenal. That addition alone gave him all the confidence that he needed in the battle. Of course, he couldn't attack mindlessly. He still had to retrieve the creature's glands, meaning that he had to leave the lower part of its head undamaged. The snake leaped toward Noah. Its charge destroyed part of the defensive layers to create a cloud of ice shards that fell on the ground. The creature didn't need to hold back. Its species was famous for its healing abilities, so it had naturally developed a reckless battle style. Noah respected that behavior, but he had long since learnt how to counter that troublesome ability. The eternal snakes could close their injuries with the ice shards, but they couldn't regrow entire pieces of their bodies. The eternal snake reached Noah in an instant. Silver liquid came out of its open mouth, and its fangs threatened to close on the black armor. Yet, a series of cuts appeared on the slimy insides of its maw before the creature could finish its attack. Magical beasts had a fatal weakness that cultivators could easily exploit. Their battle style was always the same, and there was a limit to how much they could improve it. Even creatures that had lived in the immortal lands and bordered the state of intelligent beasts couldn't do much about that. Their single center of power didn't give them any chance to break through their species' limitations. Noah had already studied the eternal snakes and learnt all their moves. He even knew their internal composition better than any other expert in the magical beasts field, so that species couldn't surprise him anymore. His opponent wielded raw strength far superior to his, but that would be useless if it couldn't land a single blow on him. Night ravaged the insides of the upper part of the creature's mouth before leaving that spot and merging with the environment again. Noah used that chance to sprint toward the center of its body and thrust the demonic sword in its flesh. Snore quickly reformed and wrapped itself around the eternal snake's body. The blood companion's mouth opened to launch its deadly dark beam near the spot damaged by Noah. The beam effortlessly carved a hole in the snake's body, and Noah swung his blade as soon as the violent energy dispersed. The creature became aware of its surroundings only to see half of its body falling toward the ground. The snake released a cry that expressed both pain and anger. The ice shards that had previously accumulated in the environment flew toward its mouth and body to close the injuries. Meanwhile, its head shot toward its enemy. However, the snake didn't sense anything when it closed its mouth on the human figure, and a painful sensation soon spread from its body. The creature saw that Noah had reappeared near the large injury and had stabbed its flesh again. The blood companion had also reformed by its side, and the dark beam soon shot out of its mouth to carve another large hole. Noah followed Snor's attack with a powerful slash to cut the pieces of flesh that kept the injured part connected to the main body. Another big chunk of the eternal snake fell toward the ground under its angry gaze. Technically speaking, the eternal snake was faster than Noah in close combat. Its physical might was also above his, and the shockwaves that the creature released with each attack could destabilize him. Yet, Noah knew what type of attack the creature would launch. He didn't even need to see his opponent to know where and when he had to dodge. That gave Noah the ability to be a few steps ahead of his opponent. He sprinted even before the enemy's attack started, and he reached its body in time to exploit the openings left during its offensive. Moreover, the ice shards couldn't completely heal the wounds that he inflicted. Except for the cuts in its mouth, the snake's innate ability couldn't fix the damage that it was suffering. Those exchanges continued for a while. The snake's body kept becoming shorter every time the creature attacked, and it soon found itself without the flesh needed to perform its leaps. The snake lost its agility and explosive speed after Noah cut away enough of its body. He didn't even need to predict his opponent's attacks at that point since he was faster in that phase of the battle. The creature continued to struggle. It didn't give in even if it had lost most of its body. Still, its attacks were quite pitiful in that condition. They didn't even meet the standards of a peak rank 6 existence. Noah continued to sever pieces of its body until the snake was nothing more than a reptilian head standing on top of a trail of ice. Its innate ability had closed its injuries, but its current state made it unable to move properly. The snake could only release more silver liquid and create a frozen structure that protected it. Yet that ice was nothing in front of Noah's blade. The demonic sword dug a hole in those defenses in a few slashes. Noah reached the head and landed at its center, right above the creature's brain. Dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword before he thrust it downward. The snakes cried in pain, but Noah didn't stop. His ambition continued to push his centers of power beyond their limits on its own. Thinking that he could complete his project made his individuality explode. After the 7th lunge, the light abandoned the eternal snake's eyes. Noah's kill count had reached 50 specimens at that point, but the main achievement was that another peak rank 6 creature had died. Only 8 peak rank 6 snakes remained in the world now. There was still the quasi-rank 7 creature above them, but Noah couldn't spare any thought for the hunt after his last victory. He didn't even care about the condition of the world. Noah would take his time to study the expansion of the cracks later on. Now he could only think about his project. His ambition continued to surge even if the battle was over. Noah had to forcefully suppress it to stop the empowerment that it gave to his centers of power. The drawbacks soon arrived, but Noah ignored them. He quickly gathered all the body parts on the battlefield before leaving the old continent to fly toward the separate dimension. He needed to be completely isolated to feel at ease when performing the fusion. He couldn't trust the cave in the seabed with so many threats in the world.